She thought she could bury her past, but the dead never forget. A witch with a dark secret was hunted across a haunted marsh, chased by a monster wearing the faces of the dead. What happens when the sins you tried to escape rise from the grave to claim you? The Marrow-Witch of Lowfenn, a web novel, dark fantasy. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The boy had been 3 days in the water before he came home. Ondreya knelt on the wet boards of the porch and touched his face. Cold, swollen. The skin gone soft as boiled linen where the eels had been at him. His mother stood in the doorway with her apron twisted in her fists and did not look at what her son had become, only at the space around him, as if she could unsee the shape of him by refusing to focus. "He pushed through the door at midnight," the mother said, "scratched at it, like he wanted back in." Ondreya did not answer. She was reading the boy. Her palm rested against his cheek, and the death killed up through her fingers in a tumble of images. Blackwater closing over his head, the panic in his chest, the reeds tangling his ankles and pulling him down while the current folded over him like a hand. He had not meant to drown. He had been chasing a loose skiff into the channel, and the tide had turned faster than he could swim. Simple. Common. No malice in the water that took him. She hummed, low and rhythmic, the same note repeated until her chest vibrated with it. The boy's body relaxed under her touch. The clenched fist of his dying loosened by degrees, and she felt the last clinging piece of him, the part that remembered scratching at his own front door, let go. When she opened her eyes, the village had gathered at the bottom of the Stilts. 23 of them, maybe 25, standing in the mud with their hands clasped and their faces tight. They watched her like she was something that had crawled up from the same water that took the boy. She was used to that look. She paid it no mind. "He will not rise again," she said. The mother's breath broke out of her in a sob. A man stepped forward, broad-shouldered, wearing a Reeves brass pin on his collar. He held out a leather purse without meeting her eyes. "Your fee." Ondreya took it. Light. Copper, not silver. It was always copper in these villages, and she took it because taking nothing would make them afraid in a different way. She stood and wiped her hands on her trousers. The salt pouch at her throat swung against her collarbone, and she touched it without thinking, the way she touched it before every departure. "Burn the bedding," she said. "Air the room 3 days. He will not trouble you." The Reeve nodded. The mother was still crying. Ondreya did not stay to watch the funeral they would make of it. She had already seen the fresh paper nailed to the chapel post at the end of the boardwalk, and the morning light was strong enough now to read it. She walked past the villagers. They parted for her, a ripple of flinching bodies, and she felt the space they made as clearly as she had felt the boy's death. They needed her. They feared her. They hated themselves for needing her. She had lived in that gap for 6 years, and she knew exactly how wide it was. The paper was damp with fog. Water beaded on the unk, but the letters were clear enough. Wanted for murder and heresy, Ondreya Ulmgard, known in the fens as the Marrow-Witch, dead or alive. 300 silver marks. Below that, the chapel court seal pressed into the pulp, and below that, a sketch that looked enough like her to make her chest go cold. The clouded eye, the hacked short hair, the harrow in her cheeks that never filled no matter how much she ate. She stared at her true name and felt the past 6 years collapse. Ondreya Ulmgard. She had not spoken that name aloud since the fire, had not written it, had not let it cross her mind in anything more than a whisper. She had buried it in the same ash as the coven, and here it was, nailed to a chapel post in a village that paid her in copper to quiet their drowned dead. She reached for the paper to tear it down. A hand caught her sleeve. She turned. Pell stood at her elbow, so still and so silent she had not heard him approach. The child's face was bloodless, dark eyes fixed on something beyond her shoulder, beyond the village, beyond the reeds where the fog sat heavy over the channel. Pell's hand shook. Pell never shook. Ondreya did not ask what was wrong. She had learned not to ask. Pell could not answer with words, and the signs came too fast when fear took hold, fingers flickering through shapes she could not always read. Instead, she followed the child's gaze out into the fog. At first, she saw nothing, just the water, flat and gray under the rising sun, the reeds bending in the current, a heron standing one-legged on a half-sunken log. Then the fog shifted. A woman was walking across the water. She came from the child's deep bend where the current ran strongest and the reeds gave way to open flood. She walked like the water was solid beneath her feet. Her dress was dark with moisture. Her hair hung in wet roast. Her face was the drowned boy's mother's face, but wrong. The mouth open too wide, the eyes milky and fixed on something that was not the shore. The mother was still standing in the doorway of her stilt house. Ondreya looked back, counted, confirmed. The mother was there, alive, crying, holding her apron. The thing crossing the water wore her face like a stolen coat. Ondreya's hand went to the salt pouch at her throat. "Pell," she said, low. "The cart, now." Pell did not need to be told twice. The child vanished around the corner of the chapel, silent as a shadow, and Ondreya heard the boards creak under the mortuary cart's wheels before she saw it move. The villagers had not noticed yet. They were still gathered at the base of the boy's stilt house, murmuring among themselves, avoiding her. They would notice soon. The thing in the reeds was close enough now that its passage left a wake, lepels spreading outward from feet that did not beck the surface. Ondreya calculated. The mule was tethered behind the mortuary cart, a sway-backed animal she had paid for with 3 silver rings peeled from a corpse that no longer needed them. The road out of the village ran east along a raised causeway, half a mile of packed earth before it reached the forest line. She could make it if she moved now. She could make it if the thing did not move faster. It moved faster. The woman stepped onto the shore. Her bare feet touched mud and the reeds around her blackened, curling and dying where the water dripped from her hem. She was 30 paces out, 25. Ondreya did not run. She walked, fast, her boots finding the boards without looking, her hands still on the salt pouch, her breath even. Running drew attention. Running made her prey. She had learned that lesson in the first weeks after the fire, when she had run from every shadow and the shadows had learned to chase. Pell had the cart ready. The child was already on the seat, reins in hand, face tight with the effort of holding the mule still. Ondreya swung up beside Pell and took the reins. "Easy," she said to the mule. "Easy now." The thing on the shore stopped walking. It stood at the edge of the village, head tilted, mouth stretched in a wet smile that showed too many teeth. The drowned boy's mother's face, and underneath it something else, something that had worn many faces and would wear many more. It raised one hand and pointed at Ondreya. The first shout came from the village. A woman screamed. Then a man, the reeve, his voice cracking as he barked orders. Ondreya did not wait to hear. She snapped the reins. The mule lunged forward. The cart lurched, wheels grinding against wet wood, and they were moving, bouncing down the boardwalk toward the causeway, while behind them the village erupted into chaos. Ondreya did not look back. She heard the screams. She heard the reeve shouting. She heard something else, a sound that was not quite a voice, carrying across the water like a song sung underwater. Pell grabbed her arm and pointed. Ahead on the causeway, a figure stood in the mist. Not the woman. Someone else. A shape in dark clothing, watching the road with the patience of something that had been waiting a long time. Ondreya's jaw tightened. The mule was still running. The causeway was still ahead. And behind her, the stilt village where she had laid the drowned boy to rest began to burn. Chapter 2. The mule's hooves hammered the wet boards. The cart lurched left. Pell clung to the seat with both hands, dark eyes fixed ahead on the figure in the mist. Ondreya saw him clearly now. A man, tall, standing at the causeway bend where the road curved into the tree line. Dark coat, still as a heron in still water. He did not raise a hand, did not call out. He simply watched, as if he had known she would come this way and had all the time in the world to wait. She did not slow. Behind them, the village screams changed register. Not fear anymore. Pain. Ondreya risked a glance and saw flames climbing the stilt house where she had laid the boy. The roof caught. Sparks showered into the channel. The reeve was on his knees in the mud, hands raised, and the thing in the drowned mother's face was walking through the fire toward him. It did not burn. The reeds around its feet blackened and curled before the flames even reached them. The heat did not touch its wet dress. The smoke did not make it blink. Ondreya turned back to the road. The mule was faltering. Its flanks heaved. The cart was too heavy for this pace, and the boards too slick. They would not reach the tree line before the figure ahead decided to move. Then the armed men came. They burst from the chapel at the village edge, 4 of them, maybe 5, in leather and mail with crossbows raised. One shouted. His voice cut across the water. A single word Ondreya did not need to hear to understand. Halt. She snapped the reins harder. The mule surged. The cart rattled. A crossbow bolt hit the boardwalk 3 paces behind them and skipped into the reeds with a wet slap. Pell's hand found her arm. The child pointed at the figure on the causeway, then back at the armed men, then at the water where the thing was still standing in the fire. Ondreya understood. They were boxed. The entity held the village. The armed men held the causeway between the village and the road. The dark-clothed figure held the way ahead. There was no clean line out. She made the decision in a heartbeat, the way she had learned to make all decisions in the years after the fire. Fast, final, without room to doubt. She pulled her knife and cut the traces. The cart dropped. The mule stumbled forward, free of the weight, and Ondreya hauled Pell out of the seat and onto the animal's bare back before the child could register what was happening. "Hold," she said, and Pell's arms locked around her waist. The mule bucked once, twice, then settled under the double weight. Ondreya dug her heels in and drove the animal off the causeway, into the shallow floodwater at its edge, where the reeds grew tall enough to hide a horse and rider from the road. The water came up to the mule's chest. Cold, black. Ondreya felt it soak through her boots, her trousers, climbing toward her thighs. Pell shivered against her back. Shouts behind them. Ananaboa took the air and splashed short, 3 paces wide. The mule pushed through the reeds, and for a moment the world shrank to wet stalks and the smell of mud and the ragged sound of their own breathing. Then the fire took the second stilt house. The heat hid Ondreya's face like a door slamming open. She looked back through the reeds and saw the village in full flame. The thatch roofs burning in sequence, one after another, like candle wicks catching. The men with crossbows were wading into the water now, shouting to one another, their bolts held high above the tide. The thing in the drowned mother's face was still standing in the middle of it all, unburned, watching her through the fire. Ondreya turned the mule east, deeper into the marsh, where the reeds grew thick enough to choke a man who tried to follow on foot. The water shallowed. The mule found a mudflat and climbed onto it, shaking its head, blowing hard. They were clear of the village, for now. She looked back one more time. The fire had reached the building where she had slept last night, a lean-to behind the fishmonger's stilt house. The fishmonger's wife had given her a blanket and a boiled egg and refused to meet her eyes. Now the blanket was ash. The lean-to was a skeleton of black sticks against the flame. No safe haven, no shelter that did not garn behind her. Pell's grip tightened. Ondreya followed the child's gaze. Through the smoke, on the road beyond the burning village, a figure was moving toward them. Not the watcher on the causeway. That man was still there, still, a dark column against the distant tree line. This was another shape, smaller, slower, coming from the direction of the fire as if the flames did not matter, as if it had been in the village the whole time and had only now begun to walk. Ondreya's hand went to the salt pouch at her throat. The mule shifted beneath her. Pell's arms stayed locked. The figure in the smoke kept coming. It did not hurry. It did not call out. It just walked, with the same patient certainty as the thing in the drowned mother's face. And Ondreya understood that the bounty was not the worst thing hunting her tonight. She pressed her heels into the mule's flanks and drove deeper into the marsh, with the smoke following, and the chapel bells beginning to ring from the tower at the village's edge, and the second figure still walking through the fire, as if it had already found her, and was simply taking its time to close the distance. Chapter 3. The mule found the drowned road by instinct, a spine of broken flagstones just visible beneath the Blackwater. Ondreya let it pick the way. Her legs ached from gripping the animal's barrel. Pell's arms had gone slack around her waist, Not from letting go, but from the bone-deep exhaustion of a child who had been running too long without sleep. The firelight faded behind them. The smoke thinned to a haze that the dawn would burn off, and the marsh opened into a corridor of reed and standing water where the only sound was the mule's hooves sucking at mud and the endless drip of moisture from the leaves. Ondreya listened for footsteps. Nothing. She looked back twice, 3 times, 10 times over the next hour. The second figure did not appear. Neither did the thing in the drowned mother's face, but she felt them the way she felt a corpse before she touched it. A weight in the air, a pressure behind her breastbone, the certain knowledge that absence was not the same as gone. The sky paled to the color of old bone. Pell's head rested between her shoulder blades. The child had stopped shivering, which meant either the worst of the cold had passed, or they were too numb to feel it. Ondreya needed to find shelter, dry clothes, food, and information before the day grew bright enough for every reeve and ferryman to read a wanted poster at 50 paces. She turned the mule toward the road proper, where the flagstones rose clear of the tide and the marsh gave way to the first scatter of stilt farms that marked the approach to Mirecross. The farms were awake by the time she reached them, a woman beating a rug on a platform, a man hauling baskets of eels up from a weir, children carrying water. All of them looked at her the way they looked at any traveler on the drowned road, with the flat, measuring gaze of people who had learned that strangers meant trouble or opportunity, rarely anything in between. Ondreya kept the mule at a walk. Pell sat up. The child's hand found her arm and squeezed once. "Look!" Pell pointed at the platform outside the first farmhouse. A post driven into the mud, the same kind of post that held chapel announcements in every village across Lowfenn. A square of paper was nailed to it. Fresh, the edges not yet curled by damp. Ondreya's stomach tightened. She kept the mule moving, did not slow, did not stare. But she saw enough. The blocky chapel script, the word Marrow-Witch in letters large enough to read from the road, the number 300 beneath it. The bounty was already here. She had not outrouted. The posters had moved faster than she could ride, carried by chapel couriers or pinned by traveling reeves who stopped at every hamlet to spread the word. By now, every ferryman, every innkeeper, every farmer with a dry patch of floor to rent knew the name Ondreya Ulmgard and the price attached to it. The mule plodded past the farmhouse. The woman beating the rug stopped and watched them go. Her hand did not rise in greeting. Her eyes tracked Ondreya's face, then dropped to the mule's wet flanks, then to the child clinging to the rider's waist. Ondreya touched the salt pouch at her throat. She kept riding. At the next farm, the post held a poster. At the third, the poster was already torn, but the nail remained, driven deep. Someone had taken it down to show a reeve. Someone had wanted to be sure. By the time the road widened and the stilt farms thickened into the outskirts of Mirecross, Ondreya had counted 11 posts, 11 posters. 11 times her true name hung in open air for anyone to read. Pell's grip had not loosened. The road rose onto a proper causeway now, stone and packed earth, broad enough for 2 carts to pass. Mirecross sprawled ahead of her, a low, wet city of timber and stone, with a proper chapel tower rising at its center and a market district that spilled onto the water's edge. Boats crowded the canals. Smoke rose from 100 chimneys, gray and thin against the pale sky. It was the largest settlement she had entered since the fire. It was also the most dangerous. Every face in the market could be a bounty hunter. Every reeve at every gate could be holding a copy of the poster. Every ferryman with a boat to rent could decide that 300 marks was worth more than a stranger's life. She should not stop here. She needed to stop here. The papers she needed, the forged seals, the route maps that showed the safe passages out of Lowfenn, all of it was in Mirecross. The city was the only place within 3 days' ride where she could steal a new identity and disappear into a different name. Without those papers, she would be trapped in the marsh, hunted from village to village until the net closed, and Pell would be trapped with her. The child could not go on like this. Another night in the wet would bring fever. Another day without food would hollow them both past recovery. Ondreya had copper coins from the drowned boy's mother, enough for a meal and a dry corner, but only if she could buy them without being recognized. She found a stable at the edge of the market district, a sagging structure of gray timber and mud, and paid the stable hand 3 coppers to keep the mule fed and hidden. "For how long?" the hand asked. He was young, maybe 16, with the vacant look of someone who had not yet learned to see danger. "Until I come back," Ondreya said, "or until sundown, whichever comes first." The hand took the coins and did not argue. She led Pell into the market. The crowd closed around them, vendors shouting the price of reed root and salted fish, barges unloading timber at the canal steps, a woman selling hot pies from a tray balanced on her head. The smells of smoke, mud, cooking oil, wet wool. Ondreya kept her head down, kept Pell close, one hand on the child's shoulder, steering through the press of bodies toward the scribes' lane where the document sellers kept their stalls. She was 3 steps past a fishmonger's table when Pell stopped. The child's hand caught her wrist, pulled, hard. Ondreya looked down. Pell's face had gone bloodless, the same look as the Causeway, the same look as the fog. The child plodded. At the chapel tower, visible over the rooftops, a bell hung silent. But below it, at the base of the tower, a crowd was gathered, 50 people, maybe more, standing in a loose circle around a board fastened to the chapel door. A board covered in paper, not one poster, a row of them. 5, 6, 7 copies of the same broadsheet, each one showing the same block letters, the same name, the same price. And beside the board, reading aloud to the crowd, a man in a grave priest's coat with a voice that carried like a chapel bell. "Ondreya Ulmgard," the grave priest read, "known as the Marrow-Witch, wanted for the murder of her coven, wanted for heresy against the chapel courts, 300 marks to any who deliver her, alive or dead." The crowd murmured. Ondreya pulled Pell back into the shadow of a canvas awning and watched the grave priest finish his announcement. The man folded the poster, tucked it into his coat, and looked directly at the spot where she stood. Not at her, at the canvas, at the space beneath it, but his eyes searched. And Ondreya understood that the bounty was not just spreading. It was being read aloud, explained, repeated, until every soul in Mirecross knew the name she had hidden for 6 years. She turned and walked the other way, pulling Pell with her, moving fast through the crowd with the child's cold fingers locked around her wrist. Ahead, a narrow alley opened between 2 tall buildings, dark, empty, away out of the market's open ground. She took it. The alley smelled of standing water and rot. Part of the paving had collapsed, leaving a pool of brown water that reflected the slit of sky above. Ondreya splashed through it without slowing, Pell splashing behind her, and emerged on a quieter street where the buildings were taller and windows were shuttered. She stopped, let go of Pell's wrist, pressed her back against the wall and touched the salt pouch at her throat and breathed. Pell stood in front of her, watching. The child's dark eyes were steady, not afraid, not the way they had been at the Causeway, just watching, waiting, as if Ondreya's next move was the only thing that mattered. "I should leave you here," Ondreya said. "Someone in this city would take you in. A foundling home, a workhouse. You would be fed. You would be safe." Pell did not move. "Safer than with me." Pell held her gaze. Then the child reached out, took her hand, and placed it over Pell's own chest, over the heartbeat. Steady, warm. Then Pell signed. "Stay." One word, the same word the child had signed at the Causeway, the same refusal. Ondreya's hand stayed where Pell had placed it. She felt the heartbeat, the small bones of the child's rib cage, the fragile warmth of a body that had not yet learned how to protect itself and had chosen to trust her instead. "Stubborn," she said. Pell did not argue. Something moved at the far end of the alley. Ondreya's head snapped up. Her hand left Pell's chest and went to the knife at her belt. A figure stood in the mouth of the alley, silhouetted against the market light. Tall, still, watching. Not the entity, not the figure in the smoke. A man, lean, a grave priest's coat, the collar undone, the sleeves rolled to the elbow, gray hair cropped close, pale eyes that caught the light the way water catches the moon. He held a folded square of paper in one hand. The same paper. The bounty. "I thought I might find you here," he said, and his voice was the same voice that had read her name aloud to the crowd. "You move fast, Marrow-Witch, but the chapel bells move faster." Chapter 4. The alley had two exits. One led back to the market, where the grave priest was already stepping forward. The other opened onto a canal walk, narrow and slick with moss. Ondreya took the canal walk. She grabbed Pell's collar and ran, boots skidding on wet stone, the child's feet pounding behind her. The grave priest's voice followed, not a shout, but a calm observation pitched to carry. "Running is sensible, but the scribe's lane is watched. Every document seller in Mirecross has been paid to report you." She did not slow. The canal walk curved between tall buildings, their upper stories leaning together until the sky was a crooked seam overhead. A barge sat motionless in the black water below, its owner nowhere in sight. Ondreya jumped the gap to a wooden landing, Pell landing beside her without hesitation, and ducked under a clothesline hung with drying fish. Behind them, the grave priest had not pursued. That was worse. It meant he did not need to. She found the ossuary half a mile north of the city walls, where the marsh began again in earnest. It was a low stone building on a raised foundation, its walls stained green at the base where the floodline reached. A wooden door, warped by damp, held shut with a rusted hasp and a padlock that had not been changed since the last flood. Ondreya broke the padlock with a rock. The door swung inward, and the smell rolled out. Dry bone, old lime, and the faint sweetness of decay that no amount of air could fully clear. Pell did not flinch. The child had seen worse. Inside, the ossuary held 3 tiers of open shelving, each stacked with femurs, ribs, and skulls sorted by size. The dead of Mirecross, stored until the chapel courts could afford a proper burial ground. Ondreya had worked in places like before. They were quiet, respected, and full of useful materials. She crossed to the back wall, where a workbench held the tools of the charnel trade: bone saws, wire for articulating skeletons, and, in a locked cabinet beneath the bench, the document chest. The chest held blank paper, a jar of ink, and a set of stamped seals, official seals. The gravekeepers of Lowfenn kept them for death certificates and burial permits. Ondreya had known they would be here. Every ossuary had one, and every gravekeeper left it unlocked because no one ever robbed a charnel house. She spread the paper on the workbench, dipped a pen, and began to write. Travel permit for one Ondreya Tallow, wool merchant, traveling north with her apprentice. She used a false name she had kept for years, one she could reproduce from memory with the right leaps and angles. The seal from Mirecross's chapel office went at the bottom, pressed into the wax she had melted over a candle stub. Pell sat on the floor, back against a shelf of long bones, watching the door. Good instincts. Ondreya finished the first permit, blew on the wax, and started a second. She would need 3. One for her, one for Pell, and one spare in case a checkpoint demanded a bribe. The door opened. Ondreya's hand went to her knife. A man stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and leaned against it with the easy patience of someone who had already decided how this conversation would go. He was lean and span-framed, with dark hair silvered at the temples, and a face that looked like it had spent years finding amusement in catastrophe. His coat was fine wool patched at the elbows. His hands were clean, pale, and still. "Slappy lockwork," he said. "You should have kicked it at the hinge. Less noise." Ondreya did not put the knife down. "Who are you?" "Your next problem." He lifted a hand, palm out, an almost charming gesture of peace. "I mean that as a courtesy. I saw you break the padlock from the road, saw you drag the child inside. I have been watching this ossuary for 2 days, hoping the gravekeeper would return with the seal I need." He glanced at the paper on the bench. "You found it first. You are a document seller. I am a document artist." He smiled. Saffron Mordecai, defrocked, disgraced, and deeply in debt to the Mirecross bounty office. "But I make excellent papers, and I keep my mouth shut when the price is right." Ondreya looked down at the forgery. The seal was passable, the handwriting was clean, but Saffron was right. Varlo would have seen enough forgeries to spot the flaws. "The child comes with me," she said, "and if you try to trite us for the bounty, I will kill you before the iron touches my wrists." I would expect nothing less. Saffron stepped away from the door, crossed to the workbench, and picked up the pen. "Now, let me show you how a real document artist handles the chapel seal." He worked fast, 3 minutes, maybe 4, and the travel permit looked like it had been issued by the Mirecross clerk's own hand. He added a route note in the margin, a curving line that avoided the main gates and led to a drowned road that only appeared at low tide. "Take this path," he said, handing her the paper. "It will bring you to a ferry crossing by midday. The ferryman is bribable, and he does not read posters." Ondreya folded the permit, tucked it into her coat, and looked at Pell. The child nodded. "Ready." She turned to Saffron. "Pack your things. We leave in 5 minutes." Saffron smiled again, thin and sharp. "Already packed." He reached into his coat and pulled out a leather satchel, worn but well organized. He had been carrying it when he walked in. He had already decided she would say yes. Ondreya did not like that, but she needed the papers, and the clock was already counting down. They moved toward the door. Saffron paused with his hand on the frame, looking back at the ossuary shelves. "One more thing," he said, "before we go." Chapter 5. The boot prints were not fresh. The edges had dried, dust settling back into the tread marks, which meant the third party had come and gone while the ossuary was still locked. Ondreya knelt, touched the print nearest the cabinet. Cold, hours old. She looked at Saffron. He met her gaze without flinching. "You knew before you walked in." "I hope they had missed something," he said. They did not. Pell moved to the door, pressed against the frame, peered both directions down the drowned road. The child's hand came up. 2 fingers tapped the wrist. Empty. No one visible. But the night was thinning. Gray light bled through the roof cracks, and dawn came fast in the marsh, lifting fog off the water and turning every silhouette into a watcher. Ondreya stood, brushing the dust from her fingers. "We leave now." Saffron did not argue. He slung his satchel higher on his shoulder, took the lead without waiting for permission, and moved south along the edge of the road where the reeds gave cover. He knew the ground. That was useful. That was also dangerous, because a man who knew the ground could choose to deliver her anywhere. Ondreya kept Pell between them, one hand on the child's shoulder, the other free for the knife. The marsh woke around them as they walked, birds cutting low over black water, the creak of stilts settling in mud. Somewhere behind them, a bell began to ring. Mirecross had morning prayers at the chapel tower. That was normal. But the bell kept ringing. Steady, patient. Not a call to worship, a signal. Saffron heard it too. He did not turn around. "Varlo has people watching the gates," he said, "but he will also have people watching the roads out. The bell tells them which direction to look." Ondreya's hand went to the salt pouch at her throat. "How many?" "Enough to close a circle." Saffron kept walking. "But they do not know about the drowned road. Not yet. That is our window." The path narrowed. Reeds closed in on both sides, taller than a man, and the ground turned soft underfoot. Water seeped through the mud, then over it. Ondreya felt the cold soak through her boots, and Pell's grip tightened on her sleeve. The drowned road was not a road. It was a submerged causeway that appeared only when the tide pulled back far enough to expose the packed earth beneath, a shelf of silt and broken stone that connected 2 sections of marsh that otherwise swallowed travelers whole. Saffron had marked it on the forged permit with a curving line, a note that read, "Low tide only." They reached the edge of it as the last of the night drained out of the sky. The road lay exposed, dark, wet, glistening in the half-light. It stretched across open water, a narrow spine of land no wider than 2 men standing shoulder to shoulder, vanishing into fog on the far side. Ondreya stopped. The road was empty, but the water on either side was too still, too flat, and she had learned to read stillness the way other women read faces. Pell tugged her sleeve. The child pointed, not at the road, at the water. Something moved beneath the surface. A shape. Dark. Slow. Circling. Saffron had seen it too. He stood at the edge of the causeway, head tilted, watching the water with the same expression he had worn when he pointed out the boot prints. That is not a fish. Pell signed fast. Ondreya caught 2 signs before the child's hands blurred into the next one. Water. Dead. She looked back at the shape. It was circling the causeway, not blocking it, waiting, like something that knows she would have to cross. Ondreya turned to Saffron. You said this road was safe. I said the ferryman was bribable and the road appeared at low tide. He did not take his eyes off the water. I did not say the water was empty. The shape paused, held position. Then it rose. Not fast, not violent. It came up through the surface as though the water was merely a door it had decided to open. And Ondreya saw the shoulders first, then the head, then the face. A woman's face. Pale. Young. Brown hair plastered flat against a skull that was too narrow at the temples. A jaw that hung slightly open. Lips gray with the blood settled in the body below. The drowned boy's mother. But the boy was dead, and the mother had been alive and weeping when Ondreya last saw her, standing in the doorway of her stilt house while the thing that wore her face walked across the fens. This was not the mother. This was the shape that had worn her. Ondreya's blood turned cold. The entity did not move toward her. It stood in the waist-deep water, arms at its sides, head tilted at an angle that should have broken the neck, and it stared at her across the drowned road. It had followed her past the villages, past the fire, past Mirecross. It had tracked her through the marsh while she ran and while she hid. And now it had found her again before she could cross to the other side. Saffron took 1 step back. I take it you know that thing. Pell pressed against Ondreya's side, trembling. The entity raised 1 hand, not to attack. It pointed at Ondreya. Then its mouth opened, and the voice that came out was not the mother's voice. It was older, colder. A voice that had been speaking before the first chapel was built in the marsh. Little vessel. Ondreya's throat closed. You lit the fire. The water rippled. Behind the entity, more shapes began to rise. Ondreya grabbed Pell, put the child behind her, and reached for the knife she should have drawn the moment she saw the first shape. Drowned road, Saffron said, his voice tight. Now, or we do not get another chance. The tide was already rising. Water crept over the edge of the causeway, eating the road from both sides, and the shapes in the water were not waiting. Ondreya ran. Pell ran beside her, Saffron behind them. The causeway was slick, treacherous, and the water rose faster than it should have, as though the marsh itself was trying to close the path before they reached the far side. Behind them, the entity did not follow. It watched. And as the fog swallowed the causeway, Ondreya saw it smile. Not with warmth, with recognition. Chapter 6. The fog was a living thing. It pressed against Ondreya's face, cold and damp, carrying the smell of rot and distant smoke. The drowned road beneath her feet was slick with mud and broken stone, disappearing into the mist ahead like a wound that refused to heal. Pell's hand was cold in hers. The child's fingers were trembling. Saffron's breath came hard behind them, his fine wool coat soaked to the elbows from the rising water that lapped at the causeway's edges. They had been running for what felt like hours. The tide had not stopped climbing. Ondreya could still feel the entity's gaze on her back, a weight that pressed between her shoulder blades long after the fog had swallowed the thing whole. Left, Saffron said, his voice thin. Take the left fork after the drowned willow. There is no left fork. There will be. The road curved, and there it was, a narrow ledge of packed earth that branched away from the main causeway, leading toward a stand of black reeds that rose from the water like broken teeth. Ondreya pulled Pell onto it without slowing. The reeds closed around them. The ground beneath their feet turned to muck, sucking at their boots, but the water level dropped from ankle to mudflat as the land rose slightly, enough to breathe. They collapsed on the far side of the reed bank, chests heaving, lungs burning with the cold. Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch, still there, still dry. She pulled Pell close, felt the child's heart hammering against her ribs. Pell was looking past her, past Saffron, past the reeds, into the fog that clung to the water. Ondreya followed the child's gaze. Something stood at the edge of the reed bank. A figure. Male, shoulders slumped, clothes dark with marsh water. He stood motionless on a hummock of grass that should not have held his weight, arms at his sides, head tilted in a way that was almost human, but not quite. Ondreya knew him. She had known him for 3 years. Embrey. The figure did not move. Pell signed something. Saffron had gone very still beside her. "That," he said slowly, "is not a living man." "No. Is he yours?" Ondreya did not answer. She was staring at Embrey's face, the same face she had seen in the mud of a flooded field 3 winters ago, when she had been too young, too frightened, too desperate to do the work right. He had been a farmer, a reed cutter, drowned in a ditch, found by his wife, brought to Ondreya by a reeve who did not want the corpse to walk. She had laid him. Badly. She had been 6 months out of the coven, alone for the first time in her life, still shaking from the fire, still seeing the faces of her teachers when she closed her eyes. She had touched Embrey's cold forehead, hummed the settling note, and felt something tear in the thread that bound the body to the grave. He had not risen violent, but he had not stayed down either. Now he stood on the hummock of grass, patient, waiting, his eyes fixed on her with an expression that was not anger and not longing, but something in between. Recognition, devotion. The hollow patience of a thing that had been drifting for 3 years because she had not finished the work. "Does he follow you everywhere?" Saffron asked. "Apparently." "And he does not attack?" "No. But he does not leave either." "No." Saffron exhaled through his teeth. "That is a problem." Ondreya stood. Her legs were shaking. She walked across the mudflat toward Embrey, and the revenant watched her approach with that same patient stillness, as though he had been waiting for this moment since the day she failed him. She stopped a few feet away. "You should not be here." Embrey's mouth moved. No sound came out. His jaw worked slowly, like a man trying to remember how to speak through water. "I'm sorry." He tilted his head. His eyes were pale, filmed over, but they held her gaze without blinking. "You are supposed to be gone. I should have laid you properly. I should have been better." The revenant raised one hand. She did not flinch. He touched her chest, just below the salt pouch, with the tips of his cold, waterlogged fingers. Then he pressed once, gently, as if checking that she was real. Then he pointed. Not at her. Past her. Ondreya turned. Beyond the reed bank, across the open marsh, a dark shape moved against the gray sky. A rider. Then a second. Then a third, cutting across the levee in a line, moving fast. Chapel livery. Hesketh Tharlow's men. And they were not following the drawn road. They were crossing the marsh itself, moving parallel to her path, as though they already knew where she was going. Ondreya's blood went cold. Embrey lowered his hand. He had not followed her to accuse her. He had followed her to warn her. "He is tracking you," Saffron said, his voice dropping. "Varlo, he is not guessing. He knows." "How? You tell me. You are the one the dead follow." Ondreya looked at Embrey. The revenant stood with his arms at his sides, patient, empty, a living scar she had never learned to heal. He had crossed miles of marsh to find her. He had been trailing her for 3 years without ever demanding anything. And now he had shown her the riders before they crested the levee. She turned back to the marsh. The riders were gaining. 3 of them, armed, moving fast across ground that should have swallowed a horse whole. "How far to the ferryman?" she asked. "Half a league east," Saffron said. "If we run now? And if the riders cut us off before we reach it?" He did not answer. Ondreya looked at Embrey. The revenant met her gaze. His filmed-over eyes held no blame, no accusation, only the hollow patience of something that had been waiting for her to look at him directly. She had never done that before. She had always looked away. "He followed me all this way to warn me." Embrey did not nod, but his hand moved, a slow, deliberate gesture, pointing toward a narrow channel between the reed banks. a path she had not seen, a path that would take them east faster than the levee. Ondreya felt something crack in her chest. She reached out and touched his cold cheek once, briefly. "Stay close." Then she turned and ran. Chapter 7. The reed channel narrowed as they ran, the mud sucking at Ondreya's boots like it wanted to keep her. Embrey moved ahead of them, silent, his waterlogged feet finding purchase where the bank looked solid and held. He did not look back. He did not need to. The path was already in him, 3 years of drifting through these marshes, burning every hidden channel into the hollow place where his memory used to live. Pell stumbled. Ondreya caught the child by the collar, hauled them upright, kept moving. Behind them, thunder rolled across the flats. Not weather, too regular, too close. Hoofbeats, 3 sets, still distant but gaining, eating the ground that the marsh should have made impossible. "Eat," Svafrin said, his breath ragged. "The ferryman. If we can reach the channel before the tide turns." "And if it has already turned?" He did not answer. The sky opened. Rain came not as drops but as a wall, a sheet of water that turned the world gray and erased the line between marsh and air. Ondreya blinked against it, felt it soak through her collar, her sleeves, the thin wool at her shoulders. Within seconds she was shivering. The reed path gave way to open mudflat, then to a causeway, low and narrow, barely visible above the rising water. Ondreya recognized the construction. Packed stone, old, half-swallowed. Another road the tide claimed twice a day. Embrey stopped at the edge. He pointed. Ondreya followed his gesture. 300 yards across the causeway, a shape rose from the water. A ferry dock, sagging but intact, with a flat-bottomed boat tied to a post. The ferrymen slip, but between them and that dock, the causeway was going under. Water lapped at the stone, creeping higher as she watched. The tide was coming in faster than any tide she had ever seen, faster than the drowned road had risen, as though the marsh itself had learned to hate her. "Run," she said. They ran. Pell's hand stayed locked in hers, small fingers cold and white-knuckled. Saffron's boots splashed through the rising water, his fine wool coat dark with rain, his satchel clutched to his chest. Embrey moved beside them, a pale ghost in the gray, his filmed eyes fixed on the dock ahead. Halfway across, the water reached Ondreya's shins, then her knees, then the causeway dropped, and she was waiting, the current tugging at her thighs, the rain hammering her face, Pell half-swimming beside her, and the dock still 40 yards away. A horse screamed behind them. Ondreya twisted, saw one of the chapel riders pulling up at the edge of the causeway, his mount refusing to enter the water. The other 2 had already dismounted, crossbows raised, tracking them through the sheeting rain. A bolt hit the water 3 feet to her left. Another cracked against the stone ahead of her. She kept moving. The dock reached her knees, then her waist. Then the ferryman was there, a lean man with a scarred face and wet ropes in his hands, shouting something she could not hear over the storm. He hauled Bell aboard, then Saffron, then Embrey, and Ondreya felt his grip close around her wrist and pull. She landed on the deck, gasping. The ferryman cast off without a word. The boat lurched into the channel as another bolt struck the gunwale and splintered. The rider on the causeway lowered his crossbow, watching them go, his face unreadable in the rain. Then the fog closed in, and the dock vanished. Ondreya lay on the wet boards, her chest heaving, Pell pressed against her side. Saffron sat slumped against the boat's rail, his satchel clutched in his lap, his eyes closed. Embrey stood at the stern, facing the direction they had come, as still as a carved figurehead. For a long time, no one spoke. The ferryman pulled them through the gray, his face giving nothing away. He did not ask for payment. He did not ask who they were. He simply moved the boat, stroke after stroke, as if he ferried fugitives every day of the week and had stopped caring about their stories a long time ago. The rain eased, the fog thinned. Ahead, the channel widened into open water, and beyond it, a line of trees marked the far shore. Hard ground. Safety. Ondreya let herself breathe. Then Embrey turned. His filmed eyes found hers, and his jaw worked, that slow underwater motion, as though he was trying to shape words he no longer had the breath to speak. He raised his hand. He pointed. Not behind them. Ahead. Ondreya turned. At the edge of the trees where the channel met the shore, A shape stood in the shallows, tall, still, facing them. The ferryman stopped poling. "That is not mine," he said. The shape did not move. It stood knee-deep in the water, arms at its sides, head tilted slightly, as if listening to something only it could hear. Pell pressed closer to Ondreya, trembling. The child's hand moved, signing fast. Not the thing. Different. Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch. "What is it?" Saffron asked, his voice low. Before she could answer, a sound cut through the damp air. A bell. Not distant, not carried on the wind from far-off chapel tower. Close. The ferryman's head snapped up. "That is the hamlet bell." "What hamlet?" Ondreya said. "The one we were heading for. Cranbrook. Abandoned since the flood season. No one has lived there for 2 years." The bell rang again, a measured toll, steady, deliberate. Someone was pulling the rope. Ondreya looked at the shape in the shallows. It had not moved. It stood exactly where it had been, watching them, as the bell rang over the water and the fog began to thicken again. The ferryman's hands tightened on his pole. "That bell has not rung since the last family left." Pell signed again, frantic now. "The shape, the bell, that knows we are here." Ondreya looked at the trees, at the shape standing in the water, at the hamlet that should have been empty, and she felt the familiar tightness in her chest, the old certainty that every direction she chose was the wrong one. The bell kept ringing, and the shape on the shore began to move. Chapter 8. The ferryman pulled them toward the shape in the shallows, and Ondreya's hand went to the knife at her belt. "Don't," she said. The ferryman stopped. "There really is Cranbrook dock. Only dock on this side for 3 miles. The shape, it has not moved." But it had. It had turned. Not toward them exactly, but its head had shifted, tracking their approach through the fog. Pell pressed against Ondreya's side, small fingers digging into her arm. The child's other hand moved in quick signs. "Watching. It is watching." The bell kept ringing, measured, patient, a sound that did not belong to an abandoned hamlet. "Take us back," Saffron said. The ferryman shook his head. "Tide is turning. You go back now, you drown before you reach the causeway. Then put us ashore somewhere else. There is nowhere else." The ferryman pointed past the shape. "Cranbrook is the only landing. Beyond it, the channel narrows into floodplain for half a mile. No footing, no dock. You would be wading through reeds with that thing behind you and the tide at your throat." Ondreya looked at the shape again. It had stopped moving. It stood knee-deep in the water, arms at its sides, waiting. The bell fell silent. The quiet was worse. Then the shape raised one hand and pointed at the boat, not at Ondreya, at the water between them. "Take us in," Ondreya said. "Ondreya," Saffron's voice was sharp. "You cannot be serious." "Look at the tide." He looked. The water had risen visibly. The reeds along the shore were already half submerged. In another quarter hour, the landing would be under 3 feet of marsh runoff. "There is a back channel," the ferryman said quietly. "I did not mention it because I do not use it. Too narrow, too easy to trap a boat." "Does it lead to hard ground?" "It leads to a floodgate. Beyond the gate is a gravel rise and the old Fenwater road. That road connects to the Cranbrook levee, but it comes in for the east, not the dock." Ondreya looked at the shape on the shore, still pointing, still waiting. "How long to reach the floodgate?" 10 minutes, maybe less if I push." "Do it." The ferryman dipped his pole and drove the boat into a channel so narrow the reeds scraped both sides of the hull. Pell flinched as the stems whipped past, black water slapping against the boards. Embrey moved to the bow, his filmed eyes scanning the reeds. He did not look back. Saffron sat in the center of the boat, his satchel pressed to his chest, watching the sky as if expecting something to fall from it. The bell did not start again. The shape did not follow, but Ondreya felt it behind them, felt its attention like a hand on her spine. The channel twisted, the reeds thickened, the water turned the color of old tea, and the boat the scraped bottom twice before the floodgate appeared. A rusted iron grill set into a low stone wall, half swallowed by mud. The ferryman shipped his pole and looked at her. "If I open the gate, I cannot come through. The channel beyond is too shallow for a boat this size. You will have to wade from here." "How deep?" "Waist, maybe chest. Depends on how fast the tide is rising." Ondreya looked at Pell, at Saffron, at Embrey, who had already stepped off the bow and into the water without waiting for permission. "Gate," she said. The ferryman worked the rusted latch. It groaned, then gave. The grill swung inward. Water surged past them, cold and fast. Embrey did not wait. He disappeared through the gap, his dark shape swallowed by the reeds beyond. Saffron went next, his satchel held over his head, his breath catching as the water hit his chest. Then Pell. The child slipped over the side without a sound, dark eyes fixed on Ondreya, and began waiting. She followed. The ferryman caught her wrist. "I do not know your names," he said. "I do not want to, but I know that thing on the dock is not the only thing hunting you." There were men on the Fenwater road, men with crossbows. They reached the levee before the bell started ringing. How many? 3. Could be more. They were not in chapel colors. Ondreya's chest tightened. "Thank you." "I did nothing." He released her wrist. "The tide will cover this gate in an hour. If you are not through by then, you will not come through at all." She nodded and went into the water. Cold hit her thighs, then her hips, then her ribs. The current pulled at her, muddy and insistent. The bottom was soft, treacherous, sucking at her boots with every step. Pell was ahead, the water at the child's chest, small arms working hard to keep balance. Saffron was slower, his lean frame struggling against the drag. Embrey had already reached the gravel rise. He stood at the edge of the reeds, facing inland, his head tilted, waiting. Ondreya pushed forward. The water reached her collarbone, then her throat. Then she found the rise and the bottom came up, hard gravel grinding under her boots, and she dragged herself onto the bank, gasping. Saffron collapsed beside her. Pell sat in the mud, shivering. Embrey had not moved. He stood facing the tree line, his pale hands half raised, his jaw working. Ondreya followed his gaze. The Fenwater road ran 30 yards ahead, a gravel track, hemmed by wet grass and standing pools. Beyond it, the tree line thickened into marsh woodland, leafless and black against the gray sky. The road was empty, but the mud at its edges held tracks, boot prints, fresh, and something else. A crossbow bolt, sunk into the trunk of a willow, its fletching wet and dark. Saffron saw it too. He did not smut. Ondreya pulled Pell to their feet and started walking. They had covered maybe 40 yards when the first voice came from the trees. "Do not move." Female voice. Low, flat. The sound of someone who had done this before. Ondreya stopped. "You, with the salt pouch, put your hands where I can see them." She raised her hands. The reeds parted. A woman stepped onto the road. Mid-30s, lean, with a crossbow cradled in the crook of her arm, and a face that had stopped being surprised by anything a long time ago. Her coat was Marsh Company issue, dark wool patched at the elbows, and she wore a brass badge on her collar that Ondreya recognized. Deserter catcher. The woman looked at Ondreya's face, at the salt pouch at her throat, at Pell, pressed close to her side. Then she smiled, thin and cold. "I know that poster," she said slowly. "You need to decide how badly you want 300 marks." The woman's finger rested on the trigger. Behind her, 2 more shapes moved through the trees, crossbows raised, and behind them, the bell in Cranbrook began to ring again. Chapter 9. The bell kept ringing. Ondreya held her hands where the woman could see them. The crossbow did not waver. Behind the deserter catcher, the 2 shapes in the trees stayed still, patient, crossbows trained on the group. "I asked you a question," the woman said. "What is that thing?" Embrey stood at the edge of the road, water still dripping from his dark clothes, his filmed eyes locked on her. He did not move. He did not blink. The woman's finger rested on the trigger. "I do not know," Ondreya said. "His name is Embrey. He follows me." "Follows you?" "Yes. 300 marks and you travel with dead things." Ondreya said nothing. The woman's jaw tightened. She glanced at Saffron, then at Pell. The child was pressed against Ondreya's side, small body trembling but quiet, dark eyes fixed on the deserter catcher. "The child comes with me," the woman said. "You and the forger and the dead thing, I put bolts in. The child I sell separate. Good coin for a healthy one." Saffron made a sound, low and bitter. "There is a special place in the pit for people who trade children." "Shut your mouth." The crossbow swung toward him. Pell moved. One step, small and quick, directly in front of the woman's aim. The woman's eyes widened. "Get back!" Pell did not get back. The child stood there, arms spread slightly, face pale, breath fast, between the bolt and saffron. Ondreya's heart stopped. "Pell, step away." Pell did not move. The woman's finger whitened on the trigger. "I will shoot through you, child. I have done it before." Behind her, the bell in Cranbrook changed pitch. Deeper, slower. A single toll that rolled across the marsh like thunder. The woman flinched. The two shapes in the trees shifted. And then Ondreya heard it. Hooves. Coming fast from the Fenwater road. The woman heard it too. She turned her head, just slightly, just enough. 4 horses crested the rise, men in chapel colors, crossbows slung, hoods up, faces hard. The woman swore under her breath. Company. Ondreya knew that word. Not her company, not the deserter catchers, chapel company. Hesketh Varlow's men. The lead rider saw them and reined in hard, mud spraying. "Hold!" he shouted. "That woman is a wanted witch under chapel jurisdiction. Stand aside." The deserter catcher did not lower her crossbow. "I have first claim, deserter catcher contract, 300 marks. Your contract is void. Chapel authority supersedes. Then you can buy her from me after I deliver her." The rider's hand went to his sword. "You will stand aside, or will we put you down with her?" The woman's eyes went cold. Her crossbow swung, away from Ondreya, onto the chapel rider. The two shapes in the trees stepped into the open, crossbows raised, aiming at the riders. The riders drew their own weapons. The bell tolled again, deep and final. And Pell ran. Straight across the open ground, away from the woman, away from the riders, toward Ondreya. The lead rider saw the movement. His crossbow came up. "Stop the child!" Pell kept running. Ondreya's body moved before her mind caught up. She stepped forward, arms reaching, blocking the line of fire with her own body. The crossbow loosed. The bolt slammed into the mud at Ondreya's feet. She grabbed Pell, pulled the child behind her, and turned to face the riders. "Shoot again," she said, "and I will make sure you remember what I do for a living." The rider's face went pale. The deserter catcher fired. Her bolt took the lead rider in the shoulder. He went down, cursing, his horse shying. The two shapes in the trees loosed together. One rider fell, another's horse screamed and bolted. The deserter catcher was already reloading, her face hard, her movements fast and practiced. "Get to the ferry!" she shouted. "Now!" Ondreya did not argue. She grabbed Pell's hand and ran. Saffron was already moving, his satchel clutched to his chest, his breath ragged. Embrey followed, silent and fast, his pale seat barely touching the ground. The ferryman was still there. He had not pulled away. He stood at the stern, the pole in his hands, watching the chaos unfold with a face that gave nothing away. Ondreya hit the dock at a run, Pell stumbling beside her. Saffron jumped aboard. Embrey stepped onto the deck without a sound. The deserter catcher arrived last, her crossbow reloaded, her eyes scanning the shore. "Push off," she said. "Now." The ferryman drove the pole into the mud. The boat slid away from the dock. Behind them, the remaining riders reached the water's edge. One raised a crossbow, but the ferryman guided them into the fog, and the shot went wide, splashing harmlessly into the dark water. The bell fell silent. The fog closed around them. Ondreya leaned against the gunwale, her breath coming hard. Pell pressed against her side. The deserter catcher stood at the stern, her crossbow still in her hands, watching the shore recede. No one spoke. The ferry moved through the gray, the only sound the soft dip of the pole and the water lapping at the hull. After a long moment, the woman lowered her crossbow. She looked at Ondreya. "That," she said, "was not the plan." "What plan?" "The plan where I collect 300 marks and go home." Ondreya met her eyes. "You still could." The woman laughed, short and hollow. "I just shot a chapel rider, in front of witnesses. My contract is ash." She slung her crossbow across her back. Name is Ilonthe Brisk, and I just burned my life for a child I do not know and a witch I was supposed to deliver." She looked at Pell. The child looked back. Ilontha's expression softened, just barely. "Was worth it," she said. "Probably." Ondreya did not answer. She looked ahead through the fog. The far shore was somewhere in the gray. Behind them, the bell had stopped. The riders were gone. But the shape in the shallows at Cranbrook was still there. She had seen it move before they fled, and she knew, with a certainty that sat cold in her chest, that they had not escaped anything. They had only chosen which direction to run. The fog thickened. The ferrymen pulled on. And somewhere behind them, across the drowned marsh, the bell began to ring again. Chapter 10. The fog did not thin. It thickened, pressed around the ferry like wet wool, swallowing the sound of the pole and the breath of the living. Ondreya stayed at the gunwale, Pell pressed against her side, the child's small fingers hooked into her belt. The cold had soaked through every layer. Her hands shook. She could not tell if it was fear, or the water, or the memory of stepping in front of a loaded crossbow and meaning it. Ololintha stood at the stern, her crossbow cradled in her arms, her eyes on the gray nothing behind them. No one spoke for a long time. The ferryman pulled in silence, his face carved from the same material as the fog. Saffron sat on the deck, his satchel clutched to his chest, his breath still ragged. He kept looking at Ololintha and looking away, like a man trying to decide whether a snake was venomous by staring at its teeth. Finally he spoke. "You shot a chapel rider." "I noticed," Ilonthe said. "You burned your contract." "I noticed that too. 300 marks, dead or alive. You had her." Ilonthe turned her head. Her eyes were flat, unreadable. "I had her, and then a child stepped in front of my crossbow, and a rider tried to put a bolt through him, and your witch took the shot instead of running." She looked at Ondreya. "That is not nothing." Saffron made a sound that might have been a laugh. "So you joined us out of moral admiration." "I joined you because my contract is ash, and I need to be on the far side of this marsh before anyone reports what happened at that dock." Ilonthe shifted her weight. "The arrangement lasts until I find safer ground. Then I am gone." Ondreya said nothing. She watched Ilonthe the way she watched the water when the tide began to rise. Alert, waiting. The ferry moved through the gray. The bell did not ring again. The shape at Cranbrook was somewhere behind them, lost in the fog, and Ondreya told herself that meant nothing. The entity did not need to see her to know where she was. It had proven that already. She touched the salt pouch at her throat. Pell looked up at her, signed something she did not catch. "What?" The child signed again, slower. "Stay safe?" Ondreya's chest tightened. "Yes," she said. "For now." Pell pressed closer and did not ask again. The far shore materialized slowly out of the fog, not as a dock, but as a slope of mud and reeds, with a rotted fishing boat half sunken in the shallows. No buildings, no lights, no one waiting. The ferryman grounded the hull against the mud and held the pole steady. "This is as far as I go." Ondreya looked at the bank. No path, no road, just marsh and fog and the dark line of trees beyond. "Where are we?" "East Bank, half a league south of the Fenwater Road." The ferryman's voice was flat, unhurried. "There is a hunter's track through the trees. It will take you to a village called Thornwick if you keep bearing north." "How far?" 3 hours. 4 if you stop." Ilonthe was already scanning the tree line. "Is the track watched?" The ferryman did not answer. "You have people here?" Still nothing. Ilonthi's jaw tightened. "That is not reassuring." The ferryman looked at Ondreya. His eyes were pale, the color of old water. "You will not owe me," he said, "but you will remember that I carried you." He did not wait for an answer. Ondreya swung her leg over the gunwale and dropped into the mud. The cold shot up through her boots, numbing her ankles. Pell followed, landing with a soft splash. Saffron climbed out more carefully, his fine coat dragging in the water, his satchel held high. Ilonthe came last. She paused at the gunwale, looked back at the ferryman. "You could tell the chapel where we landed." "I could." "Why won't you?" The ferryman set his pole against the hull. "Because you are not the only ones being hunted across this marsh." He pushed off. The ferry slid back into the fog and vanished before any of them could ask another question. Olanthe stared at the empty water. "That man knows more than he is saying." "Everyone knows more than they say," Ondreya said. "It is the marsh." She turned toward the tree line. The track was there, narrow and overgrown, barely visible through the reeds. The mud beneath it was churned with old boot prints, none fresh. She took a step. Something moved at the edge of the trees. Her hand went to her belt knife before her mind caught up. But it was not a rider. It was Embrey. He stood half hidden in the shadow of a black willow, his pale eyes fixed on her, his shoulders slumped, his waterlogged clothes dripping into the mud. He was holding something. A satchel. Saffron's satchel. Saffron made a sound like he had been struck. "No." Embrey did not move. Saffron stepped forward, his hands shaking. "I had it. I had it on the ferry. He stopped. He had climbed out of the boat without it. He had left it on the deck. Every document, every forgery, every seal and scrap of identity paper they had risked their lives to steal. And somehow, Embrey had it. Ondreya stared at the revenant. Embrey's filmed-over eyes met hers. He held out the satchel. "Take it," she said. He did not move closer. She stepped forward and took the satchel from his cold, waterlogged fingers. It was dry, completely dry. Not a drop of marsh water on the leather. Saffron took it from her with trembling hands, opened it, rifled through the contents. "Everything," he breathed. "It is all here." Olanthe had not moved. She stood at the edge of the tree line, her crossbow half raised, her eyes fixed on Embrey. "That is the dead thing from the channel." "Yes." "That is not alive." "No, it should not be able to hold a satchel, or walk, or think." Ondreya did not answer. She looked at Embrey. He stared back, patient and still, his jaw working slowly like a man trying to remember how to form words. She had laid him badly. 3 years ago, in a panic, she had done the right halfway and left him half bound to the world, a mistake she had never corrected. Now, he was here, carrying a satchel no living person could have retrieved from the ferry without swimming through arrow fire. She did not know if he was protecting them, or following them, or simply drifting where the current of her guilt pulled him. But he was here, and his eyes, filmed over and dead, held no malice. He looked at the satchel in Saffron's hands. Then he looked at Ondreya. His mouth opened. No sound came out, but his hand rose slowly and pointed past her into the dark between the trees. Ondreya followed his gaze. Nothing moved, but the air had changed. The fog seemed thicker, heavier, pressing against her skin like something breathing in the dark. "We need to move," she said. No one argued. She took the lead, Pell at her side, the child's hand cold in hers. Saffron followed, clutching his satchel. Olanthe brought up the rear, her crossbow up, her eyes on the dark. And Embrey followed them into the trees without a sound, without a step that touched the earth, like he was already ahead of them and behind them at once, waiting in the dark for a reckoning none of them had words for yet. Chapter 11. The trees closed around them like a throat swallowing. Ondreya led, her boots sinking into mud that smelled of rot and old iron. Pell pressed so close she felt the child's heartbeat through her coat sleeve. Saffron followed with his satchel clutched to his chest, and Olanthe walked backward half the time, crossbow tracking shadows that might have been branches or might have been something worse. Embrey moved at the edges, never quite in sight, never quite gone. A flicker of pale skin between trunks, the soft sound of water dripping from his clothes long after they had left standing water behind. The hunter's track was barely a track at all. Roots curled across it like old scars. Reeds grew in the center where no feet had walked for months. Ondreya counted her steps. 200, 400, 6. The fog thinned, then thickened again, and she lost count. Saffron stopped. She turned. He was bent over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. "I need," he said. "Not here." "I know a place." She waited. Saffron straightened, his face pale in the fading light. A gravekeeper, north of Thornwick. He keeps unofficial ledgers. Ledgers? Bounty records, chapel payments, names of everyone who buys a death warrant in this county. Ondreya lowered her crossbow a fraction. I have never heard of a gravekeeper who keeps books. Because you are not supposed to have heard of him. Saffron rubbed his face. He was defrocked the same year I was. Different reason. He refused to burn a corpse that had risen because he wanted to know why it rose first. And he learned the answer. Then he stopped trusting the chapel courts with his findings. Ondreya looked at the dark between the trees. How far? Half an hour. Maybe less if we push. Push, she said. They pushed. The track curved east through a grove of black willows, their branches trailing into the mud like drowned hair. The air grew heavier, thicker, pressing against her lungs with every breath. Pell's hand tightened on hers. Ondreya touched the salt pouch at her throat. She did not know why. The gravekeeper's house appeared without warning. One moment, there was only trees and fog and the sound of water dripping. The next, a low structure stood ahead of them, its walls wide from reclaimed chapel stone, its roof patched with reeds and tarred cloth. A single lantern glowed in the window. Smoke rose from the chimney, thin and gray, barely visible against the sky. Saffron approached first. He knocked twice, paused, knocked 3 more times. A long silence. Then the door opened a hand's width, and a voice said, Mordecai. Sorrel. You are supposed to be dead. I keep failing at it. The door opened wider. The gravekeeper was a woman. Ondreya had expected a man. She did not know why. The woman was old, older than the Marsh usually let people grow, with skin like cracked leather and eyes that had seen too many wet barrels to flinch at much. She looked at Saffron, then at Ondreya, then at Pell, then at Olanthe. Her gaze lingered on Olanthe's crossbow. You brought company. I did. And the dead thing at the tree line? Saffron did not turn. That is Embrey. He travels with us. Sorrel considered this. Then she stepped back and held the door open. Get inside before you draw every hunter in the county. The house was smaller than it looked from outside. One room, low ceiling, a fire pit in the center, shelves lined with books and jars and bundles of dried herbs. A ledger lay open on the table. Ondreya saw columns of names, dates, amounts paid. Sorrel closed the ledger before she could read more. You want something, Mordecai? Say it fast. I do not keep company past dark. Information, Saffron said. A bounty posted outside Mirecross, 300 marks, chapel court seal. Sorrel's expression did not change. That bounty is 3 days old. You are late. I know who it names. I need to know who paid for it. The chapel court paid for it? No. Saffron stepped closer. The chapel court posted it. Someone else commissioned it. Someone with enough influence to make the court move fast and ask no questions. Sorrel looked at him for a long moment. Then she moved to the shelves. She ran her finger along the spines of the ledgers, counting under her breath until she found the one she wanted. A thin volume bound in cracked leather, its pages yellowed and stained. She brought it to the table, opened it. Her finger traced down a page, stopped. 300 marks. Posted 3 days ago. Bounty on a woman named Ondreya Ulmgard, also known as the Marrow-Witch. That is the one. The chapel court paid the bounty office in Mirecross. The bounty office paid the hunters, standard chain. But, Sorrel looked up, but the commission came from outside the court, a private request routed through a sanctioned witch finder. Ondreya's chest tightened. The room felt smaller. Who? Saffron said. Sorrel's finger moved to the bottom of the entry. She went pale. Ondreya saw the color drain from her face, slow and certain, like water receding from a shore. Sorrel? Saffron said. Who? The gravekeeper did not answer. She stared at the page. Then she looked at Ondreya. Do you know what a sealed confession is? Ondreya's throat closed. Yes. A sanctioned witch finder can issue one without court approval. It names the target, the crime, and the executioner. It cannot be challenged. It cannot be appealed. It is the closest thing to a death warrant the chapel courts can make without a trial. I know what it is. Sorrel held her gaze. Your bounty was commissioned by a sealed confession. The room went silent. Ondreya felt Pell's hand tighten on hers. Saffron's face had gone as pale as Sorrel's. A sealed confession requires a signed name, he said. Who signed it? Sorrel looked down at the ledger. Her hand trembled. She turned the book toward them. The name was there, written in careful chapel script, at the bottom of the entry. But someone had scraped at it. A knife blade, drawn across the page, gouging the paper deep enough to tear. The ink was gone. The name was gone. Only a scar remained. Saffron leaned over the table. You said the commission came through a sanctioned witch-finder. That is the witch-finder's name. Yes, someone scraped it out. Who scraped it out? Sorrel closed the ledger. Her hands were shaking. I do not know. I found it like this morning. The book was locked in my cabinet. The lock was intact. The page was not. She looked at Ondreya. This is not a standard hunt. This is not a bounty. Someone with power is trying to erase the trail before you follow it, and that someone knows where I keep my records. Ondreya's hand went to her belt knife. Do they know I am here? Sorrel did not answer. She did not need to. The lantern guttered, the fire popped, and outside in the dike, something moved. Not Embrey. Something else. Pell's hand clenched, and the child's eyes went wide, fixed on the wall behind Sorrel, past the shelves, past the jars, fixed on something only Pell could see. Ondreya followed the child's gaze. There was nothing there, but the wall was wet. A dark stain spread across the stone, slow and deliberate, like water rising through solid rock. Even reasonably bad rites he entirely sisted exactly over. I should have remembered his affrather and the Amatic medical school. My Old Testament, was there anything long for your genero? A money so open for this only glower witch and I manned. The squirrel screens base as a U.S. police water catches, a private request routed through a sanctioned witch finder. Ondreya's chest tightened. The room felt smaller. Truth. Witch. It was franding exercise to the spine. I dealed by that which I am desperately prized. Why do I control that only practice? I would know why. I believe this which slipes before we completely class. Maybe I less that companies I felt that audience plan. I talked to the discussments that I defined. Boy, 33 families out of that froy. The rows are big last. The guilands about that weight, these wids of slonging hargest menemies of bat with a virer. Chapters 12. The dart stain spread. Ondreya sought it move, slow and deliberate, creeping across the stone like water rising through a ship's hull. Pell's hand clenched hers so hard the bones ground together. Out, Ondreya said. Now. Sorrel did not argue. She grabbed the ledger, shoved it into her coat, and pointed at the back wall. There is a root cellar. Tunnel leads to the ditch. You will come up under the willows. What is that? Alarthan had her crossbow up, tracking the stain as it crawled past the shelves. Ondreya kept Pell ahead of her, one hand on the child's shoulder, the other scraping against wet earth. Behind her, she heard Alarthan's breath and Saffron's muttered curses and the soft, wet sound of something following that was not any of them. They burst out onto the willows into rain that felt like a curtain. Sorrel was already gone, swallowed by the dark in a direction only she knew. The rain hit the mun kendall, interesting farish, livid and charbling cripples dropped on he said go up. The world puts a ways together a green. The plods has just wrote anyway, and always stalks the control, minish, raffing through my empowering foxos. The sound bogs the deeper wind, winting stettenly financially floans. The Todd speech is crerelaced as a mop in us over cluck cletchen, will deed. The carts rigening himself in physic, tribals in a scup stores on the cerbicated o'mile Alps of biggest sleep piffled by that rotten heed. A Dutch sleep when the mental shipping is the fallow of the cheel dialing into live for one, as I chogring down of Carolize there in stary prius trocky bag lad. Sweekling out of me a gensmus, on the sendel unlow in violet blad placet sud. The king of Indroy sleeps aptly tobal bisuna, bice which respect the Persephidus, pushed up his dog today. But it in flashed the first, which we love to get at Evil. He were called before every fog, so collect meeting which was already required to sace with the Imbacan Stan, manage and Chicrapassos. But Ondreya felt him anyway, a presence at the edge of her awareness, watching from the dark between the trees. They ran until the black willows gave way to reeds, and the reeds gave way to a clearing where a mill stood on stilts above a black channel of water. Light bled from a shuttered window. Smoke rose from a stone chimney. Ondreya stopped. "Who lives here?" Saffron bent double, gasping. "Reed Miller, name of Cale. He takes transits for coin and does not ask questions. Can we trust him? We can pay him." Saffron straightened, wiping rain from his face. "That is the same thing in this part of the marsh." The mill door opened before Ondreya could decide. A man stood in the light, broad-shouldered, gray-haired, with forearms like corded rope and a face that had seen enough to stop being surprised by what the dark carried to his door. He looked at them, looked at Pell, shivering, looked at Alarthan's crossbow. Then he stepped aside. "Get in before you drown." The loft was everything a shelter should be, dry, warm, lit by a fire that crackled in a stone hearth. The floor was swept clean, the walls lined with bundles of dried reeds that smelled of earth and sun. A pot of something thick and root-heavy simmered over the flames. Ondreya stood in the center of it and did not know what to do with her hands. Pell had already found the hearth, kneeling close enough to feel the heat, dark eyes fixed on the steam rising from the pot. Alarthan propped her crossbow against the wall and began stripping off her wet coat without asking permission. Saffron collapsed onto a bennet and closed his eyes. The miller, Cale, ladled stew into clay bowls without a word and set them on a scarred wooden table. "Eat. Sleep. There is dry linen in the chest. You leave at first light." He did not ask their names. He did not want to know. The stew was good. Ondreya ate, sitting on the floor with her back to the wall, watching the others. Pell devoured every drop and held the bowl out for more. Alarthan ate standing, one hand on her bowl, the other never far from her belt knife. Saffron ate slowly, deliberately, like a man who had forgotten meals could be warm. When the bowls were empty, Cale pointed to the linen chest and climbed down the ladder to his own quarters without another word. The fire snapped. The rain drummed on the roof, and for the first time in days, nobody was running. Alarthan did not answer. Alarthan held her gaze. "You stepped in front of a crossbow for that child. You carried him through a tunnel with a dead thing on your heels. You have not eaten the first bite of a meal in 2 days because you wait to see if the food is safe before the child tastes it." Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch. "That is not nothing," Alarthan said. "That is what I told Saffron. You are not nothing." The fire popped. The rain kept falling, and Ondreya felt something in her chest crack, hairline thin, like ice giving way under a foot that had not yet pressed down. "Get some sleep," Ondreya said. Alarthan nodded, but she did not move, and neither did Ondreya. They stood in the firelight, the length of a breath between them, until Pell stirred in his sleep and the moments scattered like ash. Ondreya did not sleep. She sat with her back to the wall, Pell's head in her lap, Alarthan's breath steady from the corner where she had finally lain down. Saffron snored softly near the hearth. The loft was warm. The fire was banked. The rain had stopped. And Ondreya let herself, for one dangerous moment, believe that this could last, that the mill would still be standing in the morning, that the dark stain on Sorrel's wall had not followed them, that the thing wearing her teachers' faces had lost the trail. She let herself believe it. Then she looked out the window and saw Embrey standing in the reeds. He was not looking at her. He was looking past the mill into the dark, at something moving low and fast through the marsh grass. His hand was raised, pointing. Chapter 13. The fire had burned down to embers when Saffron's breathing evened into sleep. Pell did not stir. His hand lay open on the linen, small fingers curled, the paleness of his palm turned toward the warmth like something offering trust. Ondreya watched the window. Ilanathy watched Ondreya. You look like you are waiting for the roof to fall in. It has happened before. Roofs? Ilanathi leaned her crossbow against the wall and sat slowly, her back to the same support beam. Or the thing underneath them? Ondreya did not answer. The silence stretched. Ilanathi pulled her knife and began cleaning mud from the tang, slow strokes with the edge of her sleeve. The motion was practiced, almost absent. A woman used to filling quiet with small work. You do not sleep, Ilanathi said. I sleep enough. You sleep like someone who expects to wake running. Ondreya's hand found the salt pouch at her throat. I have had practice. So have I. I still know how to let go for a few hours. Good for you. Ilanathi sheathed the knife and looked at her. Not sharply. Steady. When did you last sleep without a weapon in your hand? Ondreya did not answer. Before the bounty? Before the fire? The words came out before she could stop them. Ilanathi went still. The rain had stopped. The marsh was silent. The only sound was the soft hiss of the embers and Pell's slow breathing. I do not know what happened in that fire, Ilanathi said, and I am not asking. But you are not the only one carrying something that does not wash off. Ondreya looked at her. Ilanathi's face was half in shadow, the firelight catching only the line of her jaw and the wet glint of her eyes. I shot a man tonight, Ilanathi said. Not the first, probably not the last, but that rider? He was wearing chapel tabs. I have burned my contract. I have no company. I have no wage. I have a dead witchfinder's name scraped out of a ledger and a child who signs warnings about things I cannot see. She paused. And I am still here. Why? Ilanathi considered the question. Because you stepped in front of that bolt. Because the boy would not have survived that fall if you had not caught him. Because you touched a dead thing in the reeds and it did not hurt you. She leaned forward. Because I have been watching you all night, and you have not once checked the door for your own escape. Ondreya's chest tightened. You checked the door for us, Ilanathi said. 3 times. Once when Pell moved in his sleep, once when the fire popped, once when the wind shifted. You were not looking for your own way out. You do not know that. I know what I see. The fire popped again. Ilanathi's hand was on the beam beside Ondreya's shoulder, close enough that Ondreya could feel the warmth of her arm, the faint scent of rain and marsh water, and something else, something clean and sharp. You are not nothing, Ilanathi. You are not poison, and you are not alone in this loft. Ondreya's breath caught. Ilanathi held her gaze. The space between them shrank. Ondreya felt the heat of the other woman's skin before she touched it, felt the rough callus of Ilanathi's thumb brush the side of her jaw, slow, deliberate, a question asked in pressure rather than words. Ondreya did not pull away. Ilanathi's hand slid to the nape of her neck, fingers threading through the hacked short hair at her collar. Ondreya's eyes closed, just for a moment, just long enough to feel how much she had missed being touched without pain. Ilanathi's breath was warm against her cheek. You are shaking, Ilanathi whispered. I know. Do you want me to stop? Ondreya's throat closed. She could say yes. She should say yes. Letting someone close was a liability, a risk, a thread that could be cut and used to hang her. But Ilanathi's hand was steady, and Ondreya was so tired of being the only one holding herself up. No, she said. The word was barely a breath. Ilanathi leaned in. Her forehead touched Ondreya's. They stayed like that, the length of a held breath, the warmth of 2 bodies sharing the same small space of air. Ilanathi's thumb traced the line of Ondreya's cheekbone. Ondreya's hand came up, trembling, and rested on Ilanathi's wrist. The touch of skin on skin. The salt pouch hung between them, forgotten. Ilanathi's lips brushed the corner of Ondreya's mouth. Not a kiss, nearly one, the promise of one. Ondreya's heart slammed against her ribs, and then Pell stirred. A small sound, a shift of linen. The moment cracked. Ilanathi pulled back, just enough to look at Ondreya's face, her eyes dark in the firelight, her breath still close. We should, Ondreya started. Finish this later, Ilanathi said. Not a question, not a dismissal, a promise. Ondreya nodded. Ilonithi's hand lingered a moment longer, then withdrew. The loft felt colder. Ondreya turned to the window to steady herself, and saw Embrey. He was standing in the reeds, 10 paces from the mill, his pale, filmed-over eyes fixed on the dark beyond. His arm was raised, pointing, not at her, past her, into the marsh grass where something moved, low and fast and wrong. Ondreya's blood went cold. She did not look away from the window. Ilonithi. The other woman was on her feet in an instant, crossbow in hand. What is it? Ondreya pointed. Embrey did not move, but the shape in the grass kept coming. Chapter 14. The shape in the grass kept coming. Ondreya's hand found the salt pouch at her throat. She did not look away from the window. "Cale," she said, her voice flat and low. "Get up." The reed miller stirred on his pallet. His gray head rose, eyes already sharp despite the interrupted sleep. "What is it?" Instead of answering, Ondreya pointed. Cale crossed the loft in 3 strides. He stood beside her at the window, broad shoulders blocking the firelight, and stared into the dark where Embrey stood pointing. The shape in the grass was closer now, low, fast, and wrong in the way that made the eye want to skip over it, the way the mind refused to map what the wet reeds should not contain. "What is that?" Cale said. "I do not know." Cale looked at her. The loft was silent. The fire popped once, twice, and Ondreya watched the reed miller's face shift from confusion to cold understanding. "You brought it here," he said. "I did not mean to." "That does not matter." Ianthe was already at the window, crossbow raised, her breathing steady. "How much time do we have?" Ondreya looked at Embrey. The revenant had not moved. His arm was still raised, still pointing, and his filmed-over eyes tracked the shape as it weaved through the marsh grass. "Not much," she said. "Then we go now," Cale said. He did not argue, did not demand compensation. He turned and grabbed a canvas sack from beside the hearth, stuffing it with dried fish and a roll of linen. "Where?" Ianthe said. "East Channel," Cale said. "There is a sunken boat under the stilts. She will hold 3, maybe 4 if you do not breathe deep." Ondreya crossed to Pell. The child was awake, dark eyes wide, hands already forming signs. "Thing. Coming. Faster." "I know," she said softly. She pulled Pell to their feet. Saffron was dressing, his lean face pale but composed, his fingers working the clasps of his coat with practiced economy. "Papers?" he said. "In my satchel." "Good." Cale kicked the fire apart. Coals scattered across the hearthstones, hissing, darkening. The loft went dim. "Move," he said. They moved. Ondreya went first. Pell pressed against her side, their feet finding the ladder in the dark. The wood creaked under her weight. Below, the mill's ground floor was a tangle of reed bundles, drying racks, and the iron skeleton of the press. Cale's voice came from behind. "The trapdoor under the press, left corner." Ondreya found it. The iron ring was cold, slick with condensation. She pulled. Black water gaped beneath. The smell rose up, mud and rot and old marsh, and Ondreya felt the familiar tightening in her chest, the animal part of her that remembered drowning. She pushed it down. "Pell first," she said. The child did not hesitate. Pell swung over the edge, dropped into the dark, hit the water with a splash that sounded too loud in the stillness. "Quiet," Cale hissed. Ondreya followed. The cold seized her. It was not the surface cold of rain or wind. This was the deep cold, the marsh cold that lived under the reeds and never saw the sun. It crawled up her legs, her waist, her chest, and when she lowered herself into the channel, she felt her breath lock in her throat. The water was up to her chin. Pell was beside them, shivering, teeth chattering. "Hush," Ondreya whispered. Olanthi came next, crossbow held above her head, her face tight with the cold. Then Saffron, pale and silent, his satchel clutched to his chest. Then Cale, who pulled the trapdoor closed above them and sealed them in darkness. Darkness and water, and the sound of their own breathing. The sunken boat was there. A flat-bottomed punt, half-submerged, tied to a stilt with rope that had gone green with age. Cale found it by touch, pulled it close, and gestured for them to climb in. Ondreya lifted Pell over the side. The child curled into the hull, trembling. Ondreya hauled herself in after them. The cold had turned her fingers clumsy. Ilanansa sat at the bow, crossbow trained on the dark. Saffron crouched in the stern, teeth clenched. Cale untied the rope with the calm of a man who had done it 100 times. "Where does this lead?" Ondreya whispered. "Open marsh," Cale said. "Half a league east, then you are on your own." "You are not coming?" "I did not bring it here. I will not carry it with me." He pushed the boat away from the stilts. The current took them. Black water, black sky. The reeds leaned in on either side, brushing the hull with wet fingers, and above them the mill silhouette was a blot against the stars. Ondreya watched it recede, watched the soft glow of the dying fire through the loft window, watched the shape in the grass reach the stilts. She could not see it clearly, just a darkness that moved against the dark, a wrongness that made her stomach turn. It stopped. It stood at the base of the mill, and then it looked up, right at the window, right at the empty loft, and the bell of Cranbrook began to ring, not from the hamlet, from somewhere closer, somewhere in the marsh behind them. Ondreya's blood turned to ice. "No," she whispered. Elantha's hand found her arm. "What is that?" "The bell," Ondreya said. "It is following us." Pell signed something in the dark. Ondreya caught only the last word, following. She looked back at the mill. The shape was gone, but the reeds were burning, not with flame, with a black edge that spread like rot, creeping outward from where the thing had stood, and the smell of smoke came to them across the water. But it was not wood smoke. It was the smell of wet wool burning. It was the smell of flesh. Pell signed again, frantic this time, and Saffron leaned forward to read the signs. "She says it is not hunting like an animal anymore," Saffron said. His voice was hollow. "She says it is hurting us." Ondreya stared into the dark ahead, where the channel curved into open marsh, and the bell rang on, closer now, closer, and she knew. They were not escaping. They were being driven, and whatever waited at the end of this channel had known they would come. Chapter 15. The cold had teeth. Ondreya felt them in her knees, her ribs, the hinge of her jaw. The punt moved through black water with the current, no paddle, no direction, just the marsh taking them where it wanted. Pell trembled against her side. Ilananthi crouched at the bow, crossbow balanced on the gunwale, her breath fogging in the dark. Saffron had his satchel crushed to his chest like a child. The bell rang on, not a rhythm, not a pattern. A single toll every few heartbeats, patient and unhurried, the sound moving through the fog like it owned the distance. Behind them, the mill was gone. Ahead there was only the dark. Ondreya's hands had stopped feeling. The cold had taken them finger by finger, and she stared at her own palms in the dim light and did not recognize them. Rope burn scar, salt pouch cord, white knuckles. She had performed the rite 3 times in the last day. The drowned boy, the channel, the quieting of the dead in the mill's root cellar when Cale's last tenant had risen wrong and she had laid it down with her bare hand on its wet face. 3 times. Each touch had cost her something. She could feel the debt accumulating in her bones, a heaviness that pulled her toward sleep, toward stillness, toward the bottom of the channel where the water was warm and quiet. "Ondreya," Elanthi's voice, sharp, close. She blinked. The punt had stopped moving. They were wedged against a fallen tree, his branches skeletal and white, reaching out of the water like drowned fingers. "Out," Ilanith said. Ondreya looked at the bank. Mud, reeds, a slope of rotting vegetation that led up into fog. She did not move. "Ondreya." Ilanith was beside her now, hand on her arm, and the touch was warm, too warm, like a brand. Hapt of a lion-washed paterspass, too risked the markets prinkly at the place as the dealed friend, the so, its orses developed violently. A fully kivy-wist wep left of trammel, white bottles, a setting forward had bronted at a plain sea. The sea coast in or, entire pains, sist a little perceable, as is a valia, Heart of his fig, her country sisted, O high, Sipninus, Charum. The channel, it's the Pamera, the Fadera lap, actions, under the cleek. How of pretty wees trash for the only westward in the nage, or, imperhevidly, bonk. The money-based would stood him around up. Ella, Schaufen, is do a full away island, Kukiek, Ondreya. He floaks his stone, which the so I knows you were injuring spoked levels, rotting, and it's like a bank of all to they are bad, yether, specifly. The game was rowing. Ondreya's you use. White, so then I asked. Ondreya looked at the bank. Mud, reeds, a slope of rotting vegetation that led up into fog. She did not move. Ondreya, who we had checked this control, will map just ensued to our speed from spore rate, a fan, who brought thus with the sip in a ship, enveloping out in my straps, when her invosted congrits recorded I considered myself, and the edge, quiet tildness, tipecia. Deriving, as my slaptest I understood, scythely bold, figure streets in second light, dud luxen, like my love, Brennelly, wrapped in spitely securch's shop no ways. I will force me, and treep slower with the power. As Freed said, I am just happy pluming with him away, lifting a moment, Olean, the Sudi requires. One day, the shoal was with, where the Benel is waiting, that put not wield. Ondreya left a touch her pertin, with ageism at deep that galled the punsel, where the close already, one. I creep trims the crinny for a crowns, the husband's exless meese, smeet before the further pium hasks, with a man prossed up by the receiver's drow, and we went about letten, and the minuter was rap, bairdly entirely a passives. Stalling rushes the one, as solith, but moment, it stebly, led, letly up to the bag, completely despising second, through Cravel stack course. Elias Benefin across the closen, slowst of Exaranimer, Chechloy to a pork and mask. Who got a Christen, and not start him? The big brands, and it tell them in deleted. Someone lissing. Ondreya is invibed by Panuing announce a wait-in greed with switch franz. Haas, justed in the man. Slan in fissets. I know what I am. I know the headin. Protect my drow. He knew, and the man Engo, and the marge a point. A tricing with a hook at the base. This means Vensel. Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch. And this. He touched another mark, a triangle with a hook at the base. This means contained, or bound. Gound how? Ilanave said. She did not know how she knew, but she knew. That is not the thing from the water. She watched the figure. It did not move. It stood in the middle of the flooded road, knee-deep in water, arms at its sides, and then it raised one hand and pointed. Not at her, past her, at the milestone. Ondreya turned. The water around the stone was darker now, a stain spreading from the base, black and oily, seeping into the cobbles. The marks Saffron had touched were bleeding, not ink, blood. Thin and dark, running down the carved lines, dripping into the flooded road. Ondreya's hand went to her belt knife. "Run," she said. The figure on the road did not move, but the water did. It began to rise. Chapter 16. They ran. The water rose behind them, not fast, not slow, but steady, deliberate, the way a tide comes in when something below wants to drown the land. Ondreya's boots slipped on the wet cobbles. Pell's hand was in hers, small and cold and gripping harder than a child's grip should. The road bent. The fog thickened. The figure did not follow. Ondreya did not look back to check. Ilanfa reached the curve first, crossbow up, scanning the mist. There, left, a shape in the gray, a roof, a wall. They pushed toward it. The building was old, a shrine half collapsed, its saint alcoves empty and its door hanging crooked on one hinge. The roof still held, the walls still stood. Saffron pushed the door open, and the group spilled inside like water through a breach. Ondreya slammed the door behind them. The bell had not started again. She did not know if that was mercy or patience. The shrine was small, a single room with a packed earth floor, a stone altar cracked down the middle, and a storehouse door at the back that opened onto a narrow chamber of stacked crates, rusted lanterns, and bundles of reed paper. Saffron found the paper first. He pulled a bundle from the crate, held it to the sliver of light through a crack in the roof, and let out a breath that was almost laughter. Saint tokens. What? Elon said. Trading tokens. He held up a square of the paper, painted with a crude saint's mark. Travelers buy them at shrines for alms. Cheap. In bulk. He turned it over. Blank on the back. Easy to paint over. Easy to repurpose as passes, credentials, identity leaves. He was already pulling a pouch from his satchel. Charcoal, ink stick, a worn brush. Give me 2 hours, he said. I will make us pilgrims from a county that does not exist. Olanna did not argue. She crossed to the storehouse door, peered through the crack, and settled into a crouch with her back to the wall, crossbow across her knees. Pell stood in the center of the shrine, trembling. Ondreya crouched beside them. Hey. Pell's hands moved. Faster. Water. Faster. I know. Should we stop? Not yet. When? Ondreya did not have an answer. She touched Pell's shoulder, felt the tremor running through the small body, and let her hand rest there a moment longer than she meant to. Saffron worked by the light of a guttered candle he found in a crate. He painted saints with steady hands, their symbols sharp and correct, their borders neat enough to pass a Causeway inspection. He painted the blank backs with names, dates, and travel permissions in a hand that matched the shrine's old ledgers. He worked fast, without hesitation. Ondreya watched him. You have done this before. Many times. He did not look up. The chapel courts keep meticulous records. The trick is to match their style so exactly that no one bothers to check the substance. And the shrine? The real one? Abandoned 2 winters ago. The priest died of marsh fever. No one replaced him. He dipped the brush. No one will dispute the tokens because no one remembers the shrine it rests. Olanna shifted in the doorway. Convenient. Saffron's mouth twitched. I did not lead us here by accident. I remembered the map. I calculated the distance. I estimated the time it would take to reach a cover. He paused. I am not useless. I never said you where. You thought it. Olanna did not answer. Pell sat in the corner of the storehouse, legs pulled up, eyes on the door. Ondreya moved to sit beside them, and Olanna crossed the room, crouched in front of the child. Look at me. Pell looked. Olanna tapped her own chest. 1 tap, 2, a flat palm. If I do this, it means stay. Do not move, do not make sound. Pell watched her hands. Olanna pointed, sharp, quick. If I point, it means danger. Get behind cover. Find Ondreya. She drew a line across her throat. If I do this, it means run. Do not wait. Do not look back. Run until you find me or Ondreya or Saffron. Do you understand? Pell nodded. Show me. Pell tapped their chest, pointed, drew the line. Olanna nodded once. Good. She did not smile, but her voice was steady, and her hands were patient, and she did not treat Pell like a burden. Ondreya watched. She watched Olanna run through the signals again, slower this time, letting Pell repeat each one until the motions were smooth. She watched Saffron paint saints in the candlelight, his brush moving with the care of a man who had staked his life on precision before. She watched Pell sit a little straighter, a little steadier, because someone had given them something to do. She was surrounded by people who made room. She did not know what to do with that. The messenger bird came at dusk. Ondreya heard it before she saw it, a soft flutter of wings against the roof. She tensed, hand reaching for her belt knife, but the bird did not enter. It landed on the shrine's broken eaves, cooed once, and sat. A chapel bird. Gray glue, with a band on its leg. Olanna saw it too. She moved to the crack in the door, crossbow half raised. It's carrying something. The bird sat. It did not fly away. Saffron set down his brush. They train them to wait. If the courier does not collect the message, the bird returns to the nearest chapel with it. Ondreya stood. If we do not take it, they know someone was here. If we do take it, Olanna said, they know someone was here when tampered with the message. Saffron's jaw tightened. We need to know what it says. Olanna looked at Ondreya. Ondreya looked at the bird. It was just a bird. Gray feathers, dark eyes, a a leather band around its leg holding a rolled strip of paper. She stepped outside. The bird did not startle. She reached up. Her fingers brushed the band. The bird shifted its weight, but stayed. She unrolled the paper. Black lac. Chapel script. Official seal. She read it once. She read it again. Ondreya. Alanna was at the door. What is it? Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch. The bounty, she said. It has been expanded. Alanna took the paper. Read it. Her face did not change, but her hand tightened on the edge. 3 counties, she said. Saffron let out a slow breath. That is not standard. That requires chapel court approval at the regional level. It has it. Alanna's voice was flat. Right here. Seal, signature, everything. Pell appeared in the doorway, eyes wide. Ondreya looked at the paper, at the seal, at the name printed beneath the declaration. Hesketh of Arlo, sanctioned witchfinder, by order of the Lowfenn Chapel Court. He had taken it further. He was making sure she could not cross a single border in 3 counties without someone recognizing her face. The bird lifted off the eaves and flew west. Ondreya watched it go. She did not know if it was returning to Varlo's hand or to another courier waiting to spread the news faster than she could run. But she knew one thing. The shrine was not safe now. It had never been safe. It was just the place where she had stopped long enough to see the net closing. Chapter 17. The road east of the shrine was not a road at all. It was a spine of broken stone that surfaced only where the marsh allowed it. Hummocks of gravel and roots that rose and fell like the back of a buried animal. Ondreya led them single file, Pell pressed against her heels, Saffron muttering distances under his breath, Alanna walking backward every few paces with the crossbow tracking the fog behind them. No bell followed. No figure stood in the water. The silence was worse. She had learned to read the marsh by its sounds, the lap of tide, the creak of reeds, the distant flap of chapel birds. Silence meant the marsh was holding its breath, and a holding breath marsh was never empty. Saffron stopped at a fork where 2 flooded channels split around a hummock of blackthorn and willow. There, he pointed at a second milestone, half sunk in the mud, its face cracked and furred with moth. Same script. Ondreya waded toward it. The water was cold against her calves, thick with silt and the smell of rot. She crouched, scraping moss away with her knife. Spiral with a line. Vessel. Triangle with a hook. Contained. Same marks, same newer cuts, same deep scoring where someone had altered the original message. She touched the stone. It was dry. Different from the first one, she said. No bleeding. Saffron came up behind her, breath short from walking. Then whatever the first one marked is already loose. Ondreya looked at the altered cuts. The newer lines were deliberate, precise, made by a steady hand that knew what it was changing. Could be a trail, Alanna said from the rear. Could be markers telling something where to go. Pell tugged Ondreya's sleeve. The child's hand was shaking. Pell pointed east, past the milestone, past the channel, toward a shape barely visible through the reeds. A settlement, or what had been one. Rooftops at odd angles, chimneys leaning, the whole thing half submerged in black water. A drowned hamlet. Saffron followed Pell's gaze. Crane's Hollow. I thought it was abandoned after the floods 2 years ago. Then why is there smoke? Alanna's voice was flat. She was right. A thin gray thread rose from the farthest roofs, straight as a needle, no wind to bend it. Someone was there. They approached from the east, keeping to the high ground where the roots of old willows made a path above the water. The hamlet had been built on a rise once, before the marsh rose and claimed the lower half. Doors sat at water level. Windows showed only darkness below the sills. The smoke came from a house at the northern edge, the only one with a dry yard and a door that still closed properly. Ondreya knocked. The sound was wrong. Too loud. Too human in a place that had given up on human things. The door cracked open. An old woman's face appeared in the gap. Brown skin, gray hair pulled back, eyes that had seen enough to stop flinching. State your business or leave, the woman said. We need information, Ondreya said. About a road. About marks on stone. The woman's eyes moved across the group, paused on Saffron, paused longer on Pell. You are not Chapel. No. Then you are hunted. Ondreya did not answer. The woman opened the door. The house was damp, but lived in. A fire burned in a stone hearth. Drying herbs hung from the rafters. A pallet in the corner held blankets, a wooden cup, a worn copy of a prayer book with the spine broken. The woman gestured to the fire. Sit. You are wet and cold, and the rogue will not wait forever. Ondreya did not sit. The woman looked at her. You are the Marrow-Witch. I heard a bird say your name an hour ago. Alante's crossbow came up. The woman did not flinch. I did not say I would turn you in. I said I heard a bird. The marsh talks. I listen. She poured water into a pot, set it over the fire. I remember you. You came through here once, 6 years ago. You were younger, cleaner. You traveled with an older woman who carried a child. Ondreya's throat tightened. 11 of them, the woman said. Your teachers. The room went still. You knew them. I knew the one who visited after the fire. Saffron stepped forward. Foe. The woman's eyes found his. He called himself Varlo. Came here 3 days after the blaze looking for survivors. Said he was collecting relics and witness statements to ensure the heretics were properly condemned. Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch. Did he find survivors? The woman turned back to the fire. He found one house that had taken in a burned woman from the road, a stranger who crawled out of the marsh with her hair smoking and her skin black. She lived 3 days. Told him something before she died. I do not know what, but he went pale when he left. And the relics? The woman was quiet. Then she said, he collected more than relics. Ondreya felt Pell shift beside her. He collected names, the woman said. Everyone who had seen the woman. Everyone who had heard her speak. He took their testimonies and told them to stay silent or face charges of heresy themselves. Ailande lowered the crossbow. How many did he silence? The woman's face was unreadable. The ones who could not be convinced to stay silent stopped speaking eventually. The fire cracked. Ondreya's chest felt hollow. The child, she said. The one carried by the older woman. Did you see her again? The woman looked at Pell. Pell's hands were pressed flat against their sides. Their face was bloodless. No, the woman said slowly. But there was a rumor. A smuggling. Someone said a child was brought out the night of the fire under a mortuary tarp. Wrapped in wet canvas, passed from hand to hand through the reeds, delivered to a woman who did not ask questions. Ondreya's heart stopped. She turned. Pell was staring at the old woman with an expression that did not belong on a child's face. It was recognition. It was terror. It was the look of someone who had been found by a story they had spent years burying. Pell, Ondreya whispered. The child did not look at her. They took a step back, another. And then Pell bolted for the door. Ondreya caught them on the yard, hands on small, shaking shoulders, and Pell's mouth opened but no sound came out, only a shape. A word formed with lips that had forgotten how to make noise. Mine. Pell signed it once. Mine. The mortuary tarp. The smuggled child. The night of the fire. Pell had been there, trapped in of the strength that will siversh the money first. The shoulders shook. Their eyes stayed fixed on a point somewhere past the wall, past the marsh, past the years between that night and this one. We need to move, Iolante said from the door. Not yet. Saffron was already at the table, spreading his forged papers beside the cups. We need a route that avoids the main roads. If Varlo has expanded the bounty to 3 counties, every chapel checkpoint between here and Hollow Marsh will have copies of her face. The old woman spoke without turning. There is a crossing at Thornwick Ford. The reeve there takes bribes and does not read well. Checked. East Road past the drowned chapel. Also checked. Chapel patrols use it for supply lines. The woman was quiet. Then she said, There is an old hunter's track through the black reeds. It comes out at a merchant stop called the Dry Boot. No reeve, no chapel, just a stable and a kitchen. Saffron's hands stopped moving. The Dry Boot is a bounty office relay. They route payments and warrants between counties. It is also a place that does not ask for names if you have the right paper. Ondreya looked up. You know this because you used it. The woman met her eyes. I know it because I lived in that house for 3 years before I came here. I was a gravekeeper. I knew which bodies to bury and which to burn, and I knew which roads to use when the chapel wanted to ask me questions I did not wish to answer. The room held still. The dry boot, the woman said, is where you will find the papers you need. But you will not walk in the front door. You will wait in the reeds until the night kitchen opens, and you will send the man with the clean hands. She meant Saffron. Ondreya's jaw tightened. They left Crane's Hollow an hour before dusk. The old women gave them dried fish, a pouch of salt, and a length of oiled cloth that could serve as shelter or shroud. She did not watch them go. She simply closed the door, and the house became the same dead building they had found. Pell walked pressed against Ondreya's side, one small hand gripping the edge of her coat. They had not signed anything since the yard. Ondreya did not push. She did not know what words would fit a wound that deep. The hunter's track was barely a path. Black reeds rose taller than a man on either side. The ground squelched underfoot, dark water seeping through every boot print as if the marsh was drinking their passage. No birds called. No wind moved. Embrey appeared at intervals, pale flickers between the reeds, never close enough to touch, never far enough to ignore. The dry boot came into view at full dark. It was a long, low building of timber and stone, smoke rising from 2 chimneys, lamplight bleeding through shutters. A stable leaned against one side. A wooden sign creaked above the door, painted with a boot and nothing else. No horses in the yard, no voices carried from inside. Saffron stopped at the tree line. If I go in alone and do not come out in half an hour, you leave. No, Ondreya said. It is not your choice. I know these people. They will talk to me because I owe them, and because they owe me, and because we have a language of debts that does not include you. He adjusted his coat. If you walk in with a crossbow woman and a child, they will assume a trap and the conversation will end with knives. Ondreya waited. There is more, Saffron said. Tell me. He looked at Pell, then back at Ondreya. My contact works the relay desk. She reads every warrant that passes through. She told me Varlo has issued a standing order for your capture. He paused. Alive. He wants you alive. The bounty says dead or alive, but the standing order specifies alive. Anyone who brings you in damaged loses half the fee. And Pell? Saffron's hands tightened at his sides. Pell has been added to the warrant as protected evidence. Not collateral, not hostage, evidence. Varlo has legally classified the child as a material witness to the Coven fire, meaning anyone who harms Pell forfeits their contract and faces heresy charges themselves. The words landed like stones. Ondreya looked down at the crown of Pell's head, at the small hand still gripping her coat, and understood. Varlo did not want Pell dead. Varlo wanted Pell alive because Pell had seen everything. And Varlo had just painted a target on the child's back, not for killers, but for every bounty hunter in 3 counties who knew a living witness was worth more than a dead one. He means to take them, Ondreya said. Saffron's voice was barely a breath. He means to take both of you. Chapter 19. They moved through the dark toward the wagon path with the dry boots' lights shrinking behind them. Embrey appeared sooner than usual. He stood at a bend in the track where the reeds opened onto a stretch of mud and exposed stone, pale shoulders hunched, filmed eyes tracking their approach. A bundle of dry firewood lay at his feet. He had gathered it somewhere, carried it through the marsh, and set it down where they would find it. Eulanthus stopped, crossbow half raised, then lowered it. He brought us fuel. Saffron studied the bundle. That is deliberate. He has never brought anything before. Ondreya walked past them and stopped a pace from Embrey. He did not retreat. He did not reach for her. He simply stood, water beating on his coat, jaw working slowly as if shaping words that no longer fit a living mouth. You gathered wood, she said. For us. A pause. Then he nodded. One slow, deliberate motion. Why? No answer. His filmed eyes held hers for a long moment, then slid past her to where Pell stood half hidden behind Eulanthus' hip. Embrey looked at the child with something that could have been recognition. Pell did not flinch. The child stepped out from behind Eulanthus and walked toward Embrey on the track, small boots finding purchase on the wet stone. Ondreya reached out to stop them, stopped herself. Pell stopped a foot from Embrey's reach, looked up at the revenant's pale face, the slack skin, the filmed eyes that should have held nothing, raised one hand in a slow wave. Embrey's hand twitched at his side. For a moment his cold fingers lifted, not quite rising to return the gesture, then fell again. But his head dipped, a fraction of a bow. Eulanthus' voice came low. "He knows the child." "He should not," Ondreya said. "He never met Pell before the marsh. Then he recognizes something." Ondreya looked at Embrey's face, at the way his filmed eyes stayed fixed on Pell, as if the child were the only solid thing in a world of fog, and felt something cold settle in her chest. "What do you see?" She did not ask. They made camp in the shelter of a collapsed levee post. The roof was half gone and the walls leaned at a dangerous angle, but it kept the worst of the wind off, and the dry wood Embrey had brought gave them warmth without smoke. Saffron built the fire small, feeding it branch by branch, while Elantha took first watch at the gap where the door had been. Pell sat beside Ondreya, back against the wall, eyes fixed on Embrey. The revenant had not retreated to the tree line. He stood just outside the broken doorframe, close enough to see the firelight move across his face, far enough that the warmth could not reach him. He was watching Pell watch him, and there was something in his stillness that Ondreya had never seen before. Patience. Not the patience of a predator waiting to strike, the patience of someone who had been waiting a very long time and had learned to stop measuring the hours. Ondreya's hand moved to the salt pouch at her throat. She had laid Embrey badly. In fear, in haste. In the year after the Coven fire, when she was still learning what her hands could do and too afraid of the answer to do a right. She had meant to settle him. Instead, she had left him half-bound, caught between death and life, unable to move on and unwilling to leave her. She owed him a second laying. She had been owing it for 3 years. The fire popped. Embrey did not flinch. Embrey. His filmed eyes shifted to her. "I want to try something." She stood. Pell's hand tightened on her coat, then released. She crossed to the doorframe and stopped within arm's reach of him. He did not move back. "I can lay you," she said, "properly this time. I can finish what I should have finished 3 winters ago." She lifted her hand, palm open, the way she had reached for 100 dead bodies in 100 dark rooms. "You can rest." Embrey looked at her hand. Then he raised his own. His fingers were cold when they touched hers. Not the cold of marsh water, but the cold of something that had not felt warmth in years. He wrapped his hand around hers and held. She began the rite. The words came from a place older than her training, a rhythm she had learned from her teachers before the fire, before Varlo, before she learned to fear her own gift. She spoke them low, letting the cadence settle into the space between them, offering him the release he had been denied. Embrey's jaw worked. His fingers tightened on hers, and then he shook his head. The rhythm broke. Ondreya stared at him, the words dying in her throat. "No." He did not nod, but his grip on her hand did not loosen. He held her there, cold and steady, and with his free hand he raised one dripping finger and pointed past her shoulder. East, beyond the levee post, beyond the reeds, to a stretch of marsh she had not seen, where the water lay darker and the road she could not see waited beneath the tide. He pointed and held and would not let her go. "He wants something," Saffron said from the fire. Ondreya did not turn. "He wants to show me something. Or he wants you somewhere specific." Olantha's voice from the doorway, low and alert. "What is east of here?" Saffron was quiet for a moment. Then, "The old toll road, sunk when the marsh rose 40 years ago. You can still walk it at low water if you know the markers." "What is on it?" "Nothing. It was abandoned before the chapel courts took control of the county. The toll house collapsed years ago. You can still walk it at low water if you know the markers." "What is on it?" "Nothing. It was abandoned before the chapel courts took control of the county. The toll house collapsed years ago. Embrey's grip tightened. His filled eyes held Ondreya's, and she saw something in them she had never seen before. Desperation. He wanted her to see it. He needed her to understand. She looked down at their joined hands, at the cold water beating on his skin, and thought of the milestone that had bled when the figure pointed at it. Thought of the trail of marks leading east. Thought of the aidity that had driven them like sheep through the marsh, always toward something, never away. "You want me to follow the toll road," she said. Embrey released her hand, but before he did, he pressed one cold finger to her palm, tracing a shape she could not see in the dark. Then he stepped back into the reeds and was gone. Chapter 20. The fire had burned down to embers by the time the others settled. Pell lay curled against Ondreya's side, breath slow and even, one small hand gripping her coat even in sleep. Olantha had taken first watch at the door, crossbow across her knees, her silhouette a dark line against the broken frame. Saffron had folded himself into the corner with his satchel as a pillow, and within minutes his breathing had deepened into the rhythm of exhausted sleep. Ondreya did not sleep. She sat with her back against the wall, Pell's weight warm against her ribs, and watched the embers pulse like a dying heart. The shape Embrey had traced on her palm still tingled, a cold residue she could not wipe away. She had tried. 3 times. The sensation remained, just beneath the skin, a ghost of his cold finger. She closed her eyes. Not to sleep, just to rest them. Just a moment. The smoke came first, thick and black, filling her throat, her lungs, the spaces behind her eyes. She could not see. She could not breathe. The heat pressed against her face, her hands, the exposed skin of her wrists, and somewhere beyond the roar of flame there was chanting. Voices she knew. Teachers. All of them. The low, steady rhythm of the old rites, the ones spoken only in the deep hours, the ones she had been allowed to hear but never to lead. She tried to move toward them. Her legs would not obey. Her feet were rooted, her arms heavy, her mouth open but making no sound. The chanting grew louder, and then a voice cut through it, clear and close, a voice she knew better than her own heartbeat. "Light it." She tried to see who spoke. The smoke was too thick. She could not turn her head. "Light it now. Obey me." Her hand moved, not her hand. The hand of a younger woman, unmarked by rope bone, unscarred, reaching toward a torch that burned with a flame too bright to look at. "Do it. You are the only one who can." Her fingers closed around the torch, and she woke. Pell was shaking her. Not the memory, Pell was actually shaking her arm, dark eyes wide in the dim light, the hand signals sharp and insistent. "Danger. Wake. Danger." Ondreya gasped. The air in the levee post was cold and damp, full of rain and rot, and she dragged it into her lungs like a drowning woman breaking the surface. "I'm awake," her voice scraped. "I'm awake." Pell held up both hands. "Fire?" She blinked at them. "In your sleep. You were signing. Fire. Fire." "I was dreaming." Pell did not look convinced. They pointed at her hands. Ondreya looked down. Her nails were black. Not dirt, not marsh mud. Something darker, finer, ground deep into the crescents beneath her nails and the creases of her knuckles. She stared at them, trying to remember touching anything, trying to remember standing, moving, reaching. She could not. "You were sleepwalking." Saffron's voice came from the corner, low and dry. He was awake, propped on one elbow, watching her with an expression she could not read. "I was not. Your boots are wet." She looked down. Her boots were wet. Not damp from the earlier crossing, wet as if she had walked through standing water while the others slept. Her stomach turned cold. "I don't..." She stopped, tried to remember, found nothing but smoke and chanting and a voice she could almost name. "I don't remember." Saffron sat up slowly, his joints tracking. He did not look alarmed. He looked like a man assembling a puzzle he had been expecting to solve. "Show me your hands." She held them out. He crossed the space between them, took her wrists, turned her palms to the ember light. his thumbs pressed into the lines of her fingers, and she let him. She was too tired to pull away, too shaken to care what he found. He brought her fingers close to his face, then let out a long breath. "This is soot." "I know." "No, Ondreya." He met her eyes. "This is old soot, deep set, the kind that comes from touching something that burned a long time ago, not from last night's fire." He released her hands and stood, crossing to where the mortuary cart sat against the far wall. She watched him circle it, his pale fingers trailing over the wood, the rusted fittings, the patches where the years had worn grooves into the frame. He stopped at the rear panel. "Here." She rose. Her legs felt strange, as if they had walked a long distance and she had not been there to feel it. She came around the cart and looked where he pointed. The rear panel was charred, a long black scar of old fire damage running from the axle bracket to the corner joint. She had seen it before. She had always assumed it was from the same fire that had destroyed half the cart's original load, years before she bought it from a tanner in Mirecross for 3 silver pieces and a promise not to ask questions. Saffron took her hand. He pressed her fingers to the charred wood, lining them up with the deepest burn mark. They fit perfectly. Her hand had been pressed into this exact spot, recently enough that the soot still clung to her skin, in her sleep, without memory. She pulled her hand back. The cold in her stomach spread upward, into her chest, her throat. "I don't remember doing that. I believe you. I don't remember walking. I don't remember touching the cart. I don't remember." She stopped. The smoke was still in her lungs. The chanting still echoed in the hollow of her skull. And the voice that had given the command, was still just out of reach, a name she could almost say. "What happened at the fire?" Saffron asked it quietly. No accusation, no demand. She looked at her hands. The soot was already beginning to flake, falling in fine, dark specks onto her lap, leaving behind clean skin and the faint memory of a burn scar she had never touched. "I don't know yet." He held her gaze a moment longer, then nodded once, a grave priest accepting a confession he had not fully heard. Pell tugged her sleeve. "Embrey is back." She turned. The revenant stood at the edge of the levee post, Film's eyes fixed on her, one cold hand raised and pointing. Not east this time. At home. Chapter 21. They broke camp before the sky had fully grayed. Ondreya packed the cart with stiff fingers, so it still caught in her nail beds despite 3 scrubbings with marsh water. She could feel the others watching her. Saffron with his careful, measuring gaze. Ilianza with something harder, a vigilance that had shifted from watching the road to watching her. Pell did not look at her at all. They walked ahead of the cart, small figure picking a path through the broken stone where the old toll road rose out of the marsh like a spine breaking water. The road was barely 2 cart widths wide, cracked and tilted, with Blackwater standing in every depression. Reeds pressed in from both sides, shoulder high, dense enough to hide a man standing upright. Embrey had vanished again, but Ondreya felt him out there, a cold thread at the edge of her awareness, no longer pointing east, pointing at her. The morning passed in silence. The road narrowed. What had been a usable track became a ledge between drowned ditches, the stones slick with moss, the cart wheels sliding where the tilt was steepest. Saffron walked at the rear, one hand braced against the cart frame, his fine coat splashed with mud he did not bother to wipe. "We should reach the chapel before dusk," he said, "if it is still standing." Helan had shifted her crossbow from one shoulder to the other. "If?" The old toll roads had collection houses every few leagues. Most were abandoned when the marsh rose. The one on this route was a chapel before it was a toll house, and chapels were built to last, or to trap. Saffron did not answer. The reeds thinned as the road climbed, and Ondreya saw what he meant. The ground rose just enough to lift the road above the flood line, a low ridge of packed stone and clay that wound eastward through the marsh like a serpent's spine. The markers along it were old, older than the chapel courts, carved with symbols she did not recognize but that made something cold settle in her chest. Pell stopped. They stood at a fork where the road split around a drowned willow, one branch continuing east, the other angling north into deeper water. Pell stood at the north branch, head tilted, dark eyes fixed on something Ondreya could not see. Pell. They did not move. She walked to them, her boots sinking where the road had crumbled. The north branch was barely visible, a submerged track leading into a stand of dead trees whose branches clawed at the sky like blackened hands. "What is it?" Pell sighed. "Wrong. That way is wrong." "Have you been here before?" They shook their head, then signed again. "Know it anyway." Like remembering a dream. Ondreya crouched beside them. The cold from the road seeped through her knees. "What do you remember?" Pell looked at her. Their face was pale, older than 9 years, carrying something that had been buried too long and was beginning to surface. "Fire," they signed. "Water. A room with no windows. Someone singing." Ilonda had come up behind them, crossbow lowered. "That north branch goes to the old channel. Nothing out there but dead marsh and a few collapsed huts." Pell signed again. The bell came from that direction. The Cranbrook bell. The one that had followed them through the marsh, tolling without a ringer, heralding every approach of the entity. Ondreya straightened. "Then we stay east." Pell nodded, and the group moved on. The road narrowed again, the reeds closing in until they scraped against the cart on both sides. The birds that had accompanied the Mourning had fallen silent, and the only sound was the whisper of dead grass and the wet suck of boots on stone. The sun was low when Saffron stopped. "There." Ondreya followed his gaze. The toll chapel sat at the crest of a low rise, half sunk in reeds, its stones dark with damp and age. It had been a real chapel once, built before the chapel courts had standardized their architecture, with a steep roof and a bell tower that had collapsed inward, leaving a jagged crown of broken timbers. The walls were thick, the windows narrow slits, and the front door stood open. No wind was blowing. The door hung still, a dark rectangle against the chapel's interior shadow, and Ondreya's skin prickled. "Was it open when you saw it last?" Ilonda asked. Saffron shook his head. "I've never seen it at all, only on maps." Pell had stopped again. They stood at the base of the rise, one hand raised, not signing, just holding the gesture as if testing the air. "Something is inside." Ondreya felt for the salt pouch at her throat. The familiar weight steadied her. "Could be animals," Ilonda said. "Refugees, anyone." "Could be," Saffron agreed, but his voice was flat, unconvinced. They approached in silence, spreading out as they climbed the rise. The reeds gave way to bare stone, a courtyard of cracked flagstones where moss grew in dark green coppets, and a single iron ring was set into the ground, meant for tethering horses that had not come here in 40 years. The door was a dark mouth. Ondreya stopped 3 paces from it, her breath shallow, her hand still on the salt pouch. The interior was too dark to see. No firelight, no movement. But she felt something, a pressure in the air, a quality of silence that was not empty but waiting. Pell stepped past her. "Pell, no." They ignored her, walking to the threshold, stopping at the edge where the light from the setting sun cut a clean line between the world outside and the darkness within. They stood there a long moment, small figure framed against the black mouth of the chapel. Then they turned. Their face was unreadable, but their hands came up, slow, deliberate, the gestures precise in the fading light. The voice in the dream. Ondreya's blood went cold. "It is in there, waiting." The door hung open. No wind, no sound. Inside the chapel, something breathed. Chapter 22. The doorway was a wound in the stone. Ondreya stood at the threshold, 3 paces back, her hand clamped on the salt pouch at her throat. The chapel's interior swallowed light the way the marsh swallowed bodies, deep and without echo, a darkness that seemed to breathe against her face. Pell stood at the edge of it, small and still, their silhouette sharp against the black. The voice in the dream, they had signed. It is in there, waiting. Ondreya's mouth was dry. "Pell, step back." They did not move. Ilonda shifted beside her, the crossbow's stock creaking under her grip. "We can circle. Find another way east." "There is no other way east," Saffron said quietly. "The toll road ends at this chapel. Beyond it, the marsh opens to the old channel, and the channel feeds into the flood basin. No crossing for another 2 days." Ondreya heard him. understood him, but her attention was fixed on the darkness inside the door, on the quality of the silence that was not empty. She had felt silence like this before. In the Stilt village, just before the entity crossed the water. In Sorrel's house, when the dark stains spread across the wall. In the mill loft, when Embrey pointed at something moving through the reeds. This was the same silence, the same waiting. She took a step forward. "Ondreya!" Iloantha's voice was low, sharp. "Do not walk into a dark building where something is waiting for you. I am not leaving Pell at the threshold." "Then I'll go first?" Iloantha moved past her before she could argue, crossbow raised, boots silent on the cracked flagstones. She reached the door, stopped at the edge of the darkness, and looked back. "Light," she said. Saffron already had one. A small lantern with a shielded flame, the kind he used for reading documents in the dark. He handed it to Iloantha, who took it without looking away from the interior. She stepped inside. The lantern light pushed the darkness back a few feet, revealing a nave choked with collapsed pews, a stone floor wet with seepage, and walls covered in faded paint, old saints with their faces worn away by damp and time. The air smelled of rot and still water, and something else, something sharp and metallic. Ondreya followed. Pell stayed at the threshold until she turned and held out her hand. After a long moment, they took it. Their fingers were cold. The chapel was larger than it had appeared from outside. The collapsed bell tower had brought a section of the roof down with it, and the debris had been pushed aside, as if someone had cleared a path through the wreckage. The path led to the altar. The figure waiting there was human-shaped. It stood at the altar, not quite touching it, its back to them. It wore dark cloth, damp and heavy, the kind that hung on a body that had been in water too long. Its hair was lank, dark, streaked with gray. It did not move when the lantern light reached it. Olanda's crossbow did not waver. "Turn around, slowly." The figure did not turn. Pell made a sound, a small, choked noise, barely a breath, not quite a word. Their hand tightened on Ondreya's fingers until the bones ground together. "It knows them." The thought arrived without words, pure intuition, cold and certain. Ondreya looked at the figure at the altar, at the familiar slope of its shoulders, the way it stood with its weight on one hip, a posture she had seen 1,000 times. The figure turned. It was not a face. It was a collection of features arranged in the shape of a face, skin stretched over bone that did not quite fit, eyes that were the wrong color and set at the wrong distance. But the arrangement was close enough to recognize. Ondreya's breath stopped. She knew that face. She had loved that face. Nadia. The voice was wrong. It came from a throat that had been drowned and fished back up, wet and ruined, the words scraped out like stones from a grave. But the voice was also right. The rhythm, the lilt, the way it softened her name into the old childhood shape only one person had ever used. "Nadia, you came." Ondreya did not move. She could not move. The world had narrowed to that face, that voice, the impossible sight of a woman who had burned to ash 6 years ago, standing at an altar in a drowned chapel. Embrey was at the door. She did not know when he had arrived, but he was there, standing outside the threshold, his filmed-over eyes fixed on the figure at the altar. He did not enter. He did not warn. He simply watched, his hands at his sides, his cold presence a weight at the edge of her awareness. "You are not her," Ondreya said. The figure tilted its head. The gesture was familiar, painfully familiar. "I am not," it agreed, "but I remember her. I remember everything she knew, everything she loved." Its gaze shifted to Pell, "Including you." Pell made the sound again, louder this time, a whimper that did not belong in a child's throat. Ondreya pulled them closer, her hand on their shoulder, her body between them and the thing at the altar. "Do not look at them." "Pell," the figure said, and the voice softened, became a woman's voice, warm and gentle, the way it had sounded when Ondreya was small and sick and afraid. "I have missed you. I have looked for you in every face I have worn. You were the one I could not find." Pell's hands came up. They were shaking. The signs were small, cramped, barely formed, the gestures of a child who was signing through terror. "Match." Ondreya's blood turned to ice. "It matches." "What matches?" Ionlanthi's voice was tight. Pell, what matches? Pell looked at the figure, then at Ondreya. Their face was white, their eyes too wide, their hands moving in a rhythm that belonged to nightmare, not language. The voice. From the fire. Matches. The world tilted. Ondreya heard the words, understood them, and something broke open inside her. A door she had kept barred for 6 years. A door she had sealed with silence and miles and the careful refusal to remember. Matches. The voice from the figure's throat was the same voice that had commanded her all those years ago. Not the exact tone, not the exact words, but the same shape, the same authority, the same thread of love twisted into a command. Light it, Nadia. You must trust me. Light it. The figure at the altar took a step forward. I remember the night, it said, and the voice was changing now, deepening, losing the warmth, becoming something older and colder. I remember the candles and the singing and the door you locked behind you. Ondreya's hands were on the salt pouch. She did not remember putting them there. You set the fire, the figure said. I watched you do it. Yes. The word came out of her before she could stop it. A confession, an admission. The first time she had spoken it aloud in 6 years. I set the fire? Pell's grip on her hand went slack. The silence in the chapel was absolute. Not waiting anymore. It was the silence of something that had already arrived. And in that silence, Ondreya remembered. She remembered the chapel, the real one, not this ruin, the Coven's chapel with its dozen candles and its smell of old wax and crushed herbs. She remembered the teachers gathered at the altar, their voices rising in the old tongue, the rite they performed every year at the turning of the season. She remembered Varlo. He had come to her after the rite began, his face calm, his hands steady. He had told her the rite had gone wrong, that the teachers had been contaminated, that if she did not act, the contagion would spread beyond the chapel walls and take every village in Lowfenn. Light it, Nadia. Containment, mercy. You are the only one I can trust. She remembered the match in her hand, the way it scraped against the box, the flame that bloomed small and ordinary. She remembered the oil, the trail he had already laid, leading from the altar to the door. She had not asked how it got there. She had trusted him. She touched the flame to the oil. The fire ran fast, a river of light rushing toward the altar where her teachers stood, singing. She remembered the door, the way Varlo pulled her through it, the way he bolted it behind them. Containment, mercy. The screams. Ondreya came back to herself, standing in the center of the toll chapel, Pell's hand limp in hers, the figure watching her with knowing eyes that with the wrong color set in a face that almost fit. I remember, she said. Her voice was hollow, empty. The same voice she had used to tell Pell, we are leaving now, in the first chapter of this nightmare. He told me to light it, and I did. Chapter 23. The silence stretched. The figure watched her with Nadia's eyes in the wrong color, and Ondreya stood frozen in the wreckage of 6 years. I remember, she said again. The words tasted like ash. He told me it was containment, mercy. The figure tilted its head. The movement was not human, a bird watching a worm, calculating the moment to strike. He lied, Ondreya said. He laid the oil himself. He had the door barred before I struck the match. Teacher, the figure said, and the word curled in Nadia's voice like a hook. Master, vessel, you obeyed because you trusted. And trust is the blade that cuts deepest, yes. Ondreya's throat closed. I am not your teacher, the figure continued. But she is in me. All of them are. The voices you silenced, the hands you burned. They remember you, little vessel. They remember the girl who locked the door. Pell made a sound, small, broken. Ondreya felt the noise hit her chest like a stone. Pell. She did not turn, did not dare take her eyes off the figure. Pell, I need you to go out the door, now. Do not run. Walk. Go to Saffron. Pell did not move. I need you to trust me. The child's hand slipped out of hers. Ondreya felt the absence like a wound. She heard Pell's footsteps, slow and reluctant, moving toward the door where Iolanthe stood with the lantern, her crossbow still raised. The figure watched Pell go. Its face shifted, Nodia's features flickering like a reflection disturbed by wind. "Always the child," it said. "Always the smallest mercy that ruins the careful work." Something in the voice changed, dropped, became deeper, older, less human than it had been a moment before. "Run, little vessel. We will meet again on the road east. I have waited 6 years. I can wait another day." Ondreya moved. She did not run. She walked backwards step by step, her eyes on the figure, her hands open at her sides, the salt pouch cold against her throat. The figure did not follow. It stood at the altar, watching, patient, as Ondreya crossed the nave, as she passed through the door, as Iolanthe pulled her into the courtyard and the dark. The night air hit her face, cold, wet, alive with the smell of marsh and rot. Ondreya bent double and vomited into the moss. "Move," Iolanthe said. Her hand was on Ondreya's back, pushing, guiding. "We need to move before it changes its mind." "It will not." Ondreya wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "It said it could wait. It meant it." "That is worse." Saffron was already leading the mule cart away from the chapel, his face set in the tight grimace of a man who has seen enough to know when to stop asking questions. Pell sat in the cart bed, arms wrapped around their knees, face hidden. Ondreya climbed in beside them. The wheels found the sunken road. The chapel receded into darkness behind them, its open door a black mouth swallowing everything. No one spoke. The marsh breathed around them, frogs and insects, and the slow lap of water against stone. Sounds that should have been peaceful, but felt like listening. Pell did not look at her. Ondreya sat with her back against the cart's slats, her hands in her lap, the soot still under her nails, and she waited for the words to come. None did. What could she say? "I was 19 and I trusted him, and I burned him alive. I have carried that door in my chest for 6 years, and I never told you. You were the only one who came through the fire, and I was the one who set it." She said nothing. The cart rolled on through the dark. After a long time, Iolanthe's voice came from the driver's bench. Low, careful. "Varlo." "Yes." "He gave the order." "Yes, he used you." Ondreya did not answer. The truth was worse than that. Varlo had not used her. He had shaped her. He had raised her in the coven, taught her the old words, called her little Nadia and my clever girl, and the one who will carry what we leave behind. He had made sure she was the one standing at that door with the match in her hand. He had made sure she believed it was mercy. "We need to stop for the night," Saffron said. His voice was flat, professional. "The road is too narrow to travel in full dark, and the tide will rise before dawn." "There is a raised bank 100 paces ahead," Iolanthe said. "I saw it before we lost the light." "I remember it. Old flood platform, dry enough to camp." Ondreya heard the decision being made around her, through her, as if she were not present. She did not argue. The cart stopped at the platform, a square of packed earth on stone pilings just above the marsh's reach. Ondreya stood at the edge of the platform and did not follow. Iolanthe came to her after the camp was set, a piece of hard bread in her hand. She did not offer it. She simply stood beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "Tell me what you need." "I need to not be here." "Can't give you that." "Then I need to keep moving." "Tomorrow, at first light." Ondreya nodded. Iolanthe did not leave. She stood with her, watching the water, her crossbow at her seat, her body a wall against the dark. After a long moment, she said, "The child will come back to you." "Will they?" "Yes. You do not know that." "I know they stayed." Iolanthe's voice was quiet. "They had every reason to run, and they stayed. That is not nothing." Ondreya said nothing. She thought of the figure in the chapel, the wrong eyes, the voice that was Nadia's and not Nadia's, the way it had made Pell's name sound like a claim. "You were the one I could not find." She thought of Varlo, his calm voice, the oil trail he had laid before she ever struck the match. She thought of her own hands, pressed into the char on the mortuary cot, reaching for something she could not remember. The marsh breathed around her, and in the dark, far to the east, something waited. Something that had been waiting for 6 years. Something that knew her name. Chapter 24. The mule stamped once in the dark, and Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch before she knew why. The sound came from the road east. Hooves. Single horse, moving slow, no urgency. Ailanti was already on her feet, crossbow raised, body angled between the sound and the cart, where Pell lay curled. Saffron rose from the fire with deliberate slowness, his pale hands empty and visible. "One rider," he said, "at this hour, under a truce flag." Ondreya saw it then, the pale cloth hanging from the rider's lance, catching the last of the firelight. White, unmarked, chapel truce. The rider reined in at the edge of the flood platform, a lean figure in mud-spattered livery, face hidden behind a riding hood. They did not dismount. "Ondreya Ulmgard." The voice was young, female, careful. "I carry a letter under chabal seal. No chains, no escort. You may read it and send me back with your answer, or with silence." Ailanti did not lower the crossbow. "Who sent you?" "Hesketh by his own hand and signature." The name landed like a stone in still water. Ondreya felt everything go quiet. The marsh, the fire, the blood in her own veins. "Give it here," she said. The rider produced a sealed tube from their saddle, leaned down, and placed it on the platform's edge. Then they straightened and backed the horse 3 paces. "I will wait at the fork until dawn. If you do not come, I will assume your answer is no, and I will ride back alone." They turned the horse and walked it east into the dark. No one moved. The sealed tomb lay on the stone between them, pale wax catching the firelight, the chapel insignia pressed clean and deep. Ondreya picked it up. Her hands did not shake. She had hoped they would not. She broke the seal. The letter inside was written on heavy paper, the ink black and steady, the hand familiar in a way that made her stomach turn. She had seen that handwriting on lesson pages, on permission slips for burial rites, on the note tucked into her satchel the morning of her first solo laying. "My clever girl, you are ready." She read it once, twice. The words did not change. "Ondreya, child of the coven, vessel of the old inheritance. I write not as your hunter, but as the man who raised you, in the hope that you will hear what the bounty and the warrant have never said. Surrender yourself to my custody, and I will withdraw the 3-county warrant. The bounty will be dissolved. You will be granted a full pardon under chapel seal, with freedom to live in any county you choose, no charge of heresy or murder standing against you. The child, Pell, will be placed in a permanent house at the Dry Boot, under the care of a widow I have already secured. They will want for nothing: food, warmth, schooling, a bed that does not move. They will never travel another flooded road or sleep another night in a cart. You have my word as your teacher. Come to me at the old counting house in Brackmill by the next full moon. Come alone, and I will meet you with the pardon already signed." Ondreya's hands lowered. A permanent house, a bed that did not move, a widow who would feed Pell and clothe them and watch them grow up in one place, with one roof, where no bounty hunter would ever find them. No flooded roads, no cold watches, no running. She thought of Pell curled in the cart, small and silent, their dark eyes fixed on nothing. She thought of the way they flinched at loud sounds and the way they had not signed since the chapel. A permanent house. "What does it say?" Ailanti's voice, low, careful. Ondreya did not answer. She held the letter out, and Ailanti took it, reading over Saffron's shoulder as he leaned in. The fire popped, a log settled. Pell had not moved from the cart. Ondreya could feel their gaze on her back, heavy and unreadable. "A pardon," Saffron said. His voice was flat. "Full amnesty. No charge of heresy or murder." "And a house for Pell," Ailanti said. "Permanent, secured." "It sounds generous." "It sounds too generous." Ondreya looked at him. His face was unreadable in the firelight, but his eyes were moving, scanning the letter again, then again. What? She said. There is a clause here. He pointed at a line near the bottom. The phrasing classifies Pell as retained under the chapel court's material witness statute until the full accounting of the coven fire is certified in writing. Silence. Retained, Ondreya said. Retained, not protected, not housed as a ward, retained as evidence until Varlo himself certifies the accounting is complete. How long does that take? Saffron looked at her. As long as he wants it to. The air left her lungs. The offer was a cage, a beautiful cage with a warm bed and a full bowl and a door that only Varlo held the key to. She thought of Pell in a room they could not leave. Pell waiting for Varlo to decide the accounting was complete. Pell growing up in a house that was a prison with curtains drawn over the bars. He would keep them, she said. He would keep them until I did what he wanted, and then he would keep them anyway. Yes. And the pardon? Valid only in the counties under his jurisdiction, which means you never leave his reach. Ilanthi set the letter down on the stone. Her jaw was tight. Burn it. Not yet. Ondreya picked it up again, read it a third time. The words were the same. The trap was the same. And yet, a permanent house, a bed that did not move. She looked at Pell, still curled in the cot, still not looking at her, and she thought of what it would mean to give them that. Even if it was a cage, even if it was temporary, even if she had to trade herself for it. They will want for nothing. You have my word as your teacher. The fire crackled, the marsh breathed, and Ondreya stood at the edge of the platform, holding the letter that promised her everything she had never dared to want, and she did not know if she was strong enough to refuse it. Chapter 25. Ondreya folded the letter once, then again, the crease precise as a chapel binding. She did not burn it. She tucked it inside her coat, against the salt pouch at her throat, and felt the paper settle there like a second heartbeat. Iolantha was watching her from the fire. Her crossbow lay across her knees, unstrung, but her hands were still in position, thumb and forefinger pressed together the way she held them before she spoke something she knew would cut. You are thinking about it. I am thinking about all of it. That is not the same thing. Ondreya did not answer. She could feel Pell in the cart, still curled, still silent, still not looking at her. The weight of that absence was worse than any accusation. The pardon is real, she said. He would have to sign it before the chapel court. He cannot fake that seal. He can fake anything, Saffron said quietly. He taught me. She turned to him. He was sitting with his back to the cartwheel, his fine coat stretched over his knees, his pale hands empty and still. In the firelight he looked older than she remembered, the silver in his temples catching shadows. He taught you? Briefly, before I was defrocked. I served under him for 3 months in the Northern Circuit. He did not look at her. He does not offer mercy, Ondreya. He offers traps with comfortable furniture. And the house for Pell? Real enough. A widow, a bed, a warm meal every night. He met her eyes. And a locked door that only he has the key to, until he decides the accounting is complete. Iolantha stood. The movement was sharp, deliberate, the way she did everything when she was trying not to break something. You are not actually considering this? I am considering what it buys. It buys you a cage and him a weapon. Pell gets a bed, Bell gets a cell. Ondreya's jaw tightened. I did not ask you to decide for me. I am not deciding for you. I am telling you what I see. Iolantha stepped closer, and the firelight caught the hard line of her mouth, the muscle jumping in her jaw. You are standing there holding a letter from the man who murdered your family, and you are trying to convince yourself that trading yourself for Pell's safety is noble instead of stupid. It is not stupid if it works. It will not work. He will take you, and he will take Pell, and he will have everything he wanted from the start. Then what you suggest? Ondreya's voice rose, cracking at the edges. We keep running until the bounty catches us, until the entity finds us in another ruined chapel, until one of us dies in a ditch because I was too proud to bend. I suggest you stop deciding what happens to all of us without asking. The word hid like cold water. Ondreya stared at her. Yolanda stared back, arms crossed, breath quick, her eyes bright with something that was not anger and not fear, but an uncomfortable mix of both. I am not deciding for you. You are deciding for Pell. You are deciding for me. You are deciding for Saffron and Embrey and everyone who has chosen to stay with you. Yolanda's voice dropped. You have been deciding for us since the ferry, and you have not once asked what we want. Silence. The fire popped. Pell did not move in the cart. I want to keep you alive, Ondreya said. The words came out raw, scraped from somewhere she did not like to open. I want to keep Pell alive. I want to stop running before it kills one of us. Then let us run together. It is not that simple. It is exactly that simple. Yolanda stepped closer, close enough that Ondreya could smell the smoke, and Marsh, on her coat, could see the tiny crack in her lower lip where it had split in the cold. You are not poison, Ondreya. You are not a curse. You are a woman who made a terrible choice because a man she trusted told her it was mercy, and you have been punishing yourself for it ever since. But you do not get to punish yourself by giving him what he wants. Then what do? Fight. I have been fighting. Fight differently. Yolanda's hand came up, not fast, not grabbing, just there, palm open, waiting. Fight with us, not for us. Ondreya looked at her hand. She looked at the letter inside her coat. She looked at the cart where Pell lay silent and still. She did not take Yolanda's hand. She did not pull away. She stood there, caught between the two, and the moment stretched until it felt like something would break. Then the marsh screamed. Not an animal, not nunned through reeds. A human voice, high and wet, cut short before it finished. Ondreya spun. Yolanda already had her crossbow loaded, the string biting into her fingers as she raised it toward the tree line. Saffron was on his feet with the knife she had not seen him draw. Pell sat up in the cart, dark eyes wide, one hand raised. Silence. Then the reeds parted, and the courier staggered into the firelight with his throat open from ear to ear. He made it 3 steps. His hand reached out, empty, reaching for nothing. His mouth opened and closed like a landed fish. He fell at Ondreya's feet. The letter she had not sent was still tucked inside his coat, untouched, unread. Someone had killed him before he could deliver her answer. Someone had erased the record of truce before she could choose. Ondreya looked up. The reeds were still. The marsh breathed. And in the dark beyond the firelight, something moved away through the water, slow and deliberate, making no effort to hide its departure. Varlo had not sent the courier to offer mercy. He had sent him to learn what she would say. And now that he had his answer, he had burned the messenger so no one else could ever prove the offer was made at all. Chapter 26. The courier's blood pooled in the moss, black and thin in the firelight. The letter still tucked inside his coat, the one she had not sent. Ondreya stared at the body, at the open throat, at the message Varlo had already read without needing parchment. Someone moved away through the dark water, slow, deliberate, not hiding. Island Thythe lowered the crossbow. He knew. Yes, he knew before the courier reached us. Ondreya nodded. The fire crackled. Pell sat in the cart with both hands pressed flat against the boards, watching her with those dark eyes that had stopped trusting her. Saffron knelt beside the body. His pale hands moved over the coat, the belt, the empty scabbard at the hip. They took his purse, his knife, everything that could identify him. He looked up. This was not a warning. This was housekeeping. Yolanda's jaw tightened. He wanted to know what you would say. He got his answer. Now he burns the paper so no one else can prove it existed. He did not need to kill the courier to destroy a letter, Saffron said quietly. He killed him to show us he could reach this camp whenever he chooses. The words settled like ash. Ondreya looked at the body, at the letter inside his coat, at the dark water where something had moved away without hurry. She had been standing here holding Varlo's offer for hours, trying to decide if she was strong enough to refuse it. But Varlo had not been waiting for her answer. He had been waiting to see which way she leaned, and now he knew. Now they all knew. No one slept. They dragged the body to the water's edge and let the current take it. Eilon that kicked dirt over the blood. Fafrin sat with his back to the cartwheel, knife across his knees, watching the reeds. Pell curled in the cart and did not close their eyes. Ondreya sat apart. On the far edge of the flood platform, legs dangling over black water, staring at nothing. She was not thinking about the offer anymore. She was thinking about the pattern. Every shelter she touched burned. Every person who stayed near her carried a target. The mill, the chapel, the camp, the courier's blood in the moss. She had told Eilon that she wanted to keep them alive. She had meant it. But the only way she had ever kept anyone alive was by leaving before the fire reached them. Near midnight, she stood. Eilon that looked up from her post at the platform's edge. Where? Water. Eilon that studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded once, and Ondreya walked into the dark. She did not go to the water. She went to the cart. Pell lay rigid under the tarp, awake, watching her approach. Ondreya knelt beside them. She did not touch them. She did not speak. She just looked at the child she had pulled from a village that burned behind her. The child who had signed match in the chapel. The child who had heard her confess. "I am sorry," she said, "for all of it." Pell's fingers twitched. Ondreya stood. She walked back to the platform edge where Eilon sat, and she sat down 2 feet away. "Tomorrow," she said, "we need to move faster. Put distance between us and whoever Varlo has in these reeds." Eilon nodded. At first light. At first light. Ondreya watched the stars blur into gray, listened to the others breathe. Saffron's slow rhythm. Eilon's steady cadence. Pell's shallow hitch. She waited until the last breath evened out. Then she rose. The cot stood in the half-dark. The mule stamped once, soft. She reached under the seat and pulled out her pack. The food, the flint, the folded tarp. She left Varlo's letter in her coat pocket. She left the coat folded on the cart seat. Pell's hand lay curled at the edge of the tarp, small, still, trusting. Ondreya looked at it for 3 heartbeats. Then she walked. The reeds took her before she reached the tree line. The marsh accepted her like it had always known she would come alone. Water soaked through her boots. Cold climbed her calves. She kept leaving. "They will live," she told herself. "Without me, they will live." She pushed through the reeds toward the old channel north, toward the direction Pell had said was wrong. Because Varlo expected her to run east, and the entity wanted her east, and everyone who followed her died on that road. So she went north, into the wrong direction, into the dead marsh where the bell had come from. She walked until the light turned gray and the mist thinned, and then she heard it. Not footsteps, not voices, a child's breath, ragged, trying to be silent. She turned. Pell stood 10 feet behind her on the drowned path, barefoot, coatless, shivering, their dark eyes fixed on her face. They had followed her through the reeds, through the cold, through the dark, without a sound. Ondreya's chest caved in. "No," she said. "No, you have to go back." Pell shook their head. "I am trying to keep you alive." Pell signed something, slow, deliberate. "Stay." The word hit her like a blade. Behind Pell, a 1/4 mile back through the reeds, a bird took flight. Then another. Then 3 more, rising in a line that traced the path Pell had left open. Someone was coming. Ondreya grabbed her wrist, hard, nails digging in. They signed again, 1 word, the same word. "Stay." Crossbows clicked in the mist. Shapes moved through the reeds. 3, 4, more. And behind them, from the direction of the flood platform, a shout. Not a hunter. Saffron's voice. "Ondreya!" Another voice, Eilon's steps, sharp and close, already moving through the marsh toward the sound of the bolts. They had heard the shots. They had followed. They were coming for her. The hunters hesitated. The line shifted, uncertain now, splitting between the hollow and the approaching footsteps. And Ondreya understood. Her leaving had not drawn the hunt away from them. It had drawn them into it. Chapter 27. The hunters were still coming. Ondreya heard them through the reeds, footsteps, voices, the wet snap of branches, and she heard Saffron and Alanarn moving toward the sound, not away from it. They had followed. They had followed, and now they would die because of it. She grabbed Pell's wrist and hauled them out from under the log. The child stumbled, bare feet slipping in mud, but they did not cry out. They just ran with her, matching her stride, their hand locked around hers. The marsh opened ahead into a shallow channel. Black water. No bridge, no boat. Behind them, the hunters had heard the voices too. They were splitting, some turning toward Saffron, others pushing forward. The trap was closing from both sides. "There," Ondreya said, and pulled Pell into the water. It hit her thighs, then her waist, cold and thick with sift. Pell gasped, but did not stop. They waded together, half swimming, half stumbling, until the far bank rose under their feet. She looked back. Alanarn stood at the edge of the reeds 100 yards south, crossbow raised, firing into the mist. Saffron was behind her, bent low, something in his hand, not a weapon, a parchment. He was waving it. Ondreya could not hear what he shouted. She did not need to. He was telling her to run. She ran. The ground rose, the reeds thinned, the marsh gave way to hard-packed earth, then gravel, then the ruts of a cart track that cut between flooded fields. Ahead, a shape emerged from the fog. A wall. Not a village wall, a city wall. Mirecross. The water had reached the low wards. The outer gates stood open, not for welcome, but because the flood had lifted them off our hinges. People moved through the gap, not running out but running in, carrying bundles, dragging children, fleeing the water. Ondreya slowed. "City," she breathed. Pell looked at her. They did not sign. They just waited. Behind them, the hunters had not followed across the channel, but Saffron and Alanarn were still out there, and the mist was full of sounds she could not read. She had no choice. She took Pell's hand and walked toward the open gate. Mirecross swallowed them. The streets were wrong, too full, too loud. The flood had driven the outer villages inward, and every alley was packed with wet people, livestock, cots, and the dead. The dead lay in lows along the market square. Dozens of them. Drowned. Dragged from the rising water and laid out on doors and planks because the chapel had run out of stretchers. No one was performing rites. No one was touching them. Ondreya wandessed a woman who knelt beside a child's body, her hands pressed together, lips moving in a prayer no one answered. She walked past a man carrying his wife over his shoulder, her hair dragging through the mud. She walked past a boy who sat alone, staring at nothing, because his family was in the square, and he did not know what to do now that they were not moving. Pell gripped her hand tighter. A voice cut through the noise. "Close the lower gates!" A runner pushed through the crowd, drenched, his coat torn. The waters breached the burial crypts under the chapel yard. The dead are rising in the old channels. A murmur, then a scream, not from the runner, from somewhere deeper in the city, followed by another, and another. Ondreya stopped walking. Pell looked up at her, their dark eyes asking a question they could not voice. She did not answer. She was listening. The screams were not random. They were spreading in a pattern, a line. Something was moving through the lower wards, and the city was responding the way meat responds to fire. She turned. The gate they had entered through was still open, but the crowd was pushing inward now, not outward. People were climbing the walls, dropping from windows, and the water was still rising. "We need higher ground," she said. Pell nodded. They pushed through the crowd together, moving against the flow, toward the chapel spire that rose above the rooftops. The chapel meant chapel court. Chapel court meant danger. But it also meant stone walls, and stone walls would hold longer than the timber houses crumbling in the flood. The street narrowed. The crowd thickened. Ondreya pulled Pell into a side alley, climbing over a collapsed cart, stepping around a body no one had stopped to move. Behind them, the screams changed pitch. Not panic anymore, pain. something that reached the market square. Ondreya did not look back. She kept moving, Vel's hand in hers, until the alley opened into a courtyard where the chapel's outer wall rose above the floodline. And there she stopped, because the courtyard was full of the dead, not risen, not moving, laid out in neat rows, maybe 40 of them, covered in wet canvas. A grave keeper stood at the far end, an old man with a ledger and a lantern, writing names as fast as his hand could move. He looked up when she entered. His eyes widened. He knew her face. "No," he said. "Not you. Not here." Ondreya did not answer. She looked at the rows, at the bodies, at the water seeping under the canvas, carrying the cold upward into the dead flesh. "How long since they drowned?" she asked. 6 hours, some less. Have you sealed them?" The gravekeeper's mouth tightened. The chapel was supposed to send a priest. They sent a runner instead. He drowned on the way. Behind the chapel wall, another scream, closer. The gravekeeper looked at the bodies, at the water, at Ondreya. "You can do it," he said. "I know what you are. I know what you can do." Pell's hand tightened. Ondreya stood in the courtyard of a city that had nailed her name to every post, surrounded by dead who would rise before the bell struck again, while the thing that wore her teachers' faces was still waiting for her somewhere on the road east. And the screams were getting closer. She let go of Pell's hand. "Get the canvas off," she said. "All of it." The gravekeeper moved before she finished speaking. She knelt beside the first body, a woman, middle-aged. Her skin was pale, the water still beaded on her forehead, and Ondreya could see the faint tremor in her chest, the beginning of movement where no movement should be. She touched the woman's face. The cold hit her like a door closing. She did not hum, she did not pray. She just held still and let the dead woman feel that she was seen, that she was not alone, that someone had come to the edge of the dark with her. The tremor stopped. The body settled. Ondreya moved to the next one. Pell stood behind her, watching, saying nothing, their small hands empty at their sides. And somewhere in the drowned city, the dead duck rising. Chapter 28. The first body took longer than it should have. Ondreya's hands trembled against the woman's cold face. The exhaustion from the Marsh still knotted in her shoulders, and she had to stop twice to breathe before the settling took hold. The gravekeeper watched with a ledger in his hand, writing nothing. The second body was faster. A young man, his skin still soft from the water, eyes half open. She touched his forehead and read the panic of drowning, the scrape of his back against a submerged doorframe, the moment his lungs gave out. She held him still until the tremor stopped and his face went slack. The third did not need a reading. The old man was already gone, empty, just meat waiting to move. She pressed her palm to his chest and sealed him quiet. Pell stood at the edge of the canvas with their arms wrapped around themselves, counting on their fingers. The gravekeeper moved down the row with her, pulling canvas back, exposing faces. Water had pooled under the bodies, carrying a faint, oily sheen that caught the lantern light. 23, he said. 24's under the arch. She moved. Bodies 9 through 14 blurred together, men and women, some children, all marked by the same swollen stillness. She touched each one and let the cold run through her, felt the drowning lodge in her bones like splinters, and pushed past it into the quiet. The chapel bells began to ring, not the slow toll of warning, fast, clattering, the sound of a tower in panic. The gravekeeper looked up. "They're closing the inner gates." The screams did not stop. Ondreya moved to the next body, a girl, maybe 12, her hair braided with marsh grass the way the villagers did for funerals. Someone had laid her out with care. She touched the girl's cheek. The cold hit her like a wall. Not drowning, not water. Something else beneath it, older. A heat that had never fully cooled. The girl's dress was not clean. She had been dead before the flood reached her. Ondreya pulled her hand back. The gravekeeper's voice was tight. "What is it?" "Nothing." She pressed her palm to the girl's chest and held. The heat pushed back. She pushed harder. The body arched once, a spasm of trapped hair, and then went still. She did not look at what her hand had done. She moved. Bodies 15 through 20. The rhythm settled into something mechanical. Touch, hold, settle, move. The cold piled in her joints like rust. Her right wrist ached where the rope-burn scar had sat for 6 years. Her spine screamed with each bend. Pell had stopped counting. They were watching her face. She did not let them see what it cost. 20, 21, 22. The bodies kept coming under the canvas, and the gravekeeper kept pulling it back, and the bells kept clattering, and the screams kept shifting pattern. Closer now. The thing in the lower wards was moving through the city like a needle through cloth, stitching death in a straight line toward the chapel yard. 23 had a wound in his side. 24 was barely breathing when she touched him. Not dead yet, not risen, just suspended between the two, and she sat with him for a full minute before the settling took. 25, the gravekeeper said. She reached. Her hand did not stop shaking. Pell moved. They came to her side and pressed something into her palm, a piece of hard bread saved from the morning. Their dark eyes held hers for a moment, and then they stepped back to the edge of the canvas. She ate the bread without tasting it. 25 was a woman Ondreya's age, dressed in the fine wool of a merchant's wife, her hands still ringed. Ondreya touched her forehead and read the cold weight of the water, the brief terror, the surrender. She settled her with a hum she did not realize she had started, until the woman's face smoothed into stillness. 26, 27. The sky darkened, or her vision darkened. She could not tell which. The gravekeeper's voice came from a distance. "There are more in the next courtyard, the chapel yard. The runner said the crypts. I know what the runner said." She stood. Her knees did not want to hold her. She looked at Pell, at their small face and empty hands, at the row of covered bodies behind her. "Stay here." Pell shook their head. "Pell," they signed. "No. Stay. You." She did not have the strength to argue. The next courtyard was worse. Bodies in heaps instead of rows. The water had carried them here, slammed them against the chapel wall, and left them tangled in a drift of timber and cloth. 15, maybe 20. Some were already moving. She waded in. The fist-risen corpse turned toward her with its mouth open and its hands reaching. She caught it by the wrist and pushed the cold into it, felt the thing inside it fight, a splinter of the flood's panic, and she crushed it with her grip. The body crumpled. She moved to the next. Behind her, the chapel bells stopped. The silence was worse. She worked through the drift by touch alone. No names, no faces, just meat that had decided to move, and meat she stopped. Her hands were raw. Her breath came in short gasps that she could not control. The cold in her bones had spread to her chest, and she could feel it pressing against her heart like a hand closing. Pell tugged her sleeve. She looked up. The water in the courtyard had gone still. The oily sheen was gone. In its place was a reflection that did not match the sky. Something stood behind her in the water's mirror. She did not turn. She knew what it would look like. She knew whose face it would be wearing. "Not yet," she said, to the water, to the air, to the cold pressure at her back. "I am not finished." The reflection held. Then it rippled, and the water cleared. She turned. Nothing was there. But the screams from the lower wards had stopped, all of them, at once, as if something had swallowed the sound. Pell's hand found hers. She stood in the flooded courtyard with the dead at her feet and the silence pressing in, and she knew the composite had reached the city. Chapter 29. The silence in the courtyard did not last. It broke on a woman's voice, high and sharp, from the crowd pressed against the chapel wall. "That is her. That is the Marrow-Witch." The words spread like flame through dry reeds. Whispers became murmurs, became a low, swelling noise that had nothing to do with grief. Ondreya stood with Pell's hand still in hers, the cold of 27 drownings locked in her joints, and watched the crowd's shape change. People who had been weeping for their dead were backing away. A man with a child on his hip made the sign against evil, 2 fingers pressed to his throat. An old woman pulled her shawl over her mouth, as if Ondreya's breath alone could carry plague. The bodies she had laid to rest lay in neat rows behind her, still and peaceful, and the living were looking at her as if she had killed them twice. "I saw her hands," someone hissed. "She was touching them, touching the dead and whispering. They call her Marrow-Witch in the eastern counties. Someone should hold her for the chapel court." Pell's grip tightened. Ondreya did not move. She stood in the water with her raw hands at her sides and let the crowd's fear wash over her like the tide she had already waded through. This was the shape of every village she had ever entered. First the need, then the taking, then the recoil. The gravekeeper stepped between her and the crowd. He was old, thick-limbed, his face carved with the same patience that had let him stack 40 drowned bodies without flinching. He did not raise his voice. "She settled your dead," he said, "every one of them, while your priests drowned and your bells did nothing." The crowd's noise faltered, but only for a breath. The woman who had first spoken pointed at Ondreya's hands. "Look at her. She is covered in blood. That is not from the dead, that is from the living, that is from the—" "Her hands are cracked from the cold," the gravekeeper said. "Same as any woman who works the water. Same as you if you had done what she did tonight." Ondreya wanted to tell him to stop. She did not need defending. She had known what she was when she walked into the courtyard. But the words would not come. Her throat was sealed with cold. Pell stepped closer to her. A deliberate placement, small body pressed against her thigh. Face turned toward the crowd with the flat, unblinking stare of a child who had already seen worse. The crowd's murmuring shifted again. Someone at the back said, "The chapel bells stopped when she came. That is not a good sign." "The bells stopped when the thing in the lower wards arrived," the gravekeeper said. "She was already here. She has been here all night, doing your work." A young man in a waterman's coat pushed through the front of the crowd. He had been among those carrying bodies to the courtyard. She remembered his hands. She had taken a body from him and laid it without a word exchanged. Now he stood 3 paces away, looking at her with something between gratitude and horror. "You laid my brother," he said. She nodded. "He was in the water for 2 days before they brought him up. He was—" "I know." The young man's jaw worked. He wanted to thank her. She could see it in the way his hands opened and closed, the way his throat moved when he swallowed. But the name Marrow-Witch sat between them like a wall, and he could not find the words that would cross it. He stepped back. The crowd's silence was worse than their shouting. Pell tugged her sleeve. She looked down. They signed one word: leave. She wanted to. Every instinct she had told her to take Pell and vanish into the dark streets, find a gate, find a wall, find anywhere that was not here. But her legs would not move. The cold had settled too deep. A hand touched her shoulder. She flinched. Saffron's face swam into her vision, lean and tired, his coat splashed with marsh water and something darker. He looked at her hands and said nothing. He simply took them, one at a time, and began wrapping them in clean linen from his satchel. His fingers were steady, gentle. He did not ask permission. "The crowd is not the problem," he said, low enough that only she could hear. "The hunters sealed the city wards an hour ago. 3 gates, every chapel watchman. They are moving methodically, street by street." She watched him tie the bandage around her right wrist, over the rope-bone scar she had carried for 6 years. The linen was white and clean. It would not stay that way long. "Where's Iolantha?" "She found a bell tower with a clear shot at the east gate. She said she would wait until she saw us, and then she would start making trouble." "That is not a plan." "That is Iolantha." The corner of her mouth tried to move. It did not quite manage. Saffron finished the wrapping and held her hands for a moment longer than necessary. His palms were warm against the bandages. She could feel the heat of him through the linen. "You saved 37 people tonight," he said. The gravekeeper counted. 37 dead who will not rise and kill the living. That is what you did. The rest is noise. The noise will get us killed. The noise always gets people killed. He released her hands and stepped back. "But not tonight. Tonight we find a hole, and we wait." Pell is fine. Pell is the only one here who understood the assignment. She looked down. Pell had not moved from her side. Their small hand was still wrapped around hers, and their dark eyes were fixed on the crowd with a patience that looked nothing like a child's. The gravekeeper appeared at her other side. He held out a folded square of oilcloth. "The crypts under the chapel have more bodies, 40, maybe 50. If the water rises again, they will float up, and some of them will not stay quiet." Chapter 30. The gravekeeper's courtyard fell behind them as Saffron pulled her through a gap in the chapel wall, past a collapsed confessional, into a passage that smelled of wet stone and older rot. Pell's hand never left hers. The crypt key was still cold in her palm. "This way," Saffron said. "There is a charnel warehouse 3 streets east. The flood took half of it. The other half is still dry. The hunters are searching by street number and chapel register. They will not reach the warehouse until dawn." She wanted to ask how he knew that. She wanted to ask why he had linen bandages in his satchel, how he had found her in the courtyard, what else he was carrying that he had not told her about. But her mouth would not form the questions, and the cold in her bones made thinking feel like wading through mud. The charnel warehouse was a long stone building with a sagging roof and a door that hung sideways on one hinge. Inside, the air was thick with lime dust and the chemical sweetness of old bone. Racks of skulls lined the walls in neat rows, each one catalogued by chapel script that had faded to illegibility. The flood had not reached this high. The floor was dry. Saffron closed what was left of the door behind them and wedged a broken pew against it. 3 hours, he said. Maybe 4. She sat down on the floor because her legs would not hold her anymore. The stone was cold through her trousers, but she had stopped feeling cold the way normal people felt cold. It was just a fact now, like breathing. Pell sat beside her. They did not sign anything. They just pressed their shoulder against hers and stared at the door. She heard Iolanthe before she saw her. Boots on stone, the familiar creak of a crossbow being lowered, and then Iolanthe's voice, rough and tired. "You look like shit. I feel like shit." "Good. That means you are still alive." Iolanthe crossed the warehouse in 6 long strides and crouched in front of her. Her face was smudged with something dark, her hair plastered to her temples with sweat and marsh water. She looked at Ondreya's bandaged hands, then at her face, and something in her expression shifted. Not softening exactly, but quieting. "You laid 37 dead tonight. 37 doesn't mean anything if they catch us before dawn. It means 37 people will not rise and kill their families in their sleep." Iolanthe's voice was flat. "That is not nothing." She had heard that before, from Saffron, in the courtyard, from Iolanthe, now. She wanted to believe it. She wanted to believe that 37 quiet dead were worth the cold that had settled into her like a second skeleton. She did not. Pell tugged her sleeve. She looked down. They signed, "We stay." "Yes," she said, "we stay." A sound from the street, distant voices calling in a pattern she recognized. Chapel watchmen doing a block search, calling out clear and blocked in a methodical cadence. They were still 3 streets away, maybe 4, but they were coming. Saffron had been circling the warehouse, checking the walls, the roof, the back corner where flood debris had piled against the stone. He returned with a folded parchment in his hand. "The warehouse is a back route to the old channel," he said. "If we go now, we can reach the water before they seal this block." "We cannot reach the water," Iolanthe said. "The hunters have crossbowmen on every bridge." "Then we stay here and wait for them to find us." Silence. Ondreya looked at the crypt key in her palm. The gravekeeper had given it to her for the bodies under the chapel. She had not earned it. She had not earned anything tonight, except a name that made people back away. "There is another way," Saffron said slowly. "The hunters have a standing offer. The Marrow-Witch delivered alive, and anyone who walks with her is granted amnesty. Full pardon, no questions." Iolanthe's head snapped up. "No. It is a clean offer. I checked the warrant before we left the courtyard. The terms are specific. You could walk out of this city with a seal on your record and a full purse." "And leave her?" "The hunters have 3 gates sealed and block-by-block patrols. We cannot fight our way out. We cannot outrun them in an unfamiliar city. But one of us could walk to the east gate, deliver the location of the Marrow-Witch, collect the amnesty, and be gone before dawn." Iolanthe was on her feet. "I will put a bolt through the next person who says that." "I am not saying I will do it." Saffron's voice was calm. "I am saying the option exists." Ondreya watched him. The defiance in his jaw, the steady hands. He had burned his life to follow her into the marsh. He had bandaged her wounds without being asked. And now, he was standing in a charnel warehouse with his debt papers still in his satchel, offering her a way to let him go. "Saffron," he looked at her. "Your debt papers. How much?" 300 marks. Why? She pulled the crypt key from her palm and held it out to him. The gravekeeper said the crypts hold 50 bodies. If the water rises again, they will rise. The chapel will pay someone to lay them. They will pay well. He stared at the key, then at her face. Something moved behind his eyes, something she could not name. You are trying to give me a way out. No, she said. I'm trying to give you a way to stay without debt. The warehouse went quiet. The voices on the street were closer now, 2 blocks away, maybe less. Saffron reached into his satchel and pulled out a folded sheaf of papers. Debt papers. She recognized the chapel watermark. He held them up, looked at them for a long moment, and then set them on the floor. He struck a match. The debt papers caught flame at the corner, curled and blackened. He let them burn until the fire reached his fingers, then dropped the last smoking fragments onto the stone. There, he said. No debt. Oleanda stared at him. Pell stared at him. Ondreya stared at him. You just burned 300 marks, Oleanda said. I burned 300 marks of leverage that could have been used against me. Against us. He dusted his hands. Now I am free to choose. The voices were 1 block away now, close enough to hear individual words. Their house. Check the back. Doors. Oleanda moved. She crossed to the door, tested the pew barricade, and then turned her back to it. She raised her crossbow and sighted down the length of the warehouse. I am not leaving, she said. I chose the ferry. I chose the marsh. I choose this. Pell did not say anything. They did not need to. They were pressed against Ondreya's side with the immovable weight of a child who had decided and who would not be moved. Ondreya looked at the 3 of them. Saffron with his burned fingers, Ilonethe with her crossbow trained on the door, Pell with their dark eyes fixed on the gap beneath the barricade. She should tell them to go. She should give them the crypt key and a route and a chance to live. She opened her mouth. The back wall of the warehouse groaned. They all turned. Embrey stood in the shadow where the debris had piled against the stone. He had not made a sound entering. He was simply there, shoulders slumped, clothes dark with water, his filmed-over eyes fixed on her. He took a step forward, then another, and then he stopped beside her, not quite close enough to touch, and stood there with the patient stillness of a man who was no longer outside the circle looking in. Saffron's voice was barely a whisper. Is that? Yes. He is with us? Ondreya looked at Embrey, at the water still dripping from his coat, at the way his jaw worked slowly, like a man trying to remember how to speak through drowning. He is with us, she said, and for the first time since the courtyard, she believed it. The voices reached the warehouse door. Chapter 31. The voices stopped on the other side of the warehouse door. Ondreya counted heartbeats. 3, 5. The scrape of a boot on stone. A low murmur she could not parse. Then footsteps moving away down the alley. Slow and deliberate. The pace of men who knew they had time. Saffron let out a breath through his teeth. They are sealing the quarter, not setching it. They will double back when the perimeter is locked. Then we go now. Ilonethe lowered the crossbow and crossed to the back wall where the debris had piled against the stone. She tested the heap with her boot. This leads to the old channel, if the water has not taken the passage. Saffron was already pulling at the wreckage, a rusted cart axle, a coil of rotted rope, a shutter hanging by one hinge. The mortuary workers used skiffs to move bodies during the last flood. They kept them under the tabble vaults. Ondreya moved to help him. Pell stayed pressed to her side, one hand hooked in her belt, tracking every sound from the alley. Embrey stood motionless at the debris pile, his filmed eyes fixed on the darkness beyond it, as if he could already see the route. They cleared the passage in silence. Behind the stacked wreckage, a low arch opened into a narrow tunnel that sloped downward into Blackwater. The smell rose to meet them, silt and rot and something chemical, lye or quicklime, the sharp bite of the chapel's old cleansing stores. Saffron struck a match and held it into the dark. The tunnel ran 20 feet before opening into a wider space, pillared, vaulted, the old undercroft of the quarter. Water filled it to thigh height, still and black, reflecting the match flame like a polished mirror. "The skiffs will be chained at the far end," he said, "if they are still there." "If—" He did not answer. Ilanthe went first, crossbow raised, wading into the water with the careful silence of someone who had moved through worse. Ondreya followed with Pell, half carried against her hip, the child's legs too short for the depth. Embrey came last, making no sound at all, his dark shape barely visible in the flame's dying light. The undercroft opened into a larger chamber where the chapel's foundations met the old city wall. Here the water was deeper, chest-high in the center, and the ceiling hung low with the weight of the street above. 3 flat-bottomed skiffs floated against the far wall, chained to iron rings sunk into the stone. Saffron waded to them, examined the chains, and pulled a set of forged documents from his coat. "The permits are wet now. They will not pass inspection." "They will not need to," Ondreya said. "We will be through the old channel before anyone reads them." He looked at her for a moment, then nodded and bent to work the lock with a pick from his satchel. The first chain fell with a splash that echoed through the chamber. They froze. Silence. Then, from the arch they had entered through, a voice. "Someone is in the undercroft." Ilanthe was already moving, cutting the second chain with her belt knife, pushing the nearest skiff toward Ondreya. "Get in. Get the child in." Ondreya lifted Pell over the gunwale and climbed in after them. The skiff rocked, shallow, unstable, built for corpses and still water, not for living passengers and desperate flight. Ilanthe sliced the third chain and shoved the second skiff toward Saffron. "No," he said. "Together. One skiff. We stay together." "Too much weight. Then we lose cargo, not people." He grabbed the painter of Ilanthe's skiffs and halted alongside, then climbed in, settling low in the stern. "Push off. They are coming through." The voice in the arch was closer now, joined by a second, a third. Torchlight flickered against the wet stone. Embrey did not climb into the skiff. He stood in the water beside it, his filmed eyes fixed on Ondreya, his cold hand resting on the gunwale. "Embrey." Her voice cracked on the name. "Get in." He shook his head. Once, a slow, final motion. Then he turned and walked toward the torchlight, wading through the black water with the steady patience of a man who had nowhere left to be. "Embrey!" But he did not stop. Ilanthe grabbed the paddle and drove it into the water. The skiff lurched forward into the dark of the tunnel, leaving Embrey behind, a pale shape dissolving into the torch glare as the hunters reached the undercroft. Ondreya heard his voice for the first time in 3 years. It came from the chamber behind them, low and broken, the sound of a throat that had forgotten how to shape words. "Here," he said. "I am here." Then the tunnel coved and the sound cut off, replaced by the scrape of the skiff against stone and the ragged rhythm of their own breathing. They paddled in darkness for what felt like an hour. The tunnel branched twice, and each time Saffron chose without hesitation, reading the current, the smell of the air, the angle of the brickwork. Ilanthe kept the skiff steady with the paddle, while Ondreya held Pell against her chest, feeling the child's heart hammer through their thin ribs. Pell's hands moved against her arm. Small, quick signs. Fire. Locked door. Dung. Ondreya caught Saffron's eye in the dark. He is signing something. Saffron shifted, straining to see in the black. Again. Pell repeated the sequence. Fire. Door. Ring. Then a new one. A shape Ondreya did not recognize. A hand curled into a claw, then opened flat. Saffron went still. "What?" Ilanthe said. "What does it mean?" Saffron's voice was low and careful, as if he were handling something fragile. "The ring, a seal ring, a bear eating its own tail." "Ouroboros," Ondreya breathed. "The old coven seal." "Varlo wears it," Saffron said. "He has worn it since before I served under him. The question is how Pell knows what it looks like from inside a locked room." Ondreya looked down at the child in her arms. Pell's face was bloodless, their dark eyes fixed on nothing, still signing the sequence in a loop. Fire. Door. Ring. I saw it, Pell whispered. The first sound they had made in days, a voice scraped raw from the throat, barely audible over the water. I saw him lock the door. The skiff drifted into silence. Pell's hands kept moving, smaller now, as if the memory was pulling them inward. Varlo locked it, they said. Then he told you to light it. Chapter 32. The skiff drifted into silence. Pell's whisper hung in the dark, thin as smoke, and Ondreya felt the words lodge in her chest like splinters she had carried so long they had grown into the bone. Varlo locked it, Pell said. Then he told you to light it. The skiff rocked gently. Water dripped from the paddle ion they held frozen above the surface. Somewhere ahead, the tunnel exhaled damp air against their faces, and Ondreya could not breathe. She had known. Some part of her had always known. The oil trail pre-laid, the door bolted behind her. The way Varlo's hand had been on her shoulder, guiding, not fleeing. She had been 19 and obedient and terrified, and she had stood in the mud watching the chapel burn while the man who raised her held her still. But hearing it spoken aloud, in a child's broken voice, made the knowing real in a way memory had never managed. Saffron broke first. His voice came low and flat, the careful tone of a man assembling facts into a shape he did not want to see. The door was barred from the outside, before you struck the match. Yes, Pell's voice barely carried. He pulled the bolt. I heard it. Iron on iron. Iloyante set the paddle across the gunwales. The wood scraped against the skiff's side, and the sound was loud in the tunnel's close dark. You saw this, she said. You were inside. Pell did not answer immediately. Ondreya felt the child's hand tighten against her coat, fingers curling into the wet wool like they were looking for something to hold that would not slip away. Under the tarp, Pell said. The mortuary cart. They brought me in under the dead. Ondreya's stomach turned. She had seen the cart that night, parked at the edge of the courtyard, draped in oilcloth, waiting for the bodies the ritual would produce. She had walked past it without looking. How old were you? Saffron's voice had gone rough. 3, 4, I do not remember. 3 years old, hidden under a corpse tarp while the teachers chanted, and Varlo laid the oil trail, and Ondreya stood in the mud with a match in her hand, believing she was saving them. The skiff drifted. The tunnel walls gleamed wet in the dark, and the current pulled them forward without direction. You saw him lock it. Ondreya's voice came out strange, like someone else was speaking through her throat. You saw him pull the bolt. Yes, and you have carried that for 6 years. Pell said nothing. Their hand kept moving against Ondreya's sleeve, the claw-opening flat sign, the one Saffron had not recognized. What is that? Ondreya asked. The sign you keep making. What does it mean? Pell's hand stopped. Then it moved again, slower this time, as if shaping the answer was costing them something. Door, they said. Locked door, and then the hand that opened it. Varlo's hand. No. Pell shook their head, a small, tight motion. After the fire. Someone opened the door from inside. The silence that followed was not empty. It was packed with things none of them were ready to say. Saffron shifted in the stern. The skiff listed slightly, then settled. Someone survived, he said. Something, Pell corrected. The word sat in the dark like a second skiff, invisible and massive, blocking the tunnel ahead. Olanfe picked up the paddle again. We need to keep moving. This tunnel empties somewhere, and I would rather it be daylight and open water than whatever is behind us. She drove the blade into the water, and the skiff lurched forward. Ondreya held Pell against her, feeling the child's ribs through the soaked clothes, the tremor that ran through them like a plucked wire. She wanted to ask more. She wanted to know what had opened the door, what had come out, what Pell had seen in the flame-lit dark before the tarp fell back and someone smuggled him through the reeds. But the tunnel demanded silence. The scrape of the skiff against submerged stone, the drip of water from the ceiling, the sound of their own breathing, too loud in the close space. They emerged into gray light. The tunnel opened onto a flooded canal between two collapsed warehouses. Rafters tilted at drunken angles, and the water was thick with debris, planks, tarred rope, a child's shoe floating sole up. The sky above was the color of old linen, heavy with cloud, and the rain had stopped. Saffron guided them to a stone landing where steps rose to what had once been a loading dock. The door above stood ajar, and through the gap, Ondreya could see a room with a table, a cold hearth, and a single candle burning on the mantel. Someone was there. They climbed the steps in silence. Alanta went first, crossbow raised, her boots leaving wet prints on the stone. Saffron followed, and Ondreya came last with Pell's hand in hers, the child's fingers cold and bird-boned and clinging. The room was empty, but the candle was fresh, the wick still smoked, and on the table lay a folded paper, weighted with a stone that had been painted once, faded now, the old coven marks worn smooth by years of touch. Ondreya let go of Pell's hand. She crossed to the table and picked up the paper. It was not sealed with chapel wax. It was not addressed to anyone, but the handwriting was as familiar as her own breath, the slant of the letters, the pressure of the pen, the way the descender of the final word curled like a hook. My clever girl. She did not open it. Alanta was at her side in 2 strides, reading the line over her shoulder. That is his hand. Yes. You knew he would be here. No. Ondreya's voice flat, the truth of it landing strange even to her own ears. I knew he might. Ilante's hand closed around Ondreya's wrist, not hard, but firm enough to stop her from folding the paper away. When were you going to tell us? Tell you what? The full truth. Ilante's grip tightened. Not the fragments, not the pieces you let fall when the pressure gets too high. All of it. What you did, what he did, what you are carrying that makes you think you have to decide for everyone else. Ondreya looked at the letter in her hand, unopened, waiting. I do not know how, she said. Ilante held her gaze for a long moment. Then she let go, turned, and walked to the hearth. Then start now, she said, before the candle burns out. Pell sat on the wet floor and pulled their knees to their chest, watching Ondreya with dark, patient eyes. Saffron leaned against the wall, arms folded, waiting, and Ondreya, for the first time in 6 years, opened her mouth to tell them everything. Chapter 3. She opened her mouth. The words did not come. The candle on the mantel burned. The shadows in the corners held still. And Ondreya stood with Varlo's letter in her hand and the shape of 6 years of silence pressing against her throat like a blade. Elan Foud waited. Saffron waited. Pell watched from the floor with dark, patient eyes that had already seen the worst of it and survived. I lit the fire, Ondreya said. The words landed flat, too small for the weight they carried. She had imagined this moment 100 times, confession as absolution, the truth breaking something open so the air could move again. But the room did not change. The candle did not flicker. We know, Saffron said quietly. Pell told us. That is not the same as hearing it from me. She set the letter down on the table. The painting's phone beside it bore old coven marks, worn smooth by years of handling, and she touched the faded spiral with her fingertip before she could stop herself. He told me the teachers were contaminated, she said, that the ritual had gone wrong, that if I did not act, the contagion would spread into the marsh and kill every village between the chapel and the coast. Elan Found's jaw tightened. And you believed him? I was 19. He had raised me. He had never lied to me before. Not once. The words came faster now, as if speaking them opened a seam she could not close. She told them about the oil trail Varlo had laid before she arrived, the careful way he had positioned the kindling, the weight of his hand on her shoulder as he guided her to the threshold. He pulled me through the door and bolted it behind us, she said. I heard the bolt slide. I thought it was to contain the fire. I thought everything he did was distraction. Pell made a sound, not a word, a small exhale that might have been agreement or grief. The teachers were already burning when the door closed, Ondreya said. I could hear them, through the wood, through the flames, and I stood there and let it happen because I trusted him. She stopped. The silence in the room was not empty. It was thick, heavy, the kind of silence that pressed against the ears like water. "I do not know how to make that right," she said. "I do not know if it can be made right." Elon cussed across to her and stood close enough that their shoulders almost touched. She did not speak. She did not touch. But she was there, solid and breathing, and that was more than Ondreya had any right to expect. Saffron pushed off from the wall. "The letter. It can wait. It has waited 6 years. Another hour will not matter." He gestured through the folded paper on the table. "But if Varlo knew you would be here, and if he left that letter knowing you would find it, then he wanted you to read it at this moment. Not earlier, not later. Now. That means it matters." Ondreya looked at the letter. The handwriting was as familiar as her own, the hook-shaped descender on the final word, the way the pen had pressed harder on the last stroke, as if Varlo had been in a hurry to finish, or had wanted the final letter to carry more weight. She picked it up. The wax seal bore the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, the old coven mark that Saffron had identified in the tunnel. She broke it with her thumb and unfolded the paper. The letter was short. "Little Nadia, you are reading this because you have learned the truth, not all of it, not the part that matters most, but enough to know you're not the one who chose. I did not write this to apologize. I wrote it because I need to understand that the chapel was already dead before I barred the door. The fever had taken 3 of them in the wick before the fire. The rest were too far gone to save. I did not kill your teachers. I ended a quarantine that had already failed. You were the only one I could trust to hold the match. Come to Brackmill. Let me show you the bodies I buried before the fire. Let me prove I was not trying to destroy the coven. I was trying to keep what remained of it from infecting everything it touched. If you do not believe me, ask the dead. Ask the ones who were already gone before the flames reached them. I will be waiting at the counting house until the full moon. My clever girl." Ondreya read it twice. The first time the words landed like blows, one after another, each one carrying the familiar weight of Varlo's voice. Reasonable, measured, convincing. The second time she saw the gops. He did not deny he had barred the door. He did not deny he had chosen her to strike the match. He did not deny that the teachers had been burned alive. He simply reframed it, turned murder into mercy, turned quarantine into necessity. "Let me guess," Saffron said. "He has an explanation." "Several. And they are persuasive." They always were. Ondreya took the letter from Ondreya's hand and read it herself, her lips moving silently over the words. When she finished, she folded it and tucked it into her own coat. "He is lying," she said. "I know." "Then why does it sound true?" Ondreya looked at the painted stone on the table, the worn coven marks, the spiral that had been touched by 100 hands before hers. "Because he believes it," she said. "That is what makes him dangerous. He does not think he is the villain. He thinks he did what was necessary, and everyone who disagrees is either too weak or too foolish to understand." "How long?" "Half a day if the rain holds off, longer if it does not." They walked. The city fell away behind them, the rooftops sinking below the tree line, the chapel spire disappearing into the gray. The marsh took over again, reeds and Blackwater, and the occasional ruined structure that had been a farm or a ferry stop or a shrine before the flood took it. Ondreya walked with Pell's hand in hers and the painted stone in her pocket, the weight of it a counterpoint to the letter she had left behind. She had told some part of the truth. Not all of it. The part about what she had seen in the flames, the part about the door opening from inside, the part about the thing that had crawled out of the fire wearing a teacher's face and had been hunting her ever since. She would tell them. She just needed to find the words. The causeway appeared ahead, a long, straight line of pale stone cutting through the reeds, half drowned and slick with moss. A shape stood at the far end, indistinct against the gray sky, too still to be a living thing. Saffron stopped. "I do not remember a marker there," he said. The shape did not move. Ondreya's hand closed around the painted stone in her pocket, and she felt the cold leave it, as if something had breathed on the other side of the world and the stone had answered. "Pell," she said. "Can you see what it is?" Pell's hand tightened around hers. Then they signed. Door. Locked door. And the hand that opened it. Chapter 34. The salt house sat at the edge of the causeway where the stone gave way to packed earth, its roof half collapsed and its walls streaked white where floodwater had licked them clean. The door hung on one hinge, and the interior smelled of salt and rot and something older, something that had dried so long ago it no longer carried the shape of what it had been. Saffron pushed the door wider and stepped inside. Dry enough. No sign of recent use. Ondreya followed him in, Pell's hand still tight around hers. The room was a single chamber with a hearth that had not held fire in years, a wooden table warped by damp, and shelves that had once held salt blocks. The floor was gritty underfoot. The roof had held in this corner, leaving a patch of dry ground large enough for all of them to sit. Ilandev came last, crossbow in hand, scanning the marsh behind them before she pulled the door closed as well as the broken hinge allowed. "We cannot light a fire," she said. "Smoke will carry." "We can eat cold rations and sleep in our coats," Saffron said. "It will not be comfortable, but it will be shelter." Ondreya released Pell's hand and crossed to the hearth. She ran her fingers along the stone. Cold. No ash, no recent residue. Whatever had sheltered here last had done so long ago. She turned back to the group. "Embrey," she said, "come inside." He stood at the threshold, shoulders slumped, clothes dark with marsh water. He had not spoken since the tunnel. He had not needed to. His presence at the edge of her awareness had been constant, patient, waiting. He stepped inside. The door did not close behind him, but it did not need to. The salt house was small enough to feel crowded with 5 of them, and the space itself seemed to contract around their presence, as if the walls remembered how to hold warmth. Saffron unpacked what he had: dried meat, hard bread, a water skin. He divided it into 5 portions without being asked, setting one aside for Embrey without looking at him. "The meat is salted," he said. "The bread is older than I would like, but it will keep us alive." Pell took their portion and sat cross-legged on the floor, eating slowly, their eyes moving between the door and Ondreya. They did not sign anything, but their stillness spoke. They were watching, waiting. Ondreya sat against the wall, her back to the plaster, and ate without tasting. The cold from the causeway had settled into her bones, and the painted stone in her pocket had not warmed. It sat against her thigh like a second heart, patient and waiting. Ilanda settled beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. She did not snuck immediately. She unwrapped the bandage on Ondreya's right hand and examined the skin beneath, her fingers light against the cracked palms. "Better than yesterday," she said, "but you are still pushing too hard." "I know." "Then stop." Ondreya looked at her. Ilanda's face was hard to read in the dim light, but her hands were steady, her touch careful. She rewrapped the bandage and tied it off, then did the same with the left hand without being asked. When she finished, she did not pull away. "Thank you," Ondreya said. Ilanda shrugged. "You would do the same for me." "I would." The words sat between them, heavier than Ondreya had expected. She had said them without thinking, and now that they were out, she could not take them back. Ilanda looked at her for a long moment. Then she smiled, a small thing that barely curved her mouth. "I know," she said. The bread was gone, the water was passed around. Pell had fallen asleep against Saffron's shoulder, their breathing slow and even, their small body folded into the curve of the defrocked priest's arm. Saffron had not moved. He sat with his eyes half closed, his free hand resting on Pell's head as if he had been doing it for years. Embrey sat in the corner, his back to the wall, his filmed-over eyes fixed on the door. He did not sleep. He did not seem to need to. But he was inside, and that was something. The silence stretched. Ondreya could feel Ianthe's presence beside her, the warmth of her shoulder, the rise and fall of her breathing. The salt house was cold, but the space between them was not. "I do not know how to stay," Ondreya said. The words came out before she could stop them, quiet, honest, unarmed. Ilanthe did not look at her. She kept her gaze on the door, on the dark beyond the broken hinge. "Staying is not a talent," she said. "It is a force. You make it every day, And some days you make it wrong, and then you make it again the next day. Every day? Every day. Iolanthe drank slindly. He hunches the bro heekers. Ossuary's thought of my sophist slandered the projecting ice post, and is honestly above the monist. Strain. Ondreya's throat tightened. She wanted to say something. She wanted to explain that she had never been good at this, that every person she had ever loved had burned, that the thought of being the reason Iolanthe died made her want to walk into the marsh and never come back. But Iolanthe was looking at her, and the words would not come. So she reached out instead. Her hand found Iolanthe's, cold and rough and uncertain. Iolanthe's fingers closed around hers, warm and sure. They sat like that, hands linked, shoulders touching, while the salt house breathed around them. The moment stretched, full and quiet, and Ondreya felt something shift in her chest, a crack in the armor she had worn so long she had forgotten it was there. She leaned in. Iolanthe met her halfway, close enough to feel the warmth of her breath, close enough to see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Ondreya's heart beat hard against her ribs. "I want to stay," she said, the words barely a whisper. "I just do not know how." Iolanthe's hand tightened around hers. Then we learned together. The space between them narrowed, and then Pell stirred, a small sound in their sleep, and the moment broke. Iolanthe pulled back, her smile rueful. "Later," she said, "when we are not running." Ondreya nodded, not trusting her voice. The warmth of Iolanthe's hand lingered in hers long after she let go. The night deepened. Pell settled again. Saffron's breathing evened out. Embrey stayed at his post, motionless, patient. And Ondreya sat in the dark with Iolanthe beside her, and the painted stone cold in her pocket, and the shape of the causeway still vivid in her memory. She closed her eyes. She did not sleep, but she did not reach for her salt pouch either. The marsh was silent. The door creaked, a low sound that might have been the wind, or might have been something else. Embrey did not move. His filmed-over eyes stayed fixed on the threshold. Ondreya opened her eyes. The shape was gone from the causeway. The water was still. The air was cold. But the painted stone in her pocket was warm. She touched it, and she saw, in her mind, the shape that had been standing at the far end of the causeway, too still to be alive, too patient to be anything but waiting. It had been waiting for her. Now it was not waiting anymore. Chapter 35. Dawn came gray and windless through the salt house walls. Ondreya had not slept. She had sat with her back to the stone, the painted stone cold in her pocket, Iolanthe's warmth fading from her hand, and watched the door. Embrey had not moved. His filmed-over eyes stayed fixed on the threshold, his shoulders slumped, his fingers loose at his sides, waiting. The first sound came from far off, hooves, many of them, moving in rhythm, not urgent, not chasing, a column on a road. Ondreya straightened. Iolananthe was awake before she could speak, crossbow in hand, eyes sharp. Saffron shifted, careful not to wake Pell. They listened. The hoofbeats grew louder, and then the voice came, a man's voice, trained to carry over water, reading from a proclamation. "Hear the judgment of the chapel courts in the matter of Ondreya Ulmgard, called the Marrow-Witch. Witch. Heretic. Murderer of her own coven under cover of fire." Ondreya's chest went tight. The voice continued, flat and liturgical. "Vessel of the old inheritance, contagion in the flesh. By order of Hesketh Varlo, witch-finder of the Eastern Circuit, any person who shelters her shall be tried as accomplice. Any person who delivers her alive shall receive full amnesty and a purse of 300 marks. The hoofbeats kept time. "To those who travel with her, stand aside, lay down your arms, walk away from the witch, and the chapel courts will show mercy. Remain at her side, and you will be counted among the damned." The voice faded as the column passed, the words swallowed by distance, but the echo stayed in the air like smoke. No one spoke. Ondreya looked at her companions. Pell had woken, dark eyes fixed on her, face unreadable. Saffron sat very still, his hand still resting on Pell's head. Iolanthe's stood at the door, crossbow tilted down, her jaw set. Embrey had not blinked. "You should go," Ondreya said. The words came out dry. She had meant them to sound practical, but they landed small and broken. Eilinde did not turn. No. 300 marks. Amnesty. You could walk out of this marsh and never look back. I could. Eilinde's voice was flat. But I will not. Saffron rose, careful not to jostle Pell. He crossed to the door and stood beside Eilinde, looking out at the gray sky. The chapel courts have been counting me among the damned for 6 years, he said. I have grown used to the company. Pell slid off the stone floor and came to stand at Ondreya's side. They did not sign. They did not need to. Embrey rose last. He did not speak. He simply moved to the threshold and stood there, his back to the group, his gaze fixed on the mist. The hoofbeats were fading. The column was moving away, east along the salt road. But there would be others, hunters on foot, moving through the reeds, dogs, informants. The marsh was a net, and they were inside it. We cannot stay here, Saffron said. No. Ondreya forced herself to think. The reed maze, north of the salt road. Embrey knows it. Embrey turned. His filmed-over eyes met hers, and he gave a single nod. Then we run, Eilinde said. Together. They left the salt house in silence. Embrey led. He did not hesitate, moving through the reeds with a certainty that Ondreya had never seen in him before. His feet found paths that were barely visible, game trails and dry ground where the marsh looked solid but was not. The hunters found them before they reached the maze. A horn sounded behind them. Close. Too close. Ondreya heard voices, shouts, the crash of bodies moving through reed beds. Keep moving, Olanda said, already raising her crossbow. The first hunter broke through the reeds 20 feet to their left. He wore chapel colors, a crossbow slung across his back, a short sword in his hand. He did not see Embrey until Embrey was already on him. The revenant moved faster than a living man should. His cold fingers caught the hunter's wrist, twisted, and the sword fell. The hunter opened his mouth to shout, and Embrey's other hand closed over his throat. The sound that came out was wet and thin. Embrey pushed the man backward into the reeds. The hunter did not rise. Go, Embrey said. His voice was barely a whisper, rough from disuse, but it carried. Ondreya ran. The reed maze swallowed them. Embrey did not follow. She looked back once, just before the reeds closed behind her, and saw him standing in the gap they had come through. His shoulders were slumped. His hands hung loose at his sides. He looked small and patient and utterly certain. A dozen hunters were converging on his position. He waited until they were close enough to see his filmed-over eyes, close enough to hesitate, close enough to wonder what they were facing. Then he turned and walked deeper into the reeds. The hunters followed. Ondreya did not look back again. The maze was a labyrinth of narrow channels and mud bars, dead ends, and false paths. Ondreya led now, following the angle of the sun through the mist, pushing Pell ahead of her when the reeds grew too thick to see. Olanda covered their rear, her crossbow tracking every sound. Saffron kept pace beside Ondreya, his breath steady, his eyes scanning the walls of green. They ran until the reeds gave way to open marsh, flat and brown and stretching to the horizon. Embrey was not there. Ondreya stopped, bent over, let the air burn in her lungs. She did not know if he had escaped. She did not know if the hunters had caught him. She did not know if she would ever see him again. But the reeds were silent behind them. No horn, no shouts, no hoofbeats. The hunters had followed Embrey, and Embrey had let them. Olanda lowered her crossbow. Her face was pale, but her eyes were steady. He bought us time, she said. Ondreya nodded. She could not speak. Pell took her hand, small fingers, cold and certain, pressing into her palm. Saffron looked back at the reeds. His jaw worked once, twice, and then he turned away. We keep moving, he said. Ondreya looked at the open marsh ahead. The water was still. The mist was thinning. Somewhere to the north, the old causeway led to the burned chapel. Somewhere ahead, the shape that had been waiting was no longer waiting. She tightened her grip on Pell's hand, and she walked. Chapter 36. The marsh changed as they moved north. The reeds thinned. The water turned darker, stained with something that was not mud. The ground beneath their feet grew firmer in patches and treacherous in others. Old paving stones half buried, their edges worn smooth by tide and time. Ondreya kept Pell's hand in hers. The child did not sign, did not look back. just walked, matching her pace, their fingers locked like a knot that would not slip. Olanthe walked at Ondreya's right, crossbow low, eyes scanning the marsh edge. She had not reloaded since the reed maze. There had been no time. Saffron walked at the rear, his satchel thumping against his hip, his breath steady despite the pace. He did not speak either. None of them spoke. The silence felt like a held breath. The causeway appeared slowly, a spine of broken stone rising out of the Blackwater ahead. It ran north in a straight line, vanishing into the mist, its surface cracked and uneven. On either side, the marsh spread flat and endless, gray water under gray sky. Ondreya stopped at the edge. The stones were blackened, not with age or weather, but with fire. Old fire, deep fire that had soaked into the rock and left it scarred. She had walked this road once before, 6 years ago. The other direction. She had been running then, too. "The causeway is intact," Saffron said, coming to stand beside her. "Most of it. The flood has not reached this high." "It will," Ondreya said. She did not know why she said it, but the words felt true. They stepped onto the stone. The first 100 paces were silent. The stone held. The water stayed at their ankles, rising no higher. Then Ondreya saw the first charm. It lay in a crack between 2 paving stones, warped and melted, its shape barely recognizable. A prayer token. The kind the old coven used to weave into the thatch of the chapel roof. She stopped. Saffron bent and picked it up, turned it over in his pale fingers. His face went still. "This is not battle damage," he said. "What is it?" He held the charm up. The metal had run, pooled, cooled into a shape that looked almost organic. This was melted by a fire that was laid deliberately. The heat was concentrated, contained, the kind a pre-laid oil trail would produce. Ondreya felt the words land in her chest like stones. "Varlo," she said, "or someone who knew his methods." Saffron set the charm back in the crack where he had found it. This road was not burned by accident. It was burned to erase something. They walked on. The remnants grew thicker as they advanced. Melted glass, warped prayer plaques, their inscriptions unreadable, their surfaces bubbled and black. A fragment of a bell, half sunk in the marsh, its bronze twisted into a shape that looked like a clenched fist. Olanthe picked up a warped plaque, turned it in her hands, ran her thumb over the illegible surface. "Someone did not want anyone reading these," she said. "Someone did not want anyone knowing who was buried here," Saffron said. Ondreya kept walking. She knew what they would find if she stopped and looked too long. Names, records, evidence that the old coven had been larger than Varlo had ever admitted. Evidence that the chapel courts had sanctioned the purge long before the fire. She did not want to see it. She wanted to reach the burned chapel, face what was waiting, and end this. The water began to rise, slowly at first, a finger's width, then 2. Then the causeway disappeared ahead of them, submerged under a stretch of black water that reflected nothing. Ondreya stopped. "Tide," Olanthe said. "Too fast for tide," Saffron said. His voice was tight. Ondreya looked at the water. It was not moving, not flowing in or out. It simply sat, dark and still, as if it had always been there. Waiting. She turned her head. At the edge of the marsh, where the reeds met the open water, a shape was moving. It did not walk. It did not run. It kept pace with them, parallel to the causeway, staying just at the edge of visibility. A silhouette against the gray sky, tall, still, watching. The composite. Ondreya felt the painted stone in her pocket. It was warm. Not hot, not yet, but warm enough to feel through the fabric. "It is not attacking," Olanthe said. "No," Ondreya said. "It is waiting." "Yes." "Waiting for what?" Ondreya looked ahead. The causeway stretched into the mist, broken and submerged, though barely visible. "For us to arrive," she said. Saffron stepped closer to her. His hand brushed his satchel, the one with the forged seals and the stolen proclamations. "Then we should not keep it waiting," he said. They walked. The water rose to their shins, then their knees. The causeway was still beneath them, solid stone, but the flood was climbing. The shape in the marsh stayed parallel, never closer, never farther. Pell's grip on Ondreya's hand tightened. She did not look at the shape. She kept her eyes on the road ahead, on the mist, on the place where the causeway would end and the chapel ruins would begin. The water reached her thighs. The stone began to rise again, climbing out of the flood. And ahead, she saw it. The burned chapel. Its roof was gone. Its walls were black, stained with soot and rain and time. The bell tower had collapsed inward, a pile of charred timber and melted bronze. The door was gone, burned or broken, leaving a dark opening that led into the belly of the ruin. The causeway ended at its threshold. Ondreya stopped. The water was still now. The shape in the marsh had stopped too. She looked at the chapel. 6 years. 6 years since she had stood here, young and terrified and obedient. 6 years since she had held the match. 6 years since she had lit the fire that burned her family alive. The door was open. The chapel was waiting. And the composite was no longer keeping pace. It was stepping on in the causeway behind them. Chapter 37. The causeway ended at a gap where the door had been. Ondreya stopped 2 paces from the threshold. The water lapped at her calves, cold and still, carrying flakes of ash that had floated down from the collapsed roof beams. The chapel breathed silence through its missing door. Pell pressed against her side. His hand was still locked in hers, small bones rigid, and she felt the tremor running through his arm like a current. Ilantha stepped up on her right, crossbow raised, scanning the dark opening. Her breath came slow and measured. Saffron halted at the rear, one hand resting on his satchel, the other on the charred stone of the doorframe. No one spoke. Ondreya looked at the chapel. The walls were black, streaked with rust where the iron brackets had melted and run. The roof had collapsed toward the center, leaving a jagged hole where the sky showed through, pale and indifferent. Charred beams lay across the nave like ribs. The bell tower was gone, reduced to a pile of scorched rubble at the north corner. The water inside was ankle-deep. It reflected nothing. She remembered the smell. 6 years ago it had been smoke and oil and the thick, sweet stench of burning flesh. Now it was wet ash, rot, and the mineral tang of standing water. The same place, the same stones, the same silence where 11 voices had once lifted in prayer and ritual and laughter. Saffron cleared his throat. She turned. He was still standing at the doorframe, his pale hand pressed against the stone like he was listening for something through the wall. His face was calm, but she had longed to read the tightness around his eyes. "Before we step inside," he said, "I need you to say it." She knew what he meant. Say what? No more half-truths. His voice was quiet, unhurried, but there was iron under it. No more deciding for us. No more carrying the weight alone because you believe it is yours to carry. Eileen Enther shifted. Her crossbow stayed level, but her gaze flicked to Ondreya. "He is right," she said. Pell signed something against Ondreya's palm. She did not look down to read it. Saffron waited. The water lapped at the stones. The ash floated. The silence stretched. "You swore you would tell us everything in the salt house," Saffron said. "You kept back the part about what crawled out of the fire. I saw it in your face when you spoke of the entity. There is more you have not said." Ondreya felt the painted stone in her pocket. It was warm, not hot, not yet. "I am asking you now," Saffron said, "before we cross this threshold. No more fragments, no more protection by omission. Swear it." She looked at the dark opening of the chapel. The water inside was still. The beams were black. The ash lay in layers, undisturbed by wind or tide. She thought of the broned woman who had crawled from the marsh and lived 3 days. She thought of what Varlo had done to silence her. She thought of the thing that had opened the locked door from inside, the thing Pell had seen with his child's eyes and signed with his small hands. She had never told them. She had never told anyone. The stone grew warmer. "I swear," she said. The word came out dry, cracked. It did not sound like a vow. It sounded like surrender. Saffron held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once. "Then let us." The voice came from inside the chapel. It was warm, measured, achingly familiar. She has already answered, Saffron. Every step she took toward this door was the answer. Ondreya's blood turned to ice. She knew that voice. She had heard it in her dreams. She had heard it in the toll chapel, wearing Nadia's face, speaking with Nadia's mouth. But this was not Nadia. This was the composite, and it was inside. The water rippled at the threshold. A shape moved in the darkness beyond the fallen beams, tall and still, standing in the ashes as if it had been waiting since the last ember died. It stepped forward. The light caught the edge of a face. Ondreya's breath stopped. It was not Nadia. It was one of the others. An older woman with iron-gray hair and a face that had been kind once, before the fire had melted half of it into something else. The burned side was smooth and dark, the eye sealed shut. The living side looked at Ondreya with the exact expression she remembered: patience, sorrow, and a grief so old it had become calm. "Hello, little one," the composite said in that teacher's voice. "I have been waiting a long time for you to come home." Chapter 38. The composite stepped fully into the light, half a face, kind and patient. The other half melted smooth, the eye sealed, the skin dark and glossy as poured pitch. It wore her teacher's clothes, the same gray dress Ondreya remembered from winter lessons, the same silver pin at the collar, though the fabric was scorched and waterlogged and hung wrong on a body that no longer breathed. "Little one," it said, and the voice cracked in the middle of the word, as if the throat that shaped it had been damaged and had learned to compensate. "You look so tired." Ondreya did not move. The water inside the chapel was still. The ash floated in pale islands on the surface. The smell of wet charcoal and old smoke wrapped around her like a second skin. Behind her, she heard Saffron's breath catch. Joannem's crossbow creaked as her grip shifted. Pell pressed harder against her palm, his small fingers cold. "You are not her," Ondreya said. The composite tilted its head. The motion was familiar, achingly familiar. She had seen that exact gesture 100 times when she had asked a question that showed she was paying attention. "No," it said. "I am not." It took another step. The water lapped at its ankles. The ash swirled. "But I remember her. I remember all of them. The ones who burned, the ones who watched, the ones who ran." Its gaze settled on Ondreya, and the living eye was wet, human, wrong. "I remember you, little one, the one who held the match." Ondreya felt something break inside her chest. Not a crack, a collapse. The silence stretched. Saffron was the one who broke it. "Ondreya?" His voice was quiet, careful. It carried no accusation, only the weight of a question he had been carrying for days. "Is that true?" She could lie. She could modify. She could say she was following orders, that Varlo had told her it was mercy, that she had believed him. But the entity was watching with her teacher's eye, and the ash lay thick on the water, and she had sworn on the threshold. "Yes," she said. The word fell into the chapel like a stone into deep water. She turned to face them. Saffron stood at the doorframe, his hand still pressed to the stone. His face had gone pale, not with shock, but with the slow settling of something he had suspected and hoped against. His fingers curled against the blackened wall. Olan then had lowered her crossbow, not to aim, to look at her. "I lit the fire," Ondreya said. "Varlo told me the teachers had been taken by fever. He said the contagion would spread through the marsh if the bodies were not burned. He said I was the only one who could reach the chapel in time." She paused. "I believed him." The words came harder now. Each one cost something she had not known she was still carrying. "I was 19. He had raised me since I was old enough to walk. He had taught me everything I knew about the dead. I had never known him to lie." She looked at Pell. The child's face was bloodless, but his eyes held hers, steady, waiting. "He told me to wait in the chapel while he prepared the rite," she said. "He told me to strike the match when I heard his signal. I did not know he had barred the door. I did not know the teachers were alive until I heard them screaming through the wood. Olean, the jaw tightened. Her hands were white on the crossbow stock. You could have stopped, Olean said. When you heard them, you could have stopped. Yes. The word hung in the air. I did not. The composite made a sound, not a word, a soft, grieving exhale that seemed to come from somewhere deep in its chest. Ondreya forced herself to continue. The door was locked. I could not open it. I could hear them inside, beating against the wood. I did not try to find another way. I stood in the yard and listened until the screaming stopped and the roof fell in. She pulled in a breath. I told myself it was too late. I told myself I could not have saved them. I told myself Varlo had planned it that way, that I was a tool, not a killer. She let out a hard, bitter exhale. I have been telling myself that for 6 years. It does not change what I did. Saffron's hand dropped from the wall. He stood very still, his face unreadable, but she saw the tremor in his fingers. You left Embrey half-bound, he said. It was not a question. Yes. She had told them that path already, in fragments, but she had never said it aloud in its full shape. I was afraid, she said. I had just burned 11 people alive. He rose wrong, confused, reaching for me with those cold hands. I did not have the strength to lay him properly. I did not have the will. I bound him to the nearest corpse and I ran. The ash stirred at her feet. I have been running ever since. The confession emptied her. She stood in the ankle-deep water, in the burned shell of the place where she had destroyed her family, and waited for them to leave. Olean moved first. She did not walk out. She stepped closer, crossbow still in her grip, her face hard with anger that Ondreya could not read. You were going to carry this alone, Olean said. You were going to walk into this chapel and face whatever was waiting and never tell us the full truth. Yes. Because you thought we would leave. Yes. Olean's jaw worked. Then she set the crossbow down on a dry patch of stone, not aimed, not ready, just set it aside. I am staying, she said, and I am furious, but I am staying. Ondreya could not answer. Saffron moved next. He crossed the threshold slowly, his boots splashing in the shallow water. He did not look at the composite. He looked at Ondreya. You told me once that you had sworn to stop deciding for us, he said. That was a lie. Yes, I trusted it anyway. She had no defense. He stood before her, lean and worn, his fine coat patched at the elbows, his pale hands empty. I am not leaving either, he said, but I am what survived because of you. A horn sounded outside, low, long, close. Hunters. Ondreya stood in the rising water, her companions around her, the composite before her, and the horns calling from the dark outside the walls. None of them walked out. Chapter 39. The water rose past Ondreya's knees before the composite moved again. Not toward her, past her. Its shape rippled, the teacher's face dissolving into something fluid, and then it was everywhere at once. 11 outlines pressing through the same skin, arms reaching in different directions, mouths opening on separate words that tangled into a single wet sound. Saffron stepped back. Ilante reached for her crossbow, remembered she had set it down, and grabbed a broken pew leg instead. Pell did not move. He stayed pressed against Ondreya's side, his small body vibrating with a tension she had never felt in him before. The composite settled. The faces stopped shifting and resolved into a single form, taller now, broader, standing in the center of the nave where the altar had once been. It wore the teacher's face again, the one with iron-gray hair and half a melted cheek, but the voice, when it spoke, came from deeper than any throat. You could have run the other way. Ondreya's hand went to her salt pouch. You knew I would not. I knew you would come here. I did not know if you would bring them. It looked at Pell. The child did not flinch. The composite's head tilted, a gesture so familiar it made Ondreya's chest tighten. Noya used to do that. Before the fire, before everything. She would tilt her head exactly like that when she was listening. I remember you, Ondreya said. The words came out rough, scraped. The composite's eye of the living one fixed on her. You remember my face. I remember your name. The chapel went still. The water stopped rising. The composite stood motionless, and for a heartbeat, Ondreya saw something shift beneath its skin, a ripple of recognition that had nothing to do with hunger. Say it. Ondreya's throat closed. She had not spoken that name in 6 years. She had buried it with everything else, locked it in the same vault where she kept the screams and the smoke and the memory of standing outside a barred door while her family burned. But the composite was waiting, and outside, the horns were closer. Noya, she said. Your name was Noya Colder. You taught me how to read a corpse's last breath. You said the dead do not lie, only the living do. The composite's mouth opened. No sound came out. But the melted face softened, the ruined skin pulling into an expression that was almost human, almost warm, and the water around its feet trembled. You kept it, it said. I kept all of them. Ondreya took a step forward. The water dragged at her coat, heavy and cold, but she did not stop. I remember Elendra. She smelled of peat smoke and dried herbs. She used to braid my hair when I could not sleep. She took another step. I remember Corin. He did not speak for 3 days straight once, and then he wrote a 40-page treatise on Marsh geography and left it on my cot. Another. I remember Marcinus. He taught me the first laying I ever performed. He told me the dead feel mercy as a physical thing, like warmth on cold skin. She was close enough to touch it now. The composite had not moved. It stood before her, a dozen dead teachers pressed into one body, and the faces kept rising and falling beneath its skin, surfacing and submerging like drowned things struggling toward air. I remember all of them, Ondreya said. I remember every name. I have carried them for 6 years, and I have never once said them aloud because I thought speaking them would make the guilt worse. She reached out. Her hand stopped an inch from the composite's chest. But I was wrong. The guilt was already complete. Keeping silent did not protect anyone. It just made me a prisoner of my own making. The composite's hand rose, cold, waterlogged, the fingers of a woman who were burned alive. It touched Ondreya's wrist. Name them, it said. Name them all. Behind her, the chapel door shuddered, a heavy impact, wood groaning, the sound of axes biting into old timber. Olante turned, crossbow recovered from the stone, bolt already seated. We have maybe 3 minutes. Saffron moved to the door, pressing his shoulder against the cracked frame, scanning for a bars, a brace, anything. 2.5. Pell did not move from Ondreya's side. Ondreya looked at the composite, at Noya's face, half melted, half alive, waiting. Then she began to name them. Elendra Moss, Corin Ved, Marcinus Holt, Sorrel Tate, Halden Birch, Tamar Nye, Patrice Weller, Kellen Rude, Dory Sisk. The shapes kept rising. Each name pulled a new face to the surface, a flicker of recognition before it sank again, as if the composite was sorting through the fused fragments, searching for the ones she called. Yarrow Finch. The composite's hand tightened on her wrist. Say the last one. Ondreya's voice broke. Yarrow Finch. The one who opened the door for me. The man who survived the fire long enough to crawl to the threshold and draw the bolt back. The composite's shape flickered. For a moment, Ondreya saw a young man's face beneath the surface, fair-haired, kind-eyed, the quietest of her teachers. He had never raised his voice. He had never punished. He had simply seen her, and she had never understood how much that meant until she had burned him alive. Why? She whispered. Because I loved you, the composite said, and then the chapel door exploded inward. Chapter 40. The door exploded inward in a spray of splintered wood. Ilentha fired before the first man cleared the gap. The bolt took him in the shoulder, spun him sideways, and the second man tripped over him, giving Saffron time to brace the broken frame with a fallen pew. Pill, Ilentha said, already reloading. The east wall. Find anything that burns. Pell moved. Ondreya did not turn. She stood in the risen water with the composite before her, its cold fingers still gripping her wrist, and the faces kept surfacing beneath its skin, waiting, sorting, listening. Elendra Moss, she said again. Corin Ved, Marcinus Holt. The names were a tether now, something to hold against the chaos behind her. They cannot reach us while you name. the composite said. Its voice was Nausyea's, but deeper, layered, as if 11 throats spoke at once beneath the surface. They have no power in the place of first violence. This is our ground, not theirs. Another impact. The doorframe groaned. Saffron shouted something, but the words were lost under the crash of a second body slamming against the wood. "Patrice Weller," Ondreya said, her voice climbing. "Kellen Rude, Dory Sisk, Yarrow Finch." The composite's shape rippled. The faces kept rising. 11 of them. 11 dead teachers, fused by fire and grief, standing before her in the same chapel where she had held the match. "There was one more," the composite said. Ondreya's throat closed. "What?" "You named 11. There were 12 in the chapel that night." The water at her feet trembled. A face surfaced that she did not recognize. Young, barely older than 20. Brown hair plastered to a narrow skull, one eye seared shut by heat, the other fixed on her with a clarity that cut through the fused mass like a blade. "He was not your teacher," the composite said. "This is the acolyte who tended the chapel lamps. He came to feed the brazu before the rite. Varlo barred the door with him inside." The face pressed forward, separating from the fused skin, reaching toward her with a hand that was mostly bone. "He tried to unbar the door. He heard your voice through the wood. He called your name." Ondreya's chest caved in. "I did not hear him." "You could not. The fire was already too loud, but he heard you. He heard you weeping. He tried to reach the bolt before the smoke took him." The acolyte's face held hers. No accusation, no hunger, just the terrible stillness of a death that should never have happened. "What is your name?" Ondreya whispered. The mouth opened. No sound. The fused faces behind him shifted, pressing toward the surface, and something in the composite's posture changed. A new coldness, a new attention. "He cannot speak," the composite said. "The smoke took his voice before it took his life. But I know where he was when he died." The composite's hand released her wrist. It turned, faced the shattered door. "He died with his hand on the bolt. He died trying to open the door for you, and Varlo has never known he existed." Outside, the horns fell silent. A new voice cut through the chaos, calm, measured, familiar. "Hold." The hunters stopped. The axes stopped. The chapel fell into a ringing stillness, broken only by the drip of water from the broken roof and the ragged sound of Ondreya's own breathing. "Hesketh Varlo?" she said. It was not a question. The voice came again, closer now, carrying over the flooded ground with the ease of a man who had spent decades commanding rooms full of armed men. "Ondreya, I have given you every chance to come quietly. I have sent letters. I have offered pardon. I have held my hunters back when I could have taken you a dozen times between here and Mirecross." She heard him stop at the threshold. The door was gone. The gap was open. She could see him standing there, silhouetted against the marsh gray sky, iron white hair cropped close, pale eyes scanning the ruin with the calm precision of a man taking inventory. "Everything you have done since leaving the Toll Chapel has brought you here," Varlo said. "Every choice, every mercy, every name you have spoken. You have been walking toward this moment since the night you held the match." Olanthe stepped past her, crossbow raised, bolt aimed directly at Varlo's chest. "Take one step inside and I put this through your throat." Varlo did not look at her. He looked at Ondreya. "Little Nadia, you have carried my name for 6 years. You have carried theirs. You have carried the weight of a fire I set and you let burn in your hands. But I am the only one here who knows what you truly are." The composite moved. It flowed past Ondreya like water, like smoke, like something that had been waiting for this moment longer than she had. It stopped in the gap, facing Varlo, and the acolyte's face pressed to the surface, one eye seared shut, the other fixed on the man who had locked him inside. "He knows my face now," the composite said. Varlo went still. The calm cracked, just barely, a flicker of something beneath the iron composure. You are not the teachers." "We are not," the composite said. "We are what you made when you barred the door. 11 souls forged into one, and one more you never counted." The acolyte's hand rose, pointed at Varlo. "He died trying to open the door for her. He died because you sealed him inside with the rest of us, and I have carried his name in silence for 6 years because Ondreya never knew to ask for it." Varlo's jaw tightened. "The chapel will not remember a dead acolyte." "No," the composite agreed, "but the water will." The chapel floor trembled. The water at their feet began to rise again, faster now, sloshing against the broken pews, swirling around Varlo's boots as he stood in the threshold. "The gates hold what they are meant to hold," Varlo said, "and what I sealed was meant to stay sealed. Then why does it keep rising?" The water climbed, past Ondreya's knees, past Iloanth's thighs. Pell scrambled onto a fallen pew, dark eyes fixed on Varlo with a hatred that made him look older than 9. "Name the 12th," the composite said, and its voice was no longer layered. "Name the one you never knew to mourn. Name the boy who died trying to save you." Ondreya's mouth opened. Nothing came out. The water rose. The hunters waited. Varlo stood in the gap, pale eyes fixed on her, and the calm had not returned. Behind him, a horn sounded. Not a hunter's horn, something else, something from the marsh. Varlo's head turned just slightly, just enough to show the crack in his certainty, and the composite smiled with Nadia's melted mouth. "The water remembers everything." Chapter 41. The horn faded into the marsh like a question no one would answer. Varlo stood in the gap, water lapping at his boots, pale eyes fixed on Ondreya with an expression she had once called kindness. He stepped inside. The hunters did not follow. They held at the threshold, axes lowered, crossbows trained on shadows, waiting for an order that did not come. Varlo walked through the flood as if the water had no claim on him. His coat shed the damp. His boots found solid stone beneath the murk. He stopped 10 feet from Ondreya and tilted his head the way he used to when she stumbled over a reading, and he wanted her to find the answer herself. "You have done well," he said, "to bring them this far, to keep them alive, to reach this place before the tide closed the causeway." Ilanda's crossbow never wavered. "I told you what happens if you step inside. You threatened to put a bullet through my throat." Varlo did not look at her. "I remember. And I am standing here, which means either you are not going to fire or you are not fast enough to stop what is already in motion." Ilanda's finger tightened on the trigger. Ondreya moved before she could decide. She stepped between them. "Iolanda, lower it." "Ondreya, lower it." Iolanda's jaw nodded. The crossbow stayed raised for 3 heartbeats longer than it should have. Then she dropped the tip by a handspan, still aimed at Varlo's chest, still ready. Iolanda turned to face him. Up close, he looked older than she remembered. The iron-white hair had thinned at the temples. The lines around his mouth had deepened into something that might have been wear or might have been hunger. His pale eyes carried the same weight they always had, a gravity that made you want to prove yourself worthy of his attention. He smelled of chapel oil and peat smoke, the same smell that clung to every room where he had taught her to read a corpse's stillness. "Little Nadia," he said, "do not call me that." "What should I call you then? The name on the bounty? The name you have been running under? The name the dead know you by?" He spread his hands, palms up, the right one marked by the old burn scar that ran from wrist to knuckle. "I have used every name for you. None of them fit. You were never meant to be a fugitive. You made me one. I made you a survivor." The water shifted at her feet. Behind her, the composite stood motionless in the gap, layered faces pressing and receding like breath on glass. The acolyte's face had sunk back into the mass, but Nadia's remained, one eye fixed on Varlo, the other a melted socket that watched nothing. "I lit the fire," Ondreya said. "I held the match. I barred the door." "Yes. Because you told me to." "Yes. And you told me the teachers were already dead." Varlo's expression did not change. "I told you what you needed to hear to do what needed to be done. The teachers were dead, Ondreya. They were just not finished dying." The composite made a sound. Not a word. Something older. A vibration that ran through the water and up through the broken stones. "He lies," Nadia's voice said. Varlo finally looked at it. He studied the fused faces the way he had once studied Ondreya's early corpse readings, searching for flaws, for cracks, for the place where the work had gone wrong. "You are not them," he said. "You wear them. You speak with their voices. You carry their memories. but you are not them. No, the composite agreed. We are what you made when you sealed the door. We are the shape grief takes when it had nowhere to go. Then you should thank me. Without the seal, you would have scattered, dissolved, become nothing. Without the seal, we would have passed on. Varlo smiled. It was a small, precise expression, the kind he used to wear when a student finally understood something he had been trying to teach for weeks. Passed on to where? The Marsh, the chapel court's ledger, the void the old faith promised and could never prove. He shook his head. There is no passing on. There is only containment. I learned that the night I sealed your teachers inside, and I learned it again every night since, when I felt the door hold. Ondreya's throat tightened. She had never asked him what he felt. She had never asked him anything after that night. She had run. She had hidden. She had carried the names of the dead in silence, refusing to speak to aloud because speaking them meant admitting they were real. The 12th, she said. Varlo's attention snapped back to her. The acolyte. Her voice cracked on the word. The boy who died trying to unbar the door. The one you did not count. There was no acolyte. He was there. You locked him inside. There was no acolyte, Ondreya. Varlo's voice hardened, the first crack in the paternal mask. There were 11 teachers. I counted every soul before I sealed the door. There was no 12th. You counted wrong, the composite said. The water surged. It climbed past Ondreya's thighs, past Olunda's hips, swirling around the broken pews with a force that had nothing to do with tide. The clocks laid light short in the form, poured it at Varlo's chest. You looked right at me, and you did not see. The water rose higher. The hunters outside shifted, uneasy. And somewhere in the marsh, the horn sounded again, closer this time, carrying a note that made Varlo's composure shatter completely. Chapter 42. The water pressed against Ondreya's ribs, cold and patient, as the last echoes of the horn bled into the marsh. Varlo stood at the threshold with his composure in pieces, the acolyte's accusation still hanging in the air between them. The hunters behind him had gone still, uncertain, hands on their weapons but not raising them. Ondreya did not look at him. She looked at the composite. At the 12 faces moving through its surface like fish beneath dark water. I need you to show me, she said. Varlo's head snapped toward her. What are you doing? Finishing what you started. Ondreya. His voice had lost its velvet. We do not have time for this. There is something in the marsh. Then leave. The words came out flat, final. She did not watch him decide. She stepped deeper into the chapel, her boots scraping against stones she had not touched in 6 years, past fallen beams and broken pews, until she stood before the composite. Nadia's face surfaced first, then Yarrow's, then the younger faces, the ones Ondreya had trained beside, the ones she had called sister and brother before she knew what those words meant. I am going to name you, she told them. We know. And I am going to lay you down. We know. She reached out. Her fingers touched the composite surface where Nadia's cheek would have been. The flesh was cold and wet and gave beneath her palm like water closing over a stone. Ilintra Moss. The name left her throat raw. Corin Vade, Marcinas Holt, Sorrel Tate. She named them slowly, each name a stone laid on a cairn she had been building for 6 years in silence. Halden Birch. Behind her she heard movement, Varlo's boots scraping stone. A hunter's question cut short by a raised hand. Temenai. Pell scrambled down from the fallen beam, splashing through the water until he reached her side. He did not touch her. He stood beside her, dark eyes fixed on the composite's roiling surface. Patrice Weller. The composite shifted, faces blurred. Another surfaced, one Ondreya recognized by the scar across its jaw. Kellen Rude. Dory Sisk, she said. Yarrow Finch. The water around her knees trembled. She had named 10. She reached for the 11th and found nothing. Her throat closed. She had been carrying their names for 6 years. She had whispered them to herself on cold nights, spoken them into the dark when the guilt pressed too close, held them like prayer beads against the certainty that she had no right to remember them at all. But the 11th had a name. She knew it. She had known it since she was 19, and that name had been the first she learned because it was the shortest, the simplest, 2 syllables she had repeated under her breath until it felt like home. Nadia called her. The composite surface stilled. Nadia's face surfaced fully, the melted half and the living half, the eye that had taught Ondreya to read the dead looking at her now from a place beyond death. You kept us. I kept you. You named us. Every one. Nadia's mouth moved, but no sound came. Something passed across the composite surface like wind over water, a tremor that ran through all 11 faces at once. Then a voice said, "One more." Ondreya's blood went cold. She had counted. She had counted her way through the courtyard, through the fire, through 6 years of silence. 11 teachers, 11 names, 11 dead. There is one more. No, Narlo said from the threshold. The composite surface churned. A face surfaced that Ondreya did not recognize. Young, barely older than Pell. Brown hair plastered across a forehead that had split open in the heat, revealing bone beneath. The eyes were gone, seared, blind, but the mouth opened and closed like a fish thrown on dry ground. He was in the corner, the composite said. He was always in the corner. Who? Ondreya whispered. He was never named. He was never counted. He was the one who came to light the lamps and stayed to die in the dark. The boy's mouth opened. A sound came out that was not a word. It was the sound of someone who had been screaming for 6 years without anyone to hear. Ondreya's knees buckled. Pell caught her arm, small hands gripping her elbow with a strength that should not have belonged to a child. He pulled her upright, held her steady, and signed against her palm with the other hand. Name him. I do not know his name. Name him anyway. I cannot name what I do not know. The boy's mouth kept opening and closing, the sound pushing through the composite's throat like water through a cracked dam. Ondreya felt it in her chest, in her teeth, in the old rope-burn scar on her wrist that had never stopped aching. Saffron moved. He splashed through the water until he stood beside her, his fine wool coat dark with chapel mud, his clean, pale hands steady. There was a boy, he said. Ondreya looked at him. A Manitiate. The chapels used them for menial work, lamp tending, sweeping, carrying messages between outposts. He paused. They were never recorded in the coven rolls. His name, Ondreya said. Saffron's jaw tightened. I do not know it. The boy's screaming grew louder. Pell's grip on her elbow tightened. He signed again, faster this time, his small fingers pressing shapes into her skin with desperate precision. I saw him. Ondreya stared down at him. I saw him through the crack in the cart. He was kneeling. He was trying to open the door. He kept saying your name. My name. He said it over and over. He said it until the smoke took his voice. The water rose higher. It reached Pell's chest, Ondreya's ribs, climbing toward her shoulders with a force that had nothing to do with tide. The composite surface began to dissolve, the 11 faces breaking apart. The boy's face growing larger, louder, the scream pressing against the stones of the chapel like a physical weight. Name me, the boy's voice said. Ondreya opened her mouth. She had nothing. No name, no record, no memory of a face she had never been taught to see. The boy had died calling her name, and she could not return the mercy. Varlo's hunters shifted at the threshold. One of them raised a crossbow, the tip of the bolt aimed at the composite's center. Fire, Varlo said. The hunter fired. The bolt struck the composite's surface where the boy's face had been, and passed through. The screaming stopped. The water went still. The composite's surface settled into a flat, dark mirror that reflected nothing. Not the broken roof, not the standing water, not the faces of the people standing before it. Then a whisper rose from the stillness. You cannot kill what has already died. Varlo's face went white, and the horn in the marsh sounded a third time, close enough now that Ondreya felt its vibration in her bones, a deep and hungry note that carried on it the promise of something that had been waiting far longer than any of them. Chapter 43. The horn's third call bled into the marsh and died. Silence settled over the chapel like a held breath. The composite's dark mirror surface rippled once, twice, then stilled into something that reflected nothing but the broken roof and the water climbing Ondreya's chest. Varlo stood at the threshold, his iron-white hair plastered to his skull, his fallen body braced against the rising water like he meant to hold her upright through flood and fire both. "You have been named," Varlo said, "by the dead who do not know their own minds, by a composite of violent memory that cannot distinguish love from vengeance." He stepped forward. The water reached his knees and he did not look down. "I offer you the only mercy left." "Mercy," Lalante said from the side wall. Varlo did not look at her. "Full pardon," he said, "sworn before witnesses. Your name cleared, the bounty rescinded. Safe placement from the child in a chapel household where he will be fed, taught, and protected from the consequences of your choices." Pell's grip tightened. "And clemency for every soul standing with you." Varlo spread his hands, the gesture of a man offering peace. "Step aside. Let the chapel courts contain this contamination properly. Walk out of this water with your lives and your names intact." The hunters shifted at the threshold. Their crossbows stayed low, but their eyes moved between Varlo and the composite, between the offer and the dark mirror that had swallowed a steel bolt without a sound. Ondreya said nothing. She felt Pell's pulse through his fingers, rabbit fast, and the cold water pressing against her ribs, and the weight of the painted stone in her pocket that had gone dead cold the moment the boy's face had dissolved. "Saffron Mordecai," Varlo said, turning. "You know me. You served under me. Tell them I am not a man who makes offers he does not keep." Saffron stood at the far wall, one hand braced against the melted stone where the fire had run hottest. His fine wool coat was dark to the chest. His clean, pale hands were empty. "I know you," Saffron said quietly. Varlo nodded. "I know you would not lift a finger to save a child who was never part of your doctrine." The silence stretched. Olonet's crossbow came up. "Pell goes nowhere with you." Varlo looked at her. "You are a deserter with a murdered chapel rider on your conscience. Your objection carries no weight before the court." "Then let me carry it before something else," Ilondet said. Varlo's hunters raised their crossbows. The water lapped at the composite's dark surface, and Saffron reached into his coat. He pulled out a folded document, oilcloth wrapped, the seal pressed deep into the wax. Black wax, chapel standard. The ribbon hung clean and untorn. "I have here," Saffron said, "a countermand from the North Marsh Ecclesiastical Office, signed by Prelate Edwina Rossdown, witnessed by 3 chapter witnesses, and sealed with the North Marsh chapter seal. It calls into question the validity of Hesketh Varlo's commission on grounds of material conflict and unauthorized use of chapter authority." Varlo went still. "Where did you get that?" "I forged it," Saffron said. The hunters exchanged glances. "The paper is authentic," Saffron continued. "The wax is authentic. The seal is a very good replica of a prelate's signet that I spent 3 days cutting from memory after I saw the original in the Mirecross charter room." He held the document up. "The content is entirely fabricated, but the form is correct, and by chapel's standing orders, any countermand bearing the correct form must be examined before a commissioned officer can proceed with an execution or extraction." "You cannot be serious," Varlo said. "Chapel law is chapel law." Saffron's voice was calm, almost pleasant. "You taught me that. A commission challenged by a properly formatted prelature countermand must be stayed pending examination, minimum 1 bell, longer if the examining officer is thorough." The hunters were looking at one another now. One of them lowered his crossbow. "Sir," he said to Varlo, "if there is a countermand, there is no countermand." He admitted he forged it. "Admission is evidence," Saffron said, "but it is not examination. The form must be reviewed. The seal must be compared to the chapter registry. Until that happens, the stay holds." Varlo turned to him. His face had not changed, but something behind his eyes had shifted. A door closing, a latch falling into place. "You have planned this," he said. "I have been planning contingencies since I burned my debt papers," Saffron replied. "You are not the only one who prepares ahead." The water rose another inch. The composite's mirror surface shivered. Ondreya looked at the folded document in Saffron's hand, at the seal that gleamed wet under the firelight, at the ribbon that hung clean and untouched by marsh water. She thought of the night he had burned his debt papers, the way he had watched the flame take them, the way he had said, "I choose freely." He'd been planning this since Mirecross. "One bell," Saffron said again. "That is what the law gives us." Varlo looked at the hunters. The one who had spoken earlier, a broad-shouldered man with a beard gone gray at the edges, stepped forward. He had the look of someone who had followed orders long enough to know when orders stopped making sense. "Sir," he said, "the stay is standard. If there is a countermand, we are bound to examine it. That is the rule." Varlo said nothing. "Prelate Rustand," the hunter continued. "She is real. I saw her seal in Mirecross 3 months ago. If she has signed a countermand—" "She has not," Varlo said. But his voice had lost its certainty. The hunter held out his hand. "Let me see the document." Chapter 44. Saffron held the document out. The broad-shouldered hunter took it. His fingers turned the wax over, checking the seal's edge, the ribbon's weave, the depth of the impression. Varlo watched him with a stillness that did not belong to any man who believed the law would hold. Ondreya's hand found Pell's shoulder. The boy was shivering against her hip, his small body braced against the rising water. He did not look at the document. He looked at the west wall, at the place where the old wood had warped and the smoke stain ran thickest. She followed his gaze. The boards were moving. A sound came through the gaps. Not the horn, not a voice. The wet creak of wood giving under pressure, slow and deliberate, like something testing the frame before committing its weight. Eileen had heard it too. "West," she said, and she was already moving, crossbow up, boots splashing through the flooded nave. Saffron did not lower the document. "Let us call it what it is," Varlo said. "A delay, nothing more." "I call it a bell," Saffron replied, "and a bell is enough." The water shivered. The composite's mirror surface had not moved since the boy's face dissolved into it. It stood at the chapel's heart like a wound that had learned to wait, neither helping nor hindering, patient as stone. Ondreya let go of Pell's shoulder. She moved toward the west wall, where Eileen impressed herself against the frame and was peering through a crack in the burned boards. "What do you see?" "Nothing." Eileen's voice was flat. "That is what I see." The boards creaked again, louder. The gap widened a finger's width, and through it Ondreya saw the marsh dark, the reeds still, the air heavy with mist that did not move like normal fog. Then the wood splintered. Not from outside. From inside. A hand pushed through the gap, pale and filmed with marsh water, the woods scraping against the stone. Ondreya caught the other end, and together they hauled it to the gap. The axes bit again. Embrey turned. He did not run. He did not raise his hands. He simply placed his body between the first wave and the gap, and when the axes came down, he took them. Laughed. Gave ground a step, then another, then held. "Pews!" Eileen shouted. "The broken ones! Bring them here!" Pell was already dragging a fallen beam across the flooded floor, his small arms white-knuckled, the wood scraping against the stone. Ondreya caught the other end, and together they hauled it to the gap. The axes bit again. Embrey's shoulder split open. The wound did not bleed. It gaped like a mouth that had forgotten how to speak. The flesh inside dark and still. He did not fall. He turned his head slowly and looked at Ondreya through the gap. His filmed-over eyes held hers, and his lips moved, shaping a word she could not hear over the splintering wood and the hunter's shouts. But she knew it. Stay. Eileen wedged the broken pew across the frame, lashed it in place with a strip of torn fabric, and fired a bolt through the gap. The hunter behind Embrey went down without a sound. "More," she said. Pell was already dragging the next piece. Ondreya helped him, hands raw, breath short, the water at her ribs now, cold and patient and rising. She did not look at the composite. She did not look at Varlo. She looked at Embrey, at the way his body absorbed the axes and the blades, at the way he did not cry out, at the way he smiled. It was not a grim smile. It was the smile of a man who had already made peace with what he was about to spend. Half-life. All life. Every last shred of the binding she had failed to finish. He would spend it for her. The boards held. The hunters fell back a step, regrouping in the mist, and in that pause, Embrey turned fully to face the gap. His hands found the lashed pew wood and pressed against it from the outside, steadying the frame, making it solid with the weight of his failing body. "I am here," he said. The same words he had spoken in the tunnel under Mirecross, the moment he had chosen to draw the hunters away, the moment he had chosen them. "This time," he said, "I am here until I am not." The mist parted. A figure stepped out of it. Tall, lean, carrying something dark across one shoulder, a shape that caught the faint lantern light and gleamed wet. The hunter was not carrying a weapon. He was carrying a door. A chapel door, warped and blackened, still steaming from whatever fire had been used to tear it free. He carried it like a ram, with 4 others behind him, their boots sinking into the marsh mud, their faces hidden behind scarves. Embrey's smile did not waver. "Ah," he said, "that will not hold." He looked at Ondreya one last time. His filmed-over eyes were clear, and then he let go of the pew wood, took a step back, and placed his body between the ram and the gap. Chapter 45. The ram struck Embrey's body with a sound like wet wood splitting. He did not cry out. His spine arched against the impact, feet dragging through the marsh mud, and for a moment his filmed-over eyes went wide. Then he pressed forward again, hands flat against the warped chapel door, holding it steady while the hunters heaved on the other side. Ondreya watched his back. The wound in his chest had widened. Dark fluid seeped through his shirt, slow and thick, not blood, but something older, the residue of a binding that had never taken properly. She had done that. She had left him half-bound to a corpse and fled, and now he was spending the last of his half-life against a door that would not hold. Olenda fired through the gap again. A hunter fell. Another took his place. "Ondreya!" Varlo's voice cut through the chaos, calm and precise. "You see what your mistake has cost. A man who should have died clean 6 years ago, still suffering because you lacked the nerve to finish what you started." She turned. He stood in the ankle-deep water, iron-white hair dark at the temples from the damp, the burn scar on his right palm visible as he spread his hands in a gesture that might have been patience, might have been pity. Behind him, the hunter with the forged countermand held it open, reading. Saffron watched him, pale and still. "Do not," she said. The words came out before she knew she was speaking. Varlo's head tilted. "Do not what, little one?" "Do not call it a mistake." She stepped toward him, water sloshing around her boots, Pell's hand still gripping her coat. She felt him follow, small and stubborn, refusing to be left behind even now. "I lit the fire," she said. The hunter with the countermand looked up. The men at the gap paused, axes half raised, heads turning. The ram went still. "I lit the fire because you told me the teachers were already dead. You said the fever had taken them, that I would be burning bodies that could no longer feel. I believed you." Her voice did not shake. It came out flat and tired, like a fact she had carried so long it had worn grooves in her. "I was 19. I had never known you to lie." Varlo's expression did not change. "You believed," he repeated, as if the word itself was damning. "Yes, and that is the problem, Ondreya. You believed, you obeyed. You struck the match because someone in authority told you it was right. That is exactly what makes you dangerous. That is what makes the inheritance in your blood a threat to every living soul in Lowfenn." The water around his boots rippled. "You did not question. You did not check the bodies. You did not open the door to see if they were truly dead. You smelled the oil, heard the screams, and you kept pouring until the roof collapsed." Ondreya's hand went to her throat. The salt pouch was there, warm from her skin. She touched it, pressed the small lump against her fingers, and did not look away from his face. "I heard the screams," she said. "I remember every one." "Do you remember the acolytes?" The words hit her like a blade between the ribs. She did not. She had been trying to remember. Standing in the water, naming the teachers one by one, feeling the weight of each name leave her mouth. Dory Sisk, Kellen Rude, Patrice Weller. She had named 11. The 12th was a boy who had no name in her memory, only a face that surfaced from the composite when she could not summon it. "I will find it," she said. "Will you?" Varlo took a step closer. The hunter with the countermand shifted, half reaching, but Varlo waved him off without looking. "The chapel courts need what you carry, Ondreya. Not to cage it, to keep it contained. The old inheritance is too powerful for one pair of hands, especially hands that do not know when to stop. You laid 40 drowned bodies in Mirecross. Every touch sharpened the trail for that thing in the water. Every act of mercy put Pell closer to the fire." Pell's grip tightened on her coat. "He was almost burned alive because you cannot stop yourself," Varlo said. Ondreya felt the words settle into her chest, heavy and familiar. She had told herself this every night, every time she touched a corpse and felt the death thread pull toward something watching. But she had also told herself that running was protection, and that had been a lie. Staying was protection too. "I am not running," she said. "I know." Varlo smiled, thin and practiced. "That is why I am telling you this now, before the siege ends and the Prelilik inquiry begins. You will be named, publicly, formally. The vessel of the old inheritance, carrying a power the chapel courts have every right to contain. Your companions will be charged as accomplices. Pell will be taken into chapel custody for his own safety, and I will be the one who decides what happens to everything you left unfinished." He raised his right hand. The burn scar caught the light. "Obey me again, Ondreya, and I will see that Pell is placed gently. Refuse, and I let the hunters decide what mercy means." The ram struck again. Embrey's body buckled. The warped chapel door splintered at the edges, and Olenante grabbed Ondreya's shoulder, hauling her back as a crack ran across the frame. "Enough," Olenante said. "He is buying time, not confessing. Move!" But Ondreya did not move. Ondreya ate 21180, listening to his unrequised mourning like this, which we all tell, as they care to her, a screen dab. "Obey me again, Ondreya, and I will see that Pell is placed gently. Refuse, and I let the hunters decide what mercy means." The ram struck again. Embrey's body buckled. The warped chapel door splintered at the edges, and Olenante grabbed Ondreya's shoulder, hauling her back as a crack ran across the frame. "Enough," Olenante said. "He is buying time, not confessing. Move!" But Ondreya did not move. She looked at Varlo, at the burn scar that matched her own rope wound, at the gray eyes that had once been kind when she was 19 and desperate to belong. He had shaped her. He had broken her. And he was standing in the water of her teacher's resting place, offering to break her again. "No," she said. Varlo's smile did not falter. "No? I am not your vessel." She touched the salt pouch again, then let her hand fall. "And I am not your weapon. I lit the fire. I will carry that. But I will not let you name me for what comes next." The composite stirred behind her. The dark mirror surface rippled, and a voice rose from it, layered and deep. Not the boy's voice, not Nunez, but something older that had been waiting beneath both. "She has been named once tonight." The water in the chapel stilled. "She will not be named again by the man who barred the door." Varlo's composure cracked. "Silence it," he said. No one moved. The hunters at the gap looked at each other. The one with the countermand lowered the document, his face blank with confusion. "Silence it," Varlo repeated louder. The composite did not move, but the water did. It began to rise, faster now, pressing against Ondreya's ribs, pushing Pell up on his toes. The ram hit again, and Embrey's body slid sideways, one hand still braced against the door, the other reaching for the gap as if he could hold back the tide. And through the broken wood, figures moved in the mist. The hunters, many of them. Varlo raised his voice, not to Ondreya this time, but to the men behind him. "Heretic, vessel, the one who burned her own coven. I name her before all of you, and I claim the right of containment under Prelatel's standing order." The hunter with the countermand opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. The ram swung again. The door cracked. Embrey's body hurtled inward, sprawling across the flooded floor, and the hunters poured through the gap behind him. Chapter 46. Embrey's body lay in the flood where it had fallen, the gap in his chest dark and still. No breath, no movement. The hunters came through the broken door behind him, boots hitting the water, axes raised, and Ondreya had time to think he is gone before Ilan's the crossbow sang past her ear, and the first man went down with a bolt in his throat. "Move," Ilan said. Not a suggestion. Ondreya grabbed Pell's collar and hauled him toward the nave's center, where the water was shallower, and the fallen pews made a kind of wall. The composite entity had gone still, its dark mirror surface reflecting nothing, waiting. Saffron was already moving in the opposite direction, toward the hunter with the countermand, both hands raised. "Standing order," he called. "Prelatel seal. You do not advance past a countermand until examination is complete." The hunter hesitated, document still in hand. Varlo stepped through the gap behind his men, water streaming from his coat, his face carved from the same cold certainty he had worn when Ondreya was 19 and desperate to please him. "There is no examination," he said. "She confessed. You heard her. The prelatel will confirm the containment order when the inquiry convenes. You are not protecting a fugitive, Mordecai. You are delaying the inevitable." "Then let the inevitable wait one bell." Saffron's voice did not waver. "Chapel law is chapel law. Even for outer teachers. You taught me that." One of the hunters slowed, glancing at the document. Another did not. He came at Ondreya with a short blade, low and fast, and she had no weapon, nothing but the salt pouch at her throat and the names of the dead in her mouth. She said the first name that came. Nadia Calder. The hunter's boot caught a submerged pew and he staggered, arms pinwheeling, and Ilan the second bolt took him in the shoulder before he could recover. "Stop naming," Ilan said. "Fight!" Ondreya had no idea how, but Pell was already moving, small body splashing through the flood, dragging a length of broken pew leg behind him. He thrust it into her hands without meeting her eyes, then turned and signed fast, one hand cutting through the air. Not them, below. The water. Ondreya looked down. The flood had risen past her knees now, dark and still on the surface, but beneath it, something moved. A slow, coiled displacement that had no current and no tide. "The water," she said. Pell signed again, faster. It was empty. Now it is not. Varlo saw her face change and followed her gaze to the flood at their feet. His composure flickered, just barely, a crack in the mask that had taken 6 years to perfect. "Clear the nave," he ordered. "Now." The hunters pressed forward, 3 of them, 4, hacks seeing, and Ilan met them at the barricade with the empty crossbow reversed as a club, cracking the first across the jaw, driving the second back with a thrust to the throat. Saffron grabbed the edge of a fallen pew and hauled it upright, shouting legal citations over the chaos, buying seconds with noise and paper and the desperate authority of a voice that had once meant something. But Ondreya was not watching them. She was watching the water. The movement beneath it was growing, a slow churn that sent ripples outward in rings that did not break against the pews or the walls. The composite entity's dark surface had begun to tremble, and for the first time since it had spoken in Naudia's voice, it looked uncertain. Something else is here. Not the composite, not Varlo. Something that had been in the chapel before any of our lived, waiting beneath the flood where the dead had been laid and the living had burned. Varlo saw it too. His hand went to his belt, where the Ouroboros ring hung on a chain, and he pulled it free, holding it up like a ward. "I am the outer teacher of this coven's line," he said. "I sealed this place. I command what remains." The water stilled, for one breath. Then the surface broke. A hand rose from the flood, pale, waterlogged, the skin sloughing from the bone, and it gripped the edge of the nearest pew with fingers that had no flesh left to hold. Another hand followed, then another. The hunter stopped. Ilan froze, crossbow half raised. Saffron's mouth opened and closed without sound, and Pell signed, one word, his small hands trembling. They heard him. Chapter 47. The hands kept coming. Not fast, not violent, just rising from the flood like reeds straightening after a current past. Fingers without nails, wrists with exposed tendon. They gripped the pews, the broken beams, the edges of the submerged stone where the altar had once stood, and they did not climb. They simply held, as if waiting. The hunters had stopped. The one with the short blade stood frozen, chest heaving, his boot inches from a hand that had closed around the leg of a fallen bench. Behind him, the men with the ram had let the warped door sag. No one moved. Varlo held the Ouroboros ring high, the chain taut between his fingers. His voice rang across the nave, steady, shaped by years of authority. "I am the outer teacher. I sealed this line. You do not rise for me." The water did not answer, but the hands did not retreat either. Ondreya felt something shift beneath her own feet. Not the movement of a body. Deeper. The stone itself, vibrating like a struck bell, a resonance that had nothing to do with sound. The names were still in her mouth. 11 teachers, 1 boy she could not name. The dead had heard her speak them, and now she felt the shape of that hearing, a pull from below that was not threat, but attention. She looked at Pell. His hands were still raised from the last sign, trembling. They heard. He had not said him. He had said them. She dropped to her knees in the flood. The water came up to her ribs, cold and heavy, and the stone beneath the silt was rough, worn by decades of prayer and ash. She pressed both palms flat against it, felt the grit and the old heat still trapped in the grain from the night the roof had burned. And the stone opened for her. Not vision, not image, something older than sight, a pressure against her skull that came most smell of oil and fear, the weight of 7 years ago pressing through her hands like a second tide. She saw the nave as it had been, dry, whole, candles burning in the iron brackets, the relic chest against the north wall, carved with the Ouroboros, the same serpent that hung on Varlo's chain now. She saw him cross the room in her memory, not running, not frantic, deliberate the way he did everything. He lifted the chest, carried it out the side door, and then he turned and drew the bolt. Not the teacher's door, the outer door, the one that led to the Causeway. He sealed it from outside, and then he walked away. Ondreya's breath came hard. She pushed harder against the stone, felt the heat of the blaze, the crack of the roof, the screams that came through the wood, but she did not need to hear them again. She had been carrying those screams for 6 years. What she needed was this. He moved the chest before the fire. He sealed the outer door himself. She lifted her head. The nave was real again, wet and dark and full of the dead's hands, and Varlo stood 10 feet away with the ring raised and the mask of authority locked in place. "He moved the chest," she said. Her voice carried, rough, broken, impossible to ignore. "Before the fire. He took the relic chest out the side door, and then he sealed the outer bolt. He made sure no one could get out." The hunters turned. Not all of them. 3, 4. The one who had held the forged countermand, the gray-haired man with corded forearms who had asked to examine the seal. He lowered his axe and looked at Varlo with something new in his face. Not doubt yet. The beginning of it. "The chest," the hunter said. "The one with the old coven seals?" Varlo did not answer. His eyes were on Ondreya, and they were not cold anymore. They were hot, bright, the look of a man watching the thing he feared most step into the light. "The outer door," Ondreya said. "Not the chapel door, the Causeway door." He sealed it, and then he walked into the marsh while the roof was still burning. The gay-haired hunter let his axe fall to his side. He toned, dropped to one knee in the water, and began to search the flood with his bare hands, sweeping the submerged stone where the north wall had once stood. The others watched. The dead hands held their places, unmoving. The hunter's fingers brushed something, and he went still. Then he straightened, water streaming from his arm, and in his palm lay a ring. Half melted, the band warped, the stone cracked, but the serpent was still visible. The Ouroboros, the old coven mark. He held it up. Varlo's composure broke. Not the slow crack of before. A snap. Something behind his eyes went dark, and his hand tightened on the chain, and he opened his mouth to speak, to command, to burn the truth down with noise and force. The water moved first, not the hands, the water itself. A dozen pale arms surged upward, not at Ondreya, not at the hunters, but at Varlo. They closed around his boots, his knees, his belt, dragging him sideways, pulling him off balance. He screamed. The Ouroboros ring flew from his grip, splashed into the flood, and the chain vanished beneath the surface as Varlo went down, arms flailing, the dead's flesh closing over his face, pulling him under. Chapter 48. The water was still settling. Ripples spread from where Varlo had gone under, lapping against the pews, against the dead hands that still rose from the flood. The Ouroboros ring was gone. The chain was gone. The surface smoothed and showed nothing but dark reflection. Ondreya stayed on her knees in the water. Her palms were raw from the stone, her breath coming in short, hard pulls that would not steady. She had felt him go down. She had felt the dead close over him, but she did not feel him die. Pell grabbed her arm. His fingers dug in hard enough to bruise, and when she looked at him, his face was bloodless, his eyes fixed on the center of the nave where the composite entity still stood. It was changing, not dissolving, not retreating. The dark mirror surface rippled, and the 11 faces that had pressed against it one by one receded, sinking inward like stones dropping through deep water. The surface went black, then silver, then black again. And a new face rose, young, brown hair plastered to a burned scalp, one eye clouded, the other wide and wet and human in a way the teachers' faces had not been. He was barely older than 20. His mouth opened, and the sound that came out was not a voice. It was a scrape, a rasp, the noise of someone who had been screaming for 6 years and had finally worn through to silence. Ondreya's chest seized. She did not know him. She had never known him. But he had called her name through a burning door while she stood on the other side and listened to the teachers die. The boy's face turned. The one good eye found Varlo's empty space on the flood, and something moved behind it. Not hatred, recognition. The exhausted look of someone who had been waiting a long time for a witness to arrive. "You told me to go back." The voice scraped out of him like rusted metal dragged over stone. The hunters at the threshold went still. "I was at the lamp table. You passed me on the way to the relic chest. You said, 'Boy, go back to the doorway. I will need the door barred from inside.'" Ondreya's blood went cold. "I did not know," the boy said. "I thought you meant the inner door, the one that led to the Causeway. I thought you were securing the chapel against the cold." He paused. The water lapped at his chest, at the place where the composite's body dissolved into the flood. "I went to the outer door. I stood there. I waited. And then I heard the oil catch, and I turned, and the nave was already burning, and you were gone. You had sealed the outer bolt from outside. You locked me in with them." The silence that followed was not empty. It was the silence of 20 armed men holding their breath. Cale lowered his axe. The gray-haired hunter who had found the melted ring stood knee-deep in the flood with his hands open at his sides, the Ouroboros still visible in his palm. "Say it again," he said. His voice was flat, not a command, a request. The boy's face tilted, the burned lips parted. "Hesketh Varlo ordered me to the outer door. He sealed it. He walked away while I burned." Cale looked at the ring in his hand, then at the flooded nave, then at the place where his commander had gone under. "Gods damn it," he said, not loud. The words fell into the water like stones. Another hunter stepped forward, a woman with a scarred chin and a crossbow still raised. "This is a dead thing speaking. You cannot trust. It is a dead thing that has been trapped in this chapel for 6 years, Saffron said. His voice was hoarse, but it carried. "It is a dead thing that watched Varlo carry out the relic chest before the fire, seal the door, and walk away. It is a dead thing that has been waiting for someone to ask his name." He looked at the boy's face. The boy looked back. "Do you have a name?" Saffron asked. The boy's mouth moved. A shape formed, then dissolved, then formed again. "Thomas," he said. "Thomas Edes. I was not in the rolls because I was not Coven. I was hired from a fishing village north of Brackmill. I tended the lamps and swept the floors. I was nobody." His voice cracked. "I was nobody, and he let me burn anyway." Ondreya pushed herself to her feet. The water ran from her coat, her hands, her hair. She walked toward the composite, toward the face that was not her teacher, not her guilt, not the thing she had been running from. She stopped 3 feet away. "Thomas Edes," she said. The boy's eye met hers. I am sorry I did not know your name. I am sorry I did not hear you call. I am sorry I stood on the other side of that door while you died." The boy's face did not soften, but it did not accuse either. It simply looked at her, the way the drowned look at the living, from a distance that could not be crossed. "You lit the fire," he said. "I did. You did not know I was inside." "I did not." The boy was silent for a long moment. The water moved around him, lapping at the place where the composite's body dissolved into the dark. "I believe you," he said, and then he turned his head and looked past Ondreya, past Pell, past the hunters, toward the open nave where the flood still churned and the dead still stirred. "He is not dead," Thomas said. The words landed like a blade. "The water took him, but the water does not hold him. He has the old seal mark on his palm, the same one that was on the relic chest. The water cannot keep what bears the serpent." Ondreya's stomach dropped. Behind her, the flood began to churn, not the slow rise of before, a boil, a pressure building from below, and the dead hands that had been holding their positions began to scatter, pulling back, sinking, as if something larger was pushing them aside. Cale's axe came up. Olenatha grabbed Pell and dragged him backward. The water split, and Hesketh Varlo rose from the flood, the Ouroboros ring back on his finger, dripping, alive, his eyes fixed on Ondreya with a smile that had nothing human left in it. Chapter 49. The water still ran from Varlo's coat, from his hair, from the ring on his finger that had been in Cale's hand moments ago and now gleamed wet in the chapel half-light. He stood in the flood like a man who had never been under it, his smile fixed, his eyes bright with something that had no warmth. No one moved. The hunters stood frozen between the truth they had heard and the commander who had risen from the dead. Cale's axe hung at his side, the melted ring still in his palm. The woman with the scarred chin had not lowered her crossbow, but she had not raised it either. Varlo took a step forward. "I am alive," he said. His voice was calm, almost gentle. "The dead tried to hold me. They failed. That is the only fact that matters here." Thomas's face flickered, dissolving and reforming inside the composite. "You sealed the door. I saw you. I watched you. The dead lie," Varlo said. "That is what they do. It is their nature to accuse the living, because they cannot stand that the living continue." He lifted the Ouroboros ring. Water streamed from the metal, and something in the chapel air shifted, the pressure changing as if the room had taken a breath. Saffron stepped forward, not toward Varlo, toward the center of the nave, where the water was deepest, and the light from the open roof caught his pale hands. "I have a document," he said. His voice carried. It was hoarse from shouting, from smoke, from the hours of fear, but it carried. Varlo's smile did not waver. "The forgery, yes. We have established this is not the countermand," Saffron said. He reached into his coat and pulled out a second folded paper, oilcloth wrapped, sealed with a black wafer. "This is a prelatic injunction, certified by the North Marsh Ecclesiastical Office. It names you, Hesketh Varlo, as the subject of a formal inquiry into charges of false testimony, unlawful execution, and obstruction of soul inheritance protocols." He held it up. The seal caught the light. The same seal that had been on the countermand, cut from memory, pressed into 3 days of stolen observation. Varlo's smile thinned. "That seal," he said, "is a lie." "Then examine it," Saffron said. "Call for your scribe. Prepare it to the records in your satchel. The injunction requires an archivist's verification before it can be dismissed, and the North Marsh office will not appoint an archivist until the subject is produced for inquiry. Until then, you are relieved of field authority." The silence that followed was different. It was the silence of men who knew the chapel court's bureaucracy the way soldiers knew the chain of command. A prelatic injunction, even a suspect one, froze everything. It could not be ignored without risking a countersuit that stripped the ignoring officer of ranks and pension. Varlo looked at Saffron. "You would counterfeit a prelatal seal," he said. "You would stand in a flooded chapel with a dead witness and a false document and claim." "I would," Saffron said. "I did. And you cannot prove it is false without a verifying archivist, which you do not have, and which you cannot summon without acknowledging the inquiry exists." He lowered the paper. So here we are, standing in the flood, with a dead boy's testimony ringing in every ear, and a prelatic injunction that says you cannot touch us until the church decides what to do with you. Varlo's hand moved. Not for the ring, not for a weapon. He simply touched the burn scar on his palm, a gesture so small that only Ondreya noticed, and something in his face closed. He was still smiling, but the smile had become a mask. "Cale," he said. The gray-haired hunter did not move. "Cale, I am giving you a direct order. Take the witnesses into custody, the women, the child, the defrocked priest, and the deserter. Kill the dead thing if it resists." Cale looked at the melted ring in his hand, then at Varlo, then at Ondreya. He did not raise his axe. "I heard the boy," he said. "I heard him speak." "You heard a dead thing speak," Varlo said. "Dead things do not testify." "They do in this chapel," Olenthe said. "He was at the paperwork desk when the bounty was issued. Tell them, Morley." The hunter looked up. His face was pale, his lips cracked. He had been shot in the leg and left to bleed while the others pressed forward. "I was at the desk," he said. His voice was a croak. "I saw the order." "Whose order?" Olenthe said. The hunter looked at Varlo. Varlo looked back. "His," the hunter said. "Varlo's." He brought the poster already printed. Said to post it under the chapel court seal. Said the paperwork would follow. The bounty was never issued by the court. It was issued by him. The Nave erupted in murmurs. Cale's axe came up. Not at Ondreya, at his side. A held position, waiting. Varlo's smile was gone. "Morley," he said, "you are wounded. You are frightened. You do not know what you are saying." "I know what I saw," the hunter said. "I know whose handwriting was on the poster. I know who paid the printing fee from his own purse." He coughed. Blood ran from his mouth. "I know I am going to die in this chapel, and I do not want to die with that lie on my soul." The murmuring rose. The woman with the scarred chin lowered her crossbow, not all the way, but the tip dropped an inch. Another hunter stepped back, then another. Varlo watched them. He watched them the way a man watches a gate he knows will hold, knowing the lock is about to break. "I am the outer teacher," he said. "I am the authority of this chapel court. I am the one who—" "You are the one who sealed the door," Ondreya said. Her voice was not loud. It did not need to be. The Nave had gone still again. "You are the one who told me the teachers were already dead. You are the one who carried the relic chest out the side door while the oil was still spreading. You are the one who posted the bounty on a girl you raised from childhood because she knew too much to leave alive." She stepped toward him. The water rose to her thighs, then her waist. She did not stop. "You are Hesketh Varlo, and you have been lying for 6 years. Varlo looked at her. The paternal mask fell. It did not crumble. It dropped, like a curtain cut from its ties, and what was underneath was not angry, not frantic, not the shattered composure of a man caught. It was cold. Cold the way the deep water was cold. Cold the way the dead look cold when they had been waiting too long. He lifted the Ouroboros ring. "Burn it," he said. The order landed flat. "Burn the chapel. Kill the witnesses, every one of them. I will answer to the prelato when this is done, but what is done cannot be undone, and what is burned cannot testify." He looked at Ondreya. "You are always my best student. You understood obedience. You understood that some things must be destroyed to keep the rest safe." He raised his voice. "Do it, now, before the tide turns against us." The hunters did not move. Then one did. The woman with the scarred chin raised her crossbow, not on Ondreya, at Varlo. Chapter 50. The woman with the scarred chin held her aim. Varlo did not flinch. He looked at her the way a man looks at a clock he knows will strike, patient with inevitability. "You will not fire," he said. The hunter's finger stayed on the trigger. "I have seen what you carry," she said. "I have seen what you ordered. I was at Thornwick when the bounty went up. I saw the dead child they dragged from the canal after you questioned his mother. I do not know what you are talking about." "You do." Her voice did not shake. "And I am done pretending I do not know either." Varlo's jaw tightened. The mask was not smiling anymore. It was not anything at all. The fire had spread. It caught the nearest fallen timber with a sound like wet paper tearing, and the smoke rolled sideways into the name, gray and low against the flood. Ondreya felt the heat at her back, and she felt the composite. It stood in the dark water, still wearing Tomas's face, but the face was flickering. The edges were softening. The 11 shapes behind it had begun to stir, separate outlines pressing against the surface like hands against a sheet of ice. The fire was burning the chapel, and the fire was waking them. Ondreya turned from Varlo. She did not look at the hunters, did not look at Olinet, did not look at Pell pressed against her side. She looked at the composite, and she understood that the second laying down could not wait for safety or for the siege to end. It had to happen now, in the smoke and the rising flame, while the roof still held and the voices still had a vessel to speak through. She waded forward. The water was up to her ribs. It was cold enough to ache, cold enough to steal the breath, but she did not slow. "Tomas," she said. The boy's face stabilized. One clouded eye, one human eye, both fixed at her. "I cannot give you back the years," she said. "I cannot give you back the name you died calling, but I can give you this." She stopped 3 feet from him. "I see you." The composite rippled. Behind Tomas's face, a second face surfaced. Older, lines around the mouth, iron gray hair cropped short, a scar through the left eyebrow. Dory Sisk. Ondreya's throat closed. "You taught me to stitch a wound before you taught me to read a corpse," she said. "You said the living come first. You said mercy to the dead means nothing if you have none left for the breathing." She took a breath. "You were the first one I tried to reach when the fire started. I did not know your name was already on the list. I did not know Varlo had already sealed the door." Dory's face did not speak, but it turned, just slightly, as if listening. The fire crackled behind them. "I am sorry," Ondreya said. "I am sorry I obeyed him. I am sorry I did not break the door down with my bare hands. I am sorry I believed him when he said you were already gone." The face softened, not into forgiveness, into something quieter, acknowledgement. Then it sank, and another rose. Kellen Rude, young, sharp-jawed, with the burned side of his face still raw and wet. "You taught me to read the tide," Ondreya said. "You taught me that the dead do not rise from malice. They rise from unfinished business. You said if I ever learned to finish what I started, I would be the best of us." Her voice cracked. "I did not finish what I started. I ran. I left you in the ash. I left Embrey half-bound in a ditch. I left Tomas screaming in the dark while I walked away believing I had done the right thing." Kellen's face watched her. "I am sorry," she said. "I am sorry I was not braver." The face sank. Patrice Weller, older than the others, gray-eyed, with a stillness that had always reminded Ondreya of deep water. "You told me the inheritance was not a gift and not a curse. You said it was a responsibility. You said I would know when the weight of it was mine to carry because the dead would start asking me questions instead of the other way around." She swallowed. "The dead have been asking me questions, Patrice, and I have been running from the answers." Patrice's face did not change, but the gray eyes held hers for a long moment, and then the face sank, and the water stilled. One by one, Ondreya named them. Sorrel Tate, Yarrow Finch, Maram Hess. The twins Lowen and Mary, whose faces rose and sank together without a word. 3 others whose names she spoke with her hands on the surface of the water because the fire had taken their faces beyond recognition. She named them all, and when the last name left her mouth, the composite began to dissolve. Not violently, not with the thrashing release of something broken open. It loosened, face by face, each outline peeling away from the central mass like pages separating from a wet book. The shapes drifted into the dark water, spreading, thinning, becoming nothing more than shadows beneath the flood. The water went still. Ondreya stood in the silence. The fire was still burning. The smoke was still thickening. The hunters were still arguing behind her. Varlo was still alive, but the composite was gone. The weight she had carried for 6 years lifted from her chest at a single, terrible breath. She did not weep. She did not have the strength left for weeping. She stood in the flood, and she let them go. And then a hand closed around her wrist, not from the water, from the dissolving mass. One last shape, smaller than the others, had not sunk. It hung in the dark water like a scrap of cloth caught on a hook, and the hand that gripped her was not adult and not child, not living and not dead. It was the hand of someone who had not finished speaking. Ondreya looked down. The face that rose from the water was not one she knew. A woman, middle-aged, plain, with weathered cheekbones and hair plastered dark across a browed scalp. She had not been in the coven. She had not been in the rolls. She had been buried beneath the chapel floor, older than the fire, older than the building. Her bones laid in the foundation stone when the tall chapel was first raised. Her mouth opened, and the fire behind them roared as a rafter gave way. Chapter 51. The eastern door did not fall to axes. It blew inward on a tide of smoke and bodies, the frames splintering at the hinges, the warped planks skidding across the flood in a spray of ash and water. Hunters poured through the gap before the sound finished breaking, their boots kicking up spray, their voices raw with the momentum of a charge that had finally found its opening. Ondreya's hand was still caught in the grip of the unknown woman rising from the dissolving mass. The woman's mouth was still opening. And then Embrey's body moved. Not like the dead rising, not like a creature responding to command. He moved like a man who had been waiting for this moment longer than anyone had known him, and he moved from the floor where he had fallen, from the dark gap in his chest, from the stillness that should have held him forever. He rose. The hunters at the eastern door did not see him at first. They were pushing through the breach, axes raised, eyes scanning for the witch in the flood. The first one through was the same broad-shouldered man who had carried the battering ram, and he was already shouting orders when Embrey's hand closed around his collar from behind. The hunter turned. Embrey's face was calm. The pale, filmed-over eyes held no anger. His jaw worked once, as if he was trying to shape a word he had not spoken in 6 years, and then he pulled the hunter backward through the gap and planted himself in the doorframe. His body filled the breach. Not by size, by stillness. The hunters on the other side slammed into him like water against a dam, and he did not move. His arms braced against the frame. His feet found purchase on the cracked stone threshold. The warped planks of the broken door lay at his feet, and he stood over them as if daring anyone to cross. The first axe hit his shoulder. Ondreya heard it before she saw it, the wet crunch of blade meeting flesh that should not still be flesh. Embrey did not cry out. He did not flinch. The axe stuck in his shoulder for a fraction of a second before the hunter wrenched it free, and the wound gaped black and bloodless, the same way his chest had gaped when the bolt took him. "Embrey," Ondreya said. He did not turn. The second blow caught him across the ribs. The third took him in the side of the neck, and the blade came out wet with something darker than blood, a thick, oily substance that steamed in the cold air. Still he did not fall. He held the frame. The hunters on the other side began to shout in frustration, their axes rising and falling in a rhythm that should have dropped any living man twice over. Chips of stone flew from the doorframe, splinters rained into the flood. The breach was small enough that only one man could swing at a time, and Embrey's body was the only thing between them and the nave. Ondreya tried to move toward him. The unknown woman's hand still gripped her wrist, and the grip was not a plea. It was an anchor. The woman's face was rising fully from the water now, her burned scalp clearing the surface, her weathered cheekbones streaming dark water, her eyes fixed on Ondreya with an intensity that demanded attention. But Ondreya was watching Embrey. He was breaking. Not quickly, not all at once. The axe had opened him across the back, across the flank, across the arm that held the frame. His body was being taken apart piece by piece, and he was still standing, still holding, still refusing to let the breach widen by a single inch. A fourth blow split his left shoulder blade. His arm went slack. The frame groaned as the hunters pushed against the gap, and Embrey shifted his weight to his other side, leaning into the breach with his whole body, using what was left of himself as a barricade of bone and failing flesh. "Stay," he said. The word was not loud. It was barely a breath. but Ondreya heard it across the flooded nave as clearly as if he had spoken it against her ear. She had never heard his voice before. 6 years. He had followed Roll across 3 counties, through fire and flood and frozen marsh. He had brought her wood and pointed east and stood silent at the edges of every shelter she had ever tried to build. She had never laid him properly. She had bound him half dead to a corpse and left him in a ditch, and he had never once asked her for more. Now he was spending the last of his half-life to hold a door she was meant to be escaping through. "I am here," he said, "until I am not." The old failed rite broke cleanly. Ondreya felt it in her chest, a knot that had been twisted tight for 6 years, a binding she had never finished and never faced. It snapped like a wet rope pulled past its breaking point, and the release was so sudden that her knees buckled. The unknown woman's grip tightened. Embrey's body sagged. The hunters drove through the gap, 3 of them at once, their axes swinging in a blind arc of frustration and rage. They did not stop to check if he was dead. They stepped over him. They pushed past his crumpled shape without a glance. But the door held for one more breath. And in that breath, Embrey's voice reached her again. "Stay." Not an order, not a command, a certainty. Then the first hunter cleared the breach, and the second followed, and the eastern door was open, and Embrey's body lay still in the flood, with the dark gap in his chest wider than it had ever been, and the water around him was empty of anything but the slow spread of something dark and thinning. Ondreya's hand trembled. The unknown woman pulled herself fully from the dissolving mass and rose to her feet in the flood, her grip still locked around Ondreya's wrist, her mouth finally open, her voice the only sound that could reach through the roar of fire and the crash of hunters and the terrible silence where Embrey had been. She said one word. "Listen." Chapter 52. The unknown woman's grip was iron, her burned face streaming, her eyes holding Ondreya's with the weight of something that had waited decades, not years. "Listen," she said again, and Ondreya heard it. Not the fire, not the hunters, not the crash of the eastern door giving way. A rhythm beneath the flood, a pulse in the stone, a vibration that traveled up through the water and into her ribs. The chapel remembered. It remembered the day the foundation was laid. It remembered the body buried beneath the altar before the first beam was raised. It remembered everything that had been done inside its walls, every lie spoken under its roof, every hand that had touched iron and stone with intent to harm. And it remembered the ring. Not the Ouroboros on Varlo's finger, the other one, the melted one, the one Cale had pulled from the rubble and carried in his palm like a wound he could not close. Ondreya tore her gaze from the burned woman's face and found him. Cale stood at the edge of the flood, his broad body braced against the chaos, the melted ring still visible in his open hand. He had not moved since Varlo rose. He had not raised his axe. He had not chosen. The burned woman released Ondreya's wrist. The release was deliberate, a gift of motion, a command that was also a question. What will you do with your hands now that they are free? Ondreya moved before she knew she had decided. She splashed through the flood, past the hunter with the scarred chin, past Ilinthe's shouting, past the smoke that was beginning to curl down from the burning rafters. She reached Cale and stopped. He looked at her. Gray hair plastered to his scalp, forearms corded, eyes that had seen too much to pretend. "That is evidence," she said. "Give it to me." He did not argue. He dropped the melted ring into her palm, and the metal was warm, still warm from the fire that had robbed it 6 years ago, still warm from the chapel stone that had held it in memory. Ondreya turned. Varlo stood at the center of the nave, the Ouroboros gleaming on his finger, his white shirt bloodied from the flood, his composure held together by a thread so thin it was almost visible. The hunters had not closed around him. They had spread into a loose arc, uncertain, watching, waiting for someone to tell them which authority to obey. The scarred Chun hunter still had her crossbow trained on his chest. Ondreya raised her hand, not in surrender, not in threat. Open, palm up, so every hunter in the nave could see the melted ring resting against her skin. "This came from the north wall," she said, "where Varlo dropped it 6 years ago, when he carried the relic chest out the side door, when he sealed the Causeway door behind him and left your boy to burn." Her voice carried through the smoke, through the crack of falling timber, through the wet rasp of men who had been fighting and dying for the last hour and were now being asked to think. Thomas Edis died because Hesketh Varlo put him in that room and barred the door. 11 teachers died the same way, and I lit the match because Varlo told me they were already dead. She turned her palm so the hunters on the other side could see the ring. This is what the Far left. This is what the chapel remembers, and this is what Varlo spent 6 years trying to bury. The silence that followed was not empty. It was the silence of men doing arithmetic, men counting the bodies they had chased, the coin they had taken, the oaths they had sworn to a man who had been lying to them the whole time. A hunter at the front of the ark stepped forward. He was older than the others, gray at the temples, a scar splitting his left eyebrow. He wore no insignia of rank, but the others parted for him, and Ondreya understood. This was the captain, the man who had been holding the leash while Varlo gave the orders. He looked at the melted ring in Ondreya's palm. He looked at Varlo. Is it true? The question was flat, not angry, not disbelieving. The question of a man who already knew the answer and needed to hear it spoken aloud so he could act on it. Varlo's jaw tightened. He did not answer. The captain waited. The fire groaned above them. A chunk of burning timber crashed into the flood 10 feet away, sending up a hiss of steam and ash. The hunters flinched. The captain did not. I asked you a question, Hesketh. Varlo's hand moved. Not to the Ouroboros ring, not to the seal mark on his palm, down to his belt, where a pistol hung in a waxed leather holster, the same pistol he had drawn once before and never fired. His fingers closed around the grip. Chapter 53. The captain's question hung in the smoke-thick air like a blade waiting to fall. Varlo's hand stayed on the pistol grip. His pale eyes moved across the arc of hunters, counting, measuring, calculating which of them would still obey and which had already turned in their allegiance to the dead boy's testimony. You want the truth, Captain? His voice was soft, almost gentle, the voice of a man who had been waiting years to say what came next. The truth is that I sealed that door. I carried the chest out through the side passage. I posted the bounty on the girl's head with my own purse, and I would do every piece of it again. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. The hunter with the scarred chin lowered her crossbow by an inch, not aiming, just slack, as if the confession had stolen the tension from her arms. The captain's face did not change, but something behind his eyes went very still. You burned 11 people alive, the captain said, and a boy who never raised a hand to anyone. I burned a coven that had begun channeling soul inheritance through its initiates, Varlo said. A line of power that passes from corpse to living vessel, teaching itself, breeding itself, uncontrolled and unaccountable to any authority that could contain it. The teachers knew what they were carrying. They chose to pass it to her anyway. He pointed at Ondreya without looking at her. The girl was 19 years old when I gave the order. She had already read more deaths than most grave priests see in a lifetime. The coven had been shaping her since she was 12. They were not training a hedge necromancer. They were building a repository for every soul debt Lowfenn had ever incurred. And when she was full enough, they intended to use her as a key. A murmur ran through the hunters. Not agreement, not denial. The sound of men to assemble their understanding of the world. You could have arrested them, the captain said. On what charge? The chapel courts do not prosecute soul inheritance. They depend on it. Every death worker in the marsh keeps the wet dead from rising. And every death worker is carrying a piece of the same line Varlo claims he wanted to contain. You want to know what was in that relic chest, Captain? A full accounting of every soul debt the coven had accumulated. 11 teachers' worth of names, pacts, and obligations that would have passed to Ondreya Ulmgard the moment they judged her ready. I did not bond a coven. I cut a knot that would have strangled every county from Brackmill to the coast within a generation. The flame overhead groaned. Sparks cascaded into the flood, hissing as they met the water. Saffron said I would not have turned that corner for another season. Leaned against the grill and said it like an apology he was already preparing. The captain stepped closer to Varlo, close enough that the pistol between them was no longer a ranged weapon, but a negotiation. You killed 11 people. You trapped a boy in a burning room. You spent 6 years hunting a woman who thought she was a murderer because you told her the people she loved were already dead. And you are standing here telling me you did it to save the marsh? Varlo's smile widened. The inhuman quality was stronger now. the thing beneath the skin pushing closer to the surface. I am telling you that I did what needed to be done, what no one else had the will to do. The chapel courts would have taken the girl, dissected her power, and turned her into a weapon for their own doctrinal wars. The teachers would have finished her preparation and made her a vessel whether she consented or not. I chose the only clean solution available to me, and I have spent every year since making sure the pieces stayed varied. The scarred chin hunter spoke. Her voice was rough, the voice of a woman who had been carrying a question for 6 years and was finally ready to ask it. And the child at Thornwick? The one you pulled from the canal after you questioned his mother. Was that clean too? Varlo's jaw tightened. The mask flickered, and for Beth, the human beneath it showed through. Tired, cornered, and dangerous. The Thornwick child was not my order. The mother came to me with information about the girl's movements. By the time the child was found, the trail was already cold. Then whose order was it? Varlo did not answer. His eyes moved past the scarred chin hunter, past the captain, past the arc of uncertain men, and settled on the burned woman standing behind Ondreya. You. The word was quiet, almost recognition, almost fear. You were not supposed to remember. The burned woman's face was unreadable. The smoke curled around her, and the flame light caught the ruined skin, the one eye that still held human recognition, the mouth that had commanded Ondreya to listen. I remember everything, she said. Every lie, every seal mark, every body you dropped into the foundation before the chapel was raised. You did not burn the coven to contain in Hesketh. You burned them because they would not give me to you. The hunter's formation cracked. Men who had been standing in loose arcs took full steps backward. Hands that had been resting on axe hafts moved away. The woman with the scarred chin raised her crossbow again, and this time the aim was steady. The captain held up a hand. Everyone hold! The command was quiet but absolute. The hunters stopped moving. The fire ate at the rafters. The flood lapped at the pews. Varlo, the captain said, you are relieved of command. You will submit to chapel custody pending a full investigation of every charge spoken aloud in this nave tonight. If you resist, I will order the witness chain sealed and your nan struck from every record of service in Lowfenn. Varlo's hand tightened on the pistol. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Varlo laughed, a low, broken sound that had nothing human in it. You think custody will hold me, Captain? You think a chapel cell can contain what I have become? He raised the pistol, not at the captain, not at Ondreya, but at the burning rafters overhead. The shot cracked through the smoke, and a chunk of blazing timber tore loose, crashing into the flood between the hunters and the nave's center, sending a wall of steam and sparks across the water. Anyone who still serves the chapel court's real authority, follow me to the boats. The rest of you can burn with the witch and her witnesses. He turned and splashed toward the shattered eastern door, the Ouroboros ring catching the firelight. 2 hunters followed, then a third. The rest stood frozen, watching their captain, waiting for permission to choose. The scarred chin woman did not move. Her crossbow stayed trained on Varlo's retreating back until he passed through the doorframe and vanished into the smoke beyond. The captain lowered his hand. The rest of you get out. The roof is going. The burned woman's grip tightened on Ondreya's wrist, and her voice cut through the chaos with cold precision. He is running to the relic chest. Ondreya turned. The firelight painted the burned woman's face in shifting orange and black. He cannot reach it where it is hidden, the burned woman said. But he will try. And the chest holds more than names, little vessel. It holds the part of you he cut away the night you lit the match. The roof groaned above them. A second beam gave way, and the nave's eastern wall began to crumble into the flood. Chapter 54. The burned woman said, "Begin." The words landed like a blade. Ondreya looked at the dissolving shapes in the flood, the last of the composite's presence peeling into separate outlines, 11 drifting forms that had been fused so long they no longer remembered how to be singular. The one who had been Dory Sisk surfaced first. Her face was younger than Ondreya remembered, smoothed by 6 years of suspended death, the burned ruin of her throat showing through the surface like a crack in old porcelain. Ondreya reached out. Her fingers touched the water where Dory's shape floated, and the warmth that spread through her wrist was not her own blood. "Dory," she said. I am sorry I did not break the door. Dory's shape softened at the edges. The mouth moved, shaping a word Ondreya could not hear but felt passing through the water like a current. Then the outline dissolved, and the flood stilled where she had been. Kellenrud surfaced next. His face was half burned, the good eye tracking Ondreya's hand as she reached for him. You taught me anatomy in the root cellar, Ondreya said. You said the dead deserve precision. I have tried to practice it. Kellen's expression did not change. The good eye held her for a long breath, and then the outline broke apart, sinking into the black water without sound. Patrice Weller's shape rose beside a broken pew. The woman's hair floated around her like a dark halo, and the rope-burned scar at her throat matched Ondreya's wrist scar in a way that made her chest clench. I carried your salt habit, Ondreya said. Every village, every laying. I still touch it before I begin. Patrice's shape reached one hand toward the surface. The fingers brushed the air, and then the outline unraveled, dissolving into the flood like ink bleeding through cloth. Sorrel Tate came next, the face already turning away before Ondreya could speak. The twin outlines of Loin and Mary followed, their shapes linked at the hands, and Merrim Hess's broad silhouette surfaced and sank in the same breath. Yarrow Finch's face rose slowly. The burned women behind Ondreya made a sound, a soft intake of breath that was not quite recognition. You opened the door, Ondreya said. You drew the bolt. You died trying to reach me. Yarrow's shape did not dissolve immediately. The face held, the burned mouth moving, and the word that shaped in the water was not a name, but a question. Why? Ondreya's hand hovered above the surface. The warmth of the dissolving presences had not touched her fingers. Yarrow's shape had not softened. The outline held, hard and separate, refusing the mercy of dispersion. Because I was not fast enough, Ondreya said. Because I believed him when he said you were already dead. Yarrow's face shifted. The burned mouth pressed into a line, and the eye that still held recognition did not forgive. The shape began to sink, not dissolving but withdrawing, pulling itself down into the dark with deliberate will. I am sorry, Ondreya said. The water swallowed Yarrow's face. The last shape did not surface. It remained in the deep, a darker shadow against the flood's black, and Ondreya felt it waiting, not demanding, refusing. She reached her hand into the water. Her fingers found nothing but cold. Who are you? The shadow did not answer. It hung beneath the surface, a shape that had been fused to the composite for 6 years and had chosen not to emerge. You do not have to forgive me, Ondreya said. But you deserve to be named. The shadow began to move, not upward, not toward her hand, but sideways, sliding through the water toward the shattered eastern door where Varlo had vanished. The burned woman stepped past Ondreya. Her bare feet made no sound in the flood, and the ruined skin of her face caught the firelight as she knelt at the water's edge. She will not surface for you, the burned woman said. She has been waiting for me. The shadow stopped moving. The burned woman placed her hand on the surface, palm down, and the water stilled around her fingers. The outline beneath the flood turned, and Ondreya saw the face of a woman who had been young once, dark-haired, with the same hollow beneath her eyes that the burned woman carried. Let me sink with her, the burned woman said. I have carried enough for the risen. The shadow reached up. The burned woman's hand met the fingers rising from the water. The touch was brief, almost gentle, and then both shapes dissolved at once, the shadow and the burned woman's reflected outline, leaving the flood empty and still. The burned woman stood. She will not forgive you, she said, but she will not hunt you either. Ondreya's hand was still reaching into the water. She pulled it back, and the cold clung to her skin like a second layer. The roof groaned. Ilana's hand hit her shoulder hard enough to stagger her. The grip was not gentle. It was a fistful of wet coat, hauling her backward through the flood while burning timber crashed into the space where she had been standing. Move, Ilana said. Her voice was hoarse, scraped raw by smoke and shouting. The roof is coming down, Ondreya, and I will not bury you in this place. Ondreya's feet found the floor. The flood pulled at her legs as she turned, and the chapel's eastern wall buckled outward, sending a wave of sparks and ash across the nave. Pell was already at the door. His face was pale, his hands signing faster than she could read, and Saffron stood beside him with a piece of burning timber in his grip, using it as a torch and a weapon. The captain was shouting orders. The scarred chin woman was covering the door with her crossbow. The hunters were moving, and the burned woman was gone. Ondreya looked back. The space where the burned woman had knelt was empty. The flood was still. The shadow had sunk. Where did she go? Elolantha pulled her harder. She said she would find us when the chest was opened. Now move! The western wall gave way. The roof pitched, a massive section of burning timber and thatch slamming into the nave's center, sending a wall of flame across the water. The group fled through the eastern gap. The night air hit Ondreya's face like a shock. The marsh spread out before them, black and cold, and the burning chapel behind them threw long shadows across the reeds. The boats were not there. Varlo had taken them. Oanthin's grip tightened. She did not let go. "Keep moving," she said. "There will be boats. There are always boats." Ondreya's hand went to her throat. The salt pouch was still there. The gold was still in her palm. The shadow that had refused her forgiveness was still sinking. And ahead, somewhere in the dark, Varlo was running toward the relic chest that held the part of her he had cut away. Chapter 55. The eastern gap spat them into darkness. Ondreya's boots hit mud, slid, caught. The chapel's burning shell threw orange light across the marsh, and the heat followed them, pressing against her back like a hand that would not let go. Elanthe still had her grip on Ondreya's coat. She did not release it when they stopped. "The boats are gone," Saffron said, not a question. His voice was flat with the effort of stating what they all already saw. The bank where Varlo's skiffs had been moored was empty. 2 cut ropes trailed into the current. The water swallowed them pulse by pulse. Pell stood at the water's edge, his small body rigid. His hands moved once, a quick sign Ondreya caught. Boats. Then, where? "There will be others," the captain said. He was breathing hard, his gray templed face slick with sweat and soot. "The causeway runs east. There are fishing huts past the floodline." "How far?" the scarred chin woman asked. 2 miles, maybe 3. "Then we walk." But the chapel's eastern wall chose that moment to surrender. The sound was not a crack or a groan. It was a deep, grinding inhalation, as if the building drew one last breath before letting go. A section of roof came down at the nave's center, and the flames that had been eating the beams roared upward in a pillar of sparks. Then the windows began to fire. The first bolt punched into the mud 6 inches from Pell's foot. He flinched but did not run. His head turned, tracking the shot before Ondreya could place it, and his hand snapped out, pointing toward the chapel's north window. 2 men stood in the frame, loyalists, the ones who had followed Varlo. "Get down," Elanthe said. The second bolt cut through the space where Pell had been standing. Ondreya grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the reeds. Saffron was already moving, dragging the captain by the arm. "The waterline. We go north along the flood edge. They will not risk the footing in the dark." "They risked it from the window," the scarred chun woman said. "They are stacked in the nave," Saffron said. "They have 2 shots before the smoke forces them back. Use the interval." Another bolt struck the bank behind them, the third lower, kicking mud across Ondreya's calf. Pell was not looking at the window. He was staring at the chapel's western wall, the section that had not yet collapsed. His hand lifted, not pointing, just held out, fingers spread, as if he were testing the air for a draft. "Pell," Ulmgard said. "What is it?" He did not sign. He kept his hand raised, then lowered it slowly, tracing a line from the chapel's foundation to the submerged rubble pile at the water's edge. A door. Ondreya saw it the moment he finished the gesture. A dark rectangle, half buried, hidden by fallen stone and standing water. The lintel was still intact. The frame was warped, but whole. "The vestry," the captain said. There was a vestry passage, sealed when the foundation shifted. Pell nodded once. "It is underwater," the scarred chin woman said. "The alternative is 2 miles of open causeway with crossbow fire at our backs," Saffron said. "I will take wet feet." He was already wading toward the submerged door. The water reached his knees, then his thighs, and Ondreya saw the strain in the set of his shoulders as the cold hit him. Pell followed without waiting for permission. "Stay behind me," Allenby said. Her voice came out harder than she meant, but Pell did not flinch. He pressed close to her side, his small hand gripping the wet fabric of her coat. The door was low, built for a shorter generation. The wood was dark with age, warped at its frame, and the iron handle was crusted with rust that flaked at Saffron's touch. "Stuck," he said. Allenby pushed past him. She sent her shoulder to the wood, braced her feet against the submerged threshold, and heaved. The door groaned. The frame shifted. Water poured through the crack in a thin, urgent stream. "Again," the captain said. Allenby threw her weight into the second push. The door gave a foot, then stopped, and the water inside the vestry surged out in a dark rush that knocked Bell off his feet. Ondreya caught him before the current could pull him under. His heart was hammering against her palm, but his face was set, and he did not cry out. The gap was wide enough. "Go," Allenby said. "Fast." Saffron went first, ducking through the opening with the burning timber still in his grip. The flame caught the low ceiling and sent shadows leaping across the flooded stone. Bell went next, then the scarred chin woman, then the captain. Ondreya turned to follow. The shot came from the Nave, not a crossbow bolt, a pistol. The crack of it was sharp and wrong in the wet air, and the ball struck the doorframe an inch from Allenby's shoulder, sending splinters across her cheek. Allenby did not flinch. She raised her crossbow and fired into the smoke without aiming. The figure stepping through the flame did not stagger. Hezekiah emerged from the burning chapel with the pistol still smoking in his hand. His coat was black with water and ash, his iron-white hair plastered to his skull, and his pale gray eyes found Pell instantly. The pistol came up. The barrel leveled at the child's chest. Pell froze. His hand was still on Ondreya's coat. He did not let go. Time stretched thin, cold, a wire drawn past breaking. Varlo's finger tightened on the trigger. Chapter 56. The shot cracked and the world stopped. Ondreya saw the flash, smelled the burnt powder, felt the wet fabric of Pell's coat still bunched in her fist, and none of it mattered because the ball was already in the air, already crossing the space between Varlo's pistol and Pell's chest, and she could not move fast enough. She had never been fast enough. 6 years ago, she had not been fast enough to reach the door. She had not been fast enough to ask why the bolt was drawn. She had not been fast enough to see the oil trail or the empty side passage or the look on Yarrow Finch's face as the flames took the roof. Now she was not fast enough again. Hollande fired first. The crossbow string snapped through the smoke, and the bolt took Varlo in the forearm just below the elbow, driving through coat and skin and muscle until the iron tip punched out the other side. The pistol discharged a finger too late. The ball cut a furrow through the water at Pell's feet, shallow and spent, and Varlo's arm dropped with the bolt still buried in it, the pistol falling from fingers that would not close. He did not scream. He looked down at the shaft protruding from his arm. He looked up at Ionanthe. His pale gray eyes held no surprise, only a cold acknowledgement that she had chosen, and he would remember which side she had chosen. "Boof!" Ionanthe said. She did not reload. She dropped the crossbow, grabbed Ondreya by the back of the coat, and shoved her toward the vestry gap. The water inside the passage was waist-deep and black, and the cold hit Ondreya's ribs like a blade. But she did not stop. She pulled Pell through the opening with her, one hand on his collar, the other feeling for the wall in the dark. The passage swallowed them. The door groaned behind them as Ionanthe dragged it shut. The rusted handle scraped against the frame, and then the lock fell into place. Not a deliberate bolt, just the weight of warped wood settling into a seal. Darkness. Complete, absolute, the kind that pressed against the eyes and filled the mouth with the taste of old water and rot. "Assume he pursues," Saffron said. His voice came from ahead, tight and controlled. "Do not assume he bleeds out." "Which way?" the captain asked. "East. The foundation runs east toward the old channel. There will be an exit grate where the tide used to feed the chapel cistern." "And if it is sealed?" "Then we drown in the dark instead of the open water." marginally less scenic. Pa's hand found Ondreya's wrist. His fingers were cold and small, and they gripped her with a force that ached. She held on. The passage sloped downward. The water rose to her chest, then to her collarbone, and Pell had to lift his chin to keep his mouth above the surface. The scarred chin woman carried him for a stretch, her arm hooked under his armpits, her breath steady and unhurried. No sound came from behind them. No boot splash, no torchlight, no voice ordering them to halt. Varlo was not following. That was worse. "He will take the road," the captain said. His voice was low, meant for Ondreya alone. "He knows where the grate opens. He will be waiting." "Then we do not use the grate." "Then we drown." Ondreya did not answer. The water was up to her chin now, and the ceiling had dropped so low that she had to tilt her head back to breathe. The walls were slime and old stone, and the current was pulling at her feet, urging her faster than she wanted to go. "The boats," she said. "Who cut them?" "I do not know." "Was it your men?" The captain was silent for a beat. "If it was, I was not told." "Then Varlo is not alone." "He has never been alone. That is the trouble with men like him. They collect loyalty the way water collects silt. It settles where they stop." The passage curved, the ceiling lifted, and the water dropped to Ondreya's waist and then to her knees, and Saffron's burning timber cast a weak orange glow over a stone shelf and a rusted grate that was bent outward at the bottom, wide enough for a body to pass through if the body did not mind the cut of old iron against the ribs. "There," Saffron said. He did not sound triumphant. He sounded like a man who had run out of options and found one by accident. The captain moved past him and tested the grate with both hands. It groaned, but held. He braced his foot against the frame and pulled, and the iron screeched, and the gap widened by a hand's width. "Again," Olana said. The captain pulled again. The grate gave 6 inches, then stopped, and the scarred chin woman hooked her fingers through the gap and added her weight. The iron screamed against the stone, and then the whole frame tore free, clattering into the current beyond. Marsh air hit Ondreya's face, cold and damp and smelling of rot and reeds in the open dark. She climbed out onto a mud bank with Pell pressed against her side. The stars were out, scattered through a break in the clouds, and the burned chapel was a red glow on the horizon behind them. No boats, no road, no sign of Varlo. Saffron collapsed onto the mud, still holding the packet. It was leather, oilcloth wrapped, sealed with black wax and a crest Ondreya did not recognize. He had taken it from Varlo's satchel. She had not seen him do it. He had done it while the rest of them were running. "Letters," he said. His voice was thin, almost wondering. "Addressed to chapel courts beyond Lowfenn. 3 counties, 4. The seal is the prelate's personal mark." "Read them," Elanthe said. Saffron broke the seal with his thumb. The first sheet was dense, official, written in a hand that did not hurry. He read the opening line aloud, his voice carrying across the mud and the reeds in the flat black water. "By order of the North Marsh Prelate, all practitioners of soul inheritance are hereby declared heretics, subject to summary judgment. No right, no registry, no exemption shall hold against this decree." He stopped. The silence stretched. "Summary judgment," the captain said. "That means execution without trial." "That is what it means," Saffron said. "How many does it name?" He looked at the second sheet. The third. His face went pale in the firelight, and he did not answer. "Read them," Ondreya said. Saffron looked up at her. His eyes were dark and old and full of something that was not fear, but the shape fear took when it had been worn too long. "It does not name individuals," he said. "It names a kind. Anyone who touches the dead, anyone who carries old knowledge, anyone who is ever sealed to a coven." He held the letter out to her. "It is a purge, Ondreya. They are planning a purge, and we are standing in the first county on the list." Chapter 57. Saffron's hand shook as he unfolded the second sheet. The letterhead was stamped twice, once with the prelate's personal crest, once with a seal Ondreya did not recognize. A snake eating its own tail, but doubled. 2 Ouroboros rings locked mouth to tail in an endless knot. "What is that mark?" Elon then said. Saffron stared at it. "I have never seen it before." "Then read." he read. The second letter was shorter than the first. Official, clinical. It listed names, not individual names, institution names. Every gravekeeper's lodge between Lowfenn and the North Marsh, every ossuary that accepted sealed dead for deposit, every ferry crossing known to carry death workers across county lines without chapel inspection. 12 refuges, Saffron said. His voice had gone flat. 12 places where a person could hide if they needed to disappear. All of them are named here. Named for what? For cleansing. Elon then took a step closer. You mean burning? That is what cleansing means in chapel language, yes. The third letter was longer, dated 4 days earlier, written in a hand that did not belong to the prelate. Saffron's face changed as he read it. The color drained from his cheeks, and he sat down on the mud without seeming to decide to do it. What does it say? Ondreya said. He did not answer. She took the letter from his hand. The writing was close and sharp, the letters pressed deep into the paper as if the writer had been in a hurry or angry or both. To the prelate's office, North Marsh. Reverend Mother, the vessel has been located and the threshold secured. What was cut from her at the moment of ignition is still in my possession. The secondary keys are accounted for. 11 of 12 confirmations obtained. The 12th remains absent, but I have reason to believe she will surface when the chest is opened, and I have prepared for that eventuality. I have arranged for summary authority to be extended across all counties within the Marsh circuits. The attached decree is sufficient to begin immediate enforcement. By the time the autumn courts convene, the old inheritance will be nothing but ash and testimony that cannot speak. One complication remains. The child who witnessed the sealing is still alive. He was smuggled out during the fire and has been traveling with the vessel since the Bounty drew her north. I have attempted retrieval twice. Both attempts failed. If he reaches a tribunal with what he saw, the doctrinal basis for the purge will be compromised. Extend the decree. Seal the refuges. I will deliver the vessel and the child before the first frost, or I will ensure neither reaches the tribunals at all. A.V. Ondreya read it twice. The third time she stopped at the line about the child. I have attempted retrieval twice. Both attempts failed. She looked at Pell. He was sitting on the mudbank with his knees drawn up, watching her with those dark, patient eyes. The scarred chin woman had wrapped her coat around his shoulders, and he was holding the fabric closed at his throat, as if it were the only warm thing left in the world. He tried to take you before, Ondreya said, at the ferry, at Mirecross. Pell did not nod. He did not need to. He sent men for you. The scarred chin woman made a sound low in her throat. The boats. What about them? Cut ropes. Varlo had men waiting, quiet men who worked ahead of the hunt. They were there to take the boy while the rest of us burned. The captain was staring at the letter over Ondreya's shoulder. His face was gray in the starlight, and his hands hung loose at his sides, no longer looking for a weapon. He was never trying to catch you, the captain said. He was trying to corner you, push you toward a place where he could separate the child and take him cleanly. Then why shoot at me? Elon then said. Why aim for Pell in the Nave? The captain considered it. Because you chose the wrong side when you shot him. He is done pretending the child can be taken quietly. Now he wants revenge. No one spoke. The marsh was silent. The burned chapel glowed red on the horizon, a wound in the dark that refused to close. Saffron broke the seal on the fourth letter. He did not read it aloud. He held it under the dim light of the burning timber, his lips moving silently, and then he folded it and tucked it inside his coat. Well, Elon then said. That one is for the tribunal in Muirhaven. His voice was steady, careful. It names the date. 12 days from now, the purge orders will be ratified across all 3 Marsh circuits. Once that happens, no death worker in Lowfenn will have legal protection. Every gravekeeper, every sealing priest, every hedge-witch who has ever quieted a corpse will be subject to execution on sight. That cannot be legal, the scarred chin woman said. It is not legal. It is doctrine. The chapel courts can declare heresy without tribunal approval during flood season. By the time the courts reconvene, the people who could challenge the order will be dead or scattered. And we are the first. You are the first, Saffron said. The vessel, the child, The 11 names Varlo already burned, then the rest of us. Ondreya folded the third letter and tucked it into her own coat, beside the salt pouch at her throat. The salt pouch. She touched it without meaning to, a habit 6 years deep, and felt the coarse fabric against her fingers. She had worn it so long she had stopped noticing it. A gift from Yarrow Finch, the first week Ondreya entered the coven. Yarrow had tied it around her neck with her own hands and said, "Salt holds what fire cannot take." Yarrow, who had opened the door. Yarrow, who had died trying to reach her. Yarrow, who had refused to forgive her even in death. "Where is the chest?" Ondreya said. "I do not know," Sovereign said. "Then we find it before he does. You do not even know what is in it. I know it is mine. I know he cut it from me, and I know he is afraid of what happens when I open it." She stood up. The mud sucked at her boots and her legs were shaking from cold and exhaustion, but she stood. Pell rose beside her, then Ilanthan, then the scarred chin woman. The captain stayed seated for a long moment, his gray head bent, his hands open on his knees. Then he stood too. "Where do we start?" he said. Ondreya looked at the letters in Saffron's hand. "The letters name every safe house between here and Muirhaven. He will be traveling fast. He will stop for nothing and trust no one. But he will expect us to run." "Then what do we do?" She looked at the distance, at the road Varlo had taken when he fled. "We do not run." The reeds rustled. Pell's head snapped up. He signed one word, Varlo, and then Ondreya heard it. Boot leather on stone, deliberate, unhurried, moving across the grating overhead, coming from the direction of the road. Chapter 58. The boot leather stopped. Not the measured approach of a man walking, but the halt of someone who had reached his destination and was now deciding how to proceed. Ondreya heard the grate above them groan as weight settled onto it, then the soft scrape of a palm laid flat against rusted iron. The group stood frozen in the mud below her. Pell had already pressed himself against the bank, his dark eyes fixed on the grate. The scarred chin woman had her hand on her knife. The captain's crossbow was half raised, and Saffron was folding the letters into his inner coat with deliberate silence, as if stillness could make them invisible. Alanda's hand found Ondreya's wrist, cold and certain. "Do not move," she breathed. The grate was 5 feet above the mud bank, set into a stone lip that had once been a channel marker. Through the rusted bars, Ondreya could see the edge of a dark coat, a hand gripping the iron. Pay knuckles, the seal mark on the palm catching the last of the chapel's distant glow. Varlo did not look down. He stood on the grate and stared east, toward the open marsh, toward the road that curved into darkness. Then he whistled, a low sound. 2 notes, a signal. From the darkness beyond the grate, a dog answered. Not a bark, but a whine, high and thin, carrying over the reeds like something that had been taught to sing instead of howl. Then another, and another. 3 dogs, maybe more, their voices threading through the marsh like pulled wire. "Those are hunting hounds," the captain said. "Chapel bred, they track over water." "He cannot see us," the scarred chin woman said. "He does not need to see us. He just drove us into a drainage channel with no cover and no exit, and now he is letting the dogs find us while he waits on high ground." The first hound's voice shifted, rising into a sharper note. It had caught something. Ondreya's hand went to the salt pouch at her throat. Yarrow salt. Salt holds what fire cannot take. The dogs were moving through the reeds now, splashing in the shallows, their cries thickening into a chorus that bounced off the water and made it impossible to tell direction. "We have to move," Ilantha said. "Where?" the scarred chin woman said. "There is nothing east but mud and open water." "Then we go through the mud." The grate above them creaked. Barlow's boots began to move, slow and deliberate, tracking the path of the dogs from above. He was herding them. The captain understood it first. "He is not coming down. He is driving us toward the flood channel. Once the tide turns, the basin fills and there is no ground left. We drown or we surface and take a bolt." "So we do not go where he pushes us," Ondreya said. She turned south, away from the dogs, away from the grate, toward the narrow drainage cut that ran between two collapsed embankments. It was barely wide enough for a man to wade through, choked with reeds and floating debris, but it led away from the open marsh. "That ditch dead ends at an old sluice gate," the captain said. "I know this ground. It goes nowhere." "Nowhere is better than where he wants us." She did not wait for agreement. She stepped into the cut, mud sucking at her boots, and Pell followed without hesitation. Then Ilonanthe, then the scarred chin woman, muttering something under her breath that might have been a prayer. The captain swore once, low and hard, then followed. The drainage cut was colder than the open channel, sheltered from the last of the firelight by the high embankments. The water reached Ondreya's thighs, thick with silt and rotting vegetation, and every step pulled at her boots like the marsh did not want to let go. Behind them, the dogs had reached the mudbank. They fell silent. Then one whined, long and questioning, and Ondreya heard a voice answer it. Not Varlo's, a child's voice. High, wrong, speaking words that did not quite fit a human throat. "Here, here, under the roots, here." The scarred chin woman stopped. "What was that?" "The dogs," Olanthe said. "They are just dogs." "Those are not just dogs." The whine came again, and this time Ondreya felt it in her chest. The sound carried something that was not canine, a resonance that did not belong in an animal's throat. A second layer beneath the whine, like a voice trying to speak through water. She had heard that resonance before, in the drowned boy's mother, when the face-stealing thing had worn her. She had heard it in the composite, when 11 dead teachers spoke through a single throat. "Keep moving," she said. "Ondreya," Saffron's voice was tight. "What do you hear?" "I hear a dead child caught in a dog's body." The words hung in the air, and for a moment no one moved. Then the first hound splashed into the drainage cut behind them. Ondreya did not look back. She pushed forward, shoving through reeds that cut at her hands, feeling Pell's grip on her coat tighten as he stumbled beside her. The water was rising, or the bottom was dropping. She could not tell which. The embankments narrowed until she had to turn sideways to pass, and the sluice gate appeared ahead, a dark iron shape half buried in mud and rotted timber. The dog closed. It did not bark. It came fast and silent, a low shape cutting through the black water, and Ondreya heard the child whine again, closer now, as if the thing in the hound was tasting her fear. Oloanthe turned and fired. The crossbow bolt punched into the water beside the dog, sending up a spray of mud and reeds. The hound did not flinch. It kept coming. "I cannot hit it in this light," Olanthe said. "It is moving too fast." The scarred chin woman grabbed a broken plank from the embankment and swung it like a club, catching the hound across the snout. The animal yelped, twisted, and went under. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then the second dog hit the water behind them. Then the third. And behind them all, walking unhurried along the top of the embankment, the silhouette of a man with a lantern on a pole. Varlo's voice carried across the marsh, calm and clear. "You have nowhere left to run, Ondreya. The tide is turning. The channel fills in 20 minutes. Either you surface and we finish this, or you drown under the reeds and I fish what I need from your body after." The sluice gate was 3 feet ahead. Ondreya reached it, grabbed the rusted iron wheel, and pulled. It did not move. She pulled again, throwing her weight against it, and felt the mechanism shift inside the casing. A groan of old metal, a trickle of water seeping through the seal. "The wheel is seized," the captain said. "It has not been turned in years." "Then we break it." She drove her boot into the iron spokes. Pain flared up her shin, but the wheel shifted a quarter turn. Water began to pour through the bottom of the gate in a steady stream. "Again," Olanthe said. They hit it together, Ondreya and Olanthe and the scarred chin woman, 3 bodies against rusted iron, and the wheel turned half a rotation. Water rushed through the gap now, carrying silt and debris, and the gate began to lift. Behind them, the first dog surfaced, shook itself, and lunged. Pell stepped in front of Ondreya. He did not run. He faced the hound with both hands raised, fingers spread, and he opened his mouth. No sound came out. He never made sound. But the hound stopped. It sat down in the water, head cocked, and the child wine faded from its throat. It looked at Pell with eyes that were suddenly just animal eyes, dark and confused and afraid. "Pell," Ondreya said, "what did you do?" He did not answer. He could not. But the hound turned and swam back toward the embankment, and the other two followed it, and Varlo's lantern stopped moving on the ridge above. For a moment, there was only the sound of water and the distant glow of the burning chapel. Then the sluice gate groaned open wide enough for a body to pass through, and the current pulled at Ondreya's legs, dragging her toward the dark tunnel beyond. She grabbed Pell's hand and stepped through. The tunnel swallowed them, cold and blind, and behind her she heard Varlo begin to laugh. Chapter 59. The tunnel spat them out a quarter-mile east, where the channel widened into a flood basin choked with reeds and half-submerged willow roots. Ondreya's boots found mud, then something harder. A broken stone shelf that ran along the waterline like the remnant of an old wharf. She pulled Pell up first. His clothes were black with canal mud, his face bloodless, his hands still raised from the hound, and his eyes still wide with whatever he had done. She did not ask. She could not. The words would not come past the tightness in her throat. "Move, Elon," they said. "He will not stay laughing." She was right. The laugh still echoed in Ondreya's skull, calm and certain. Varlo had laughed because he knew something they did not. Because the tunnel was not an escape, it was a direction. The wharf ended at a duck blind, a half-collapsed frame of reeds and tarred canvas, and beyond it, moored to a sunken post, a skiff. It was not much of a skiff. The bow was charred black. The gunwale splintered where fire had eaten through then been beaten out. One oar lay in the bilge, the other had snapped off at the handle. But it floated. It was whole enough to hold them. "There, Elon," they said. "Everyone in, now." The captain went first, testing the skiff's balance with his weight. It settled low in the water but did not take on more than a palm's depth. The scarred chin woman followed, hauling Pell over the side, then Saffron, then Ondreya. The hull groaned under the load. "A rope, Elon," they said. The mooring line had been wound twice around a rotted cleat, then tied, not cut. Varlo had left them one boat. He had wanted them to find it. "I know," Ondreya said. "Cut it anyway." Saffron drew his belt knife and sawed at the rope as Elon they pushed the skiff off the mud with her boot. The line parted in 3 strokes, and the current caught them, pulling them into the main channel where the water ran fast and dark, and the reeds fell away on both sides. An arrow punched into the gunwale 6 inches from Ondreya's knee. She did not hear the bowstring. She heard the arrow hit, the wood crack, the shaft vibrating where it stood. Then a second one, slicing through the air above her head, gone into the dark before she could flinch. "Down, Elon," they said. A third arrow carved a line through the water beside the skiff, close enough that Ondreya felt the displacement. They were not aiming to kill. They were hurting. Ondreya turned and saw him. Varlo had come down from the embankment and was standing at the channel's edge where the reeds gave way to open water. His right sleeve was black with blood from the crossbow wound, dripping steadily into the mud, but he had not bound it. He held a lantern in his left hand. 2 archers flanked him, their bows still raised. He did not gesture for them to fire again. He stood at the waterline, blood pooling at his boots, and watched the skiff drift into the current. His face was calm, almost peaceful. The face of a man who had just watched his pieces fall exactly where he wanted them. Then he spoke. "You hear me, Ondreya Ulmgard. You hear me, Marrow-Witch, vessel of the old inheritance, contagion in the flesh. I name you before these witnesses. I name you before the water and the marsh and every bell that tolls in this county." His voice carried. The current did not swallow it. The reeds did not muffle it. "I will carry holy law over every county from this channel to the Mere Haven Tribunal. I will burn every shelter that holds you. I will drown every boat that carries you. I will take every hand that feeds you, and I will hang it from a chapel door." The lantern light caught his face. His eyes reflected it like wet stone. "There is no road you can walk that I will not find. There is no name you can wear that I will not strip. There is no grave deep enough to hide what you are." He raised his good hand, the one not dripping blood, and made a sign in the air. A shake Ondreya did not recognize. Something older than chapel law. You ran from me in the chapel. You will not run from me again." The archers lowered their bows. Varlo stood watching as the Count pulled the skiff around a bend in the channel, as reeds closed between them, as his lantern became a single point of light in the dark. Then nothing. No one spoke. The skiff drifted in silence, past willow roots that trailed in the water like fingers, past the carcass of a drowned sheep tangled in a half-submerged fence, past the glow of the burning chapel shrinking on the horizon behind them. Ondreya's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the charred gunwale to still them. 12 days, Saffron said quietly. The tribunal at Muirhaven. 12 days until the purge becomes law. I know, Ondreya said. The chest is still out there. What he cut from you. The burned woman said she would find us when we opened it. I know. When she does find us, I want you to consider what you will do with a piece of yourself you never asked to lose. Ondreya did not answer. The skiff carried them on through the drowned marsh, past the last of the burning chapel's glow, into a darkness so complete she could not see her own hands on the gunwale in front of her. She felt Pell pressed against her side, felt Ilonde's shoulder against her other arm, felt the cold and the current and the weight of 12 days pressing down on all of them. Then the bells began. Not one bell, not the single toll of Canbrook answering its own empty tower. A chorus, spreading across the marsh from village to village, east and north, passing the news faster than any rider could carry it. Ondreya counted the peals. Heresy. Every tower in Lowfenn sounding the heresy alarm, calling every hunter, every reeve, every chapel soldier to the hunt. Ondreya. Pell's fingers touched her wrist. He signed. They are calling for us. The bells kept ringing, and in the dark, from somewhere ahead, a single flame gleamed on the bank. A torch, then another, then a line of them, marking the channel, marking the way, marking that Varlo had known exactly where the current would take them, and had already sent word ahead. Chapter 60. The skiff drifted. No one spoke. The charred gunwale was cold and wet beneath Ondreya's palms, and the current pulled them east through a darkness so complete she could not tell where the reeds ended and the water began. Pell did not let go of her side. His small fingers had found a grip on her coat at some point during the flight, and they stayed there, numb and insistent, as if he was checking that she was still solid. The chapel's glow shrank behind them, a red smear on the horizon that pulsed once, twice, then collapsed into a flat orange line that the marsh slowly swallowed. Ilonde was the first to move. She shifted her weight, retrieved a bolt from the quiver at her hip, and began cranking the crossbow's mechanism one-handed. The click of the string seating into the lock was loud in the stillness. "Anyone following?" Saffron asked. "Not yet." Ilonde did not look up from her work. But he knew where the channel would take us. There will be a net ahead. 12 days. Saffron folded his arms across his chest, his fine wool coat dark with moisture. 12 days until the tribunal. He may not need to catch us before that. He may only need to keep us running until the law catches us for him. Ondreya wanted to answer. The words sat in her throat, heavy and useless. Pell's fingers tightened. She looked down. His face was a pale oval in the dark, his dark eyes fixed on something in her coat, near her ribs. Then he reached into the folds with his free hand, his fingers sliding past the edge of her salt pouch, and pulled out a small object that got the last smear of distant firelight. A disc of bone. Smooth, carved with a spiral pattern so fine it looked like it had been etched with a needle. A hole drilled through one edge, threaded with a singed leather cord. Embrey's charm. Ondreya's hand closed around it before she had consciously decided to move. The bone was warmer, warmer than the air, warmer than her own skin. She turned it over in her palm, tracing the spiral with her thumb. Saffron went still. "Where did you find that?" Pell signed. He touched his own chest, then the water, then made a shape Ondreya did not recognize. Ilonde finished cranking the bow. He found it on the body, before the chapel fell. Pell did not deny it. Ondreya stared at the charm. She had never seen it before. Embrey had worn it, hidden beneath the rotted fabric of the half-bound clothes he had never changed, worn it through the 6 years she had refused to look at him directly. She did not know when he had carved it, or why. She did not know what the spiral meant, but the bone was warm. "He is gone," she said. The words came out flat, a fact she was still testing with her tongue. No one answered. She slid the coals at her own neck. The bones settled against her collarbone, beside the salt pouch. For a moment she thought she felt a pulse in it, a beat that did not match her own, but it faded into the ambient cold, and she could not tell if it had ever been real. The skiff scraped against a submerged root. The current shifted, pulling them wide around a stand of reeds that bent with the weight of something in them. Ilonda raised the crossbow, held it, lowered it. Just reeds. The first bell came from ahead, not behind. It was low, distant, a single note carried by the water. Ondreya thought, at first, that it was Cranbrook, the abandoned hamlet whose tower had been tolling for 2 years without a hand, and for a moment she felt a cold recognition shift in her chest. Then a second bell answered, closer, then a third. "Heresy alarm," Saffron said. His voice was careful, precise, the way a man talks when he is trying very hard not to panic. "That is not just Lowfenn, that is the Northern Circuit. They have already raised the county line." Ondreya counted. 4 bells now, ringing in staggered intervals, layering on top of each other until the entire marsh seemed to hum with the pealing. "How many towers?" Ilonda asked. "Every one between here and Merehaven," Saffron said. "He triggered them before he spoke to us. While we were still in the tunnel, he had runners in the dark, carrying the proclamation to every bell tower within a day's march." Pell pressed closer. His fingers found the bone charm at Ondreya's throat, touched it once, then withdrew. "Ondreya," Ilonda's voice was quiet, almost gentle. "Look at the bank." Ondreya turned. The torches had multiplied. What had been a single line of lights ahead was now a scatter of them, spread along both banks, marking a long curve in the channel. Dozens of torches, dozens of men, or more, waiting for the current to deliver the skiff into the bend. Archers, chapel soldiers, hunters. "Pull for the far bank," Saffron said. He grabbed a length of broken plank from the floor of the skiff and began to paddle, the motion jerky, desperate. "Now, before they close the gap." Ilonda laid the crossbow across her knees and took a second piece of wood, paddling with him, steering the skiff hard toward a gap in the reeds. Ondreya did not move. She sat in the center of the skiff with Pell pressed against her side and Embrey's bone charm warm against her throat, and she watched the torches draw closer. There was a pattern in their movement. The torch-bearers were not converging. They were spreading, forming a funnel, leaving one open path that led deeper into the marsh, away from every village, every road, every scrap of dry ground. "He is not trying to catch us here," she said. Ilonda did not stop paddling. "What?" "He wants us deeper. There is nothing in the direction he is leaving open. No shelter, no ford, no high ground. He is pushing us into the heart of the drowned country, where there is no one to witness and no road out." Saffron's paddle stopped. He looked at the torch pattern, then at Ondreya, and she saw the recognition in his face. "She is right." "Then what do we do?" Ilonda demanded. "Turn into the net and let him take us whole?" Ondreya touched the bone charm. The bells kept winging, closer now, louder, a wall of sound pressing down on the marsh from every direction. "I do not know," she said. The skiff drifted, the torches spread, and from the water ahead, where the reeds parted to a wide black channel, a single figure stood on the surface, still as stone, wearing a face Ondreya did not recognize. The woman from the Foundation had kept her promise. She had found them. Chapter 61. The skiff slid into the reed cut like a blade sheathing, the hull grinding against submerged roots. Ondreya was first over the side, her boots sinking into mud that released with a wet suck, and she turned to catch Pell before he could fall. The cut was narrow, barely wide enough for the skiff, walled by reeds taller than her head. The current barely moved here. The air smelled of rot and cold and the particular stillness of water that had not seen sunlight in years. Ilonta came over the side with a grunt, her crossbow held high, mud sucking at her boots. She did not look at Ondreya. She scanned the reed wall, the water behind them, the dark spaces between stalks, the disciplined habit of someone who had spent years reading terrain for threat. 3 minutes, she said. Bind wounds, count what we have, then we decide. Saffron climbed out last, his fine coat plastered to his shoulders, his pale hands black with mud. He carried the oilcloth packet like a sacrament, pressed against his chest, and when he set it on the skiff's bench, his fingers did not leave it for a long moment. Pell pressed against Ondreya's leg. She felt his hand find the edge of her coat, grip it, hold. The silence stretched longer than it should have. Ilante broke it first. What happened back there is not something we can outrun by paddling faster. Ondreya did not answer. I am not asking for a speech, Iante said. I am asking if you still believe the same thing you believed before we went into that chapel. Which thing? That leaving us would have been kinder. The words hung in the air, weighted with something that was not quite accusation and not quite plea. Ondreya touched the bone charm at her throat. It was still warm, still beating with that faint pulse that was not her own. I believed it because I have evidence, she said. Everyone who stays near me ends up burned or drowned or shot. That is not self-pity. That is a tally. Saffron let out a breath that was almost a laugh. I am not burned. I am not drowned. I was shot at before I met you, and I will be shot at after. That is the marsh, not your failing. Embrey is dead. Embrey was a dead man walking for 6 years, and he chose to spend the last of his half-life blocking a door for you. That was his choice, not your contagion. Ondreya's jaw tightened. She wanted to argue. She wanted to list every name, every fire, every child's body dragged from a canal because Varlo had questioned a mother. But the words would not come, because she knew Saffron would answer each one, and she did not want to hear him do it. You have a habit of carrying guilt like a shield, Saffron said, quieter now. You put it between yourself and everyone else, and you call it protection. But a shield can be a cage if you never lower it. Pell tucked her coat once, a light pull that asked for attention. She looked down. He signed slow, careful. Stay. Not a question. Ilante moved closer, her boots squelching in the mud. She stopped an arm's length away, close enough that Ondreya could smell the marsh water in her hair, the smoke in her coat. I did not decide to stay because you are innocent, Ilante said. I decided to stay because I saw who you are when the choice costs something. The woman who laid 40 drowned strangers in Mirecross while the hunters closed in is not the same woman who lit a fire at 19 because a trusted man told her to. You are allowed to become someone else. And if I do not know how, then you learn. Ilante's voice was flat, final, the voice of someone who had made hard choices and was not interested in being gentle about it. One day at a time, like the rest of us. Ondreya stood still. The reed walls creaked in the wind. The marsh breathed around them, cold and patient, waiting to see what they would do. Then Saffron's head came up. Listen, the word cut through everything else. Ondreya went still, her hand dropping to the salt pouch at her throat. The dogs. Not the hounds. Ordinary dogs, village dogs, barking in the distance, somewhere beyond the reed wall. It could be unrelated, Inante said, but her hand was already on the crossbow. It could be, Saffron said, but we have been related to every bad thing in this marsh for 3 days now. I do not trust coincidence. The barking grew louder, closer, spreading from one voice to 3, then 5, and behind it, very faint, a single bell. Not the heresy alarm, a village bell, hand-rung, calling something, calling someone. Ondreya looked at the skiff, then at the reed wall, then at the water. Douse the lantern, she said. Saffron moved before she finished speaking, plunging the lantern into the shallow water at the skiff's side. The flame died with a hiss, and darkness closed in around them, thick and absolute. They stood in the black, weapons raised, breath held, as the barking drew closer. Chapter 62. The barking grew closer, spreading through the reeds like fire through dry grass. Ondreya stood blind in the darkness, one hand on the salt pouch, the other pressed flat against Pell's chest to feel his breathing. Olenthe's voice came low and level. They are not hunting dogs. They are village dogs. That means villagers behind them. Or villagers ahead of them, driving this way, Saffron said. The reed wall on their left shuddered. A dog burst through, black shape against black water, stopped 10 feet away, and barked once, sharp and certain. Then it sat down. Ondreya's hand tightened on Pell's shoulder. The dog's ears went flat. It whined, low and uncertain, and looked back over its shoulder at the darkness behind it. "It found us," Olantith said. "It is telling them it found us." The skiff was still half floating at the mud's edge. The lantern was dead. The channel ahead branched into 2 darker passages, one narrow enough to scrape the gunwale on both sides, the other wider, slower, open to the torchlight upstream. Ondreya made the choice before she had time to think about it. "The narrow cut. We will have to drag the skiff." "For how long?" Olantith said. "Until we cannot." They moved. Pell scrambled into the skiff first, crouching low at the bow. Saffron took the stern, one hand on the dead lantern, the other gripping the gunwale. Olantith and Ondreya took opposite sides of the hull, waist deep in the water, hands on the splintered wood, and pulled. The skiff slid into the narrow cut. Reeds scraped both sides, bent, snapped, closed behind them. The dog barked again, farther back now, and then stopped. Ondreya pulled. The mud sucked at her boots. The water had a current here, slow but present, pulling against her knees. She kept her head down and her hands on the wood and her mouth shut, because if she opened it, she would say something she could not take back. The narrow cut opened into a wider pool, barely visible in the starlight, ringed by willows and cattails, dead water, stagnant. The skiff floated free. Olantith stopped pulling. She stood waist deep in the pool, breathing hard, and then she turned. Ondreya did not have time to step back. Olantith caught her by the coat, both hands fisted in the wet wool, and pulled her close. The kiss was not gentle. It was hard and furious, and tasted of marsh water and smoke, and something that was almost anger, as if Olantith was proving a point she had already made with words, and was now making with her mouth. Ondreya's hands came up, found Olantith's shoulders, held. The kiss broke as fast as it started. Olantith pressed their foreheads together, breath coming rough, and said, "That is not a theory. That is a choice. It has teeth. Do you understand?" Ondreya could not speak. She nodded instead, her forehead moving against Olantith's. Pell hissed. They broke apart. Ondreya turned, hand going to the knife at her belt. Pell was standing in the skiff, pointing at the far bank of the pool. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide, and his hand was shaking. Dark shapes moved between the willows. Not dogs, men. A line of them, spread wide, moving slow, carrying something that caught the starlight. Saffron's voice came from the stern, tight and quiet. "They have come around through the channel bend. They know where this cut ends." "Then we go back," Olantith said. "There is no back. The dogs are behind us." Ondreya looked at the dark shapes, then at the pool, then at the narrow channel that fed into it from the north, barely wide enough for the skiff. "How many?" she said. 8, Saffron said. "Maybe 10, hard to count in the dark." "And the dogs?" "At least 5, still behind us, sitting where they found us." "They are hurting us," Ondreya said. "Same as Varlo, same pattern." The dark shapes on the far bank did not advance. They held position, spaced evenly, waiting. "Give me the letters," Ondreya said. Saffron looked at her. "Now?" "Give me the letters." He reached into his coat, pulled the oilcloth packet, and handed it across. The paper inside was damp and cold. Ondreya unfolded the first letter, the one with the prelate's seal, and held it up to catch what little starlight the marsh offered. She could not read the fine print in this light, but she could see the edges of the page. The margins were covered, dense script, lists. "Look for a map," she said. "A what?" The third letter mentioned 12 safe houses. Varlo has names. He has locations. If he marked them on a map, we need to know which ones are already burned. Saffron took the letters from her hands, spread them across the skiff's bench, and bent low over the paper. His fingers moved across the ink, tracing, reading, tracing again. The dark shapes on the far bank did not move. Olantith stood at Ondreya's shoulder, crossbow in hand, watching the willows. "They are waiting for something." "They are waiting for us to break cover," Ondreya said. "Then we stay in cover." "For how long?" Saffron's breath caught. Ondreya turned. He was holding the third letter, the one with Varlo's handwriting, and his face had gone gray in the starlight. "There is a map," he said, "drawn in the margins of the confirmation list. 12 refuges marked in ink, each with a date and a name." "Burned?" Ondreya said. "Marked." Saffron's voice was flat. "Not burned yet. Marked for cleansing, with notes in Varlo's hand. The order of operations. Which safe house is hit first? Which second? Which third? And who is assigned to each?" He looked up. 3 of them are tonight. One is the Reed Miller's Loft. One is a charnel warehouse in Broken Bell Quarter. One is a ferry crossing north of Thornwick. Ondreya's stomach went cold. "The Reed Miller?" she said. "Kale. He hid us. He fed us. He let us sleep in his loft." "The same," Saffron said. "Marked for cleansing at midnight, with a hunter assigned by name." Olanthe swore under her breath. Ondreya looked at the dark shapes on the far bank. They had not moved. They were still waiting, patient and still, like men who knew the tide was on their side. "So we know where they will hit," Ondreya said. "And we know they have not hit it yet. That gives us time." "Time to do what?" Olanthe said. Ondreya touched the bone charm at her throat. It was still warm, still beating with that pulse that was not her own. "Time to warn him," she said, "and time to make them follow us instead." The dark shapes on the far bank began to move. Chapter 63. They did not wait for the armed men to close. Ondreya grabbed the skiff's gunwale and hauled it into the narrow northern cut, the hull scraping against submerged roots. Olanthe pushed from behind, boots sinking into mud, breath coming hard through clenched teeth. Pell scrambled past her into the bow, eyes fixed on the dark water ahead. Saffron was already unfolding the letters again, balancing them on his knee as the skiff lurched forward. "There is a corpse road," he said, "cut crosswise through the reed beds, east of the main channel. It connects the old burial mounds to the consecrated ground at Thornwick. No chapel patrols use it because the flood took the markers years ago." "How do you know it?" Ondreya said. "I helped bury a man there once, before I was defrocked, before half of Lowfenn sank." Olanthe pulled herself over the gunwale and grabbed a paddle. "And the decoy signals?" Saffron's hand went to his coat, where the forged seals rested. "The map assigns each safe house a hunter by name. If I send false confirmation signals from the chapel towers, reports that the group has been sighted near the northern refuges, the hunters will shift pursuit toward those positions." "While we cut east," Ondreya said. "While we cut east." The skiff slid between walls of rotting reed that brushed their shoulders. The water turned dark and still, carrying the smell of standing decay. No dogs followed. No torches bloomed behind them. Pell sat motionless in the bow, head tilted, listening to something the others could not hear. Ondreya touched the bone charm at her throat, still warm, still pulsing with that foreign rhythm. "How long?" she said. 2 hours across the corpse road, Saffron said. "If the markers hold, if the ground has not shifted, if nothing has taken root in the old barrows. You always qualify your plans like that. I survived this long by never assuming the Marsh would cooperate." They paddled in silence for a stretch. The reed walls thinned, then gave way to a wide sheet of black water dotted with half-submerged stones. Saffron studied the letters, then the water, then the letters again. "Here," he said. "The old path runs between those 2 standing stones, east-northeast." Ondreya could barely see the stones, 2 dark shapes against a darker sky, their tops broken and furrowed with moss. The water around them looked no different from the water anywhere else. "You are certain?" Olanthe said. "I am hopeful. It is not the same thing, but it will have to serve." They guided the skiff between the stones. The hull scraped over something submerged, a branch, a bone, a marker, then slid into deeper water. The reeds closed behind them, swallowing the channel they had come from. The air changed. It was not colder, it was stiller. The kind of stillness that pressed against the skin, that made the ears ache for any sound at all. Pell's hands moved in the dark. "What did he say?" Ondreya said. I longed to watch the boy's fingers, her jaw tight. He said the road remembers who carried this way before. No one answered that. The corpse road ran through country that had no business being dry, high ground that should not have existed in the drowning marsh, a spine of ancient gravel and packed earth that rose just far enough above the waterline to give their boots purchase. The skiff was too wide for the narrowest stretches, so they pulled it behind them on foot, wading through waist-deep shallows whenever the path dipped below the surface. Saffron led. He read the dead markers by touch, lichen-slicked stones, broken posts, once a rusted iron gate half buried in silt, and corrected course each time the path forked. "Who built this?" Ondreya said. "Grave priests," Sasson said, "before the chapel courts consolidated power, before the doctrine of containment. The old orders bedded their dead in lines, east to west, so the risen would face away from the living when they sat up. And now? Now the risen do not sit up anymore. Something else walks the lines." They stopped twice, once to let Pell rest, though he shook his head and signed that he was fine, and once because Ilantha thought she saw a light moving through the roods to the south. They stood motionless for 5 minutes, crossbow troned on emptiness, while the light drifted, vanished, reappeared farther east, and finally winked out. "Hunters?" Ondreya said. "Torch," Ilantha said. "Single bearer moving parallel to us. Could be a villager. Could be, but villagers carry lanterns, not torches. Torches mean someone wants to be seen." They moved faster after that. The sky began to lighten in the east, not dawn, not yet, but a thinning of the dark that promised Mourning was hours closer than it had been. The corpse road widened, the gravel giving way to packed earth, and ahead of them, Ondreya saw the shape of a roof. "Refuge," she said. Saffron stopped. He stared at the shape, then at the letters in his hand, then at the shape again. "No," he said. "Not on the map. Not any refuge I know." Ondreya followed his gaze. The roof was a mill's roof, familiar in its slant in the way it sat against the tree line. Cale's loft. She had circled back. The corpse road had bent east and then north, and she had not noticed the curve in the dark, and now they were. "No," Saffron said again. "It is not possible. The map placed it 3 miles west of here." "Then the map is wrong," Ilantha said. "Or the ground moved," Ondreya said. "Or Varlo moved it." She started forward, boots crunching on the gravel, the bone charm warm and beating against her throat. A dog barked, not close, not far. Ahead. Then she smelled it. Smoke. Not damped marsh smoke, not the clean burn of a cooking fire. Thick smoke, oily smoke. The kind of smoke that came from soaked timber, from wool and grain and everything dry that a man could pack into a loft. The roof ahead was not intact. It was black and broken, daylight showing through the rafters. Pell grabbed her wrist. His fingers were cold, his eyes were fixed on the mill, and his lips moved silently, shaping a word she did not need him to sign. "No." Ondreya broke into a run. Chapter 64. The mill had been dead for hours. Ondreya reached the threshold and stopped. The door hung sideways on one hinge, the wood blackened and split. Inside, the fire had burned hot enough to warp the iron brackets, and the heat still radiated from the stone hearth like a living breath. No bodies. She stepped through the gap, boots crunching on charred grain and broken clay. The loft above had collapsed into the main room, taking the roof with it. Rain had soaked the wreckage, but the smell was oil, lamp oil poured before the match ever touched the reeds. "They did not find him," Saffron said from behind her. She turned. He stood at the threshold, reading the room the way he read everything. Pattern, residue, lie. His voice carried certainty she did not share. "How do you know?" "Because there is no blood under the ash, no bone fragments. Cale is a reed man. He knows these marshes better than any hunter. When he saw the torches coming, he ran." Ondreya wanted to believe it. The bone charm pulsed against her throat, steady and foreign, and she wanted to believe that Cale had taken the reed path out before the oil caught, that he was alive somewhere in the dark, that she had not led death to another door. She had no right to that hope. "Saffron," Olanthi said from outside. "We have movement. South Ridge, torches." Saffron did not look away from Ondreya. "We cannot stay here. The fire will draw the nearest patrol within the hour, and if Varlo has already rewritten the siege as a witch riot, every chapel soldier within 10 miles will be hunting under kill orders, not capture." Ondreya looked at the blackened rafters, at the daylight showing through the broken roof. 3 miles off the map, a burned mill that should not have been here, a path that bent without her noticing. "I know a place," Saffron said. "A gravekeeper in the eastern ridges. He worked under me before I was defrocked. He owes me a debt I have never called." "How deep is the debt?" Olanthi said. Saffron's mouth tightened. "Deep enough for one night, not deep enough for forgiveness if we bring Varlo to his door." They left the mill without covering the tracks. There was no time. Saffron took the lead again, cutting east along a ridgeline that barely rose above the floodplain, his pale hands reading the ground more than his eyes. The soil changed underfoot, from marsh loam to gravel and packed chalk, and the reeds gained way to stands of stunted oak whose roots clawed at the bank like drowned fingers. Pell kept close to Ondreya. He did not sign. He did not look at the mill behind them. He watched the ground at his feet and matched her pace step for step, and when she glanced down at him, his jaw was set in a line that looked too old for a child's face. The gravekeeper's refuge was not a building. It was a barrow. A turf-covered mound that rose from the ridge like a sleeping animal, its entrance hidden behind a screen of hawthorn and elder. Saffron parted the branches and knocked on a door that was not wood but iron, rusted and pitted, set into the earth itself. 3 knocks. A pause. 2 more. The iron door swung inward on oiled hinges that should have screamed, but did not. The man who stood in the gap was small and sinewy, with hands like bundles of wire and eyes that had looked at dead things so long they had forgotten how to blink. He wore a gravekeeper's leather apron, stained black to the elbows, and he held a candle that cast more shadows than light. "Saffron Mordecai," he said. His voice was dry, like earth sifting through fingers. "I heard the bells. I assumed you were dead." "Not yet," Saffron said. "May we enter?" The gravekeeper looked at each of them in turn. His gaze lingered on Pell, then on the wet leather of Olantha's crossbow arm, then on the bone charm at Ondreya's throat. Something flickered in his eyes, recognition or weariness. "You have brought the Marrow-Witch to my door." "I have brought a woman who needs shelter," Saffron said. "The name she carries is the name Varlo gave her. You know what his names are worth." The gravekeeper was silent for a long moment. Then he stepped back and pulled the iron door wide. "1 night, and you will owe me for it, Saffron. Not in coin." They filed into the barrow. The interior was larger than it appeared. A single chamber dug into the ridge, its walls lined with shelves of bones wrapped in linen, skulls stacked in patterns that might have been prayer or might have been memory. A hearth burned at the center, the smoke rising through a chimney hole hidden in the turf above. The gravekeeper closed the iron door and dropped the bars across it. "Sit," he said. "Eat, and then tell me what you have done that made the bells ring from Lowfenn to the Merehaven circuit." They sat on packed earth that had been worn smooth by years of kneeling. The gravekeeper brought black bread, hard cheese, and water that tasted of iron. Ondreya did not eat. She watched the door and listened for sounds that did not come. Saffron ate slowly, deliberately, as if the act of chewing gave him time to measure what he would say. "I need a copy of the purge letters," he said finally. 3 copies, legible, with the seal work rendered accurately enough to pass cursory inspection. And I need a messenger route that does not pass through any chapel checkpoint. The gravekeeper's hands stilled on the bread. "You are asking me to multiply evidence of a heresy that will be law in 11 days. I am asking you to help us survive long enough to stop it from becoming law." The gravekeeper looked at the letters Saffron laid on the earth between them. He did not touch them. He looked at them the way a man looks at a blade that has already drawn blood. Once those letters surface, he said, no death worker in Lowfenn will be able to stay neutral. The chapel will not distinguish between those who signed the old vows and those who burned them. Every gravekeeper, every bone layer, every hedge worker who has ever quieted a risen corpse will be marked as an enemy of the doctrine. I know, Saffron said, and you are asking me to help you light that fire. I am asking you to help us choose where it burns. The gravekeeper was silent for a long time. The candle flame shivered in a draft that came from nowhere. Then he reached into his apron and drew out a roll of parchment, a pot of ink ground from lamp-black and ash, and a seal carved from a finger bone. I will make your copies, he said, but I will not deliver them. That debt belongs to you. Saffron nodded. Fair. The gravekeeper bent over the parchment, and the only sound in the barrow was the scratch of the nib and the soft whistle of the hearth. Ondreya watched the flame and felt the weight of the names she had laid in the toll chapel. Yarrow Finch, who had opened the door, Dory Sisk, Kellen Rude, Patrice Weller, all gone, and the world did not care. A knock at the iron door, 3 click thuds, a pause, one more. The gravekeeper did not look up. That is the Ridge Runner. He brings word from the low roads. He rose, crossed to the door, and lifted the bars. The iron swung inward on those silent hinges, and a boy no older than Pell slipped through, wet to the bone, his breath coming in gasps. He saw the strangers and stopped. Speak, the gravekeeper said. The boy swallowed. Varlo has sent riders to every tower. He is calling it a witch riot. Says the Marrow-Witch and her followers attacked the toll chapel, murdered 11 hunters, and burned the eastern quarter of Lowfenn. He has already sent the report to Meerhaven by fast courier. The gravekeeper turned to look at Ondreya. His eyes were unreadable in the candlelight. Then it has already begun, he said. The story is fixed before the bodies are cold. The boy's hand shook as he held out a folded paper. This came for you, gravekeeper. From Mirecross. The gravekeeper took it, broke the seal, and read. His face did not change, but his hand tightened on the paper until the edges crumpled. There is a problem, he said. The messenger who brought Varlo's report did not arrive alone. A detachment of chapel soldiers is already moving into the eastern ridges. They will be at my door before dawn. Olanthe stood, crossbow in hand. How many? 20, maybe 30, led by a hunter named Halden. The gravekeeper looked at Saffron. You have spent my debt, old friend. But the night is not over. Chapter 65. The candle flame bent sideways as the gravekeeper set it on the earth between them. The light caught the edges of the letters, the curve of the melted ring, the grain of the bone charm at Ondreya's throat. Saffron spread everything across the packed floor like a merchant laying out his best goods. The 4 prelate letters. Varlo's confession, still wet in his memory. The ring Cale had carried for 6 years. The names of every hunter who had heard Varlo speak the truth in the toll chapel. There is enough here, Saffron said, to fracture his account, if we can get it before the tribunal before his courier arrives. The gravekeeper did not sit. He stood at the edge of the light, arms folded, watching the pile of paper and metal like it might bite. You have words, he said. You have a dead man's ring. You have a story that makes Varlo a traitor and a murderer. But you do not have what the tribunal will demand. What do they need? Olanthe asked. A witness. The gravekeeper's voice was flat. A living chapel officer who stood in that chapel and heard Varlo confess. Someone with rank the tribunal cannot dismiss as a liar or a fanatic. The silence stretched. Ondreya felt the weight of every name she had carried through the flood. 11 dead teachers. Embrey, who had held the door until his chest gave way. The burned woman who had sunk into the water beside her shadow. None of them could stand before the tribunal and speak. There were hunters, Olanthe said. The captain, the scarred chin woman. They heard him. Would they testify? The gravekeeper's question was not cruel, but it landed like one. Against a chapter officer with 15 years of service, against the North Marsh prelate's personal agent, against the penalty for perjury and heresy combined. Ilante said nothing. Saffron's hands moved over the letters, aligning their edges. The scarred chin hunter turned on him, drew a pistol. That is not neutrality. That is survival, the gravekeeper said. There is a difference between choosing to live and choosing to speak. Ondreya looked at the ring where it lay in the candlelight. The metal was warped, blackened, thin in places where the fire had eaten through. She had worn it once, had believed it meant something permanent. There is another piece, she said. Everyone turned. She pulled the salt pouch from her throat. The leather was dark with age and damp, the cord frayed. She had not taken it off in 6 years. Yarrow Finch gave me this, the night before the fire. She held it out. He said salt holds what fire cannot take. The gravekeeper moved closer. He did not take the pouch, but his eyes traced its shape. You believe there is something inside that proves your account. I do not know what is inside. I never opened it. You were afraid to. She met his gaze. I was afraid it would change nothing, that I would open it and find only salt, and the story would still be my word against a dead man's. The gravekeeper nodded slowly. That fear is honest. It does not make the pouch evidence. Pell's hand found hers, small, cold, steady. The knock came without warning. 3 quick thuds, a pause, one more. The Ridge Runner boy had returned. The gravekeeper crossed to the door and lifted the bars. The iron swung inward, and the boy stood in the gap, wet to the bone again, his face pale in the lantern light from outside. There is a man, he said, coming up the ridge path, alone. He is wounded. The gravekeeper's hand moved to the blade at his belt. How many behind him? I do not think anyone is behind him. He is walking like a man who has been running for hours. The boy swallowed. He says he is looking for the Marrow-Witch. Ondreya stood. Every muscle in her body tightened. The bone charm pressed warm against her collarbone. Beside her, Volante had already reached for her crossbow. Did he give a name? The gravekeeper asked. The boy nodded. Halden. He says he was the captain of the hunting party at the toll chapel. He says Varlo left him for dead in the flood. Chapter 66. The gravekeeper lifted the bars and pulled the iron door inward. Halden stood in the gap, one hand pressed to his ribs, the other empty and raised. His coat was torn across the shoulder, dark with wet and something darker. His face was the color of old tallow, and he blinked at the candlelight like a man who had been in the dark too long. Behind him, the ridge path lay empty. Rain fell in a thin, steady sheet. No torches, no voices, no second set of prints in the mud. The gravekeeper did not step aside. You are the captain of Varlo's hunting party. Was. Halden's voice came rough, scraped. He stripped me before the toll chapel fell. Told the hunters I had lost my nerve. Told them I had let the witch speak too long. And yet you lived. Varlo did not order me killed. He ordered me to stand in the eastern door and fire on any witness who tried to leave the chapel. Halden's hand pressed harder against his ribs. I could not do it. I watched him confess. I watched the scarred chin woman draw on him. And I walked. The gravekeeper's hand stayed on his belt knife. Why come here? Because I know what he will do to my family if I go home. Halden's gaze moved past the gravekeeper, found Ondreya, held. I have a wife in Thornwick, 2 children. Varlo knows their names. He knows where they sleep. Ondreya felt the words land in her chest like stones. The gravekeeper stood a long moment, then stepped aside. Halden crossed the threshold. His boots left wet prints on the packed earth. He moved past Saffron, past Pell, and stopped at the edge of the candlelight, swaying slightly, one hand still pressed to his ribs. Ilananth did not lower her crossbow. You walked through the flood alone, she said, with a wound, past whatever is still moving in those ridges. And you expect us to believe no one followed? Check the path yourself. Halden did not flinch. I waited until the hunting party dispersed. I crawled out through the drainage cut after the tide pulled back. I have been walking since midnight. Show me the wound. Halden pulled his hand away. The tear in his coat gaped open, and beneath it, A dark channel ran along his ribs, the flesh split and weeping, the edges already beginning to yellow with the first whisper of fever. Ondreya stepped closer. She did not need to touch it to read what had made it. A blade, narrow, driven between the ribs at an angle meant to match the lung. Not a battle wound, an execution wound. Someone had tried to finish him and left early, assuming the tide would do the rest. "Who cut you?" she asked. "One of Varlo's quiet men, the ones who travel ahead of the hunt." Halden let his hand fall back to the wound. "He came up behind me on the ridge. Thought I was dead when I went into the water." Saffron set the prelate letters aside. "You heard Varlo confess in the toll chapel. You heard him admit he sealed the door, that he posted the bounty, that he would do it again." "Yes. And you are willing to repeat that before the Muirhaven Tribunal?" The silence stretched. Halden looked at the candle flame, looked at the wrapped bones on the shelves, looked at Pell, standing at Ondreya's side with his dark eyes fixed on the wounded man's hands. "I will testify," Halden said, "on one condition." Saffron's mouth tightened, but he said nothing. "My family. Before I speak a word before the tribunal, they need to be out of Varlo's reach, taken somewhere he cannot find them, given new names if that is what it takes." He turned to Ondreya. The candlelight carved hollows under his eyes. "I know what that asks. I know I am a stranger walking into your shelter with a wound and a demand. But I watched your people hold a door against 30 hunters. I watched you face the thing in the chapel and speak to it like it was your own blood." His voice dropped. "If anyone can move a family through this marsh without being seen, it is you." Ondreya did not answer. She watched his hands. The way they shook, then stilled, then shook again. The way his fingers pressed against the wound as if checking it was still there, still real. She had read that rhythm before. Drowning men did the same thing in the last moments, touching the water as if to confirm it was truly taking them. "You are afraid," she said. Halden's jaw tightened. "I am. Not of Varlo." He did not direct her. Ilanthad shifted. The candelabra caught the edge of the blade she had laid flat against her thigh, hidden beneath the table's shadow. "Who followed you?" Ondreya asked. "No one. I told you. I checked the path." "Your hands are shaking because you know someone is out there. Someone you did not see. Someone you heard." The air in the barrow changed. The gravekeeper's blade came free of its sheath with a sound like a breath. Halden's face went gray. "I heard something," he said slowly. "On the ridge, after I cleared the flood channel. A sound like wet cloth dragging over stone. I told myself it was the current pulling debris. I told myself I was bleeding too much to trust my ears." He stopped. "But you do not believe that," Ondreya said. "No." Saffron rose. His chair scraped against the packed earth. "How long ago?" "An hour, maybe less. The ridge path curves twice before it reaches this barrow. If something followed without showing itself, it could be close." The gravekeeper was already moving toward the door. He did not lift the bars. He pressed his ear to the iron and stood motionless, breathing through his mouth. The barrow held its breath. Pell took Ondreya's hand. His fingers were cold, steady, certain. The gravekeeper pulled back from the door. "There is something on the ridge," he said, moving slow, stopping where a man would stop to listen. "It is not a hunter." Alantha's crossbow came up. "Then what is it?" The gravekeeper looked at Ondreya. "It is wearing a face I have not seen in 30 years. Chapter 67. The smell hit first, burning oil, hot and sharp, seeping through the iron door before any light reached them. Ondreya was on her feet before the gravekeeper finished turning. Pell's hand clamped around hers, cold and certain. "Fire," Ileanthe said, not a question. Her crossbow was already up, the stock braced against her hip. The gravekeeper pressed his palm flat against the door, held it there, listened. When he pulled back, his face had gone the color of old bone. "They have set the rushes. The whole eastern slope will be burning in minutes." Saffron swept the prelate letters into his satchel. "How many?" "More than a hunting party. They did not come to take prisoners." The gravekeeper lifted the bars. They came to smoke us out and shoot what runs. The irons swung inward. Heat hit Ondreya's face like a solid wall. The ridge beyond the barrow entrance was already alive with flame, a low sheet of fire crawling through dry marsh grass and rush, pushed by a wind that had not been blowing when they entered. Black smoke rolled over the sky, turning the first pale threads of dawn the color of bruises. Figures moved at the edge of the firelight. Dark shapes, spread wide. Elianthe stepped past Ondreya and loosed a bolt. The bowstring cracked. One of the shapes staggered, dropping a torch into the burning grass. "East," the gravekeeper said. "The old burial line. They will not follow through the mounds." He was already moving, bent low, skirting the edge of the barrow's stone apron toward a gap in the hawthorn where the ground dropped into a narrow ditch. Ondreya pulled Pell after her. The child did not resist. His feet moved with hers, matched step for step. Halden came behind them, one hand pressed to his ribs, the other gripping a short-bladed hunting knife he must have taken from the barrow's shelf. His breathing was wet and shallow, but he did not slow. The ditch was dark, water to the ankle, cold and silk-thick. Reeds as tall as a man leaned over them, rattling as the heat pulled the marsh air toward the fire. Ondreya crouched, pulling Pell into the mud beside her, and scanned the ridge above. The gravekeeper was right. The burial mounds rose east of the barrow, low humps of earth and stone, older than the chapel court, older than the road, marked only by the lichen-slicked standing stones that had been there before any name was carved. The fire had not reached them yet. The ground was wetter there, the reeds thinner. They moved. Elianthe took point, picking her way between the mounds with the crossbow raised, her breath coming in controlled bursts. Saffron followed with the satchel pressed against his chest, his fine coat already black with mud and ash. Halden stayed at the rear, watching the fire line. A torch arced over the ridge. It landed in the reeds 10 feet ahead of them, and the grass caught with a sound like hungry breathing. "Keep moving," Elianthe said. "Do not stop." They ran. The ground rose and fell between the mounds, slippery with old moss and wet stone. Ondreya's boots lost purchase twice. The second time she went to one knee, Pell's weight pulling her back up before she had finished falling. She did not thank him. There was no breath for it. A voice shouted behind them. Not a word, a signal. Then a crossbow bolt punched into the burial mound 3 feet to Ondreya's left, burying itself in the earth with a sound like a fist hitting wet clay. She twisted, looked back. A man stood on the ridge behind them, silhouetted against the fire. He was already reloading. Another man was running down the slope toward them, a blade catching the firelight in his hand. Pell pulled at her sleeve. His mouth was open, the shape of a warning that would not come. Halden stepped past her. He did not raise his knife. He did not brace. He simply stood in the path of the running man, took the charge against his wounded ribs, and drove his blade up through the man's throat with a sound like tearing wet linen. The man fell. Paltel dropped. Chapter 68. The gravekeeper caught Halden before he hit the ground. Ondreya spun, Pell's hand still locked in hers, and saw the older man lower the hunter onto the wet moss between 2 standing stones. Halden's face was the color of ash. The knife was still in his hand. His chest rose and fell in shallow, rattling bursts. "He is alive," the gravekeeper said. "Barely. The charge opened the wound again." Olenta appeared at Ondreya's shoulder, crossbow reloaded, eyes scanning the ridge. "More coming. I saw movement at the 3rd mound." "How many?" 3, maybe 4. They are not rushing." Saffron crouched beside the gravekeeper, pressing a folded cloth against Halden's ribs. The cloth darkened immediately. "He cannot walk. If we carry him, we move at half speed and they catch us before we clear the ridge." The gravekeeper looked at Ondreya, not at Saffron, at her. "There is a deer track east of the 5th mound. It drops to a gravel spur that runs to the Thornwick Road. If you reach it before the tide turns, you can follow the old ford north. You are not coming. I am not the one they are hunting." He pulled a folded leather square from his coat and pressed it into her hand. "Tide chart. The ford is passable for 2 more hours. After that, the channel fills and you swim or turn back." Ondreya unfolded it, marks and annotations in a script she did not recognize. "Why do you have this?" "Because I have been waiting for someone to need it." He was already standing, already turning back toward the fire line. "Take the horses." "What horses?" "The hunters brought mounts. They tethered them in the hollow behind the 2nd barrow. If you move now, you can take them before the riders circle back. Ondreya was already moving. I will cover the hollow. Saffron, get Halden on his feet or I leave him. Saffron did not argue. He hooked an arm under Halden's shoulder and hauled. Halden's eyes opened, unfocused, but he found his feet. Ondreya saw the cost in the whiteness around his mouth, the way his hand trembled on the knife handle. She turned to the gravekeeper. Your face, the thing outside the door. Whose face was it wearing? He did not answer for a long breath. The firelight caught his eyes, made them look hollow. Someone I buried, he said, 30 years ago. Someone I should have laid better. Then he was gone, swallowed by smoke and the gaps between standing stones. Ondreya ran. Pell ran beside her, his hand still clamped around hers, his small boots finding the same wet ground she found. They rounded the second barrow and saw them. 4 horses, tethered to a hawthorn, saddled, their flanks still wet from the ride. A canvas pack hung from one saddle, a waterskin from another. Ondreya reached them first. She cut the tethers with a single knife stroke, grabbed the lead horse's bridle and pulled it toward the ridge. Mount up! No lights, no talking, no stopping until we hit the gravel spur. Ondreya lifted Pell onto the back of the smallest horse. The child's fingers found the mane, gripped. She swung up behind him, felt the animal shift under double weight, and pressed her heels into its sides. They rode east. The fire fell behind them. The sound of it, the crack and sigh of burning reeds, faded into the rhythm of hooves on wet ground. Ondreya kept her eyes on the space between Ondreya's shoulders, kept her arm locked around Pell's chest, kept breathing. The gravekeeper's tide chart was still in her hand. She did not know when she had stopped running and started reading it, but she had. The ford, the road, the hours before the channel filled. An hour passed, maybe less. The sky went from bruised black to the color of old steel. The first true light of morning touched the horizon, and Ondreya saw the gravel spur ahead, a pale tongue of stone cutting through the dark marsh grass. Ondreya pulled up at the edge of it. Saffron halted beside her. Halden was still mounted, still alive, his face the color of something already dead. North, Saffron said. The Thornwick Road, then east through the hemp fields. We can make Merehaven in 2 days if we push. Ondreya looked at the tide chart again. The gravekeeper's marks showed the ford, the high ground, the line of the old road. But there was something else. A symbol at the bottom, drawn in the same hand, a circle, a line through it, a single letter beneath. She did not know what it meant. Pell shifted in front of her. His head turned, east, toward the sound that was coming across the water. Not a chapel bell, not a hunter's signal, a heavier sound, a deeper call. He signed. Not hunting, his fingers said. Gathering. Ondreya looked east. The horizon was flat and gray, the marsh giving way to open water. The Merehaven Channel. And beyond it, the tower of the tribunal hall, visible even from here, its bell swinging in the dawn light. Not hunting. Gathering. She thought of Varlo's smile as he made the sign older than chapel law. She thought of his fast courier, already 5 days ahead of them. She thought of the tribunal, already convened, already waiting for the Marrow-Witch to walk into its halls. Ondreya's voice cut through the cold air. What does he mean, gathering? Ondreya did not answer. She was still watching the horizon, still feeling the pulse of the bell through the water, still reading the gravekeeper's symbol without understanding it. The horses stamped. Halden coughed wetly. The tide chart trembled in Ondreya's hand, and the bell kept tolling, calling something toward Merehaven that was not the tribunal at all. Chapter 69. They rode through the morning with the bell still pulsing behind them, a sound that did not fade so much as sink into the water until it became part of the Marsh's own voice. Ondreya kept the tide chart open in her hand, the gravekeeper's symbol pressing against her palm like a bruise she could not stop touching. Circle, line through it, letter beneath. She did not know what it meant, but it had been waiting for her. The Thornwick Road was a raised spine of packed stone and oyster shell, just wide enough for 2 horses abreast. To either side, the marsh stretched flat and gray, broken only by stands of black willow and the occasional collapsed roof of a drowned cottage. The sky was the color of old linen, and the air carried the smell of wet ash. Holden rode at the rear, his wound wrapped in strips torn from Saffron's coat. He had not spoken since the Varro. His face had the stillness of a man holding something together by will alone, and Ondreya did not look at him for long because she knew that kind of holding. She had done it herself for years, and she knew exactly how it broke. Saffron urged his horse alongside hers. His coat was dark with marsh water, his eyes red from smoke and sleeplessness, but his hands were steady on the reins. "There is the village ahead," he said. "Crosswater. We need supplies, and I need paper." "Paper?" Ondreya repeated. "The purge letters. I want copies made before we reach Muirhaven. If we are caught with the originals and nothing else, we lose everything. If the copies are already circulating when we arrive, Varlo cannot call them forgeries without calling his own seal a lie." She nodded. It was the right play. It was the kind of play she would never have thought of herself, because she had spent 6 years thinking only in terms of escape, never in terms of strategy. They reached Crosswater an hour before noon. The village was built on a rise of high ground, its houses huddled around a square chapel with a bell tower that had no bell. The bell itself lay in the yard, cracked and half buried in mud, as if it had fallen and no one had bothered to raise it. A few villagers moved between the buildings, their heads down, their hands occupied with small tasks that did not require looking up. Ondreya felt Pell shift in front of her. His head turned, tracking something she could not see. "What is it?" she asked. He did not answer. He was watching the chapel yard, his dark eyes fixed on the cracked bell as if it had spoken to him. They rode into the village square and dismounted. Saffron went to find paper and ink. Olanlantha took the horses to the trough. Halden sat on a stone step with his back to a wall, his hand pressed to his ribs, his eyes closed. Ondreya stood in the center of the square with Pell at her side and felt the weight of every window looking at her. A woman came out of the chapel. She was middle-aged, her hair pulled back under a linen cap, her hands wet from washing. She stopped when she saw Ondreya, and her face changed. Not fear, not recognition, something else. A kind of careful attention, like a hunter reading a track. "You are the one from Mirecross," the woman said. "The one who laid the dead in the flood." Ondreya said nothing. Her hand moved to the salt pouch at her throat. "I saw you," the woman said. "I was there, in the courtyard. I saw you touch the bodies and I saw them quiet." She took a step closer. Pell pressed against Ondreya's leg. "My son was in that flood," the woman said. "He was 6 years old. They found him 3 streets over, pinned under a collapsed wall. I brought him to the chapel yard because someone said there was a woman there who could still them, make them stop moving." She was close enough now that Ondreya could see the lines around her eyes, the way her hands trembled at her sides. "You touched him," the woman said. "I watched you put your hand on his chest, and he stopped. He stopped moving, and his face went quiet, and I could finally carry him home." She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, tarnished and worn, with the faded image of a saint pressed into one side. She held it out to Ondreya. "This is all I have," she said. "It was my mother's. She wore it through 2 floods and a fever winter. I want you to take it." Ondreya did not move. "I do not take payment for that work." "It is not payment. It is a keeping, so you remember that someone in this marsh saw you and did not run." The woman pressed the coin into Ondreya's hand. The metal was warm, still carrying the heat of her palm. "The ford north of here is watched," the woman said. "Men with chapel tabs. They are stopping everyone who tries to cross. But there is another ford, east of the main channel, behind the old hemp mill. It is faster, and the loyalists do not patrol it because they think the ground is too soft." "How do you know this?" The woman's eyes did not waver. "Because my husband is one of them. He told me where not to go." She turned and walked back into the chapel without looking back. Ondreya stood in the square with the saint coin in her hand and felt the weight of it settle into her palm like something that had always belonged there. Saffron returned with paper and a small bottle of ink. Olandi led the horses back. Lund opened his eyes and stood, his hand still pressed to his ribs. They rode out of Crosswater with the saint coin tucked into Ondreya's coat beside Embrey's bone charm, and behind them, the cracked bell lay silent in the mud, and the woman who had seen her and not run stood in the chapel door, watching them disappear into the gray afternoon. The eastern ford was where the woman had said it would be, a narrow crossing of packed gravel and broken slate, half hidden behind the blackened timbers of a collapsed hemp mill. The water was low, the current slow, and the far bank rose into a stand of birch trees whose white trunks caught the fading light like bones. Olintha dismounted and tested the ground with her boot. "Solid enough. We can cross single file, but do not stop. The tide turns in an hour." They crossed in silence. The horses' hooves struck the gravel with a sound that carried too far in the stillness. Ondreya kept her eyes on the far bank, waiting for a shape to move between the birch trunks, waiting for a voice to call out. Nothing moved. They reached the far side and rode into the trees. The bell from Muirhaven was closer now, its toll heavier, each pulse pressing against the chest like a second heartbeat. Pell turned in the saddle and signed. "Not gathering," he said, summoning. Ondreya looked at him. "What is the difference?" He did not answer. He was looking east, toward the bell, and his hands were still. Chapter 70. The rain began before they cleared the birches, a cold, driving rain that cut sideways through the trees and soaked through their coats in minutes. Ondreya felt it first on her shoulders, then creeping down her collar, then pooling in her boots where she sat in the saddle with Pell pressed against her chest. She had wrapped him in her coat when he started shivering. Now his shivers had stopped. That was worse. She touched his face. His skin was hot and dry, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow and fast. The kind of heat that came from inside, burning whatever fuel the body had left. Saffron pulled his horse alongside hers. "How long has he been like that?" 30 minutes, maybe less. "You should have said something. What would you have done? We have no shelter, no medicine, nothing but wet ground and horses that need to keep moving." Saffron looked at Pell, then at the road ahead, then back at Ondreya with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not fear, not calculation, something softer and more raw. "We stop at the first dry ground I find," he said. "Even if it is only a lean-to and a fire we keep banked for an hour, he cannot ride through the night like this. The tribunal will still be there in the morning. He will not." He kicked his horse forward before she could argue. Olintha fell in beside her as the trees thinned and the marsh opened again, black water gleaming on both sides of the gravel spur. She looked at Pell, then at Ondreya's face, and said nothing. But she stayed close, her crossbow across her lap, watching the dark. They found the lean-to an hour later. A collapsed hunter's blind, half buried in reeds, its roof of lashed branches still holding against the worst of the rain. Saffron dismounted and kicked through the debris inside, clearing space for a fire. Olintha gathered dry wood from beneath an overhang of roots. Halden sat his horse at the edge of the clearing, his hand pressed to his ribs, his eyes scanning the dark. Ondreya lifted Pell from the saddle and carried him into the lean-to. He weighed almost nothing, a child made of bone and fever, and the kind of silence that came from seeing too much too young. She laid him on the dry patch Saffron had cleared and pulled her coat over him again. "I need water," she said. "Clean if you can find it. And cloth." Olintha was already moving. Saffron got the fire going, a small flame fed with dry moss and shaved bark, growing into something that cast real light. The rain drummed on the roof. The marsh beyond the blind was a wall of darkness and sound. Ondreya touched Pell's face again. His skin was hotter than before. His breathing was faster. She had seen this before. In the old coven, when the marsh fever took a child. The heat that climbed and climbed until the body could not shed it, and the fever burned the child from inside. They had lost 3 that season. She had been 12. She had helped Yarrow wrap the bodies and carry them to the pyre. Her hand moved to the salt pouch at her throat. Salt holds what fire cannot take. She did not know if it worked on fever. She did not know if it worked at all. She had never opened it. "She is a cool touch for the dead," the burned woman had said in the chapel. "That is all the work ever was. You touch them and you take the part that is already leaving and you hold it long enough for the body to stop fighting." She had done it 1,000 times, always on the dead, never on the living. But the crossing was the same, she thought, the threshold, the moment when a body was not sure whether it wanted to stay or go. She had stood on that threshold 1,000 times, reaching in, drawing the drifting part out, letting the rest settle. She just had never reached for someone who could come back. She pulled the salt pouch from her throat. The cord broke easily, worn thin by 6 years of contact. She held the pouch in her palm, felt its weight, its shape, the slight give of whatever was inside. She did not open it. She pressed it into Pell's hand instead. His fingers closed around it, loose at first, then tighter, like a child gripping a talisman in the dark. Then she put her hand on his chest. His heart was fast and weak, a bird beating against a cage. She felt the heat pouring off him, the fever burning through the last of his strength. And she felt something else, a drift, a pull, the same thread she had felt in the drowned boy's chest, in the women in the chapel yard, in every corpse she had ever laid, the thread that led from the living to the other side. She took hold of it. She did not pull, she simply held it, the way she had held 100 such threads, steadying it, keeping it from fraying further. The heat of his fever flowed into her hand, up her arm, into her chest. It burned. She had not known it would burn. Yarrow had never told her that part. Or maybe Yarrow had, and she had been too young to understand. The heat spread through her, cracking the careful walls she had built, seeping into the cold places she kept locked against the world. She kept her hand on his chest. The drift slowed. The fever's edge dulled. Pell's breathing eased, deepening, losing the panicked, shallow rhythm that had been driving her forward since the birches. His fingers loosened around the salt pouch. She sat in the firelight with her hand on his chest and felt the heat of him and the cold of the marsh and the weight of everything she had ever feared about her own hands. And she did not pull away. Olanda returned with water and cloth. She stopped at the entrance to the lean-to, saw Ondreya's hand on Pell's chest, saw the salt pouch loose in his grip, and crossed the space in 2 strides. "You touched a crossing," she said. "On the living. Someone had to. Were you going to tell anyone before you did it?" There was not time. Olanda knelt beside her and pressed a damp cloth to Pell's forehead. Her hand brushed Ondreya's wrist and lingered there, a single point of contact, warm and steady. "How do you feel?" Olanda considered the question. There was heat inside her that had not been there before, a slow, deep burn that coiled in her chest like a second heart learning to beat. "Different," she said. "Different how?" "I do not know yet." Olanda held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded and turned back to Pell, pressing the cloth to his skin, murmuring something low that Onlendra could not quite hear. The fire crackled. The rain fell. Pell slept. For a while, that was enough. Then Haldan's voice came from the edge of the clearing, rough and urgent, cutting through the rhythm of rain. "Riders." Ondreya was on her feet before she finished hearing the word. She crossed to the entrance of the lean-to and looked east, where Haldan stood beside his horse, pointing toward the distant tree line. There, through the gap. She saw them, a line of lights moving in the dark. Lanterns, dozens of them, spread across the marsh in a loose arc, advancing steadily. "Tribunal lanterns," Haldan said. "They are patrolling the eastern approaches. That is sooner than I thought." "How many?" "Too many to ride through, and they are moving in a formation meant to sweep ground, not hold a line. They are looking for someone." Saffron appeared at her shoulder, the firelight catching his face. "Us." "How far ahead are they?" "An hour in that direction, maybe less. They will reach this clearing before dawn if we stay." Pell lay behind her in the lean-to, his breathing slow and even, the salt pouch still clutched in his sleeping fingers. She looked at the line of lanterns, advancing through the rain, and felt the heat in her chest pulse once, twice, a warning she had never felt before. "Get Pell on a horse," she said. "We ride north, away from the lanterns, and we do not stop until we find cover or the ground ends." No one argued. Olanda lifted Pell, still wrapped in Ondreya's coat, and carried him to the smallest horse. Saffron chucked dirt over the fire. Haldan mounted with a grunt of pain and a hand pressed to his ribs. Ondreya swung into the saddle behind Pell, took the reins, and turned the horse north. The rain hit her frenny like needles. Behind her, the line of lanterns kept advancing, steady as a heartbeat, patient as something that knew exactly where they would have to go. Treppins groaned under the horse's weight, a sound like a wounded animal, and Ondreya felt the whole harbor shudder through the animal's ribs. Muirhaven spread before them in the gray dawn, a city built on chains and faith. Chapel towers rose from every platform, their bells silent now but still visible in the iron cages, black against the pale sky. The walkways between the pontoons were packed with clerks, merchants, and chapel men in pressed gray coats, all moving with the hurried precision of people who knew something important was happening and did not want to be late for it. Saffron reined in beside her, his face hollow with exhaustion, but his eyes sharp, scanning the crowd like a man reading a document. "There," he said, pointing with his chin toward a 3-story structure on the central platform, its walls covered in posted notices and its doors propped open with stone weights. "The Records House. That is where the tribunal keeps its dockets, its ratification orders, its correspondence. If Varlo's false report has arrived, it will have passed through there first." "You are sure?" "The architecture of bureaucracy is the same in every county. Documents flow through clerks before they reach judges, and clerks keep copies." Ondreya looked at the building. The windows were dark, but she could see movement inside, figures passing behind the glass, carrying lanterns and stacks of paper. "How do we get in?" "Through the receiving door on the eastern side. It will be unguarded during the tribunal session because no one thinks anyone would want to break into a records house when the main event is happening in the square." Olantha had ridden up on the other side, Pell slumped against her chest, still sleeping with the salt pouch clutched in his fingers. She was looking past the buildings, past the crowd, toward the far end of the harbor where the largest pontoon was moored against the main pier. "Ondreya." The name came flat, controlled, the tone of someone who had seen something she needed to say without drawing attention. Ondreya followed her gaze. A boat was docking at the far pier, a fast courier vessel, narrow and shallow drafted, the kind that could cross the marsh in a day if the pilot knew the channels. The man stepping onto the pontoon wore a bandage wrapped around his right forearm, the white cloth stark against his dark coat. His hair was iron white, cropped close. His smile carried across the water even at this distance, a calm, knowing expression that said he had expected to find them here, that he had planned for it, that their arrival was simply another piece of a game he had already finished playing. Saffron found a spelieve. The broken reels the moment of Evele, the clerk Sismond, spied that cope scream slack to me lock the bella phones, when he basemated me writing, and it leads to the clurbing it's still the blank delivered a long day. "The Records House," Ondreya said. "The Records House." They dismounted in the shadow of a draw goods warehouse, tying the horses to a rusted ring set into the pontoon. The crowd was thickening now, moving toward the tribunal square, where a platform had been erected and gray-coated chapel men were arranging chairs and documents on a long table. Saffron led them through the gaps between buildings, moving with the practiced ease of a man who had spent years navigating chapel precincts without being noticed. He took them behind a co-op's workshop, across a narrow plank bridge that connected two smaller pontoons, and into a service alley that ran along the eastern side of the records house. The receiving door was exactly where he had said it would be, a plain wooden frame with a single iron handle, no lock visible, no guard posted. "There will be a clerk inside," Saffron said. "Probably more than one. Clerks arrive before judges to prepare the dockets. They will not expect anyone to enter through this door because it is used for supply deliveries, not official business." "What if they see us?" "Then we will need to be very convincing." He pushed the door open. The room beyond was narrow and windowless, lined with shelves that held ink bottles, sealing wax, and stacks of blank paper. A single lantern burned on a desk at the far end, where a young clerk sat with his back to the door, copying something onto a sheet of parchment with careful, deliberate strokes. He did not hear them enter. Saffron crossed the room in 3 silent strides, and before the clerk could turn, he had a hand on the man's shoulder and a voice in his ear, low and calm and carrying the weight of old authority. "Good morning. I am going to ask you to keep writing while I speak. If you raise your voice, I will be forced to silence you, and I would prefer not to damage a working man's hands." The clerk froze. His pen hovered over the parchment, a single drop of ink falling onto the page. "There is a revised report," Saffron said, "submitted by a witch-finder named Hesketh Varlow. It arrived by fast courier within the last few days. I need to see it. I also need the docket list for today's tribunal session, the ratification order for the Lowfenn purge, and any correspondence bearing the double Ouroboros seal." The clerk's hand trembled. "I do not." "You do. You are a clerk in the records house, and you know where every document in this building lives. The question is whether you will show me, or whether I will find it myself and leave you tied to your chair with your own ink ribbon." The clerk set down the pen. He turned slowly, his face pale, his eyes moving from Saffron to Ondreya to Oantha, who still held Pell against her chest, the child's face slack with sleep. "You are her," the clerk said. "The Marrow-Witch." Ondreya did not answer. The clerk looked at her for a long moment, then back at Saffron, then at the door that led deeper into the records house. "The revised report is in the prelate's file," he said. "Third shelf from the top, east wall. The docket list is on the tribunal secretary's desk. The ratification order has not been signed yet, but the draft is in the senior clerk's office, locked in a chest with a brass lock." "And the correspondence with the Ouroboros seal?" The clerk's face tightened. "I have never seen that seal, but there is a locked cabinet in the basement that the senior clerk opens alone. He does not tell anyone what is inside." Saffron smiled, a thin, tired expression that did not reach his eyes. "The basement, then." He released the clerk's shoulder and stepped back, gesturing toward the inner door. The clerk led them through the dim corridors of the records house, past stacks of ledgers and rolled maps and bundles of correspondence tied with twine, the smell of old paper and drying ink thick in the air. The building groaned with the movement of the pontoons beneath it, a constant low creak that sounded like the complaints of settled things being disturbed. The basement stairs were narrow and steep, the walls slick with moisture. The clerk stopped at the bottom, pointing to a heavy oak cabinet with a brass lock, its surface dark with age. "That is the one." Saffron knelt before the cabinet, studying the lock with narrowed eyes. He reached into his coat and produced a thin strip of metal, the same tool Ondreya had seen him use a dozen times on seals and document boxes. "The senior clerk," he said, working the pick into the lock, "must trust that lock very much, or he has never had to defend it against someone who cares more about what is inside than about propriety." The lock clicked. Saffron pulled the door open. Inside the cabinet were 3 documents, each sealed with a double Ouroboros, 2 snakes locked mouth to tail, pressed into black wax that seemed to absorb the lantern light rather than reflect it. Ondreya reached for the top document, and behind her, at the top of the stairs, a door opened. Footsteps. A voice she knew. "Good morning, clerk. I understand our guests have arrived. Please tell me you did not let them into the basement." The clerk's face went white. Varlow's footsteps began descending the stairs, steady and unhurried, the sound of a man who had already won and was simply coming to collect his winnings. Ondreya closed her hand around the Ouroboros seal. The heat in her chest flared, a warning, a pulse, a question she did not know how to answer. Chapter 72. The pulse in Ondreya's chest beat against the Ouroboros seal like a second heart trying to break through her ribs. She held the document without opening it, the black wax cold against her fingers, the double snakes locked in their endless circle. Behind her, Varlow's footsteps continued their unhurried descent, each one a measured strike on the wooden stairs. "Take it," Saffron said, his voice low and urgent. "Take all 3. We go out the way we came." Ondreya's hand closed around the top document. The wax seemed to pulse against her palm, a faint warmth that did not come from the room or her own skin. She pulled. The document slid free. The second followed, then the third, each one carrying the same black seal, the same light-drinking wax that made the lantern flame shrink back into its glass. Behind her, Varlow's voice reached the bottom of the stairs. "I know you are here, Ondreya. I have known since you crossed the eastern ford. Did you think I would not feel you enter the city?" Saffron grabbed her arm. "Now!" They moved. The clerk was pressed against the wall, his face white, his hands raised. Yolandi had already shifted Pell against her hip and drawn her knife, her eyes fixed on the staircase where Varlo's shadow was beginning to stretch across the floor. "Through the back," Saffron said. "Loading bay. There is a door that opens onto the canal." He did not wait for an answer. He crossed the basement in 4 strides, shoving past a row of empty cabinets, and threw his weight against a wooden door at the far wall. The door held. Saffron cursed, a word Ondreya had never heard him use, and slammed his shoulder against it again. The frame creaked, but did not give. "The lock," Ondreya said. She pressed the documents into Yolandi's hands and dropped to her knees before the door, fingers finding the lock mechanism in the dark. It was old, a simple iron bolt driven into a catch. No keyhole, no spring, just bars. She rammed her palm against the base of the bolt. It did not move. "The other way," Yolandi said. She pushed Pell into Ondreya's arms, dropped the folded documents into her own coat, and raised her boot. She drove it into the door just below the bolt, once, twice, the wood splintering on the 3rd kirk. The bolt fell. The door swung open onto a narrow stone landing in dark water. "Where are you going, Ondreya?" Varlo's voice came from the basement behind them, calm and even, carrying no hurry. The sound of his boots crossing the stone floor reached her, steady and deliberate, the gait of a man who knew the game was already decided. "Run," Saffron said. He went through the door first, his fine wool coat catching on the splintered frame. Yolandi followed, her knife still out, her eyes on the darkness behind them. Ondreya went last, Pell clutched against her chest, the second heartbeat in her ribs pounding against the child's sleeping body. The landing was slick with canal damp. Below it, black water lapped against stone, carrying the smell of rot and old rope, and the distant echo of the bell that was still tolling across Muirhaven. "There," Saffron said, pointing to a wooden platform 20 feet along the canal wall. A boat. It was a flat-bottomed skiff, tied to a rusted ring, half swamped but still riding the current. Yolandi reached it first, dropped into the hull, and began bailing with her bare hands. Ondreya did not wait. She stepped into the skiff, Pell still in her arms, and felt the boat settle under her weight. Saffron untied the rope and pushed off from the stone. The canal took them. Behind them, the Records house door remained open, a rectangle of dim light on black water, and in that light, a figure appeared. Varlo stood on the landing, his bandaged forearm dark against his coat, his pale eyes fixed on the skiff as it slid into the broader channel. He did not raise his voice. He did not call after them. He simply watched. The skiff carried them deeper into the canal's darkness, the current pulling them between sagging warehouses and rotting pilings. The bell from the tribunal square grew louder, then fainter, as they turned through a narrow cut that opened onto a broader basin. No one spoke. Pell stirred against Ondreya's chest, his breath a shallow fluttering. The pouch was still in his grip, crushed against his own chest like something precious. Yolandi broke the silence first. "He let us go." Saffron looked at her, his face pale in the reflected light of distant lanterns. "He did not have to catch us. He already knows where we are going." "The tribunal," Ondreya said. It was not a question. Saffron nodded. "In 2 hours he will walk into that hall with his report, his witnesses, and his prelate's seal, and we will be outlaws without a platform to speak from." Ondreya felt the weight of the documents in Yolandi's coat, the stolen seals that might prove everything, or nothing. "Then we get there first," she said. The skiff drifted through the dark water, carrying them toward the tribunal square, toward the bell, toward whatever waited for them there. And in the Records house behind them, Varlo was already climbing the stairs to deliver his version of the truth, the version stamped with the Ouroboros seal and sealed with black wax. The second heartbeat in Ondreya's chest did not slow. Chapter 73. The skiff scraped against a stone landing beneath a sagging warehouse. Ailantha was out first, knife still in hand, scanning the darkness above them. The canal water lapped at the pilings, black and greasy with lamplight reflected from somewhere farther east. Saffron tied the rope to a rusted ring and climbed onto the landing. Ondreya followed Pell, still pressed against her chest, his breathing shallow, the salt pouch crushed between them. "This way," Saffron said. He led them through a gap in the warehouse wall, a loading door hanging crooked on one hinge, into a cavernous space of stacked barrels and rotting netting. The smell of salt fish and damp wood filled the dark. Moonlight fell through holes in the roof in long, pale strips. Ailanta found a corner where 3 walls met, out of sight from the door. She dragged a barrel in front of them, low enough to climb over, but enough to slow anyone who came through the gap. "Light?" she said. Saffron produced a candle stub from his coat and a striker. The flame caught on the 3rd strike, small and wavering, casting their shadows across the wall like figures in a fever dream. Ondreya set Pell down against the wall. His eyes were closed, his grip on the salt pouch loosening as sleep pulled him under. She touched his forehead. Cool. The fever had broken, but the heat inside her own chest still burned, the second heartbeat steady and waiting. She turned to the documents. 3 seals of black wax, each stamped with the double Ouroboros, 2 snakes locked mouth to tail in a circle that seemed to drink the candlelight. The wax was not quite black. It was the color of still water at midnight, the color of the canal outside, the color of something that had never seen the sun. Saffron handed her his knife. She cut the first seal. The wax split like skin, and she unfolded the document. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, watermarked with a symbol she did not recognize. The handwriting was small and precise, the ink a faded brown that might have been iron gall. It was a list, not of names, of families. The Ulmgards, her own blood, traced back 7 generations. Beside each name, a notation: latent, unmanifested, stillborn, vessel confirmed. Next to her mother's name, unmanifested. Next to her grandmother's, latent, sealed at death. And then hers. Ondreya Ulmgard, B. Thornwick census, marked at first breath as probable vessel. Inheritance line, confirmed through maternal descent. Signs: night terrors, cold sensitivity, early competence with dead matter. Recommended: monitored placement in coven structure. Her hands were shaking. She read it again. Monitored placement in coven structure. The coven had not been a refuge. It had been a cage designed before she was born, a place to watch her, to measure what she would become, to contain whatever inheritance moved through her blood like a slow poison. "I was marked," she said, "before I could walk, before I could speak. They knew." Saffron took the document from her hands and read it, his face unreadable in the candlelight. When he looked up, his eyes were dark. "The chapel courts have been tracking soul inheritance across Lowfenn for decades," he said. "This is not a witch hunt. This is a ledger." Ailanta took the document next, her jaw tightening as she read. "They treated you like livestock." Ondreya did not answer. She cut the second seal. This document was shorter, a single page, bearing the same watermark and the same precise hand. It listed 3 names, all crossed out. The 4th was hers. Subject: Ondreya Ulmgard. Status: vessel confirmed post-ignition. Inheritance activated by burn trauma. Current threat level: critical. Recommended disposition: extraction and containment. Below the entry, in different ink, a note: Varlo assigned. She stared at the words. Varlo assigned. He had not hunted her because she escaped. He had to assign to her before the fire, before she struck the match, before she ever knew his name. The fire was not a betrayal. It was an operation. She had been the target the whole time. "He was sent to collect me," she said. "The coven was just the place they kept me until he was ready." Saffron took the second document, his face pale. "If this ledger reaches the tribunal hall before we do, it proves the chapel sanctioned the entire system. The fire, the bounty, the purge doctrine. It was all designed to capture you and destroy everyone who knew how inheritance worked." "So we take it to the tribunal," Ailanta said. "We cannot take it anywhere if they know we have it." The 3rd seal. Ondreya cut it with the knife, her hands steady now, the tremor burned away by the heat behind her ribs. This document was different. It was not a list or a report. It was a directive, signed with the Ouroboros seal and a name she did not recognize. Upon recovery of the vessel, all original inheritance holders in Lowfenn, Thornwick, and the eastern ridges are to be purged. No survivors. No records. The line ends with her. The date was 3 weeks before the Coven fire. They had planned the purge before she set the blaze. The fire was not the crime. The fire was the cover. She looked up at the others. Saffron's face was ashen. Ilanta had her hand on a crossbow, her knuckles white. Pell stirred against the wall, his eyes fluttering open. He looked at her, blinked once, and signed a single word. Trap. The word had barely registered when she heard it. Footsteps, many of them. Moving through the warehouse beyond the barrel wall, slow and deliberate, spreading into a circle around their corner. Someone cleared his throat. Miss Ulmgard. Merlot's voice carried through the dark, calm and unhurried, the voice of a man who had already read every page of the documents she held. I believe I have something that belongs to the chapel, but I am prepared to be reasonable. The records house is sealed. The tribunal hall is 200 yards east, and every door between here and there is held by men who answer to me. A pause. You may bring your companions. You may bring the documents, and I will tell you the rest of what those pages do not say. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, softly. Or you may stay here and learn nothing. The choice is yours, but the tide is rising, and this warehouse will flood before dawn. Ondreya looked at the documents in her hands, the inheritance ledger, the assignment order, the purge directive, all the truth she had ever wanted, and the man who had burned her family offering to tell her more. The second heartbeat in her chest flared, hot and insistent, and Pell's hand found hers in the dark. Chapter 74. Ondreya did not answer Varlo. She looked at Pell, still gripping her hand in the dark, his face pale but his eyes clear. The fever was gone, and in its place was something older, something that had been waiting behind the sickness for her to notice. She looked at Saffron, who held the inheritance ledger like it was made of glass, his jaw tight, his gaze already calculating the distance to the tribunal hall. She looked at Ulmgard, who had her crossbow up and her back to the barrel wall, one hand free to sign a question. Fight or run? Ondreya signed back. Neither. She stood up. Varlo, she said, her voice carrying through the dark warehouse, steady and cold. You sent me to that fire. You sealed the door. You tracked me across 3 counties and posted a bounty that named me butcher of people I loved. And now you stand in the dark and offer me answers. She stepped past the barrel barricade, the documents pressed against her chest, the second heartbeat burning behind her ribs. You want me to come quietly. Bring the papers, bring the boy, let you finish what you started. Silence from the dark. Here is your answer. She ripped the purge directive down the center, the black wax cracking like bone. I already know what the pages do not say. You want to tell me it was necessary. You want me to understand that I was marked before I was born, and the fire was the only way to contain me. You want me to accept that my inheritance is a sickness, and you are the cure. She tore the assignment order. You are not the cure. She tore the inheritance ledger, the thick paper fighting her, the names of 7 generations splitting down the middle. You are the man who burned my family and called it mercy. The footsteps in the dark shifted, a low chuckle. Then we are done talking, Varlo said. The candle guttered. Alonzi's crossbow fired past Ondreya's shoulder, the bolt punching into something soft in the dark. A man grunted and fell. Warehouse has a side door, Alonzi said, already reloading. 20 feet east. Saffron, you take Pell and the pieces of those papers. Ondreya, you stay behind me. I stay beside you, Ondreya said. Pell tucked her sleeve and signed, Bell. Summoning, now. The sound reached her through the wall, through the water lapping at the warehouse pilings. The Muirhaven bell had changed pitch, deeper, slower, each pulse sending a tremor through the pontoons. Alonzi moved. She crossed the warehouse floor in 4 strides, crossbow up, kicking open the side door hard enough to crack the frame. Daylight spilled in, gray and wet, and with it came the smell of the tribunal square, rain on packed earth, lamp oil, sweat, fear. Ondreya followed, Pell and Saffron behind her, the torn documents jammed into Saffron's satchel. The side door opened onto a narrow alley that fed into the square. The square was full. Not soldiers, not hunters. Clerks, ledger-bearers, sacristans, runners, townspeople drawn by the bell, standing in the rain with their faces turned toward the tribunal platform, where a line of chapel men were setting up a reading stand. Varlo's men were still inside the warehouse, but they would not stay there. "Give me the broadsides," Alonzi said. Saffron pulled a stack of copied purge letters from his satchel, the ones he had prepared at Crosswater, each one stamped with a convincing seal. "These are not the originals. They will not hold up to scrutiny, but they will cause confusion. Confusion is what I need." Alonzi took the stack and shoved it into Pell's hands. "You know what to do?" Pell nodded. He slipped out of the alley before Ondreya could stop him, moving through the crowd like a fish through reeds, small and fast and invisible. "What did you tell him?" Ondreya asked. "To find the lamp oil barrels behind the tribunal platform and use the broadsides as wicks." Saffron's face went pale. "That is a fire in a crowded square. It is a diversion. We need the clerks to panic. We need the sacristans to choose between saving their papers and holding their formation. And we need Varlo to come out of that warehouse and see his own doctrine burning in the street." The first shouts came from the tribunal platform. A clerk had spotted the smoke. Then the flames, rising from behind the reading stand, catching the canvas awning, spreading to the stacked file chests that had been carried out for the hearing. Pell was already running back toward them, his face smudged with lamp oil, his hands empty. The square erupted. Clerks scattered, grabbing ledgers and scrolls, knocking over inkwells and candlestands. Satistas in Chapel Grey tried to form a line, but the fire was spreading too fast, catching the rain-slicked wood of the platform, sending black smoke rolling across the square. Townspeople began to scream, and in the chaos, the file chests fell. One of them toppled from the platform, its lid bursting open, spilling papers into the floodwater that had crept up from the canal. Ledger pages, assignment orders, lists of names, all floating on the tide, spreading across the square like a slow confession. A woman in a wet shawl bent down and picked up a page. She read it aloud. "Peller Wainwright, death worker, Lowfenn Parish, marked for cleansing." Her voice carried. A man beside her grabbed another page. "Emmeline Corwood, Mark Healer, soul toucher, marked for cleansing." More townspeople were reaching for the papers now, snatching them from the floodwater, reading the names into the rain. Dozens of names. Hundreds. Every death worker in Lowfenn, listed by parish, marked for elimination. The sacristans hesitated. The clerks stopped running. The square went still except for the sound of the bell and the crackling of the fire, and the woman in the wet shawl reading another name. "My husband," she said. "They marked my husband." She looked up at the tribunal platform, at the chapel men standing frozen behind the flames. "He sets bones. He helps the midwives. He has never touched a crossing in his life." A sacristan took a step toward her. Halden moved. He came out of the alley behind the sacristan, his wounded chest held tight, a blade in his hand that Ondreya had never seen him draw. He did not swing. He blocked, stepped between the sacristan and the bound man, and for a breath no one in the square moved. Chapter 75. The tribunal platform burned. Canvas collapsed into the floodwater, sending a curtain of sparks across the square. Clerks beat at the flames with their coats. Sacristans formed a bucket line from the canal, but the fire had already taken the file chests, the reading stand, the awning poles blackening where they stood. Townspeople waded through the shallows, snatching pages before the water could claim them. Ondreya saw names lifted into the rain. Her own, shouted by a woman in a blue shawl. Then Pell's, signed in a ledger page a clerk had dropped. Then Saffron's, listed under Lowfenn Parish with a bounty number beside it. The bell kept ringing, deeper now, each pulse traveling through the pontoons, through the planks under Ondreya's boots, through the mud of her marrow. The second heartbeat in her chest did not match the bell's rhythm. It beat its own time, hotter and faster. She scanned the square for Varlo, wondering. He was not among the clerks, not among the sacristans, not at the platform where the fire had already burned down to damp wood and floating ash. "You are looking in the wrong direction," the voice came from above. Ondreya looked up. Varlo stood on the gallery that ran along the tribunal hall's upper facade, a narrow wooden walkway accessible only from the judge's chamber. His bandaged forearm rested on the railing. His pale eyes found her through the smoke. "I knew you would come here," he said. "I knew you would bring fire." The crowd below had not heard him. They were still fighting over documents, pulling names from the water, shouting at one another. But Ondreya heard him. The second heartbeat heard him. She moved toward the tribunal hall. The side door was unguarded. The clerks had abandoned their posts when the fire spread. She climbed the inner stair alone because the others were still in the square. Because Pell was still running back from the platform, because Iolanthe was still covering the alley with her crossbow. The stair opened onto the gallery. Varlo stood 20 feet away, his back to the railing. The tribunal square spread out below like a living map. Rain beaded on his coat. The bandage on his arm was dark with seepage. "You tore the documents," he said. "I saw you do it, in the warehouse. You tore them in half and gave the pieces to a defrocked priest who could not forge his way out of a wine debt. The copies are already in the square. The copies are confusion, not proof. Confusion burns out faster than fire." Ondreya stepped closer. The second heartbeat pressed against her ribs like something trying to get out. "Tell me what the third document said," she said. "The purge directive. The signature. Whose name was it?" Varlo tilted his head. A small, patient gesture, the same one he had used when she was 19 and had asked why the rite required her to touch the dead, bare-handed. "You read it? You tell me." "I did not recognize the name." "No, you would not have. It was sealed before you were born, before your mother was born, before the Ulmgard line produced its first manifesting vessel and the chapel realized what they had been breeding in the Marsh villages." Breeding. The word landed like a blade between her ribs. "You tracked my bloodline for 7 generations, she said. 7.5. We found records going back to the founding of Thornwick, parish registries that listed stillbirths and drownings, and children who spoke to things they should not have been able to see. Your great-grandmother was sealed at death. Her crossing was bound with iron and sunk in the deep channel. She is still there." Ondreya thought of the tide chart in her coat, the circle with the line through it, the single letter beneath. "Is that what the symbol means?" Varlo smiled. "Thin. Old. You are learning, yes. That is the mark of a sealed crossing. Every Ulmgard woman who manifested was bound and sunk at death. Except you. You ran before we could complete the rite. We. The covenant. The order behind the Ouroboros. The authority that predates the chapel courts and will outlast them." The bell struck again. The gallery trembled. Below, the square had begun to still. The fire was dying. The townspeople had stopped fighting over papers and were looking up at the gallery, at the 2 figures silhouetted against the smoke, one in a dark coat, one with a salt pouch at her throat. "Walk away," someone shouted from below. A man's voice, raw with anger. "Walk away or we will bring you down." Varlo ignored him. "I am offering you the same thing I offered you in the warehouse," he said. "A place at the controlled edge of the doctrine, not a cage, not a prison. A position with voice, with standing, with the power to shape what comes next. The doctrine that marks people like me for execution. The doctrine that contains what you carry. What you carry is not safe, Ondreya. You know this. You have known it since you were a child. The night terrors, the cold sensitivity, the way the dead come easier to your hands than the living ever have." She thought of the ground boy at the Stilts village, the wet scratch of his fingers on the door, the way she had hummed to settle him, the same tune Yarrow had hummed to her when she was 8 and had woken screaming from a dream of water rising. "You burned the coven," she said. 11 of them, my teachers, my family. You burned them and made me strike the match. I burned them because they refused to be sealed. They knew what you were becoming. They chose to let you manifest fully rather than bind you at the threshold. That was a decision. I made a different one. You made a lie. I made a containment." The second heartbeat flared. Ondreya felt it push against her throat, her tongue, her teeth. It wanted out. It wanted to speak in a voice that was not hers. "You are afraid of me," she said. Varlo's smile did not change, but something in his eyes shifted, a flicker. almost imperceptible. "You should be afraid too," he said, "because I am a vessel. Because you are a weapon, and weapons do not choose their targets. They are aimed." He stepped toward her. Below, the square had gone silent. The townspeople, the clerks, the sacristans, even the wounded woman who had read her husband's name, all of them watching the gallery. "There is one more thing the documents do not say," Varlo said. "One truth I saved for this moment." He reached into his coat. Ondreya's hand went to the knife at her belt, but Varlo did not draw a weapon. He pulled out a folded page, yellowed, brittle, sealed with a single drop of black wax. "Your mother's death record." Ondreya's hand stopped. "She died when you were 3. The coven told you it was marsh fever. Do you remember?" She remembered nothing. A gap, a silence where a mother should have been. "She did not die of fever," Varlo said. "She was sealed, by the same order that marked you, by the same hand that signed the purge directive." He held out the page. "Read it." Ondreya did not move. "Read it, and tell me you still believe the doctrine is a lie." The bell rang again, and somewhere below, in the crowd, a woman began to scream. Chapter 76. The scream broke something in the square. Ondreya heard it tear through the crowd, a woman's voice raw with loss, and the sound unlocked a wave of movement below. Townspeople surged toward the tribunal platform where the fire still smoldered. Someone shouted for water. Someone else shouted for the chapel guards to stand down. But Ondreya did not look down. Her eyes stayed on Varlo's hand, the yellowed page held out like a sacrament, her mother's death record sealed with black wax. "You are lying," she said. "I am not." "You would say anything." "I would." He did not lower the page. "But not this. This I kept it because it mattered. Because when you finally learned the truth, I wanted you to hear it from me, not from a clerk's file or a gravekeeper's rumor." The second heartbeat pushed against her ribs. She felt it rise into her throat, a pressure that wanted to become words in a voice that had never been her own. She clamped her jaw shut and breathed through her nose, hard. "Why?" she managed. "Because the covenant wanted you sealed before you could manifest. Your mother refused. She hid you in the coven registry under a false birth record. She traded her life for yours, and she knew exactly what she was doing when she made that trade." The page trembled in his grip, not from his hand, from the bell. The third stroke rolled through the pontoons, deeper than the first two, and Ondreya felt it in her teeth, her marrow, the space behind her eyes. The gallery planks shivered. The water in the canal below rippled in rings that spread against the current. The woman in the square screamed again, and Ondreya saw Pell. He was running through the crowd, small, fast, his dark eyes fixed on the gallery. He had something in his hand, the salt pouch. He was holding it up, shaking it, trying to get her attention. She did not understand. Then she saw what he was pointing at. Behind her, above her, a shadow pooling on the gallery's back wall, spreading like oil on water, blacker than the smoke, blacker than the night sky pressing down on Muirhaven. The entity had followed them here. "There is no time," Varlo said, and his voice had changed. The patience was gone. Something raw underneath, almost urgent. "The bell is not for the tribunal. It is for the sealing. Every manifesting Ulmgard woman in this county is being called to the deep channel tonight, and if you are not bound before the 4th stroke, you will answer that call whether you want to or not." She stared at him. "You summoned it." "I did not summon it. I have been trying to stop it. The Covenant does not want you allied, Ondreya. They never did. They wanted you contained, and when they could not contain you, they decided to seal you at the source. The bell is the trigger. The deep channel is the lock. And you are standing on a gallery above the only tribunal in Lowfenn that can issue a binding order before the moon reaches the channel mouth." He stepped closer, the page still in his hand. "Read it, then decide." Ondreya looked at her mother's death record, the black wax seal, the same double Ouroboros, the same light-drinking darkness. She thought of the woman in Crosswater who had given her a saint coin, the drowned boy in the Stilt village, the flood dead in Mirecross. Embrey at the door smiling as his chest gave way. She thought of Pell running through the crowd with Yarrow's salt pouch. And she thought of Alanthe, who was no longer covering the alley. Ondreya heard the crossbow string before she saw the bolt. It punched into the gallery railing 2 feet from Varlo's hip, splintering the wet wood, and Alante's voice came up from below, flat and cold. "Step away from her." Varlo did not step away. He looked down at the bolt, then back at Ondreya, and she saw the calculation behind his eyes. The same look he had worn in the toll chapel when he had offered her a choice that was never really a choice. "You will not shoot me," he said. "I will put the next one through your throat. You need me alive. Without my testimony, the ledger is just paper. The purge directive is just ink. You cannot prove who signed it unless I name the name." Olanda did not answer, but she did not fire either. The bell struck again, 4th stroke. Ondreya felt it in her chest, not her ears. The second heartbeat ceased, stopped, then began beating in time with the resonance, a rhythm that did not belong to her body, that came from somewhere else. The deep channel, the water under the city, the dock below all the docks she ever crossed. Her knees buckled. She caught herself on the gallery rail, and the wood groaned under her weight, and she felt the water below her, the canal, the tide, the channel, calling. "Ondreya!" Varlo's voice, closer now. "The next stroke will pull you under. Let me bind it, let me contain it. It is the only way you survive this night." She looked at him, his hand still extended, the death record, the offer, and behind him, the shadow on the wall had taken shape, not a face she recognized, not a face at all, just a darkness with the suggestion of edges, a silhouette waiting for the bell to finish its work. She thought of her mother, sealed, sunk, still in the deep channel. She thought of great-grandmother, still there. She thought of the gravekeeper's symbol on the tide chart, the circle with the line through it, the mark of a sealed crossing. They had been marking her grave since before she was born, and she was done letting them dig it. "No," she said. Varlo's eyes flickered. "The next stroke?" "I said no." She pulled the knife from her belt, not to threaten him, to open the salt pouch. She cut the cord at her throat, caught the pouch in her palm, and sliced through the wax-sealed opening before she could think, before she could fear what she might find. Salt spilled across her hand, and something else. A bone, small, curved. The knuckle of a finger, Yarrow's finger. She stared at it, and the bell stroke did not come, and the shadow on the wall did not move, and Varlo's face did something she had never seen before. He went pale. "He gave you his knuckle." He said, "Salt holds what fire cannot take. It holds a binding, a claim. Yarrow sealed his inheritance into your keeping the night before the fire. He made you his heir." The second heartbeat in her chest began to slow. The calling pull faded, and Ondreya understood. She was not a vessel waiting to be filled. She was already full. She had been full for 6 years. She gripped at the knuckle bone in her fist, salt still clinging to her fingers, and she looked at Varlo with the eyes of a woman who had stopped being afraid. "You burned the wrong coven," she said. She threw herself at him. He was faster than she expected, catching her knife wrist with his bandaged arm, twisting, and she felt the old wound give under the pressure, felt the wet heat of blood soaking through the linen. But she did not let go of the bone. They hit the gallery railing together. The wood splintered. And then Ailantha was there. Ondreya did not see her climb. She only felt Ailantha's arm lock around Varlo's throat from behind, felt the crossbow woman's weight dragging him backward, off balance, away from the railing and toward the gallery stairs. He fought. He was strong, stronger than a man his build should have been, and he drove his elbow into Alani's ribs with a crack that Ondreya heard through the chaos. Alani grunted but did not let go. "Do it," she said. Ondreya did not hesitate. She drove the knife into the tendons of his bandaged arm, the same arm that had held her mother's death record, the same arm that had signed the purge directive, the same arm that had pointed her toward the coven door and told her to strike the match. He screamed, a raw, animal sound that cut through the bell's resonance, through the crowd's shouting, through the crackling of the dying fire. And then he fell. Alani released him at the edge of the gallery, and Varlo toppled over the railing, still screaming, still clawing at the air with his good hand, and hit the tribunal dais 6 feet below with a wet, heavy sound that silenced the square. Ondreya stood at the broken railing, blood on her hands, salt on her fingers, Euro's knucklebone warm in her fist. Below, Varlo lay on the splintered dais, his body twisted at an angle that did not look natural, his good arm reaching for something only he could see. Guards rushed toward him. Townspeople scrambled back, and the bell did not strike again. The silence was louder than anything. Ondreya looked at Iolanthe. Iolanthe held her ribs with one hand, blood at her lip from a split inside her cheek, and she was staring down at Varlo's body with an expression Ondreya could not read. "Is he dead?" Ondreya asked. Iolanthe did not answer. She pointed at the dais, at Varlo's fingers. They were moving, not twitching, signing, tracing a pattern in the blood pooling beneath him, a shape that Ondreya recognized from the tide chart, the circle with the line through it, the mark of a sealed crossing. He was not dead. He was calling for help, and somewhere in the deep channel, something answered. Chapter 77. The square had not yet understood what it had seen. Varlo lay on the splintered dais, his blood tracing the circle and line across the boards, and the crowd stood frozen in the space between one breath and the next. The fire still smoldered behind the tribunal platform. The scattered purge documents floated face down in the floodwater, their ink bleeding into the shallows. Then a cannon pushed through the press of bodies. He was old, older than Varlo, with a face that had forgotten how to soften, and a silver medallion pinned to his collar that caught the dying firelight. He looked at Varlo's twisted body, at the blood sign, at the gallery where Ondreya still stood with Yarrow's knucklebone in her fist. He did not look afraid. He looked like a man who had been expecting this. "Seize her," he said. No one moved. The cannon's voice cracked across the square like a lash. "I said seize the Marrow-Witch. By the authority of the Mir Hamitrike Puinal and the seal of the North Marsh Prelate, I order—" "You order nothing." Saffron's voice cut through the cannon's command, quiet and exact, carrying the kind of authority that comes from knowing exactly what a document can do. He stepped out of the crowd with Pell at his side, Pell's small hands gripping a stack of paper, Saffron's satchel open and empty. He had been working while the square watched Varlo fall. "Copies," Saffron said, and he held up a sheet of paper, ink still wet at the edges. "Of every letter Varlo sent to his hunters, of every purge directive signed under the Ouroboros seal, of the inheritance ledger that names the chapel court as co-conspirators in 7 generations of murder." He let that hang. Then he dropped the stack. The papers scattered across the floodwater, catching on the current, drifting toward the townspeople who stood knee-deep in the shallows. A woman caught one, a dock worker, a boy no older than Pell. They began to read. "Lies," the canon said. "Read them yourself," Saffron replied. "If you can." The canon's hand went to the medallion at his throat. His fingers moved across the silver surface in a pattern that Ondreya recognized from somewhere deeper than memory, a gesture that predated the chapel courts, that belonged to the covenant Varlo had named. "You think paper changes anything?" "It changes who fires the next shot," Halton said. He stepped forward from the alley where he had been standing, blade still drawn, his wounded chest bound with cloth that had soaked through. The crowd parted for him because he looked like a man who had already died once and had nothing left to prove. "I was his captain," Halton said, loud enough for the square to hear. "I led his hunters. I watched him seal the coven door while a girl lit the match he had laid. I watched him post the bounty on a woman who had been his student since she was old enough to hold a corpse's hand." He pointed at Varlo's body. "That man confessed in front of 20 hunters. He said he would do it again. I heard him." The canon's jaw tightened. "An oath from a defector carries no weight before this tribunal." "Then try me," Halton said. "Put me under the seal. Ask me again. I will say the same thing, and so will every hunter who was in that chapel when he spoke." A murmur ran through the crowd. Not fear, something harder. A woman in the shallows held up a dripping page and read the name on it aloud. "Lowry Hemlock, Bone Setter, marked for cleansing." Another voice. "Oris Dane, Ferryman, Death Worker." Another. "Marrow Orchard, Midwife, Practitioner of Soulcraft." The names spread across the square like ripples in floodwater, each one a person someone in this city knew, had paid, had trusted. The cannon's face did not change, but the crowd's silence shifted into something alive. A gravekeeper in a mud-stained coat stepped forward. "I laid the dead for Lowfenn Parish for 30 years, he said, under the chapel seal, with the chapel's blessing. Are you telling me I am on that list too?" The canon did not answer. The gravekeeper turned to the crowd. "My grandfather carried a death worker's mark. My grandmother was sealed to a coven that burned before I was born. They are calling us all heretics now, the same hands that blessed us at birth." He pulled a folded paper from his coat and held it up. "I took this from the fire myself. It has my name on it." The square erupted. Not a riot, not yet, but a breaking, the sound of a crowd that had been told the truth and did not know what to do with it. Voices rose on every side, calling for answers, for names, for blood. The guards at the tribunal platform shifted uneasily, their hands on their weapons, their eyes on the cannon. The cannon raised his hand. Enough. The word carried a weight that should not have belonged to a human voice. It pressed down on the crowd like a physical thing, and the shouting faltered, not because they obeyed, but because something in the tone did not belong to this world. "The doctrine stands," the canon said. "It stood before this child was born. It will stand after she is dust. The purge is not cancelled by a burning platform or a dead hunter's confession." He looked up at the gallery, at Ondreya. "The Marrow-Witch will be taken into custody. Every marked death worker in this square will be detained pending review. Anyone who obstructs this order will be charged with heresy and executed on sight." The guards moved. Not all of them. Some stayed where they were, their faces unreadable, their hands still on their weapons but their feet rooted. But enough. A line of chapel men with crossbows began to advance through the crowd, pushing townspeople aside, their aim fixed on the gallery. Olantha stepped in front of Ondreya. "Run," she said. "There is nowhere to run to," Ondreya said. "Then stand and fight." Ondreya looked at Yarrow's knucklebone in her fist, at the blood sign on the dais, at Varlo's body, still breathing, still signing, still calling for something from the deep channel that had not yet arrived. She looked at Pell. He was staring at the water beneath the pontoons, not at the surface, at something below it. His face was bloodless, his eyes wide, and his hand was rising to point at the darkness between the planks, where the floodwater moved with a current that did not match the tide. Ondreya followed his gaze. The shadow under the water was not a fish, not a log, not a trick of the light. It was moving, and it was coming up. Chapter 78. The shadow rose. Not fast, not slow. It climbed through the dark water like something waking from a depth it had slept in longer than the marsh had been drowned. The flood around the pontoons went still, the surface tension holding where the current had been moving, and Ondreya felt the second heartbeat in her chest lurch into a rhythm that matched nothing human. Pell made a sound, not a word, a noise from the back of his throat, high and thin, the first sound he had made without signing in days. His hand stayed lifted, pointing at the darkness between the planks where the shape was taking form. It was not a body. It was something older than bodies, a density in the water that pressed upward against the surface without breaking it, and the torchlight from the tribunal platform did not reach it, did not touch it, slid off the water like light sliding off oil. Olantha grabbed Ondreya's arm. "We need to move, now." The canon was still speaking, his voice carrying that unnatural weight, but the crowd was no longer listening. They were watching the water. The guards were watching the water. The gravekeeper who had shown his purge list was backing away from the edge of the pontoon, his face the color of wet ash. Halden appeared at Ondreya's side, one hand pressed to his bound chest, the other holding the unfamiliar blade. "What is that?" "I do not know," Ondreya said. "You do not know?" "I do not know what it is. I know what called it." She looked at the dais, at Varlo. He was still lying where he had fallen, his blood still tracing the circle and line across the splintered boards, and his lips were moving. No sound came out, but his hand kept making the sign, the same sign, over and over, and the thing in the water was answering. Saffron grabbed Pell and lifted him. The boat shed, east wall of the harbor. I saw it when we came in. Ondreya did not argue. They ran. The crowd broke behind them, not in pursuit, in panic, a wall of bodies surging away from the tribunal platform as the water between the pontoons began to bulge upward. Ondreya did not look back. She ran with Yarrow's knucklebone still in her fist, and the second heartbeat hammering against her ribs, and Pell's salt pouch swinging from his grip where Saffron carried him. The city was a maze of plank walks and chain bridges, platforms that groaned under their weight, lanterns that swung wild as they passed. Shouts rose behind them, the cannon's voice cutting through, then a splash too heavy to be a person, then screaming. Ondreya kept running. The boat shed was a low timber structure at the eastern edge of the harbor, half collapsed, its roof sagging into the water. A single skiff sat inside, hull patched with tar and hope, its oars lashed to the thwarts with frayed bip. Saffron set Pell down and began cutting the rope. "Get in, all of you." Ionthet pushed the skiff toward the water. Halden fell against the wall, his breath coming hard, his hand still pressed to his chest. Ondreya caught him before he went down, felt the heat of his wound through the binding, and pulled him toward the boat. "No time," he said. "There is always time," she said, and she did not know if she believed it. They got him in. The skiff slid out of the shed into the dark water beyond the harbor, where the channel opened into the flooded marsh and the city lights shrank behind them. Ondreya took the oars. Ionthet sat in the bow, crossbow across her knees, scanning the dark. Pell cailed against Saffron's side, shaking. Halden lay in the bottom of the boat, his eyes closed, his breath shallow. The rain started again. Not hard. A mist that gathered on their faces and hands, that blurred the line between water and sky. The city fell away behind them, the glow of the burning tribunal platform fading to a smear on the horizon. No one spoke for a long time. The skiff drifted into a narrow channel between reed banks, where the water ran black and still, and the only sound was the oars and the rain and Halden's breathing. Ondreya pulled into a tangle of roots beneath a leaning willow, where the boat would not be seen from the channel. She shipped the oars. For a moment, no one moved. Then Saffron sat up, his coat soaked, his face drawn. He looked at Ondreya in the dark, and there was no accusation in it, no judgment, only the exhausted steadiness of a man who had already chosen his side. That was not in the plan. "There was no plan," Ondreya said. "Exactly." Pell uncurled from Saffron's side and crawled to the thwart where Ondreya sat. He did not sign anything. He just pressed himself against her arm, his small body shaking, and she let him. She looked at them, at Saffron, who had burned his papers for her, at Ionthet, who had shot her own contract, at Halden, who had walked into a city full of people who wanted him dead because she asked him to tell the truth, at Pell, who had followed her through fire and flood and never once signed the words goodbye. "I do not know what comes next," she said. The words sat in the dark, honest, naked. "I have spent 6 years knowing exactly what came next. Move, hide, leave before anyone could follow. I knew the shape of every road, the price of every ferry, the name of every village where they would take my coin and pretend they had never seen me." She stopped. "But I do not know this." Ionthet lifted her crossbow and set it across her knees. "So we figure it out." "That is not what I mean." "Then what do you mean?" Ondreya looked at her, at all of them, at the dark water and the rain and the reed banks that could hide them for a night but not forever. "I mean, I am done leaving first." The words hung between them. Saffron went still. Pell's grip tightened on her sleeve. Halden opened his eyes in the bottom of the boat, looking up at her. "I have done it to everyone," Ondreya said. "To Embrey. To every village that let me stay. To you. I keep a door open in my head so I can be gone before the fire catches, before the hunters arrive, before anyone has to choose whether to stay or watch me burn." She looked at Ionthet. "I am done." The rain fell. The reed bough rustled. Somewhere behind them, a bell began to toll again, thin and distant, carrying over the flood. Ionthet did not speak. She reached across the thwart and took Ondreya's hand, in front of everyone, in the dark. With the bell still ringing, and the city still burning, and the thing in the water still rising. Her fingers laced through Ondreya's, and she held on. Pell settled against Ondreya's side. Saffron looked away, not in dismissal, in privacy, giving them a space no one else could enter. Halden closed his eyes, and for a moment, under the willow roots, with the rain falling soft and the boat rocking gentle on the black water, there was no running. The bell stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the ringing. Then Saffron lifted his head, his face turning toward the channel mouth where the open marsh lay dark and empty. That is not the same bell. Ondreya felt it before she heard it. A vibration through the water, through the hull of the skiff, through the root tangle that sheltered them. A new sound, low, coming from every direction at once. Chapter 79. The skiff drifted under the willow roots, rain beating on the oilcloth. Saffron had spread over Halden's chest. The new sound has not returned. Whatever direction it came from, it had stopped as suddenly as it began, leaving only the water lapping against the hull and the slow exhale of the marsh breathing around them. No one said the words, but Ondreya saw it in the way Saffron counted the seals in his satchel, in the way Alanthe checked her bolt bag twice, in the way Pell pressed his palm flat against the thwart as if testing whether the wood was still real. They were taking inventory, not of supplies, of what had survived. Saffron spoke first, his voice low and steady in the dark. I have 3 sets of purge letters. The originals are burned, but I made copies at Crosswater before we ever reached Mere Haven. I kept them separate from the broadsides. He pulled a folded oilskin from his coat, and I kept the ledger pages, the ones that survived the square. Ondreya looked at the stained paper. How many saw them? Enough. The gravekeeper from Lowfenn was reading his own name when I last looked. The woman with the bone-setter husband had already passed the page to her neighbor. That fire will not go out. Varlo's fire did not go out either, Alanthe said. He is still alive, still signing whatever he was signing. Ondreya felt the words settle in her chest like stones. She had thrown him from the gallery. She had severed his tendons. She had watched him fall, and he had still drawn the circle in his own blood. He summoned something, she said, with that sign. The thing in the water answered. It answered him, Halden said. His voice came from the bottom of the skiff, cracked and thin. That does not mean it serves him. Saffron turned. You know what it was? I know what he was calling. Halden shifted, wincing, one hand pressed to the bandaged wound beneath his coat. I served him for 3 years. I thought I knew his limits. I did not know he could do that. No one spoke. Pell uncurled from where he had pressed himself against Ondreya's side. He reached into his coat, the 2 large coats Saffron had given him days ago, and pulled out a folded scrap of paper. He held it out to Ondreya. She took it, unfolded it in the gray half-light. A charcoal drawing, crude child's lines, but precise in a way that made her breath catch. The toll chapel, the flooded nave, the shapes of 11 figures standing in the water, their hands raised, and one figure kneeling before them, smaller than the rest, her hands also raised. Pell had drawn her. She looked up. His dark eyes held hers, steady and certain. That is what you kept, she said. He nodded once. Saffron leaned forward, studying the drawing. The child has a better memory for truth than any document I have ever forged. My mother's record is still in Varlo's pocket, Ondreya said. I never opened it. Would you believe what it said if you had? I do not know. The rain fell harder. The willow branches above them shivered, shedding water in long silver strings. Alanthe shifted in the bow, crossbow still across her knees. She had not let go of the weapon since they pushed off from the boat shed. We lost Embrey's body, she said. We lost the original documents. We lost the bell, but we have Halden. We have Pell's drawings. We have Saffron's copies. We have the woman in Crosswater who saw Ondreya lay the dead, and we have the gravekeeper who read his own name on the purge list. We have enough. Enough for what? Ondreya asked. Alanthe met her gaze. Enough to keep moving. The words hung between them. Ondreya felt the weight of them, the simple refusal to stop that had carried her through 6 years of running. But this was different. Before, she had run from. Now she was running toward something. She did not know what it was yet, but it was not the same empty horizon. Saffron packed the oilskin back into his satchel. We need shelter. Halden needs a proper wound dressing, and the rest of us need dry clothes and hot food before we can plan anything. There is a mill on the upriver road, Halden said, east of the fork. The miller owes me a living debt. A living debt, Saffron said. That is the first thing you have said that does not make me want to strangle you. Halden almost smiled. It looked wrong on his bloodless face. The group moved through the rest of the night in careful silence. Ondreya took first watch, sitting in the storm with her back to the willow trunk and the salt pouch pressed against her chest. Inside it, Yarrow's knucklebone still carried warmth, a small knot of heat that did not come from her body. She had worn the pouch for 6 years without knowing what it held. Now that she knew, she felt the weight differently. Not as a secret, as a charge. When the sky began to lighten, gray seeping through the rain like ink through wet paper, they pushed the skiff out from under the willow roots and rowed east. The mill was on a low rise above a stagnant channel, its wheel half sunk in mud, its roof patched with tarred canvas. Halden called out from the skiff, a name Ondreya did not recognize, and a woman emerged from the doorway with a scythe in her hand. She saw Halden's wound. She lowered the scythe. She did not ask questions until they were all inside, sitting on sacks of grain while she stoked the fire and put a kettle on. When she did ask, Halden answered, simply, without evasion. Varlo is the one who hunts them. Ondreya is the one he is hunting. I am the one who left him. The miller's woman looked at Ondreya, then at Pell, then at the salt pouch visible at Ondreya's throat. Stay until the rain stops, she said. Then I will decide. It was more than they had expected. It was enough. By midday they had eaten. Halden's wound was dressed with clean linen and honey. Pell slept in a corner, wrapped in a dry blanket, his charcoal paper clutched against his chest. Saffron sat at a low table, spreading his copied letters in order, sorting them by date and seal. Alandi cleaned her crossbow mechanism, piece by piece, her hands moving with the muscle memory of a body that had done this work 1,000 times. And Ondreya sat by the window, watching the rain fall on the stagnant channel, the salt pouch warm against her chest. The miller's woman came to stand beside her. My name is Enid, she said. When this mill was working, Halden brought me my daughter, pulled from the canal, blue and still. He worked on her for 2 hours until she coughed up the water. Ondreya looked at her. Whatever he owes me, Enid said. It is paid. Tell me what you need. Before Ondreya could answer, a sound cut through the rain. A bell. Not the low, directionless tone from the night before. A single bell, clear and sharp, coming from the east. Saffron looked up from his papers. Halden sat outright, his wound forgotten. That is not Muirhaven, Saffron said. That is closer. Enid crossed to the door, opened it, and stood in the rain, listening. Upriver, she said. The Fork Village. That is their chapel bell. Alarm or assembly? Alandi asked. Enid turned. Her face was hard. Arrests. They ring it when the chapel takes someone from the village, keeps the rest from interfering. Ondreya felt the second heartbeat stir in her chest, not in rhythm with the bell, in answer to it. She looked at the others, at Pell, waking from sleep, his dark eyes already finding hers. At Alandi, crossbow reassembled, her hand resting on the stock. At Saffron, folding his letters, tucking them into his satchel. At Halden, pushing himself upright, pain written across his face, but no hesitation. They were looking back at her, not waiting for orders, waiting for him to choose. And for the first time in 6 years, the choice was not whether to leave, it was whether to ride toward the sound. Chapter 80. Dawn came gray and still through the mill window. The rain had stopped sometime in the night, leaving the stagnant channel flat as oil under a sky that had not decided whether to lighten. Ondreya had not slept. She sat at the table where Saffron had spread his letters, sorting them by date and seal, reading each one by the dim glow of the dying fire. The copied purge directives, the inheritance ledger pages, Varlo's assignment order, the names of the dead and the marked and the sealed. She had read them all 3 times. The second heartbeat beat steady in her chest, not faster, not slower, just present, like a second self waiting for her to catch up. Pell found her first. He came barefoot across the plank floor, his blanket trailing, his charcoal paper clutched against his ribs. He did not sign anything. He simply sat on the bench beside her, pressed his shoulder against her arm, and waited. She looked at the drawing he had made. The tolled chapel. 11 figures in the flooded nave, one kneeling. She had seen it a dozen times now, and each time it told her something different. This time it told her she had not been alone in that water. "You should still be sleeping," she said. He did not answer. He did not have to. By the time the others stirred, Ondreya had folded the letters into her coat. 2 stacks. The evidence Saffron had carried from Muirhaven, and the copies Enid had let them dry by the fire. Both sets went into the oilskin, and the oilskin went under her arm. Ianthe came in first, crossbow over her shoulder, bulk bag buckled. She looked at the folded letters, at Pell pressed against Ondreya's side, and did not ask what the plan was. She asked something else. Which direction? That was the question, not whether. Which? Saffron emerged from the back room, his coat patched and his satchel strapped. His hands were clean, which meant he had been writing again. He carried a single sheet of paper, folded tight, and tucked it into his inner pocket without showing anyone what it said. Falden came last, moving slowly, one hand braced against the wall. His wound had stopped bleeding in the night, but the color had not returned to his face. He met Ondreya's gaze and held it. "I can ride," he said, before she could speak. "Do not waste breath asking." Enid stood at the door, her scythe propped beside her. She had been watching them since before the fire was stoked, a face unreadable. "There is a path behind the mill," she said. "It cuts across the bend and comes out above the Fork village. You can be there before the bell rings again if you push." "Why are you helping us?" Ondreya asked. Enid looked at Haldol, looked at Pell, looked at the oilskin under Ondreya's arm. "Because the chapel took my brother 12 years ago," she said. "Rang that same bell. I stood in my yard and listened, same as everyone else. Did not move, did not interfere." She picked up her scythe. "I have been carrying that bell in my chest ever since." Ondreya felt the weight of those words land in the room. She did not thank her. She did not promise anything. She just nodded, once, and the others moved. They went out the back door into the gray dawn, following Enid's path along the ridge above the stagnant channel. The mill disappeared behind them, swallowed by the reeds and the half-light. Ondreya walked at the front, Pell beside her, Ianthe a step behind, crossbow loose in her grip. Saffron and Halden at the rear, the older man's breath ragged but steady. 7 years, 6 years of running. 5 faces, 4 names, 3 false travel papers, 2 chances to leave Pell at a say handoff. 1 moment of truth she had spent that entire time trying to outrun, and now she was walking toward the bell instead of away from it. The pass opened onto a rise above a narrow valley. Below them, the Fork village huddled around a stone chapel, its bell tower visible above the rooftops. Smoke rose from the wrong chimney, the one attached to the chapel hall. Ondreya stopped. She could see the crowd in the square, maybe 40 people, maybe more. They were not gathered for a sermon. They were gathered in a ring, facing inward, and at the center of that ring, a figure knelt with its hands bound. The bell had not rung again. Not yet. Ondreya looked at the others. Ianthe met her eyes and did not look away. Saffron adjusted his satchel and said nothing. Halden leaned on a gnarled post, his jaw set, his hand resting on the hilt of a blade he had drawn but not yet lifted. Pell stepped closer to her, not hiding behind her, standing beside her. She reached into her coat and pulled out the oilskin, the folded letters, the evidence that Varlo had tried to burn and the truth that the chapel had tried to bury. "I do not know how to fight the whole Lowfenn purge," she said. "I do not know if I can stop what Varlo started, but I know how to tell the truth when it has already been written down." She turned toward the village. "So we start there." She took the first step down the slope. The others followed. She did not look back to check. She did not have to. She could feel them behind her like a second heartbeat, like a rhythm that had finally found its time. Pell's small hand found hers. Ianthe's crossbow clicked as she cocked the string. Saffron's footfalls were steady, deliberate. unhurried, and Halden's blade whispered, free of the sheath. The Fork village bell did not ring again. But something else stirred in the marsh, a low sound, barely audible, coming from every direction at once, the same directionless tone that had surrounded them after Muirhaven. It did not grow louder. It simply settled into the morning air like fog. And from somewhere far to the east, where the flooded spire of Muirhaven still rose above the water, a single bell began to toll. Not the summoning bell, not the arrest bell. The purge bell. The one that called every hunter, every chapel agent, every sanctioned killer in Lowfenn to rise and begin the cleansing. Ondreya heard it. The others heard it. But no one stopped. Because for the first time in 6 years, the Marrow-Witch was not running from the bell. She was riding toward it.